Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 301, You Can't Scare Me. Come down and eat, Kagaya called, turning back and gesturing to Kurome. Upon seeing Kagaya, Kurome's pink cheeks turned beet red, and she nearly fled in embarrassment. Fortunately, Kagaya noticed in time and grabbed her small wrist, dragging her to the dining table. She pressed her down into a chair and handed her some bread and milk, saying, "Eat something first. I figure you haven't had much to eat these past few days." Kurome had intended to walk away, but she couldn't resist the temptation of food. As Kagaya had pointed out, in this icy weather, it was hard to find anything edible. The only rabbit she had caught was disturbed by a danger beast, leaving her without a meal. The intense battles that followed had drained her strength. Now, she was starving, her stomach aching with hunger. The sight of food quickly broke her resolve, though she still struggled to maintain her dignity. Seeing Kurome gulping down her saliva, Kagaya found it amusing and forcefully placed the fragrant bread and milk into her hands. "Eat up, and let me know when you're finished." Perhaps to ease Kurome's embarrassment, Kagaya left the room after speaking. The moment Kagaya stepped outside, Kurome eagerly grabbed the fragrant bread and stuffed it into her mouth, eating in large bites, and gulping down the warm, sweet milk. Just then, the door suddenly opened again, and a silver-haired girl poked her head in, smiling slyly at Kurome. "By the way, don't think of running off after you eat. If you do, I'll give you a good spanking." Kurome, who had been eating heartily, froze in place, her hand holding the bread suspended midair, clearly not expecting Kagaya to come back. With a bang, the door closed again, and the room returned to silence. Cough, cough. Perhaps startled by the sudden intrusion, Kurome choked, coughing several times as she clutched her throat. Finally, after gulping down some milk, she let out a long sigh of relief. Looking in the direction Kagaya had left, Kurome felt a bit indignant. Her Highness the Princess is perfect in every way, except that she bullies people too much. They say it's not the falling snow that's cold, but the thaw that is truly chilling. Now was the coldest time. The snow on the ground had begun to harden, and stepping on it produced a crisp crunching sound. The biting northern wind howled through the air, lashing against faces with a numbing chill. However, the sky had cleared, and the winter sun, though faint, cast a soft glow that warmed the skin pleasantly. "Imperial Princess, what's your real name?" Leone had stepped out of the room at some point, leaning against the wall and teasingly asking. "Haven't you already learned my name?" Kagaya responded with a smile, walking gracefully over and leaning against the wall beside Leone, basking in the warm sunlight. "Kagaya, is that it?" Leone rested her arms behind her head, chuckling. "For some reason, the name feels strange, a bit awkward." "Every name can feel awkward until you get used to it," Kagaya replied with a smile. "It's like a habit, once you're used to it, it no longer feels odd." "So, what about you?" Leone propped her chin on her hands, looking thoughtful. "In my eyes, most of the Imperial army is the same, few are good people. As for the Imperial rulers, they're the root of all evil. But you seem different." "What's different?" Kagaya tilted her head and smiled. "Aren't I an Imperial princess too?" "That's not what I mean." "You don't seem as bad as the others," Leone said hesitantly. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Kagaya chuckled. "I'm flattered. We don't quite understand you." "As an Imperial princess," Leone said, "why do you oppose the Empire?" "I've heard people say you're trying to seize the Empire's throne by winning people's hearts. Is that really the rumor?" Kagaya's face showed a moment of surprise, then she asked with curiosity. "Yes, but you don't seem like the kind of person who would do anything for power," Leone remarked, observing the silver-haired girl in front of her. "Sorry," Kagaya said, a slight smile tugging at her lips. "But they're right, my ultimate goal is indeed the Imperial throne." "You?" Leone was momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere grew awkward. "Why do you do it?" Leone asked, forcing a smile to break the tension. "Is it to give the common people a better life?" "I think you've misunderstood," Kagaya interrupted her with a light laugh, flipping her silver hair over her shoulder. "I simply find them displeasing." Leone was speechless. The soft winter sunlight bathed the two girls in a gentle golden hue, filling the air with a lazy, dreamy warmth. "Hey, you could easily kill us all, couldn't you?" Leone suddenly asked. "Yes. Why, do you want to die?" Kagaya's demeanor shifted, her lips curving into a dangerous smile as a wave of killing intent radiated from her. She took a step closer to Leone, lifting her chin with a delicate finger, her eyes piercing as she said, "If that's what you want, I could oblige." Leone's pupils contracted, and a wave of intense fear surged through her. It was as if the beautiful silver-haired girl before her had transformed into a super dangerous beast, ready to devour her in an instant. Kagaya smiled, a bit pleased with herself. Her eye technique wasn't something just anyone could withstand. In the past, she had used it to defeat many formidable opponents. But at that moment, Leone suddenly reached out with her white arm, wrapping it around Kagaya's shoulder with a grin. Your aura is terrifying, but sorry, it doesn't scare me. Ha ha ha. Kagaya was speechless. Chapter 302, The Battle Between Girls. Kagaya looked at Leone, who was still laughing heartily with her arm around Kagaya's shoulder, and felt speechless. She hadn't expected this person to be able to shake off the oppressive aura she had unleashed. This left Kagaya puzzled. Was it because Leone was so carefree that she had nothing to fear? What Kagaya didn't know was that Leone's Taigu, the lionel, granted her the ability to become part beast and heightened her senses to a level far beyond ordinary humans. This made her especially sensitive to killing intent. In the original story, Leone was able to sense the overwhelming killing intent from Esteth, which is why she refrained from attacking Esteth and narrowly escaped. It's worth noting that Esteth's power was immense. Leone wouldn't stand a chance against her, even if there were 10 of her. Now, Leone could clearly sense that while Kagaya's aura was almost tangible, like a tsunami overwhelming everything, there was no real intent to kill her. This made Leone less tense. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the house, with wood splinters flying everywhere and a cloud of dust rising. A large hole appeared in the ceiling, from which thin streams of smoke were curling out. Kagaya and Leone exchanged glances and quickly rushed inside. The interior was a wreck, with wood shards and fabric strips scattered everywhere, and the cold northern wind howling through the room. What happened here? Kagaya asked curiously, looking at the once elegant room, now in ruins. Could it have been a gas explosion? But there shouldn't be gas stoves in this era, such luxury doesn't exist yet. Mine shot Kagaya a glance, snorted coldly, and turned her head away with an expression of pride and stubbornness. Oh no, my favorite rice wine. Leone wailed, holding a broken bottle of wine, her face filled with despair as if she had lost the will to live. Kurome's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was breathing lightly, still recovering from her illness and clearly exhausted. Kagaya was curious, how did these two girls end up fighting? Kurome wasn't usually the impulsive type. I just said that person wasn't a good one, and she attacked me first. It's completely unreasonable. Mine huffed angrily, her face filled with indignation. That person. Such a rude way of referring to someone. There was no one else here but Kagaya who could fit that description. Kurome snorted coldly, put away her long sword, turned away, and sat back down at the table. She picked up a piece of bread from the plate. Whether intentional or not, the table had been spared from the destruction, still intact and free from dust. Hearing Mine's words, Kagaya looked at Kurome in surprise. She hadn't expected Kurome to get into a fight with Mine over this. Even though Kurome treated her well, this level of devotion was unexpected, especially since she had recently scolded Kurome. Sensing Kagaya's gaze, Kurome seemed a little uneasy. She turned slightly, focusing on eating the bread in her hand. Footsteps sounded, gradually approaching, and a soft white hand rested on Kurome's shoulder. Kurome's body trembled slightly as she turned her head to see Kagaya's gentle eyes. Drink some milk, it's still warm, Kagaya said with a smile, placing a bottle of milk in Kurome's hand. You're still recovering, so you should drink more milk. Kurome didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up ever so slightly before the expression vanished as if it were an illusion. This house wasn't originally Leone's or Mine's. They had bought it from a family that was moving away, and it wasn't very expensive. They had planned to use it as a place to gather information and lay low, but they hadn't expected Kagaya to stumble upon it. It was quite unlucky. Out of the dozens of households in the village, she happened to find theirs. Since Kurome hadn't fully recovered, Kagaya originally intended to stay a few more days. However, Leone and Mine seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and had to leave in a hurry, leaving the house in Kagaya's care. Kagaya suspected they wouldn't return. After all, they were still enemies. Once a hideout was exposed, it lost its usefulness. Watching the two girls rush off, Kagaya frowned slightly. For them to leave in such haste, something serious must have happened. Could it be? A pale blue figure flashed through Kagaya's mind. If it were her, that would explain it. But for now, Kagaya had no intention of intervening. Let them fight it out first, it probably wouldn't be over quickly. When the time comes, she could swoop in like a mantis stalking a cicada. Wouldn't that be perfect? All right, the truth is, Kagaya was simply too lazy to get involved. She preferred lying in bed, sleeping from morning to night, and from night to morning, eating fruit, watching the snowfall, having some fun, and flirting with girls. Wasn't that the best way to live? But looking at the room with a gaping hole in the ceiling, through which the cold wind was pouring in, Kagaya felt a bit helpless. It looked like she would have to do some cleaning up. Since Kurome was still recovering, Kagaya couldn't very well ask her to clean, so she had no choice but to do it herself. Then again, ever since arriving in the world of Akame ga Kill, Kagaya hadn't done any cleaning. That task had always been handled by maids, she never had to lift a finger. Her life had always been one of luxury, where everything was done for her. Now, being asked to clean was a bit of a challenge. As Kagaya struggled to tidy up the mess, a small figure approached her. Kagaya was surprised and looked up. The black-haired girl in front of her was none other than Kurome. "I'll help with the cleaning," Kurome said a bit awkwardly. After all, it was her fight with mine that had left the room in such a state. Chapter 303, Could it really be impossible? Destruction is always easier than construction. Building something may take several months, but it often takes only a few minutes, or even just a few seconds, to destroy it. The same applies to repairs, which can be even more troublesome than rebuilding, as is the case with the house now. It took over 2 hours of hard work to get the house back into decent shape. At least, now there wasn't cold air blowing in through the hole in the roof, and they didn't have to worry about stepping on shards of glass scattered on the floor. Of course, in terms of aesthetics, it was pretty tragic. The hastily nailed wooden planks were laid out in all directions, looking ugly, like a large bandage slapped onto the house. But at least it was livable again. Kagaya had also gone out to buy some groceries and daily necessities, which helped alleviate the immediate needs. However, this left both Kagaya and Kurome completely exhausted, especially Kurome, whose face was flushed, breathing heavily, and drenched in sweat. She collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move, feeling even more drained than after a battle. Since the winter days in the north are particularly short, by the time they finally finished cleaning up the house, it was already close to dusk, with the sky gradually darkening. In the village, every household gradually lit their oil lamps, and wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys, adding a touch of peace and tranquility to the howling northern wind. In this world, there isn't much in the way of entertainment, no television or computers. At least in the world of Naruto, there were TVs to watch, but here, there was nothing. After having dinner, Kagaya and Kurome returned to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. However, Kagaya found herself unable to sleep. After all, it was only around 7 or 8 in the evening. In other worlds, she would still be playing games or watching TV at this time. Kagaya used to be a night owl, never going to bed before 2 a.m., so now it was impossible for her to fall asleep so early. As Kagaya lay there feeling bored, a small shadow quietly pushed open the door and tiptoed over. With her clear eyes, Kagaya could see clearly, it was none other than Kurome. What was she sneaking in here for? Though surprised, Kagaya didn't say anything, curious to see what Kurome was up to. Kurome carefully approached Kagaya's bed, gently lifted the soft blanket, and slipped inside. Kagaya's curiosity deepened. What was Kurome trying to do? Could it be because her room was too cold? That didn't make sense, though, since Kagaya had given her several small heaters, making her room even warmer than Kagaya's. Was she afraid of sleeping alone? That seemed even more far-fetched. Kurome had killed more people than she could count, her hands stained with blood. How could someone like her, who appeared like a blood-soaked demon to others, be afraid to sleep alone? As Kagaya's thoughts raced, a soft, delicate hand reached over and gently hugged her waist. Kagaya was momentarily stunned, then sighed inwardly. Even though Kurome appeared mature, her heart was still very young. After all, she was just a teenage girl. It was natural for her to have fears and worries. But then, Kurome's soft hand, like a playful fish, began to move up from Kagaya's waist. Before Kagaya could react, Kurome's hand reached her chest. Caught off guard, Kagaya's body trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Kurome to do this. Alright, maybe it was just an unconscious act. Kurome had lost her parents when she was very young and was raised by her sister. But later, she was separated from her sister. Perhaps the long-term lack of maternal love had led to this behavior. Kagaya rationalized it this way. But come on, little one, that's not dough, you don't need to knead it. As if she could sense Kagaya's inner thoughts, Kurome withdrew her hand from Kagaya's chest. Kagaya let out a sigh of relief, she had almost lost control. That strange feeling wasn't pleasant, like being electrified. Just when Kagaya thought it was all over, Kurome's hand started moving again, this time not upwards but downwards. Her soft hand glided over Kagaya's smooth, flat abdomen, heading even lower. Just as it was about to cross the final barrier, Kagaya's hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Kurome's delicate wrist. Now Kagaya finally understood, this little girl was deliberately trying to misbehave. Do you know what you're doing? Kagaya asked in a low voice. I don't know, Kurome replied nervously, her small voice trembling. If you don't know, why did you touch? Kagaya said, both amused and exasperated. But I do know that I like you, Kurome whispered, clutching Kagaya's hand. You like me? Kagaya felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body stiffening, and her mind going blank. Nonsense. Do you even know what it means to like someone? Kagaya said, her voice tinged with irritation as she tried to regain her composure. "You're just a child, you don't understand these things." "I'm not a child anymore." Kurome protested loudly, clearly sensitive about her age. "Who says you aren't? To me, you're still just a little kid." Kagaya flicked Kurome on the forehead. Normally, Kurome would clutch her head and cry out in pain, but this time she didn't. Instead, she grabbed Kagaya's hand and pressed it to her chest, saying urgently, "I'm not little anymore, if you don't believe me, feel for yourself." Indeed, this was no longer something a child would have, and the sensation was just as soft as always. "Even so, it doesn't matter," Kagaya said, pulling her hand away. "Do you really know what it means to like someone?" "I don't know what liking someone means, but I like being with you, no matter where we are," Kurome said earnestly, her voice filled with determination. "Even if it's in hell, I want to be with you." "Stop saying such things," Kagaya said sternly. "I'm not just saying it, I really like being with you," Kurome shouted. Kagaya furrowed her brows, about to say something more, but suddenly she froze, the words catching in her throat. In the darkness of the night, others might not have noticed, but Kagaya's sharp eyes could see clearly, the faint traces of tears on Kurome's cheeks. Kagaya was stunned, as if a flash of lightning had cut through the fog in her mind. Those seemingly unrelated clues began to connect, piece by piece. Kurome secretly reading a romance manual, her inexplicable rivalry with Seo, the different look in her eyes when she gazed at Kagaya, and her fierce confrontation with mine yesterday. Kagaya suddenly understood. But, this was too ridiculous. At that moment, Kurome seemed like a nervous little insect, anxiously watching Kagaya. Now, she regretted being so hasty in confessing her feelings. What if she was rejected? Seeing Kagaya's silence, Kurome's heart sank even further. Her small, pink face turned slightly pale. Is this really the end? Chapter 304, Blooming. Kagaya lay on the bed, her silver hair spread out across the pillows, her heart pounding as she gazed into Kurome's eyes. The confession still echoed in her mind, leaving her feeling vulnerable and unsure. The moonlight streaming through the window cast a soft, silvery glow over them, highlighting the mix of vulnerability and desire in Kurome's expression. Kagaya stared at Kurome, her thoughts racing. The intensity of Kurome's feelings, the way she had spoken so earnestly, had left Kagaya uncertain, struggling to reconcile her own emotions. For a moment, silence hung heavy between them, the weight of Kurome's confession pressing down on Kagaya's heart. She could see the fear in Kurome's eyes, the vulnerability that only deepened with each passing second. The fear of rejection, of losing something precious, was written all over her face. As Kagaya saw the fear and vulnerability in Kurome's eyes, something softened within her. This wasn't just a childish whim, Kurome's feelings were genuine, and they weighed heavily on her. Kagaya hesitated, her emotions swirling within her, but the sincerity in Kurome's voice had already broken through her defenses. She realized how unfair she had been, dismissing Kurome's feelings without truly understanding them. Without a word, Kagaya reached out, her hand trembling slightly as she cupped Kurome's cheek, her thumb gently brushing away the tear stains. The simple gesture held an unspoken tenderness that neither could ignore. The touch lingered, conveying a silent understanding, a recognition of the depth of Kurome's feelings. "Kurome," Kagaya began softly, her voice gentle, "maybe I've been too harsh, too quick to judge your feelings." Kurome's eyes widened in surprise, her breath catching as she anxiously awaited Kagaya's next words. "This is so unexpected, but I like being with you too." A tentative smile spread across Kurome's face, a mix of hope and disbelief shining in her eyes. Before Kagaya could say anything more, Kurome leaned in, her lips gently brushing against Kagaya's. Kagaya hesitated for just a moment, but then closed her eyes, allowing herself to be vulnerable, to feel what Kurome was offering. She returned the kiss with equal tenderness, their lips meeting softly at first, then with growing passion as the connection between them deepened. As the kiss continued, Kurome gently moved closer, closing the space between them until their bodies were pressed together. The warmth of their naked bodies pressed together sent a soft thrill through Kagaya's body, the sensation of skin against skin igniting a fire between them. The kiss, soft and tentative at first, quickly deepened as their desire for each other grew. Kagaya could feel Kurome's heart beating rapidly in time with her own, the connection between them intensifying with each passing second. Kurome responded eagerly, her hand sliding up Kagaya's back, caressing her as their kisses grew more intense. What began as gentle pecks soon turned into deeper, more lingering kisses. Their lips moved together in perfect sync, each kiss becoming more fervent, more insistent. Kagaya's fingers trailed through Kurome's silky hair, her touch gentle yet charged with emotion. As the heat between them intensified, Kagaya softly parted her lips, and Kurome instinctively followed, their mouths opening to each other. The first tentative touch of their tongues sent a spark of electricity between them, and they slowly began to explore one another. Their tongues intertwined in a slow, sensual dance, each movement filled with a mix of curiosity and growing desire. The kiss deepened further, their passion building as they lost themselves in the sensation of being so intimately connected. As they finally parted, a delicate string of saliva connected their lips, lingering for a moment before breaking. Kagaya's breath was heavy, her gaze locked onto Kurome's, both of them caught in the intensity of the moment. Kagaya then began to press soft kisses along Kurome's jawline, her lips tracing a path down to the sensitive skin of her neck. Kurome gasped softly, her breath catching as Kagaya's lips lingered on the sensitive spot just below her ear. The sound sent a thrill through Kagaya, encouraging her to continue her exploration. She moved her hands down Kurome's sides, savoring the smooth curve of her waist beneath her fingertips. Kurome, eager to deepen their connection, gently guided Kagaya to lie back on the bed. With a soft, loving smile, Kurome began to trail kisses down Kagaya's neck, her lips leaving a warm, tingling path as she descended toward Kagaya's chest. Kagaya's breath hitched in anticipation, her body trembling under Kurome's touch. Pausing for a moment, Kurome pressed her lips to Kagaya's plump breast, kissing gently. The sensation drew a soft moan from Kagaya. Sensing Kagaya's response, Kurome flicked her tongue lightly over the rosy pink nipple, teasing it with delicate, quick motions that sent shivers through Kagaya. As Kagaya's breath quickened, Kurome alternated between both sides with her mouth, gently sucking and licking the pointed nipples, savoring the sensation and taste, eliciting an even more intense moan. Encouraged by the reaction, Kurome continued her exploration, her mouth moving slowly and deliberately as she savored every inch of Kagaya's voluptuous breasts. Kurome's fingers then skillfully teased one of Kagaya's nipples, alternating teasingly between hard pinching and gentle rubbing, while her tongue lavished attention on the other, sucking and licking with growing intensity. Kagaya's breath quickened, her hands clutching the sheets beneath her as she surrendered to the pleasure Kurome was giving her. Kurome's confidence grew with each soft charming moan Kagaya made, her touches becoming more deliberate, more insistent. As Kurome's kisses grew bolder, she let one hand trail lower, her fingers lightly brushing over Kagaya's abdomen, stirring a thrill of anticipation within her. Kagaya's delicate eyelashes fluttered as her eyes gently closed, her body trembling as Kurome's fingers ventured even lower, tracing the curve of Kagaya's hips. Slowly, Kurome's hand hovered over Kagaya's most private area, teasing her with gentle, feather-light touches that made Kagaya's breath hitch. Pausing for a moment, Kurome allowed her fingers to explore the soft, warm skin, her touch deliberate and teasing. She traced delicate circles along Kagaya's inner thighs, each movement drawing her closer to the center of Kagaya's desire. As Kagaya's body responded, Kurome's fingers began to apply more pressure, slipping between the folds of Kagaya's most sensitive area. Kagaya let out a soft gasp, her body arching slightly into Kurome's touch as the teasing fingers finally made contact. Kurome's movements were slow and deliberate, her fingers gently parting the delicate folds, stroking and exploring with a tender, yet steady rhythm. The sensation sent waves of pleasure coursing through Kagaya, her breath becoming shallow as her chest rose and fell rapidly. Their lips met again in a fervent kiss, their tongues intertwining as Kurome's fingers continued their delicate exploration. Each touch and movement heightened the connection between them, intensifying the pleasure that pulsed through Kagaya's body. Kagaya's hands began to roam over Kurome's back, her nails grazing lightly against her skin, eliciting a soft gasp from Kurome. The connection between them was electric, every touch igniting a fire that burned brighter with each passing moment. Continuing her exploration, Kagaya's fingers traced the curves of Kurome's spine, her touch light but purposeful. She could feel Kurome's body responding, the subtle shifts and soft sighs encouraging her to continue. As Kagaya's hands moved lower, she gently cupped Kurome's soft breasts, rubbing them while her thumbs brushed over the tender nipples. With a playful pinch, Kurome's breath hitched, her body pressing closer in response to the gentle yet electrifying touch. Kagaya continued her exploration, her fingers teasing, caressing, and kneading Kurome's breasts, eliciting soft moans that grew more urgent with each passing moment. The way Kurome's body reacted to every touch only fueled Kagaya's desire, her movements becoming more deliberate as she sought to drive Kurome closer to the edge. As Kurome's breath quickened, Kagaya's left hand began its slow descent, gliding down her abdomen, her fingers tracing delicate patterns along the way. When she reached Kurome's most sensitive area, she paused, her fingers hovering just on the entrance, teasing her with light, feathery touches. Kagaya caressed and stroked with deliberate slowness, heightening the anticipation with each gentle brush against her warm, wet skin. Finally, she slipped her fingers inside, moving with a slow, deliberate rhythm. She explored Kurome's depths, coaxing soft gasps and moans as she gradually intensified the pace. Their movements grew more synchronized, their bodies moving together in perfect harmony as they lost themselves in the moment. Kurome's fingers pressed deeper, her rhythm becoming more insistent, driving Kagaya closer to the edge. The intensity between them built steadily, a slow crescendo of desire that pushed them both closer to release. Kagaya's head fell back against the pillows as she teetered on the edge of ecstasy. With a final, desperate motion, she cupped Kurome's cheeks, pulling her into a deep, intense kiss. Their lips locked, and Kagaya's fingers tangled in Kurome's hair as her body shuddered. The wave of pleasure crashed over her, leaving her breathless and trembling on the bed. But Kurome wasn't finished. With quiet determination, she gently trailed kisses down Kagaya's abdomen, her lips brushing over the sensitive skin of Kagaya's lower belly, making her shiver with renewed anticipation. As Kurome's mouth continued its descent, she softly urged Kagaya to part her thighs, positioning herself between them. Kagaya's breath caught as Kurome pressed a soft kiss to the inner thigh. The touch was gentle, almost reverent, but the effect was electrifying. Kagaya's fingers dug into the sheets, her body trembling as Kurome's kisses moved closer to her most intimate area. When Kurome's lips finally reached their destination, she licked all over with her tongue, savoring every inch before tracing each curve and fold in a slow, sensual manner. The sensation was overwhelming, sending waves of pleasure through Kagaya's body and drawing a soft, breathless moan from her lips. Kurome's hands held Kagaya's thighs, guiding her movements as she continued her intimate exploration. Her tongue moved in deliberate circles, exploring every inch of Kagaya's sensitive vulva with a gentle, teasing touch that made Kagaya's body tense with pleasure. Kagaya could feel herself growing wetter, her body responding eagerly to Kurome's touch. Each movement of Kurome's tongue sent waves of pleasure through her, pushing her closer and closer to the edge. Kagaya's breaths came in short, gasping moans, her body writhing beneath Kurome's touch as the pleasure built steadily within her. Kurome's tongue found a steady rhythm, licking and teasing her delicate folds in a way that made Kagaya's entire body shiver with anticipation. She was lost in the sensation, her mind consumed by the pleasure Kurome was giving her. As the tension in her body built to an almost unbearable level, Kagaya felt Kurome's fingers gently tracing her clitoris, her touch sending a shock of pleasure through her. Kagaya's own hands moved to her chest, squeezing and kneading the firm and plump breasts, her fingers rubbing and pinching her sensitive erect nipples, heightening the sensation. As Kurome's tongue delved deeper, teasing Kagaya's most sensitive spots while tasting and licking her inner folds, a slow, lingering seductive moan escaped Kagaya's lips as she gasped for breath. The pleasure was intense, overwhelming, and Kagaya felt herself teetering on the edge of ecstasy. Kurome's tongue continued its slow, deliberate movements, her fingers joining in to amplify the sensation, while Kagaya's hands massaged her breasts, rolling and tugging at her hardened nipples. The combination was too much for Kagaya to handle, her body tensed, her back arching off the bed as the climax overtook her. As Kagaya's nectar began to flow, Kurome eagerly savored the taste, her tongue thoroughly licking Kagaya's wet vulva, relishing every drop. Kagaya's body trembled uncontrollably as wave after wave of pleasure surged through her toes curling tightly as the climax took hold. A deep, sultry moan slipped past her lips, overflowing with satisfaction, leaving her breathless as the final waves coursed through her. Even as Kagaya's body quivered with the gentle aftershocks of her release, Kurome's touch remained warm and soothing. Her tongue moved in soft, delicate caresses, tenderly licking and soothing Kagaya's sensitive folds. The slow, rhythmic motion of Kurome's actions enveloped Kagaya in a cocoon of warmth and relaxation, leaving her feeling lightheaded and utterly content as the intensity gradually melted away. As the final waves of her orgasm subsided, Kagaya's body relaxed completely, sinking into the bed with a deep sigh. Kurome lifted her head, her lips curving into a soft, satisfied smile as she moved up Kagaya's body. She paused for a moment, her eyes taking in the sight of Kagaya in the afterglow of her pleasure. Kagaya looked incredibly alluring, her skin glowing with the warmth of their shared passion, shimmering softly in the dim light. Her cheeks were stained with a deep, inviting flush, a rich color that spoke of the intensity of the moment they had just shared. The gentle rise and fall of her chest with each breath, glistening with a light sheen of sweat, emphasized the alluring curve of her breasts, where her hardened nipples stood out. Her slightly parted lips, still swollen from their kisses, revealed the soft pink of her tongue, irresistibly tempting Kurome to taste her again. Kagaya's eyes, half-lidded and blurred by the remnants of her climax, radiated a sultry, intoxicating gaze, her fluttering eyelashes adding to the magnetic pull that drew Kurome in. Kagaya's entire being pulsed with overwhelming sensuality, her body still trembling slightly from the aftershocks of her climax. There was a softness to her expression, a vulnerability that made her seem all the more enticing, making Kurome irresistibly drawn to her, her presence both charming and overwhelmingly sexy. Overcome by how irresistible Kagaya looked, Kurome couldn't hold back any longer. She surged forward, capturing Kagaya's lips in a deep, fervent kiss. As Kurome's hands moved to Kagaya's breasts, kneading and squeezing them with passionate urgency, Kagaya let out a soft, helpless moan. Her fingers teased Kagaya's sensitive nipples, drawing soft whimpers from her. The lingering effects of her climax left Kagaya too weak to resist, her body arching involuntarily into Kurome's touch. Kurome deepened the kiss, her tongue exploring Kagaya's mouth with intense desire, while her hands continued to play with her breasts. Kagaya could only moan softly as Kurome's tongue danced with hers, the intimacy of their connection heightening the moment. Kagaya, too weak from the intensity of her earlier climax, could do nothing but let Kurome play with her body as she pleased. As Kurome pressed herself against Kagaya, their bodies molded together, their breasts pressing tightly against each other. Finally, their fingers intertwined, holding on as if anchoring themselves to the shared intimacy. As their lips parted, a delicate thread of saliva connected them for a brief moment, a lingering reminder of their shared passion. Lying beside Kagaya, Kurome couldn't help but reflect on how different Kagaya was in this moment. Normally so active and domineering, Kagaya's submissive and passive demeanor in bed was a stark contrast, and it made her all the more endearing. They held each other close, the warmth of their embrace banishing the chill of the night. As they drifted off to sleep, their bodies nestled together in the quiet comfort of the night. Chapter 305, Small Fry. Morning light gently filtered through the curtains as Kagaya woke up, her mind still on the warmth she had shared with Kurome the night before. Kurome lay beside her, their bodies close, clinging to each other in a comfortable embrace. Kagaya smiled faintly, brushing a stray lock of hair from Kurome's face. Just as she started to sit up, a sudden, loud crash echoed from outside, shattering the peaceful morning. Before they could react, the door to their room burst open, and a figure came tumbling in. It was Mine. The girl had a delicate appearance, with pink twin tails tied with ribbons, dressed in a pink dress, and wearing small pink shoes. She was none other than Mine, who had left a few days ago. At this moment, she looked rather disheveled. One of the ribbons in her pink twin tails had snapped, causing her once smooth hair to fall loosely around her shoulders. Her pink dress was torn and tattered, with the strap hanging limply down, revealing her soft, round shoulder. It was clear that Mine had suffered severe injuries. Her body was covered in wounds, and blood still trickled from the corner of her mouth. You two really are perverts," Mine managed to say with difficulty, her eyes fixed on the two entangled figures before her as she lay sprawled on the ground. Hey, you're seriously injured and you're still saying stuff like that. Is that really okay?" Kagaya couldn't help but think sarcastically. But under the intense gaze of Mine's beautiful eyes, Kagaya felt pressured, especially after she had spent the night with Kurome. The situation was incredibly awkward. Kagaya tried to nonchalantly pull her hand away from Kurome, but she was unexpectedly held firmly by her. Kagaya was momentarily stunned. Beside her, Kurome let out a soft snort and clung to Kagaya's body, casting a provocative glance at Mine. A mere defeated dog has no right to criticize others. You're the defeated dog. Mine struggled to get up from the ground, shouting angrily. However, she was seriously injured, her complexion pale, and her body swayed unsteadily. Is that so? Kurome looked at her with disdain. Then why are you in such a pathetic state? Or is it because your brain capacity is too small, leading to a congenital intelligence deficit, which made you so weak that you couldn't even walk properly and fell down the stairs? If that's the case, it's really pitiful. Kurome once again demonstrated her sharp tongue, one that could enrage anyone without any regret. Even though Kagaya had seen it before, she was still surprised. Kurome, who looked so gentle and serene on the outside, had this unexpected talent. Enraged, Mine reached for her sniper rifle, intending to fire a shot at Kurome. However, as she tried to lift it, she couldn't muster the strength. Instead, the sniper rifle slipped from her hands and clattered to the floor with a loud clang. Kagaya, always observant, noticed a deep, bone-exposing wound on Mine's right arm. The stark contrast of the gash against her smooth, pale skin was shocking. It seemed to have damaged her bones, which explained why she couldn't hold her weapon properly. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the house. I found you. The door suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed inside at lightning speed, charging towards Mine. However, before he could reach her, his body suddenly jolted as if struck by a heavy hammer. His chest caved in, and blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying backward at an even greater speed. With a deafening crash, the intruder slammed into the side of the house, creating a large hole. A mere rat dares to make such a ruckus, Kagaya said coldly, her face as serene as water, her clear eyes flashing with a cold light as she calmly stepped out of the house. Outside the house, an armed Imperial army had already surrounded them. They were clad in armor, holding spears, exuding a fierce and murderous aura. It was evident that they were the elite of the Imperial forces, as only the best could display such formidable presence. However, there was a look of shock on their faces as they stared in disbelief at the silver-haired girl who had stepped out. They couldn't believe that their squad leader had been knocked away with a single blow by this girl. It was well known that their squad leader was exceptionally powerful, one of the strongest in the Empire, referred to as one of the Three Beasts, and a top general under the Empire's most formidable commander, Esteth. But now, he had been defeated in a single move. Cough, cough, the men who had been struck by Kagaya struggled to get up, coughing and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Wiping his mouth, he stood up, leaning against the wall. This man, with spiky blonde hair and a sinister expression, especially with the wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit with a coat over it, giving him a muscular appearance. He was none other than Daida, one of the Three Beasts. As expected of the Empire's princess, Daida said, staring intently at Kagaya, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To think you possess such immense power. Truly surprising. But what I love most is fighting strong opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, Daida, wielding two large axes, stepped forward and charged at Kagaya like a shadow, a grin of malevolent delight on his face. He swung one of his axes fiercely at Kagaya. However, such an attack was far too basic, lacking any real threat, and failed to pique Kagaya's interest. It was like watching a child's play, uninteresting and devoid of any challenge. With a slight shift of her body, Kagaya easily dodged the powerful strike. Daida's follow-up attack quickly followed, but it too posed no danger to Kagaya. Daida's twin axes sliced through the air with great force, creating a storm of attacks that seemed relentless from an outsider's perspective. But Kagaya merely continued to dodge effortlessly. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Daida had the upper hand, pushing Kagaya to the brink. The Imperial soldiers began cheering for Daida, as if he had already secured victory. "Hey, aren't you going to help her?" Mine turned to Kurome, asking, "If you don't help soon, she's going to lose." Mine wasn't particularly concerned about Kagaya, but she knew that if Kagaya lost, she would likely suffer the same fate. Although Kagaya could be irritating, she was still far better than the ruthless Imperial forces. "Help? Why should I help?" Kurome pouted. "Can't you see with your own eyes? This is just a bunch of weaklings." Weaklings. Mine felt anger rising within her. If they were weaklings, then what did that make her? But what happened next left her stunned. Chapter 306, The Shattered Taigu. Perhaps Kagaya had grown tired of playing with this minor foe and no longer wanted to waste time on him. She raised her fair arm, and chakra surged wildly from within her, condensing in her palm before erupting with a mighty force. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force burst out instantly, sweeping across the area like a tsunami. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Daida. He was struck in a split second. Daida's mouth opened wide, spewing a mist of blood that instantly crystallized into red ice due to the frigid temperature. The immense force crashed into him as if it were a physical object, even causing his body to deform slightly. The sound of cracking ribs echoed from his chest, twisting unnaturally, and it was unclear how many ribs had been broken. Kagaya, who had been in a good mood and was hoping to warm up with a little exercise, found herself disappointed. The person before her was simply not up to par, just another small fry, like the character in the original work who was easily defeated by Bullet. If Bullet was no match for Kagaya, Daida, who was far weaker, certainly stood no chance. At that moment, while still airborne, Daida made a desperate throw. His dual axes shot out like two black shadows, hurtling toward Kagaya with lightning speed. The axes moved incredibly fast, reaching Kagaya in an instant. Though this might have been effective against others, it was insignificant to Kagaya, who possessed extraordinary vision. She slightly tilted her body, and the rapidly spinning axes missed her, whizzing past her and into the sky. "The Taigu is still as useless as ever," Kagaya sighed, shaking her head. "I thought after all this time, they would have improved somewhat. But it seems they're still just a bunch of small fry." "Is that so?" Daida sneered, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he forced a sinister smile. He threw his head back and laughed, "You're too careless. Die now. Watch out." Mine shouted, despite her dislike for Kagaya. She couldn't afford to see her lose, as it would spell trouble for herself as well. She seemed to forget that Kagaya had once survived an all-out attack from the entire night raid unscathed. Such a simple trick was hardly a threat to her. Two sharp winds closed in from behind Kagaya, their cutting pressure palpable even before they made contact. These were Daida's returning axes, his Taigu. His Taigu had immense attack power. Not only could it be thrown to harm enemies, but it would also automatically return to him. As long as he had the strength, it could even relentlessly track enemies like a shadow, making it difficult to defend against. Faced with the incoming attack, Kagaya remained completely unfazed, her face expressionless as if she hadn't even noticed the danger. Just as the two axes were about to strike her, Daida's face twisted into a smile of victory. Meanwhile, Mine grew more anxious, cursing Kagaya as a fool in her mind, wanting to help with her sniper rifle, but her injured arm was too weak to lift the heavy weapon. Perhaps the only one who understood the situation was Kurome, who showed no reaction at all. She wasn't worried about Kagaya in the slightest and stood calmly to the side, casually munching on a bag of cookies. In Daida's mind, Kagaya was as good as dead. With such a short distance, there was no time to react, and even if she did, her body wouldn't move quickly enough to evade. But his plan failed. Kagaya's figure flickered, and the swiftly spinning axes vanished from the air. The next moment, they were in her hands, their cold blades gleaming. What? Daida gasped in shock. He hadn't expected Kagaya to catch the axes. At such high speed, she had caught them barehanded. It was unbelievable. Anyone else would have had their hands sliced off by the sharp blades. The shouting from the surrounding Imperial soldiers, who had been like spectators, suddenly ceased as if someone had choked them into silence. "So, these are your Taigu?" Kagaya examined the axes in her hands with some curiosity. About 1,000 years ago, the founding emperor of the empire, to ensure long-term rule, used unimaginable wealth and power to gather the world's top craftsmen. They used materials from legendary super dangerous beasts, along with rare metals like orichalcum and numerous lost secrets, to create 48 unique weapons, known as Taigu. As the founding emperor's masterpiece, Taigu possess power far beyond ordinary comprehension. A single person wielding a Taigu could potentially fight an entire army. Its death is a prime example. Her power was so overwhelming that it would take an elite force of over 50,000 soldiers and more than 10 skilled Taigu users, including the ace assassin Akame, to defeat her. Kagaya had always been curious about these powerful weapons and wanted to study them, but she never had the chance, until now. She scrutinized the axes, but found nothing particularly special about them. Even with her eye technique, she couldn't detect anything unusual or feel any significant power within. Could something be blocking my senses? In that case, let's just take it apart and see. Without hesitation, Kagaya pressed her fingers on either side of the axe and pulled. With a crisp snap, both axes were simultaneously snapped in half. The once indestructible Taigu crumbled in Kagaya's hands like brittle cookies. Seems like it broke, Kagaya remarked, holding up the pieces of what was now scrap metal. You snapped it in half, of course it's broken. Mine couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief. The Imperial soldiers and Daida were completely dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock. Taigu were supposed to be nearly indestructible, only a special Taigu like the Prime Minister's Iristone could easily destroy another Taigu, and that was due to its unique properties. This was why Daida had been so confident. Even if Kagaya had taken his Taigu, there shouldn't have been anything she could do with it. But he hadn't anticipated that Kagaya's mere curiosity would lead to her snapping it in two. Chapter 307, Pleading. The Taigu, with which he had spent countless days and nights, had been destroyed just like that, crushed effortlessly by someone as if it were nothing. He found it hard to accept. For many who had fought numerous battles, their Taigu was not just a weapon or a tool. Sometimes, it felt more like a lifelong companion or even a family member with whom they shared their honor and disgrace. But unfortunately, his companion and family had already been broken, reduced to a useless heap of metal by the silver-haired girl standing before him. I'm really sorry, Kagaya said with a completely insincere smile, tossing the broken pieces of the Taigu in her hand. But you can't blame me, it's just that this axe wasn't very durable. I'm going to kill you. Daida suddenly looked up, his voice full of malice. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. His teeth ground together with an audible clench, like a fierce beast ready to tear its prey apart. As soon as the words left his mouth, Daida roared in fury, stomping hard on the ground, which cracked under the pressure. Using the force of the recoil, he shot forward like a cannonball, breaking the sound barrier with his speed. With a powerful gust of wind, he swung his massive fist toward Kagaya with a speed and force that seemed unstoppable. If you like it so much, I'll give it back to you, Kagaya said with a slight smile, her delicate hand flicking the axe fragments like bolts of lightning. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Blood sprayed everywhere. The fragments of the axe shot through Daida's body like bullets, causing crimson blood to spurt from his wounds, forming a mist of blood in the air. Daida staggered a few steps, looked down at his body, now riddled with bloody holes, swayed a bit, and then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless. Can't people these days at least have the decency to accept when they're just fodder? Kagaya shrugged, turning to face the Imperial soldiers, a faint smile on her beautiful face. So, what now? Are you just going to stand there and wait to die? Kagaya's voice was not loud, but to the Imperial soldiers, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day, making their ears ring. Their faces were filled with terror, and they instinctively took a step back. A chill ran down their spines, spreading throughout their bodies, and they couldn't help but shiver. The atmosphere grew tense, as if frozen, the pressure causing their hearts to pound in fear. The soldiers' throats bobbed as they gulped nervously, cold sweat beading on their foreheads and trickling down their cheeks. It looks like you all have a death wish, Kagaya said with a half-smile, fixing her gaze on them. If you're so eager to serve the Empire, I'll gladly oblige. Just then, chaos erupted among the Imperial soldiers. At first, 1 or 2 soldiers turned to flee, then 3 or 4, and soon after, it became a full-scale rout. The soldiers fled in every direction, desperately trying to escape, terrified of being left behind. At that moment, they wished they had more than 2 legs to run with. Their captain had been killed in an instant by this silver-haired girl, what chance did they, mere soldiers, have? Moreover, they had heard rumors that this breathtakingly beautiful girl was once the Imperial princess, possessing terrifying power. It was even said that an army of tens of thousands of northern tribesmen had been wiped out under her command. To pit ordinary soldiers like them against such a formidable foe was nothing short of suicidal. As Kagaya watched the Imperial soldiers flee in panic, she turned around, clapping her hands, and said with a smile, "All right, the nuisances have run off." Yes, Kurome nodded softly. She took Kagaya's hand and obediently followed behind her, like a dutiful wife. Come to think of it, they hadn't even finished their meal because of those uninvited guests. Wait, a voice called from behind. What is it? do you need something? Kagaya asked, turning around. I didn't expect you to still be here, I thought you would have already run away, Kurome remarked, glancing at her. Mine ignored Kurome's jab and, with a hint of urgency in her voice, said, can I ask you for a favor? What kind of favor? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Could you help me save Leon? Mine asked anxiously. What happened? Wasn't she with you? Kagaya asked, confused. She was, but we encountered the Imperial army along the way. Leon lured them away, heading north, but that's the Empire's territory, and I don't know what happened to her. Please, I'm begging you to help me save her, Mine pleaded. I see, Kagaya tilted her head, looking with interest at the pink twin-tailed girl before her. But why should I save you? After all, Night Raid is my enemy. But aren't you friends? Mine said urgently. You've known each other for so long, aren't you close? Close. Hearing this, Kurome's previously indifferent ears perked up. She walked over to Kagaya, took her hand, and began pulling her toward the room, saying, let's go eat. I'm hungry. What's wrong? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Nothing. I'm just hungry, Kurome replied, holding Kagaya's hand tightly with a small smile. Let's go eat, all right. Mine, clutching her injured right shoulder, staggered after them, pleading desperately, please, save Leon. You're the only one who can help her. It's just a small thing for you, but if you wait any longer, it'll be too late. Why should I save my enemy? Kagaya asked, turning to stare at her. Kagaya was about to say more when she suddenly froze, her face showing surprise. Mine, the proud and strong-willed girl, had dropped to her knees with a thud. Kneeling on the ground, Mine bit her lip and said sorrowfully, please, save Leon. At the same time, Kagaya felt a tug on her hand. She turned to find Kurome pulling at her. Let's go eat, all right. Kurome said softly, holding her hand. Kagaya was momentarily stunned, noticing an unexpected hint of pleading in Kurome's gaze. Chapter 308, Little Jealous One. The two girls' gazes were both fixed on Kagaya, as if waiting for her decision. Kagaya looked at Mine, then at Kurome, feeling a bit puzzled. She couldn't quite understand, especially why Kurome was trying to stop her from rescuing Leon. As far as she knew, Kurome and Leon hadn't had any conflicts. On the contrary, Leon seemed to like Kurome, perhaps because she knew that Kurome was Akame's sister. It made sense to Kagaya why Kurome wouldn't want to save Mine if she were in trouble. After all, the two of them were like sworn enemies, always at odds with each other, and it wasn't a new development. Seeing Kurome's tense face and her big, black and white eyes fixed on her with a slight, unnatural tension, Kagaya frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. Are you jealous? Kagaya asked, turning to Kurome with a curious look. Kurome froze, her cheeks turning bright red in an instant. She stammered, how could I be? Of course not. Really? Kagaya asked, eyeing Kurome with interest. Then why don't you want me to save her? I. Kurome turned her head away, pouting stubbornly. I'm just hungry. Is that so? Kagaya smiled slightly, pinching her cheek. You can't fool me. You always look to the right when you lie. Kurome bit her lip and was silent for a moment. Then she suddenly spoke up, they're Night Raid, and they're our enemies. I don't want you getting involved with those women. Is that all? Kagaya asked, still smiling at Kurome. That's all, Kurome replied, turning her head away with an unhappy huff. At that moment, Kagaya stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Kurome, pulling her into a tight hug. Kurome was caught off guard and tried to struggle at first, but seeing how tightly Kagaya was holding her, she gave up. However, she kept her small face turned away, clearly upset. Kagaya found Kurome's jealousy rather adorable, like a small, sulking child. I know what you're worried about, but it's not what you think, Kagaya whispered softly, holding Kurome close and gazing into her eyes. There's nothing special between me and her. In my heart, the person I like most is you. Kurome's large, black and white eyes blinked in surprise, and a flush of pink spread across her cheeks. She murmured, who knows if you're telling the truth? How dare you doubt me? It seems I need to punish you, Kagaya said, pretending to be angry. Before Kurome could respond, Kagaya hugged her even tighter. It was a long while before Kagaya finally let go, gently holding Kurome by the waist. Well, do you believe me now? Kurome, her eyes unfocused and dazed, took a moment to come back to her senses. Though she was still pouting slightly, the warm flush on her face told a different story. Having just experienced a sweet night with Kagaya, Kurome was still feeling vulnerable and insecure, unable to shake the feeling that it might all have been a dream. She feared that when she woke up the next morning, everything would return to the way it was before. And now, seeing another woman by Kagaya's side, a beautiful, well-endowed woman at that, had naturally triggered her jealousy and insecurity. She worried that Kagaya might abandon her for someone else. Of course, these fears were unfounded, but for a girl who had just experienced the most important night of her life, they were especially significant. It's easy to understand, if a girl spends a night with her boyfriend, only to see him chatting happily with a pretty stranger the next day, it's only natural for her to feel suspicious. Mine, watching this unfold, couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself that she had been right, these two really were a couple of weirdos. But she didn't dare say anything, afraid that if she angered them, they might refuse to help Leon. At that moment, Kagaya walked over to Mine and said, "All right, tell me the general direction, and I'll go." "Thank you," Mine said softly. She wanted to say more, but the words stuck in her throat. Sensing Mine's gratitude, Kagaya simply smiled and didn't say anything further. She turned to Kurome, gently stroking her cheek, and said with a smile, "I'll go by myself. You stay here and take care of Mine, and wait for me to come back." "I want to go too," Kurome said anxiously when she heard that Kagaya wasn't taking her along. "Be good, and listen," Kagaya said. "If you leave, who will take care of this little one? What if she starves, freezes, or gets carried off by wolves?" Kurome looked reluctant but, after glancing at Kagaya, she bit her lip and finally nodded reluctantly. Since Kagaya hadn't bothered to lower her voice, Mine naturally heard everything. Hearing Kagaya talk about her like that, Mine wanted to retort, but thinking that she still needed Kagaya's help, she held her tongue, though she couldn't help but feel a little angry. "All right, I'm off." "I wouldn't want that little cow, Leon, to get captured," Kagaya said, waving at them before turning away. With a light step, she shot off like a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. Kurome sighed softly, feeling troubled. She had planned to insist on going with Kagaya, no matter what, even if it meant being scolded or yelled at. But when she saw the gentle look in Kagaya's eyes, her resolve faltered, and she couldn't bring herself to argue. Could it be like that little booklet said? Does love really make people stupid? Kurome wondered, feeling frustrated and unable to calm down. Suddenly, she heard a noise and turned to find herself meeting Mine's gaze. The two stared at each other for a moment before both huffed and turned away. Kagaya's toes lightly touched the soft snow, and her body flashed like lightning across the landscape, leaving no trace in the snow behind her. She moved at full speed, racing northward without pause. Suddenly, Kagaya stopped and bent down, brushing away the snow on the ground with her hand, revealing a pale hand underneath. It was a dead hand, belonging to a corpse buried under the snow at her feet. Kagaya glanced around, her clear eyes narrowing as she noticed several more corpses nearby. Scattered among them were spears, swords, shields, and other weapons. The bodies were dressed in Imperial army uniforms, their armor bearing the insignia of the Empire. It was clear that these corpses were Imperial soldiers, the only ones equipped with such orderly weapons and gear. Most of the bodies bore the marks of heavy blows, some even had clear imprints of fists or claw marks, as if they had been slashed by a beast. Kagaya stood up and looked into the distance. If she was right, these men were likely killed by Leon. Only Leon could leave such marks. The further she went, the more bodies she found, lying scattered across the ground. Most had already been buried under the snow, with their blood frozen into ice. It seemed Leon was just ahead. Kagaya stood up and followed the trail of bodies, running in the direction they pointed. Chapter 309, Leon's Crisis. Kagaya's toes lightly touched the soft snow, and her body flashed like lightning across the landscape, leaving no trace in the snow behind her. Moving at top speed, she raced northward without stopping. Suddenly, Kagaya halted, bent down, and brushed away the snow on the ground with her hand, revealing a pale hand beneath. It was the hand of a dead person, and beneath the snow at her feet lay a cold corpse. Kagaya looked around, her clear eyes narrowing as she noticed several other corpses nearby, with spears, swords, shields, and other weapons scattered across the ground. The bodies were dressed in Imperial army uniforms, with armor bearing the insignia of the Empire. It was clear that these corpses belonged to the Imperial army, only the Imperial soldiers could be so uniformly equipped. Most of the bodies bore the marks of heavy blows, some even had clear imprints of fists or claw marks, as if they had been slashed by a beast. Kagaya stood up and looked into the distance. If she was right, these soldiers were likely killed by Leon. Only Leon could have left such marks. The further she went, the more bodies she found, lying haphazardly on the ground. Most were already buried under the snow, and the crimson blood had frozen into icy patches. It seemed Leon was just ahead. Kagaya stood up and ran in the direction indicated by the trail of bodies. Meanwhile, in another snowy area, a group of people was locked in a fierce battle. Shouts and screams filled the air, and the sound of combat was almost deafening. But on closer inspection, it wasn't a chaotic free-for-all, rather, a large group of armored Imperial soldiers was attacking a single girl. The girl had long, golden hair and a delicate face, with a tall, curvy figure. Her chest stood proudly, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. However, she was different from an ordinary girl. On her head were a pair of furry beast ears, and her arms ended in sharp, clawed paws. She was none other than Leone, the person Kagaya was searching for. Leone was in a sorry state, her body covered in dirt and her clothes torn to shreds. Her body was riddled with wounds, and blood continuously seeped from her injuries. A normal person with so many wounds would have died long ago, but Leone had a special ability. Her wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most of the wounds under the bloodstains had already closed, though the remaining bloodstains looked gruesome. This was the power of Leone's Taigu, the king of beasts transformation, Lionel, which granted her incredible healing abilities. Even if her limbs were severed or her eyes gouged out, she could recover as if nothing had happened. However, even with this power, Leone was struggling. The Imperial soldiers were simply too many. There were at least 1,000 of them. Worse still, these soldiers were armed with the Empire's standard-issue powerful crossbows. While they might seem like simple bows, their actual power exceeded that of most firearms. A normal person shot by one of these crossbow bolts would be as good as dead, and a lighter person might even be knocked off their feet by the sheer force of the impact. Leone had suffered because of these crossbows. Although she had strong regenerative abilities, being pierced by a bolt that damaged her internal organs took much longer to heal. Moreover, if the bolt remained lodged inside her body, it would interfere with her self-healing. If she were to be shot full of bolts like a pincushion, no matter how strong her healing abilities were, she would be unable to move. Leone, after all, wasn't like Wolverine and didn't have his absurdly powerful healing factor. Compared to his, her abilities were much weaker. At the moment, she was fighting while retreating, trying to escape through the forest filled with trees. In the forest, the Imperial soldiers' numerical advantage was diminished, and she could use the terrain to ambush them. Ha! With a shout, Leone delivered a powerful punch to the soldier in front of her. His eyes bulged, and his chest caved in with a loud crack, blood spurting from his mouth as countless bones snapped. The soldier was tossed high into the air like a rag doll before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. This was the last of the Imperial squad chasing her. After an exhausting battle, she had finally killed them all. Leone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, her chest heaving up and down. Sweat trickled down her face. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled victoriously. These guys were tough. I wonder just how strong that girl must be to treat these Imperial soldiers like cannon fodder. Leone's mind flashed to the image of a silver-haired girl. It was frustrating to think about, despite being about the same age, that girl's power was terrifying, easily toying with even one of the three beasts, and casually controlling the lives of countless people. And yet here Leone was, being pushed to the brink by the Imperial army, even though these soldiers seemed to be among the Empire's elites. If it weren't for her special regenerative abilities, she might not have been able to defeat them. All right, time to go, Leone said, standing up and brushing the dirt off her clothes. I bet mine's getting impatient. Go. Go where? Just then, a deep voice sounded behind Leone. Her pupils contracted in alarm, and she quickly tried to turn around. Thud. Blood splattered. A mouthful of blood spewed from Leone's mouth as she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she was shocked to see a blood-soaked, sharp eye spike protruding from her chest. A rat is still a rat, you almost got away. A small figure emerged from behind a large tree, giggling. He had golden hair and golden eyes, a delicate face, and a small stature. He was dressed in black armor, with black horns on his head and a tail resembling that of a demon. You're one of the three beasts. Meow. Chapter 310, Entering Spectator Mode. Kagaya moved through the forest like a phantom, her steps light and graceful. With just a tap of her foot, she danced through the woods, seemingly slow yet incredibly fast, reaching far-off distances in the blink of an eye, almost as if she were teleporting. She had been traveling for about half a day and should have caught up by now, but there was still no sign of her target, nor of the Imperial army. The only thing she had encountered were corpses buried in the snow. Just as Kagaya was beginning to feel puzzled, she suddenly heard the faint sounds of battle coming from a distance. Frowning slightly, she vanished and headed swiftly toward the source of the noise. When she arrived, she found two groups locked in a fierce battle, and the combatants on both sides surprised her. One side was Night Raid. Most of the members were present, except for the injured Mine and the missing Leone. Akame, Shiel, Lubbock, and Agenda were there, along with someone Kagaya had never seen before. This new person had blue hair and a somewhat handsome face, but what was odd were the two horns on his head. He was dressed in black combat gear under a white cloak and wielded a heavy club. Kagaya paused for a moment upon seeing him, trying to recall if such a person had ever been a part of Night Raid. But then she dismissed the thought, realizing who it might be. No, it wasn't a person, he was a Taigu, specifically Nagenda's humanoid biological Taigu, Susanoo. This Taigu was one of the rare humanoid types, and only two such Taigu had ever been seen, Susanoo, standing before her, and Koro, Saryu's dog-type biological Taigu. Though these two belonged to different categories, they shared a common trait: immense strength. Koro, for instance, elevated Seiryu, who had only second-rate combat skills, into the ranks of elite fighters. Seiryu's ability to defeat both mind and shield at the same time was a testament to her Taiga's power. Susanoo, however, was even more formidable. He was one of the strongest in Akame Kill, despite being just a Taigu. His power was extraordinary, and in his berserk state, he could even contend with his death. Although he was ultimately killed by her, he was still incredibly strong. But what intrigued Kagaya more was that Susanoo was practically a domestic expert, a house husband of sorts. In addition to his fighting prowess, his abilities in household chores were unparalleled. Cooking, cleaning, and laundry were all within his skill set. If Susanoo weren't male, Kagaya might have considered wanting a Taiga like him herself. On the other side, and unsurprisingly, was the Imperial Army, led by Dr. Stylish and his stylish squad, enhanced humans who had undergone modifications. There were over 100 of these enhanced beings, all of them wearing masks, their muscular upper bodies exposed. They possessed incredible strength and vitality, making them almost impossible to kill unless their heads were severed or their hearts destroyed. Standing beside Dr. Stylish was a man with a hood over his head, his muscular upper body bare, looking like a bank robber. He carried what appeared to be a flamethrower on his back. If Kagaya was correct, this man was likely Bowles, a member of the Imperial Army. Bowles was not particularly powerful among the Imperial forces. His Taigu, Rubicante, was essentially a flamethrower capable of emitting flames that could not be extinguished with water and could also shoot magma over long distances. His trump card was a large-scale self-destruction attack, essentially a massive area of effect skill. This made him somewhat useful in large-scale battles, especially in wars between armies, but in one-on-one combat against elite fighters, he was at a disadvantage. However, these factors were not what made Kagaya take notice of him. What truly caught her attention was that this effeminate-looking man had a beautiful wife and an incredibly adorable daughter, a fact that defied Kagaya's expectations and left her speechless. That said, Bowles wasn't truly a bad person. Compared to the other sadistic killers in the Imperial Army, he was one of the better ones. The other person in the Imperial Army that surprised Kagaya was a handsome man with a strong physique, clad in gleaming armor and wielding a long spear. He looked both heroic and formidable. He was none other than Prince Saika, the prince of the northern tribes whom Kagaya had previously defeated. What was he doing here, fighting on the side of the Imperial Army? Shouldn't he have returned to the north by now? As Kagaya observed Saika more closely, her brows furrowed. Although he looked almost the same as before, there was something off about him. His expression was blank, his eyes dull, and his movements sluggish. He didn't seem like the man she had first met. Now, he looked less like a person and more like a puppet. A puppet. Kagaya felt a shiver run down her spine as a startling thought crossed her mind. Could it be? Had Saika been mentally controlled, or worse, turned into a puppet? It wasn't impossible. Considering Dr. Stylish's reputation as a mad scientist, and given that he was also a sadist, it was entirely possible that he had taken advantage of Saika's weakened state after Kagaya's near-fatal blow and turned him into one of his creations. After all, Saika was now nothing more than a defeated prince. His army of 40,000 had already been obliterated by Kagaya. The more Kagaya thought about it, the more likely it seemed. With her understanding of the madmen in the Imperial Army, it was completely plausible that they would do something like this. And with Saika having lost all value, there would be no reason to hold back. After watching the battle for a while, Kagaya decided to leave. The two sides were evenly matched, and the fight wouldn't be over anytime soon. She had more important matters to attend to. But just as Kagaya was about to turn and leave, she noticed a subtle change in the battlefield. Something seemed to have gone wrong on Night Raid's side. One by one, their members began to falter, their movements sluggish and unsteady, as if they were drunk, before collapsing to the ground. The only one unaffected appeared to be Susanoo. What was happening? The situation had developed in a way that Kagaya hadn't anticipated. How could the members of Night Raid suddenly fall like that? Did the Imperial Army have some kind of secret weapon? Kagaya's brows furrowed deeply as she pondered the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be? Chapter 311, Become My Lackey. If Kagaya's guess was correct, the only thing that could cause Night Raid to lose their combat ability in an instant was poison, specifically, the poison created by Dr. Stylish. This poison was colorless, tasteless, and incredibly potent, able to incapacitate its victims within seconds. In the original story, Dr. Stylish had used such poison before. If Najenda and Susanoo hadn't arrived in time, it would have been disastrous. Now, Dr. Stylish was using his old tricks once again. My body suddenly can't move, Najenda gritted her teeth, struggling to speak as she lay on the ground. Could it be poison? Akame tried to prop herself up, but the poison had drained her strength, leaving her body feeling completely hollow. Damn it. Lubbock, already unable to move a finger, cursed bitterly as he lay on the ground. On a distant cliff, 4 figures stood watching. The leader was a man in a suit, wearing a white lab coat over it, Dr. Stylish, whom Kagaya had seen before. Standing with him were 3 people with distinct appearances. One had eyes that looked like a kaleidoscope, another had a long nose resembling Pinocchio, and the last had large ears like Dumbo. These 3 were Dr. Stylish's enhanced human reconnaissance team, known as Eye, Ear, and Nose. If Kagaya had been there, she would have definitely mocked them harshly. What kind of ridiculous names are these? Seriously, couldn't they have come up with something better? The poison is taking effect, Dr. Stylish, I said, shading his eyes as he peered into the distance. One of my trump cards, a highly fashionable, ultra-potent paralyzing gas, Dr. Stylish said proudly. Nose stepped back in alarm and exclaimed, but won't our own troops be affected too? Idiot, Ear said with disdain. Of course, our own troops have already been given the antidote. Really? Nose said in surprise, his long nose exhaling 2 puffs of white air as he blushed. As expected of Dr. Stylish, so impressive. But seeing a man, especially one who was quite effeminate, making such expressions and gestures was just too nauseating. In fact, I didn't really want to use this new drug on such lively test subjects, Dr. Stylish said with a regretful expression, then brushed a strand of hair away from his face. This drug was incredibly difficult to create, a precious masterpiece. But I had no choice, after all, our people have suffered greatly at their hands. As expected of Dr. Stylish, I said expressionlessly. So compassionate, Ear said, clasping his hands together with admiration. Because of the ultrapotent paralyzing gas from Dr. Stylish, the members of Night Raid were rendered weak and powerless. They couldn't even hold their weapons, let alone stand up. Fortunately, Susanoo was unaffected by the paralyzing gas due to being a Taigu. But even with Susanoo fighting, it was difficult to fend off the endless waves of enhanced humans. These enhanced soldiers were far stronger than ordinary Imperial soldiers. Not only were they powerful, but their vitality was astonishing. Even though Susanoo could target their weak points, it still took considerable effort to take them down. As Night Raid's members were about to be overwhelmed by the tide of enhanced soldiers, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared before them. With a wave of a snow-white arm, the approaching enhanced soldiers were sent flying as if struck by a powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Who are you? Nagenda's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the familiar figure before her. Akame seemed equally surprised, unable to comprehend why someone had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, the bespectacled Shield looked slightly dazed, as if she hadn't fully grasped what was happening. It looks like we meet again, boss, Kagaya said with a sly smile, turning to Nagenda with her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. What are you doing here? Nagenda quickly regained her composure and asked. Is there a rule that says I can't be here? Kagaya tossed her silver hair with a faint smile. Are you here to save us? Nagenda felt a glimmer of hope. If Kagaya wasn't here to save them, why show up now? Wouldn't it have been more convenient to wait until they were dead? Upon hearing Nagenda's question, both Shield and Lubbock looked surprised, and even Akame's eyes widened slightly. Not at all, Kagaya quickly waved her hand and laughed. Sorry, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to save you. You're not. Nagenda looked puzzled, unsure of what Kagaya's intentions were. Then why? First of all, the Imperial army is also my enemy, so I'm here to take care of them. That has nothing to do with you, Kagaya said. Secondly, you're also my enemies, but it would be a waste to kill you outright. Kagaya paced back and forth, lightly stroking her chin as if in thought. After a moment, she clapped her hands and smiled. Here's an idea, why don't you become my subordinates? I mean, join me. If you pledge your loyalty, you'll get all kinds of benefits, social security, a pension, bonuses, a private villa, everything you could want. How about it? Give it some thought. Kagaya's clear, beautiful eyes widened in anticipation as she clasped her hands together, looking at them expectantly. But unfortunately, they didn't seem swayed by her offer. Sorry, if that's all you have to say, then there's no reason for us to continue this conversation, Nagenda said sternly. We will never betray our beliefs or join you. Beliefs. Kagaya chuckled softly. And what might those be? Overthrowing the Empire's tyranny, eliminating its corrupt officials, wiping out evil, and bringing peace and happiness to the people. Nagenda didn't respond, but the resolute look in her eyes said everything. Seeing their determined expressions, Kagaya couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Sensing Kagaya's mockery, Nagenda suppressed her anger and asked in a deep voice. Nothing, I'm just laughing at you, Kagaya's lips curled into a sneer. You're so naive. Chapter 312, Cleaning Up the Trash. You're nothing but pawns being used, Kagaya said, twirling a strand of hair around her finger with a light chuckle. But forget it. There's no point in wasting words on you, trying to reason with blockheads like you is like playing music to cattle. What do you know? Nagenda suddenly erupted with emotion, shouting, how could a high and mighty princess like you ever understand how the people below live? To you, this is just a game, just charity for them. But how could you know how hard it is for them to survive? How many innocent people die every day? So that's your reason for joining the Revolutionary Army? Kagaya asked, her clear eyes fixed on Najenda, her voice low and serious. Yes, Najenda replied firmly. Only by overthrowing the Empire's brutal rule can we renew this country. And you're so certain the Revolutionary Army will fulfill your wishes? Kagaya asked mockingly. I can't guarantee the Revolutionary Army is without faults, but, Najenda said with determined eyes, it will never become a second empire. Oh dear, I understand your feelings. It's good to have a strong sense of justice, Kagaya said, spreading her hands with a light laugh. But it's a shame that you don't use your brain when you act. Talking to you makes me feel like my IQ is dropping. What a foolish woman. What? Just as Najenda's face twisted with anger and she was about to retort, she suddenly froze. At that moment, a swarm of enhanced soldiers surged forward again. Not only that, but the puppetized northern tribe prince, Saika, was among them, his emotionless eyes fixed on Kagaya, his muscular body tense like a predator ready to strike. The air was thick with tension, as if a fierce battle could break out at any moment. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, the enhanced soldiers extended their claws and charged at them with wild cries. At the same time, Saika's figure blurred into motion, turning into a streak of light as he shot toward Kagaya with blinding speed. I hate three things the most: green peppers, carrots, and... Kagaya counted on her fingers, smiling slightly, fodder. As soon as she finished speaking, Kagaya let out a light laugh. Suddenly, countless white bone spikes appeared from the void around her, pale and sharp, glinting with a dangerous light. All killing ash bones. The white bone spikes shot out instantly, like streams of light, filling the sky as they rained down on the enemy. The enhanced soldiers had no chance to resist, they were immediately pierced by the bone spikes. The bodies of the enhanced soldiers began to glow with a strange red light, and under this eerie glow, their bodies disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Large chunks of flesh and tissue fell to the ground, crumbling into dust. What? Not only Najenda, but everyone else, including Akame, was stunned by the sight. They hadn't expected the silver-haired girl before them to have such terrifying power, capable of turning enemies to dust completely. And the speed, striking like lightning before anyone could react, was the most terrifying part. Even Akame, known for her speed, would find it difficult to dodge such an attack. Once hit, death was inevitable. Unless one could sever the affected part of their body the instant they were struck, survival was impossible. Of course, if vital areas like the chest, head, or neck were hit, there would be no hope at all. Oh no. Dr. Stylish let out a cry of anguish, clutching his chest as if suffering a heart attack. My Stylish squad, they were my painstaking creation. Don't worry, Dr. Stylish, Ear hurried over to comfort him. But before she could finish speaking, Dr. Stylish kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. Caught off guard, she crashed to the ground. Failure is not an option in the world of fashion. Do you think my fashion ends here? Dr. Stylish's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, a wicked smile spreading across his face. DDR, Stylish, Nose stammered, clutching his chest in fear. Some of them are still alive. Oh. Dr. Stylish looked into the distance and saw two figures still standing. These two were Saika and Bowles. I didn't expect any survivors, Kagaya said, slightly surprised as she observed the two. Their clothes were covered in dust, and their bodies were riddled with scars, but they hadn't been struck by Kagaya's all-killing ash bone scatter. Saika, under Kagaya's gaze, remained expressionless, showing no sign of fear, likely because, as a puppet, he had lost his consciousness. The other survivor was Bowles. Kagaya hadn't expected him to survive her attack, and this surprised her. Such strength. Bowles' heart pounded in his chest, as if it would leap out at any moment. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and cold sweat drenched his back. He had seen Kagaya fight from a distance before, and they had even crossed paths a few times. But he was no match for her, she could kill with a single casual strike. The ease with which she fought was terrifying. What should I do? Bowles instinctively took a step back, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if he were being hunted by a highly dangerous predator. His limbs began to weaken. At that moment, Saika launched an attack on Kagaya. Draped in gleaming armor and wielding a sharp spear, Saika moved with lightning speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. He thrust his spear with deadly precision, like a serpent striking or a dragon emerging from the water. However, Kagaya seemed to anticipate the attack. With a calm expression, she casually waved her hand, and a flash of light shot out at lightning speed, heading straight for Saika. With a sharp clang, Kagaya looked on in surprise as Saika, once a dashing and handsome prince of the northern tribe, now bearded and haggard, managed to block her attack. She hadn't expected him to withstand her blow. After all, Kagaya's power was growing every day, and she was much stronger now than before. Could it be? Chapter 313, Continuing to Deal with the Trash. As if sensing Kagaya's thoughts, Dr. Stylish flicked his hair back with a smug smile and said, "This is my most prized enhanced human, a true masterpiece of fashion." Not only has his body been significantly strengthened, granting him even greater speed and power than before, but his brain has also been upgraded. His reaction time is 3 times that of an ordinary person, and he possesses incredible. Dr. Stylish, I weakly interrupted from the side, Seiko, has already been taken down by that silver-haired girl. What? What did you say? Dr. Stylish didn't comprehend at first, but then his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. He quickly looked down at the battlefield below. Just moments ago, Seiko had charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, brandishing his spear, which created a flurry of spear shadows that struck at Kagaya like falling stars. Facing Seiko's onslaught of swift and powerful attacks, Kagaya moved with light, graceful steps, dodging effortlessly. She made it look as though she were taking a leisurely stroll rather than engaging in battle. Perhaps due to her previous experience fighting Estheth, even though Seiko's attacks were strong, fast, and flashy, they were still several levels below Estheth's. Despite his enhancements, Seiko was no match. Although Seiko's assault seemed fierce, it had a glaring flaw: his strikes lacked any semblance of finesse. Seiko's strength in the past didn't come from the sheer power or speed of his attacks, but from their flexibility and unpredictability, targeting weak spots with precision, leaving his opponents defenseless. But now, as a puppet, Seiko had gained significant physical enhancements, yet his techniques had turned into a clumsy mess, like mud that couldn't hold its shape. After toying with him for a while, Kagaya grew bored. What kind of fight was this? Seiko's attempts at combat were as chaotic and disorganized as a child's flailing punches. The members of Night Raid, however, saw things differently. Akame, in particular, was shocked by Kagaya's overwhelming power, her large, beautiful eyes wide with surprise. She had fought Kagaya before and had been no match for her, even suffering humiliation and defeat at her hands. Still, Akame hadn't been willing to accept that Kagaya was truly stronger, attributing her loss to Kagaya's trickery. But now, it was clear that this wasn't the case at all. Akame's current speed was on par with Seiko's, perhaps even slightly inferior. If she were to face Seiko head-on, she might not be defeated, but she would certainly struggle in a prolonged battle. There was no way she could fight as effortlessly as Kagaya was. "It's time to put you out of your misery," Kagaya said with a light laugh, all while evading Seiko's relentless attacks. As she spoke, Kagaya's snow-white right arm flicked, and a pale bone spike shot out from her palm. She grasped the spike in her hand, while her other hand, smooth as jade, rose and aimed directly at the charging Seiko. Bansho Tenin. A massive force erupted from Kagaya's palm, instantly halting Seiko's momentum. His speed dropped drastically, as if he had been caught in quicksand, unable to move. Seiko let out a beast-like roar, struggling desperately, his muscles tensing and veins bulging. But no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't break free. The powerful gravitational force was like an enormous cage, trapping him so completely that he couldn't even move a finger. Bansho Tenin was not something easily overcome. Even Naruto, in Sage mode, had been unable to escape it. There was no way Seiko could break free. Under Kagaya's Bansho Tenin, Seiko's body was pulled irresistibly toward her. As he came within reach, Kagaya lifted her delicate arm, gripping the bone spike, and with a lightning-fast motion, thrust it toward Seiko's chest. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed as Seiko's body jerked, his eyes widening in shock. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth, forming a mist in the air. With a flick of her arm, Kagaya sent Seiko's body flying like a rag doll, before it crashed heavily to the ground. Kagaya didn't bother to look at him again. Those struck by her all-killing ash bone in a vital spot had no chance of survival. Even in the original story, Uchiha Obito was turned to dust by this technique. Its lethality was among the highest, with virtually no survivors once hit. The area around the wound in Seiko's chest began to crumble, the strange red glow spreading to the rest of his body. His tissues and organs disintegrated, turning into dust that scattered into the wind. Perhaps sensing his impending death, a flash of clarity appeared in Seiko's eyes, as if he had suddenly regained his senses. He didn't look at his wound, but instead, with great effort, turned his head to gaze at the silver-haired girl standing not far away. Unfortunately, she didn't notice his final struggle, nor did she turn around. The last thing he saw was the long silver hair cascading down her back. Seiko's eyes remained fixed on that figure as he stretched out his arm, clutching something tightly in his hand. Finally, his arm fell limp, and Seiko's body disintegrated into a pile of dust under the faint red light. "Damn it!" Dr. Stylish shouted in frustration from a distance, clenching his fists in anger. "What do we do now, Dr. Stylish?" I asked urgently, clearly sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "There's nothing we can do now," Dr. Stylish said, tapping his forehead with his finger. "We need to retreat for now. Running away is the best option." No sooner had Dr. Stylish spoken than he turned and bolted, fleeing toward the distant forest. The Imperial princess was indeed as formidable as the legends claimed, perhaps even more so. It seemed he would have to find another way. Maybe he should report this to his death. Given her temperament, she would definitely come here. Dr. Stylish thought to himself as he ran. So, you're just going to run away? A silver-haired figure stepped out of the shadows, chuckling softly. We still have so many scores to settle, don't we, Imperial scientist? What? Dr. Stylish gasped in shock. Chapter 314, is being big really that impressive? What's going on? Dr. Stylish couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked hard and rubbed them, only to realize that this wasn't a hallucination. The Imperial princess was indeed standing right in front of them. Could the person they saw earlier in the distance have been a fake? How could she have appeared here in an instant? Could it be a space-related Taigu? Dr. Stylish thought of Shiel's Taigu, which had the ability to traverse space. But he hadn't heard of any other Taigu outside the 47 known ones with the power to teleport. Dr. Stylish had guessed part of it correctly. This was indeed a space manipulation ability. However, it wasn't a power from a Taigu but rather an ability Kagaya herself possessed, Yamatsu Hirasaka. You all like running, don't you? Kagaya twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, her tone playful. Go ahead, keep running. Seeing Kagaya's amused expression, Dr. Stylish felt his heart sink. The Imperial princess's power far exceeded anything he had imagined. She was a warrior whose strength rivaled that of his death, the Empire's most powerful general. He had harbored some doubts, thinking that no matter how strong Kagaya was, she couldn't possibly match his death. He knew all too well how terrifying his death was. But now, he was starting to believe it. Hearing Kagaya mention settling accounts with him made Dr. Stylish panic. He had done many terrible things in Kagaya's territory, especially the plague incident, which he had orchestrated. There were still some hidden laboratories in her domain. Don't worry, Dr. Stylish, I said, stepping in front of Kagaya, shouting loudly. Nose also blocked Kagaya's path, yelling, we'll protect you. No, given the situation, that's impossible, Dr. Stylish thought to himself. She's not someone you recon types can defeat. If that's the case, there's only one option left. Suddenly, Dr. Stylish pulled out an injection from his pocket. His face twisted with a sinister grin as he said, looks like I'll have to use this, trump card number 3, Danger Beast transformation. With those words, Dr. Stylish jammed the injection into his neck. Kagaya watched with mild curiosity. What was this? Some kind of enhancement drug. But no matter what it was, it wouldn't change the outcome. These short-term enhancements were like drinking poison to quench thirst. They couldn't fundamentally alter a person's power, especially since most of these drugs had severe side effects, sometimes even leading to death. Just look at Kurome. Though she gained great power, her body was severely depleted, and her physical functions were seriously damaged. If it weren't for Kagaya, she might not have lived much longer. So Kagaya wasn't particularly worried. At that moment, Dr. Stylish's body began to change. His body swelled rapidly, his back bulging grotesquely, and within seconds, he had transformed into a massive, muscle-bound giant. This is the ultimate in fashion. Dr. Stylish roared with excitement, his face contorted into a grotesque grin. I've transformed into a danger beast. As time passed, Dr. Stylish's body continued to swell. In no time, he had grown to dozens of meters tall, like a skyscraper towering over the landscape. His massive form blotted out the sun. The muscles on his body were taut, with well-defined lines, as if carved from stone, brimming with immense power. However, despite Dr. Stylish's body enlarging, oddly enough, his upper body did not swell along with the rest. Instead, it remained the same as before. Compared to his gigantic lower half, his upper body was almost invisible, creating a bizarre and unsettling appearance, like a chicken's head attached to a pig's body. So beautiful. As expected of Dr. Stylish. Eye and Nose looked on with expressions of admiration as the giant loomed before them like a mountain. Beautiful. Kagaya's mouth twitched as she looked at the grotesque monster before her, black lines forming on her forehead. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Perverts attract perverts, their aesthetic sense is as twisted as their minds. At that moment, two giant hands suddenly reached out and grabbed the bewildered Eye and Nose. You're my precious nourishment, Dr. Stylish said with a sadistic grin. Suddenly, his belly split open, revealing a gaping maw. Let's become one. With a flick of his arm, he tossed the two into his gaping mouth. Oh. Two screams were abruptly cut off, leaving only the sickening sound of bones crunching as Dr. Stylish chewed. He had devoured Eye and Nose just like that. Off to the side, Ear was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Watching her comrades being eaten, she somehow found the strength to stand and tried to run. But she didn't get far before Dr. Stylish's massive hand grabbed her and, with a pitiful scream, she met the same fate as the others. Listening to the giant's loud chewing, Kagaya frowned. These guys were truly disgusting. It's one thing to be a pervert, nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with being a bit twisted. But being this revolting? That's just wrong. This is truly wonderful. To devour such rich meat as nourishment, upgrading my body, now I feel full of power. Dr. Stylish exclaimed, his face filled with excitement, though a note of regret crept in. But this size is still far from enough, completely incomparable to the Supreme Taigu. Kagaya frowned, feeling that his words were oddly obscene. Was it just her imagination? In order to become even stronger, you'll have to let me devour you too. Dr. Stylish's face twisted into a crazed smile. With those words, a giant hand shot down toward Kagaya. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook, rocks flew, and dust billowed everywhere. The impact pulverized the rocks and trees beneath it. Where Kagaya had been standing, the ground had caved in, leaving a massive handprint over 10 meters deep. Really now, do you think size matters? Kagaya blinked her clear eyes and chuckled softly. Then let me show you something bigger. Come out, stone statue. Chapter 3:15, sorry, but I'm still a bit bigger. Stone statue. As Dr. Stylish stood there, confused, the ground suddenly began to tremble. A thunderous noise echoed through the sky, as if an earthquake had struck. Even Dr. Stylish's massive body wavered, stumbling a bit before regaining his balance. What is this? Dr. Stylish muttered in disbelief, staring at the ground not far away. He watched as the earth beneath Kagaya's feet began to bulge upward. Huge rocks emerged from the soil, while dust and debris filled the air, swirling all around. When the commotion finally settled, an enormous stone statue stood before Dr. Stylish. The statue was colossal, towering over him like a mountain, even taller than Dr. Stylish by half a head. Though made entirely of stone and lacking the bulging muscles of Dr. Stylish's form, it exuded an even more menacing aura. This was one of the abilities of the Tenseigan, capable of summoning a giant stone statue with immense power. The statue wasn't just strong, it had incredible regenerative abilities, strong enough to subdue even the Nine Tails, as it had done before. I'm sorry, but it seems mine is still a bit bigger, Kagaya said with a light laugh, sitting casually on the shoulder of the stone statue. She brushed back her silky hair. Dr. Stylish, still stunned by the scene before him, seemed momentarily dazed. Hearing Kagaya's words, he snapped back to reality. You think you can fool me with a fake? Dr. Stylish growled, gritting his teeth. As if trying to convince himself, he added, yes, it must be fake. Are you just lying to yourself? Kagaya asked with a sly smile. Why don't you test it to see if it's real or not? It has to be fake. Don't think you can fool me with this. Dr. Stylish roared, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury. I'll kill you and turn you into my nourishment. With that, Dr. Stylish charged forward, his massive feet thundering across the ground. He raised his fist and swung it fiercely at Kagaya's stone statue. Boom. A deafening crash echoed through the air as Dr. Stylish's fist collided with the stone statue's fist. But instead of overpowering the statue, Dr. Stylish was forced back by the impact. He staggered several steps before finally regaining his footing. The difference in power was immediately clear. Despite his massive size, Dr. Stylish's transformed body was nothing more than a paper tiger, a large but weak figure. He had the bulk but lacked true strength, and even his balance was poor. When he attacked Kagaya's stone statue with all his might, using the momentum of his charge, he was the one who got knocked back, while the statue remained unmoved. In essence, he was all show and no substance. As if enraged by Dr. Stylish's actions, the stone statue opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. It charged forward, swinging its fist, and landed a heavy punch on Dr. Stylish's chest. Boom. With a loud thud, the statue's fist struck Dr. Stylish square in the chest. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through his muscle-bound body, causing his muscles to quiver like water ripples. Dr. Stylish's massive form was sent flying through the air like a cannonball, slamming into a distant mountain. To send a giant like Dr. Stylish flying, just how powerful was that punch? Dr. Stylish slumped against the mountain, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The stone statue's power was overwhelming, far beyond what a chemically enhanced creature like him could withstand. In the face of the statue, Dr. Stylish's transformed body was no more than a helpless child, all size and no substance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Akame in the original series. I thought you'd be stronger than this. What a disappointment, Kagaya sighed, yawning as she sat atop the stone statue. She had hoped for a bit more of a challenge, but it turned out to be nothing more than a boring match. You dare insult my fashion? Dr. Stylish roared in fury, his body swelling with anger. His muscles bulged even more, and his green veins stood out sharply. With a loud stomp, he rose from the ground. I'll kill you. He let out a fierce cry, charging at Kagaya once more, his massive footsteps causing the earth to quake beneath him. So many people have said that, Kagaya remarked, shaking her head in mild exasperation, and now the grass on their graves is over a meter tall. Boom. What? Dr. Stylish's eyes widened in shock as he realized his fist had been caught by the stone statue. Gritting his teeth, he swung his other massive arm toward the statue. How pitiful. You know nothing of real power, Kagaya said softly, blinking her clear eyes with a look of pity. Do you think your so-called fashion is true power? My stylish power never fails. Dr. Stylish bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, enraged by Kagaya's mockery. But before his fist could strike the statue, the stone giant delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. With a series of loud cracks, Dr. Stylish's body was sent flying like a missile. Boom. Dr. Stylish's massive form gouged a deep trench in the ground, skidding back hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt. This is getting boring, Kagaya said as she stood up on the statue's shoulder. With a light, graceful leap, she descended like a fluttering cherry blossom. Finish him. She had lost interest in toying with such a weak opponent. If he had put up even a slight resistance, perhaps Kagaya might have been more entertained. Unfortunately, he didn't even qualify as a plaything. At Kagaya's command, the stone statue clenched its fists, let out a furious roar, and charged at the fallen Dr. Stylish. Boom. The statue's fist hammered down on Dr. Stylish's body. His eyes widened in shock as blood spurted from his mouth. But the assault didn't stop there. The statue straddled him, pummeling him with one heavy punch after another. The relentless blows sent tremors through the earth, while blood splattered everywhere, staining the white snow crimson. This time, the blood didn't come from Dr. Stylish's mouth. It was forced out by the statue's crushing blows. While the statue continued its brutal onslaught, Kagaya had already turned away and headed back to the battlefield. When she arrived, she found that the members of Night Raid had disappeared. She had been a bit careless, assuming they were too paralyzed by the ultra-strong anesthetic gas to move, so she had focused on dealing with Dr. Stylish. She hadn't expected them to escape. Oh well, Kagaya shrugged casually. They're just a bunch of weaklings. I'll catch them next time. Suddenly, Kagaya noticed something shiny beside a pile of ashes. Curious, she walked over and picked it up, a delicate pink hairpin. Kagaya recognized it immediately. It was a hairpin she used to wear. But how did it end up here? Kagaya wondered, puzzled. Chapter 316, Bolza's Daughter. When Kagaya looked back, she saw that the unfortunate Dr. Stylish had already been reduced to a pile of flesh by the violent blows of the stone statue. Even his internal organs were exposed to the outside. What had once been a massive body resembling a mountain of flesh was now nothing more than a heap of rotten meat. Kagaya wrinkled her delicate brows and covered her dainty nose with her hand. The stench was unbearable. It wasn't just the typical smell of blood, it had a foul, decayed odor mixed in, likely due to the modifications made to Dr. Stylish's body. The scent was so pungent that it almost smelled rotten. With a wave of Kagaya's pale arm, the stone statue, which had still been swinging its fists, suddenly halted. With a rumbling sound, the statue disintegrated back into a pile of ordinary rocks, burying the heap of rotten flesh beneath them. Having such a disgusting mess lying around was definitely bad for the mood. Suddenly, the corners of Kagaya's lips curled slightly as she turned her head, her clear eyes gazing toward a small mound of dirt not far away. With a faint smile, she said, "Did you really think hiding there would keep me from noticing you?" The surrounding area was deathly silent, with no sound at all, save for the howling of the northern wind. "Come out, I've already found you. If you don't, I'll have to come and get you myself," Kagaya said as she walked gracefully toward the mound, laughing softly. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Just as Kagaya raised her arm and aimed at the mound, there was a muffled bang, and the dirt pile suddenly exploded. Soil and snow flew everywhere as a figure burst out from the ground. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be you," Kagaya said with mild surprise as she saw who it was. "I didn't think you were still alive." The person before her was a tall, muscular man with a strong, well-built body. His upper body was bare, revealing sculpted muscles that looked as if they had been chiseled from stone, like those of a bodybuilder. He wore a mask on his head that resembled a gas mask, which, combined with his towering physique, gave him a somewhat comical appearance, like a bank robber. If Kagaya wasn't mistaken, this man was an Imperial soldier named Bowles. "Princess." "Your Highness," Bowles stammered, clutching his flamethrower Taigu. Although his face was hidden, his voice revealed his nervousness. "So, we meet again, Bowles," Kagaya said with a smile as she approached him. "Ah, yes," Bowles replied, clearly flustered by Kagaya's demeanor. "I didn't expect to encounter you here." Kagaya walked right up to him, smiling as she said, "So, are you planning to oppose me?" "And no," Bowles quickly stowed away his flamethrower, waving his hands frantically. "How's your daughter? Is she doing well?" Kagaya asked with a gentle smile. Back in the capital, Kagaya had once encountered Bowles in the Imperial army, and had also met his wife and daughter by chance. His wife, just as described in the original story, was incredibly beautiful. His daughter, too, was a bright-eyed beauty in the making, a lively little girl who had cheerfully called out, "Princess, princess," upon seeing Kagaya, making a very endearing impression. "Ah, she's fine," Bowles replied hurriedly. "She misses you a lot, always asking when she'll get to see you again." "When?" Kagaya turned her clear eyes southward. "Perhaps very soon." Hearing Kagaya's words, Bowles stiffened. He seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, and the relief he had felt began to fade away, replaced by a renewed tension. "You can go," Kagaya said softly. "Ah." Bowles was momentarily stunned. "I said you can go," Kagaya repeated, turning to him with a soft smile on her pink cheeks. "You're not really a bad person, so I won't make things difficult for you this time. But you may not be so lucky next time. However, if you feel the Empire is no longer a place for you, you're welcome to bring your family to my territory. You'll be welcomed anytime." "Thank you, Princess," Bowles said, bowing deeply, just as he would have when Kagaya was still with the Imperial army. "But my family is in the capital, and with the strict security there now, I fear I won't be able to take advantage of your kind offer." Kagaya nodded, understanding. The Empire's military maintained strict control over its personnel. To prevent infiltration by the Revolutionary Army, there were rigorous registration systems in place. If anything suspicious occurred, the Imperial Army would know immediately. With Bowles's family in the capital, escaping would be nearly impossible. "Very well, I won't press the matter," Kagaya said with a light smile, unconcerned. "You may go." "Thank you, Princess," Bowles said, bowing again before turning to leave. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, as though he had just survived a great ordeal. His back was drenched in sweat. Facing the formidable princess, he knew he had no hope of victory, and even escaping seemed like an impossible dream. After all, even Dr. Stylish, transformed into a powerful danger beast, had been no match for her. How could he stand a chance? At the same time, a sense of gratitude welled up in his heart. He had faced death without fear, he wasn't a man who clung desperately to life. But what weighed heavily on his mind was his wife and daughter. He had been prepared to fight to the death, yet the princess had shown him mercy and spared him. "Wait." Just then, a melodious voice called out from behind, causing Bowles to freeze in his tracks, his heart pounding. Could the princess have changed her mind? "I almost forgot something," Kagaya said with a smile as she walked up to him, extending her pale arm. "This is for your daughter. I remember promising to give her a birthday gift, and I'm sorry I didn't deliver on that." Bowles let out a sigh of relief and turned around. In the silver-haired girl's hand was a delicate pink hairpin. The hairpin was shaped like a butterfly, with intricate detailing and adorned with sparkling rubies, making it exceptionally beautiful. Of course, this wasn't the hairpin Kagaya had just picked up, it was one she often wore herself. "This gift is far too precious," Bowles said, waving his hands in refusal. "I can't accept it. It's not for you, it's for your daughter." "Take it," Kagaya said with a light laugh, pressing the butterfly hairpin into his hand before turning to leave. "Be sure to give little Logue my regards." Logue was Bowles's daughter's name. As he watched the princess walk away, Bowles gripped the butterfly hairpin tightly in his hand. Chapter 317, Let's Go on a Date, Girl. The sky was clear, with soft, drifting clouds. The winter sun streamed down like gentle threads, warm and soothing. The howling cold wind had ceased, and the snow on the ground was gradually melting, forming small, trickling streams. The water flowed over the smooth stones, producing a pleasant, tinkling sound. Kagaya stretched lazily, feeling refreshed all over. In this mild winter sun, she found herself becoming a bit drowsy. If only it could always be like this, Kagaya thought to herself. But, it seems like I've forgotten something. Kagaya tilted her head, tapping her cheek lightly with her delicate finger. "Oh well, if I've forgotten it, it probably wasn't that important. Filling my stomach is more urgent." Saying this, Kagaya took out a bag of cookies from her pocket. The rich aroma wafted from the bag. These cookies were originally made for Kurome, but just before Kagaya left, Kurome had forced them into her hands. Seeing Kurome's blushing face, Kagaya didn't refuse and even took the opportunity to give her a kiss. Well, compared to cookies, girls are definitely more fragrant. Kagaya picked up a cookie from the bag with her fingers and placed it in her mouth, enjoying the crisp and fragrant taste. I wonder if Kurome and mine will end up fighting, Kagaya thought as she chewed. But it doesn't really matter, as long as I can get Leona. Oh no. Kagaya suddenly stood up, the cookie in her hand falling to the ground. She realized with a start that she had forgotten something important, Leona. No longer in the mood to eat, Kagaya hastily stuffed the bag of cookies into her ample chest. Fortunately, her chest was full and firm, so she didn't have to worry about the bag slipping down. With a swift stomp, Kagaya's body turned into a flash of light, speeding off into the distance. As the snow on the ground gradually melted, most of the tracks had disappeared, making it harder to search. This posed some difficulties for Kagaya, but fortunately, her ocular powers still allowed her to pick up on some clues. Suddenly, Kagaya halted in her tracks, her eyes lighting up as if she had discovered something. She walked to a large tree, bent down, and picked up a piece of white cloth from the ground. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she recognized the cloth as a part of Leona's scarf. She had a vivid memory of this scarf, which Leona wore around her neck. Around the area where the cloth was found, there were many dark red stains. If Kagaya wasn't mistaken, these were dried blood stains. Could she have been in trouble? Kagaya's heart sank. Just then, Kagaya furrowed her brows, her eyes flashing with a sharp glint. She spun around abruptly, calling out to the distant forest, "Who's there? Come out. Darling, you're just as sharp as ever." A familiar figure with light blue hair emerged from the dense pine forest. "Isteth," Kagaya said, her eyes widening in surprise. "Fancy meeting you here again," Isteth said with a smile, striding over to Kagaya with her long, shapely legs. "What a coincidence. Could it be fate? What are you doing here?" Kagaya asked, a bad feeling growing in her heart. Leona's scarf had been found here, and now Isteth appeared as well. Could this really be a coincidence, as Isteth claimed? "Why shouldn't I be here?" Isteth replied with a light laugh as she approached. "As a general of the Empire, it's only natural to patrol the Empire's territories, isn't it?" Kagaya didn't want to get bogged down in such a discussion, so she smiled and said, "Since you're patrolling here, General, you've probably come across a friend of mine." "A friend of yours?" Isteth asked with mild curiosity. "Yes, my friend. I wonder if you've seen her," Kagaya said, describing Leona's appearance to Isteth. "Are you talking about her?" Isteth's lips curled into a smile as she snapped her fingers. At the sound of rumbling wheels, a prison cart slowly emerged from the forest. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she saw Leona inside the cart. Leona was tied to a cross within the cart, looking utterly defeated. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, and her usually neat hair was disheveled. Her body was covered in wounds, with fresh blood constantly seeping out. She looked utterly wretched, her once bright and cheerful face now clouded with pain. Her teeth were clenched, her brows furrowed, and her body trembled slightly, as if she was enduring great agony. Upon seeing Kagaya, Leona's eyes brightened, but before she could say anything, a guard standing nearby struck her hard in the abdomen with a baton. Leona let out a painful groan, her head lolling to the side as she fell unconscious. Kagaya's rosy face darkened instantly, and she turned to Isteth, her voice cold. "What's the meaning of this?" Isteth brushed back her light blue hair, chuckling. "She's a member of Night Raid and a wanted criminal of the Empire. It's only natural that she's been captured, don't you think?" "But she's also my friend," Kagaya said in a stern tone. "Your friend?" Isteth looked slightly surprised, glancing back at the bound Leona. "Exactly," Kagaya confirmed with a nod. "I never would have guessed that my dear has such an interesting preference, liking wild little kittens." Isteth's face flushed slightly. "If that's what you're into, I could dress up like that too." Kagaya's mind involuntarily pictured Isteth wearing a sheer white shirt, with cat ears on her head, paws on her hands, a long cat tail swishing behind her shapely hips, crawling on the ground while meowing. What a sight! No. Kagaya shook off the temptation in her mind, firmly rejecting the idea. "I won't be swayed by you. Release my friend." "But she's a wanted criminal of the Empire and an important member of Night Raid." "It's impossible to let her go," Isteth said, pretending to be troubled. Kagaya sighed softly, realizing that the situation wouldn't be easily resolved. It seemed that force would be necessary. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Kagaya's eyes as she felt a surge of immense power rising from within her. "However," Isteth continued, seemingly oblivious to Kagaya's growing aura, "if you agree to do one thing for me, I'll let her go." "What is it?" Kagaya asked, her eyes narrowing. She didn't hold out much hope. The condition for releasing Leona was bound to be something difficult. Rather than bargaining, it might be better to fight. At the same time, an overwhelming presence radiated from Kagaya, wrapping around her like a tangible force. She was ready for battle, she was serious. "Go on a date with me." "What?" Kagaya stumbled, nearly choking. Chapter 318, During the Date. "Let me make this clear first, the date only lasts for 1 day, Kagaya huffed. "And you better not go back on your promise." "Of course," Isteth replied, a smile spreading across her face as she linked arms with Kagaya. "Don't be so serious, darling." She reached out with her pale fingers, playfully pinching Kagaya's cheek. All right, I get it," Kagaya said, feeling a bit annoyed as she looked at Isteth, who now resembled a love-struck girl. She sighed inwardly, regretting her decision. It would have been easier just to fight. Yesterday, Kagaya had agreed to go on a date with Esteth in exchange for releasing Leona. At first, Kagaya thought it wouldn't be a big deal, just a day-long date she could breeze through. But to her surprise, Esteth took it very seriously, even planning the location. Originally, Esteth wanted the date to be in the Imperial capital, the bustling heart of the empire, a city full of life, with busy streets, countless shops, and picturesque parks, a perfect place for a date. But as a wanted Imperial princess, how could Kagaya possibly go there? That would be walking straight into a trap. Naturally, Kagaya rejected the idea outright. With no other choice, they settled for a nearby small town, where the streets were wide, the shops plentiful, and the scenery pleasantly serene. So this is what love feels like, Esteth said, her face glowing with happiness. Sorry, I'm not feeling it at all, Kagaya replied. And could you please put me down? As it turned out, Esteth was carrying Kagaya in her arms, specifically, in a princess carry. Huh? Esteth said with a puzzled look. Isn't this what love is? The issue is, who stays in this position the whole time? Kagaya retorted. Don't you find it strange? I think it's perfectly normal, darling, Esteth said, bringing her face closer to Kagaya's and smiling. It feels very romantic to me. You've never been in love before, so how would you know what it feels like? Kagaya shot back. And haven't you noticed how people are looking at us strangely? Esteth looked up and saw that many people in the small town were indeed staring at them, some whispering among themselves. But they weren't staring because of the way Esteth was carrying Kagaya. Rather, it was the sight of two exceptionally beautiful girls that caught their attention. This small town was not a big city, so they weren't used to seeing girls with such presence and beauty. I like it, so why should I care about the gazes of commoners? Esteth said dismissively. They're just weaklings without power. Does a giant elephant care about the tiny ants? However, due to Kagaya's dissatisfaction, Esteth finally set her down, though not without sneaking a quick kiss on Kagaya's cheek as she did so. The kiss was light as a feather, but Kagaya could clearly feel the softness of Esteth's lips and the faint fragrance that lingered. To be honest, Kagaya didn't particularly dislike it. What bothered her was that Esteth always took the initiative, leaving Kagaya feeling as if she were being led by the nose. She was used to teasing others, not being teased herself. The world is really going downhill, morals are decaying, an old man passing by said, shaking his head in dismay. This only made Kagaya feel more awkward. Seeing the two girls kiss, the onlookers were stunned, staring at the beautiful pair with wide eyes, as if in a daze. Hey, kid over there, could you wipe the drool off your face? Even though Kagaya was thick-skinned and used to being stared at, the strange look she was getting still made her feel uncomfortable. She quickly grabbed Esteth's hand and led her towards a quieter corner of the street. Where are we going, darling? Esteth asked curiously. Just follow me, Kagaya replied. She didn't really have a destination in mind, but she wanted to get away from the townspeople. After all, no one likes living under constant scrutiny and being the center of attention, it can make one feel very uneasy. In truth, the townspeople weren't staring because of Esteth's bold actions. They were simply intrigued by the two unfamiliar and extraordinarily beautiful girls who had appeared in their small town. Their stares had little to do with the couple's bold behavior. Of course, their daring behavior did draw attention as well. After running for a while, they finally left the townspeople behind, and Kagaya came to a stop. Darling, isn't this a bit too fast? Esteth suddenly asked. What? Kagaya looked at Esteth, who had a slight blush on her face, confused. I mean, our relationship, Esteth said shyly, glancing around. Coming to a place like this. Isn't it a bit too soon? Huh? Kagaya turned her head and noticed that they had stopped in front of a small inn. The sign above it boldly proclaimed in pink letters, Lover's Inn. Oh, it's nothing, Kagaya said, trying to sound casual. She had assumed Esteth, being a novice in matters of love, wouldn't know what this ultimate romantic setting typically used in the late stages of a relationship was for. It's just a place to rest. I didn't know you had this kind of hobby, Esteth said, her face turning even redder as she approached Kagaya, whispering in her ear, did you plan to trick me into bed without me realizing it? You don't have to go to such lengths. We can do it anytime. Why are you so experienced? Kagaya gasped, taking 2 steps back, pointing at Esteth with a look of disbelief. Wait, how do you even know about this? I did a lot of preparation for our date, Esteth replied with a smile, pulling out a small notebook from her pocket. This is all thanks to Bowles. Bowles. Kagaya couldn't help but think of that guy with the mask who looked like a bank robber. Who would have thought you were that kind of Bowles? Chapter 319, Dango, Dango. In her previous world, Kagaya had never had the luxury of experiencing a relationship, let alone going on a date. As a perennial bachelor, things like dating were entirely beyond her reach. What's more, she had always been naturally oblivious to romantic advances. Even when other girls would drop clear hints, Kagaya would remain clueless, leading them to mistakenly think she was politely rejecting them. By the time she graduated, she had even missed out on several direct confessions, only realizing what had happened long after the moment had passed. Looking back, she deeply regretted those lost opportunities. A prime chance to end her singlehood had been right in front of her, and she had let it slip away. It wasn't until she crossed over to this new world that she began to slowly understand the feelings of others, particularly those of girls. Yet, even this newfound awareness hadn't entirely rid her of her characteristic obliviousness. Was she destined to be alone forever? Now, as she walked through the streets with Esteth, Kagaya found herself at a loss for what to do. The two of them were simply wandering aimlessly, turning what was supposed to be a date into nothing more than a stroll. "Hey, aren't you going to say something?" Kagaya suddenly asked. Esteth, who had been quiet all this time, turned to her with a curious look. "What should I say?" "Ugh, forget it," Kagaya sighed, rubbing her forehead. Was this karma for all the times she had teased others? "Isn't it normal to not talk during a date?" Esteth asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Who told you that?" Kagaya said, bewildered. She had never heard of such a rule. "Look at them," Esteth said, pointing ahead. Kagaya followed Esteth's gaze and saw a couple walking side by side. However, their mood didn't seem particularly pleasant. The woman glared at the man, who, instead of paying attention to her, was sneaking glances at Kagaya and Esteth. When he noticed Kagaya staring back at him, he quickly looked away, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. Kagaya's face twitched in disbelief. It was clear now, the guy was ogling other women even though he already had a girlfriend. It was no wonder the woman was angry, she was being generous by not slapping him on the spot. Kagaya cleared her throat. "You can definitely talk during a date." She couldn't help but think, "You're the Empire's strongest general, can you not be this clueless? It's really throwing me off." "I see," Esteth said, blushing slightly. "I've never been in a relationship before, so I didn't know what to do on a date." Kagaya felt at a loss for words. Perhaps because it was winter, the streets were not very crowded despite the warmer weather. Only a few villagers hurried by, scattered here and there. Suddenly, Kagaya stopped in her tracks, her eyes lighting up as she spotted something. At the corner of the street was a shop, a large one, significantly bigger than the surrounding stores, with beautiful decorations. The doors and windows were made of fine pear wood, intricately carved with delicate patterns. Two rare winter bonsai flanked the entrance. Through the windows, Kagaya could see that the interior was equally luxurious. But what caught her attention was that it was a Dango shop. Kagaya's eyes were instantly drawn to it. It had been a long time since she'd had Dango. "Do you want some?" Esteth asked with a smile. "Let's go inside." "Yes," Kagaya quickly nodded, unable to hide her excitement. Just as they were about to enter, Kagaya paused, her brows furrowing slightly. Something didn't seem right. She had been to this town before during military campaigns and was familiar with the area. Yet, she didn't recall ever seeing a Dango shop here, nor did she remember the locals having a particular fondness for this type of food. How had this shop suddenly appeared? Moreover, the shop's design was new and stylish, as if it had been built recently. As she got closer, Kagaya could even smell the faint scent of freshly cut wood, a smell that only comes from newly constructed buildings. Glancing at Esteth out of the corner of her eye, Kagaya noticed the general's satisfied smile. It dawned on her that this was Esteth's doing. Despite everything, Esteth had gone to great lengths to make this happen, which made Kagaya feel a slight warmth towards her. Wait a minute, this shop would have taken several days to build. Could it be that Esteth had been planning this for a long time? Kagaya's mouth twitched. She had thought Esteth was clueless about relationships, but now it seemed she had underestimated her. She almost got fooled by Esteth's seemingly innocent act. "Let's go in and eat," Esteth said, linking arms with Kagaya and smiling. Looking into Esteth's crescent-shaped, light blue eyes and seeing the bright smile on her face, Kagaya decided not to say anything. Of course, Kagaya would never admit that it was mainly because she wanted to eat the Dango. "This Dango is delicious," Kagaya said, chewing slowly on a skewer of Dango, savoring the soft, sweet flavor that filled her mouth. The aroma was delightful, and the texture was perfect. It was definitely the work of a master chef, perhaps even better than Air's cooking. "Eat as much as you like," Esteth said with a smile, offering Kagaya another skewer of red bean Dango. Kagaya didn't hesitate, taking a big bite out of the skewer, her cheeks puffing up as she chewed happily. Neither of them noticed that they were being watched from a distance by someone on the second floor of a small building. "This so-called princess really isn't a good person," said the observer, none other than mine, who was supposed to be with Kurome. Beside her stood Night Raid's boss, Najenda, dressed in a black suit. "She's not like that," Najenda said quietly, her voice firm. "Isn't this proof enough?" Mine said, pointing angrily down at Kagaya and Esteth. They must have been in cahoots all along. The fight earlier was probably just an act. At that moment, Death was feeding Kagaya Dango, treating her like a small, pampered kitten. Chapter 320, The Small, Flat-Chested Girl. They're not accompanied by guards or an army, Lubbock noted. Should we? No, Najenda immediately rejected the idea. They're the Empire's strongest general and the Empire's strongest princess. How confident are you that we can defeat them? The group fell silent. Moreover, how do you know this isn't a trap they've set up to lure us in? Najenda added, her voice grave. The members of Night Raid looked even more troubled. They knew that, in reality, taking on both of them was impossible. The power gap was too wide. It would be difficult enough to deal with just one of them, let alone both. It's just not feasible. But what about Leon? Mine asked urgently. Leon is in their hands right now. They won't kill Leon so easily, Najenda said, her expression showing concern. She's likely being used as bait to provoke us into a rescue attempt. While I don't think they'll harm her immediately, there's the problem that Death is known for her cruel methods of torture. Many of those she's interrogated have either died or gone mad. I fear Leon may suffer greatly. At that moment, Akame suddenly stood up, grabbing her sword from the table and heading for the door. Stop. Najenda commanded, standing up as well. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to rescue Leon, Akame replied calmly, turning her head slightly. You can't rescue Leon on your own, Najenda said. With your current strength, you're no match for them. Are we just supposed to watch as Leon dies? Akame's clear eyes stared directly at Najenda, questioning her resolve. We need to devise a detailed plan if we're to have any chance of success. Going in recklessly now will accomplish nothing, Najenda placed a reassuring hand on Akame's shoulder. I understand how you feel. We all want to rescue Leon, but... Boss, I've made up my mind, Mine interrupted. I'm going to. No matter what, I'm going to save her because she's an important comrade. Sheila adjusted her glasses and added softly, I know I might not be of much help, but I want to do my part. I want everyone to come back safe and sound. Boss, Lubbock scratched his head, I know this puts you in a tough spot, but I'm with them. I hope you'll seriously consider it. Najenda's heart trembled as she looked at the determined faces of her comrades. She knew well how much Leon meant to the team. Her lively, cheerful personality had made her beloved by all. But as their leader, Najenda couldn't just consider individual sentiments, she had to think about the bigger picture and the safety of the entire team. Sacrificing everyone for the sake of one person was too great a risk. No, Najenda said quietly but firmly, I've already made my decision. No one is to act on their own. Then I'll go by myself, Mine bit her lip, her voice resolute. I'll bring Leon back, no matter what. Kurome, though silent, gripped her sword tightly, her stance speaking for her. Boss, I'm sorry, Sheila said with an apologetic smile. But I'm going to help save Leon too. Seeing their unwavering determination, Najenda felt both moved and pained. It was clear they were ready to defy her orders if it meant saving Leon. This was exactly what she feared, the trap that could ensnare all of them. The risk was simply too high. As tensions mounted, a clear voice suddenly broke the silence. All right, everyone, relax. You don't need to go. I'll handle this myself. A pink-haired girl stood up, smiling with her eyes half closed. Her pink hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore black and red headphones on her head. With arched eyebrows and ruby-red eyes, she had a straight nose and soft, pink lips. Her outfit consisted of a white blouse, a black vest, and a pink plaid skirt, completed with black and red shoes. She was strikingly beautiful and had an air of playfulness about her, enhanced by the lollipop she held in her mouth. It's too dangerous, Najenda said seriously. This could very well be a trap. If you're discovered, you'll be in great danger. Don't worry, boss, the pink-haired girl said, waving her lollipop casually. I'm very confident in my abilities. Everything will be fine. But, Najenda hesitated, her expression conflicted. Is there a better plan? The pink-haired girl smiled gently. Najenda deliberated for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll allow it. But you must take care of yourself. Don't push too hard. If things get too dangerous, prioritize your safety. Understood, the pink-haired girl said with a wave of her hand. If you keep worrying like this, you're going to get even more wrinkles, boss. Wrinkles? Najenda's eye twitched, barely suppressing the urge to reprimand the cheeky girl. In truth, Najenda wasn't that old, only around 24 or 25, a young woman in her prime. But compared to the mostly teenage members of Night Raid, she sometimes felt old. Just then, Mine walked over and said softly, Thank you. What's there to thank me for? I'm a member of Night Raid too. Are you trying to suggest I'm not? The pink-haired girl huffed. No, that's not what I meant, Mine said quickly. Whatever. I'm not going to bicker with a flat-chested shrimp like you, the pink-haired girl teased, twirling her lollipop. A flat-chested shrimp? Mine's face flushed with anger, like a kitten whose fur had been ruffled. Who are you calling flat-chested, you brat? Obviously, you, the pink-haired girl smirked. Say that again. Mine fumed. Flat-chested shrimp, the pink-haired girl taunted. Ugh. I'm going to kill you. Mine screamed in frustration. Chapter 321, The Moonlight at Night. While the members of Night Raid were scheming, Kagaya was out shopping with Esteth. It's hard to deny that shopping is inherently a woman's nature, even a super sadistic queen like Esteth isn't exempt. But it was tough on Kagaya, who had little interest in shopping. She didn't quite understand the appeal, especially spending an entire day shopping without buying anything. Kagaya usually knew what she wanted to buy and would just pick it up if it fit, without much fuss. How about this one? Esteth held up a pink dress and compared it against herself. It's nice, looks good, Kagaya replied absent-mindedly, her thoughts already wandering elsewhere. And this one? Suits you well. And this one? Very pretty. And this one? Kagaya was about to respond automatically when she turned her head and nearly choked on her own words. Esteth, who already had a tall and elegant figure, looked breathtakingly beautiful in the dress she was trying on. Well. Esteth spun around in front of Kagaya, her pale cheeks slightly flushed. How do I look? Kagaya cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. It's very nice. I think it's nice too. Esteth swayed her slender waist as she approached Kagaya, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'll wear this for you every day from now on. How about that? We'll talk about it later. Kagaya, regaining her composure, coughed lightly and turned her head away, feeling her face warm up. If they weren't on opposing sides, this kind of shamelessly comfortable life might not be so bad. By the time they left the clothing store, it was already evening. The sun was setting, the sky was bathed in hues of orange and pink, and the day's bustle was giving way to tranquility. The occasional bark of a dog added to the deepening night. The moon slowly rose from the horizon, casting a soft, cold light over the land, turning everything a shade of white. The town's lights gradually flickered on, and smoke curled from the chimneys of homes as the clatter of pots and pans filled the air, accompanied by the rich aroma of home-cooked meals. Shall we go get something to eat? Esteth suggested, linking her arm with Kagaya's and smiling. Sure. Kagaya nodded. After walking around all day, she was indeed feeling a bit hungry. They walked into an inconspicuous tavern around the corner. It wasn't that they didn't want to go to a bigger tavern, but those places were usually crowded with adventurers and travelers, making it noisy and chaotic. Many of the patrons were rough and uncouth, and Kagaya worried that Esteth might lose her temper and slaughter them all. Inside the tavern, it was surprisingly clean, with simple yet elegant decorations and a quiet atmosphere that Kagaya found very pleasing. What can I get for you two? A waiter approached, momentarily stunned by the beauty of the two girls before him. After a brief pause, he managed to gather himself. Anything will do. Just bring out your best dishes, Kagaya said, placing the menu on the table with a smile. All right, the waiter nodded and turned to leave. Wait, Esteth suddenly called him back. Yes, miss. Is there something else? The waiter asked respectfully. Bring a few bottles of your finest wine, Esteth requested. No need, Kagaya quickly waved her hand. We can skip the wine. Although Kagaya had great strength, her alcohol tolerance was surprisingly low, she was basically a lightweight. Last time, she got drunk on low-alcohol sake while drinking with some girls and ended up completely wasted. What's a date without wine? Esteth asked, puzzled. No wine. If you want to drink, go ahead, but I'm not drinking, Kagaya replied firmly. Half an hour later. It was unclear how long they had been drinking, but the table was now cluttered with empty bottles, with more scattered on the floor. No one knew exactly how many bottles they had gone through. By the end of it, Kagaya was barely conscious, her sense of direction completely lost. Her head was spinning, and her body felt like jelly. If Esteth were to strike now, it would take no effort at all, she could easily capture Kagaya. The cold moonlight filtered through the windows, casting a delicate glow over the quiet forest outside. As dawn broke, the morning stars shone brightly in the sky. The sun slowly rose over the horizon, and the gentle morning light washed over the land, driving away the night's chill. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft light on Kagaya's pale, delicate face, making her look peaceful and serene. Kagaya's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, waking up from her sleep. Still a bit groggy, she sat up in bed, frowning as she pressed a hand to her forehead. The throbbing headache from her hangover made her feel like her head was about to explode, the pain so intense that she almost wanted to roll around. It took a while for Kagaya to recover from the excruciating pain. As she looked around, she realized she was in an unfamiliar room. Judging by the decor, it seemed to be an inn. Something had happened yesterday, but she could barely remember what. Her memories were hazy, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall anything clearly. Wait, where's Esteth? Kagaya suddenly leaped out of bed, noticing a note on the table. She walked over and picked it up. After reading the contents, Kagaya frowned slightly. The note said that Esteth had something urgent to attend to, so she couldn't accompany her and had to return to the capital. From the wording, Kagaya sensed that something must have happened in the capital, prompting Esteth's hasty departure. What could be so important that it required her immediate return? Could it be? Chapter 322, Shocking Change in the Imperial Capital. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. If her guess was correct, something major must have occurred in the capital, and it seemed that the time for action was quickly approaching. With her mind occupied by these thoughts, Kagaya had already forgotten about the events of the previous night. Her priority now was to return to her territory as quickly as possible, gather information about the Imperial capital, and make preparations. As for Leon, Esteth had kept her promise and sent Leon to Kagaya's territory. By now, she should be close to arriving at Kagaya's palace. Without any hesitation, Kagaya immediately set off for her palace, not stopping for even a moment. It took her 5 days to return. Upon her arrival, the head guard, Ayasu, rushed over in a panic, not even stopping to bow. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. What is it? Kagaya asked, feeling a vague sense of unease. Minister Honest has assassinated the Emperor. Ayasu reported. What? Kagaya was stunned. You're saying that Minister Honest killed the Emperor? That's right, Ayasu confirmed, sensing Kagaya's thoughts. It's absolutely true. The Emperor has been assassinated by Minister Honest, and the capital is now under full lockdown. It was extremely difficult for our intelligence agents to get this information out. No wonder. Kagaya suddenly understood why Esteth had hurried back to the capital. It was because of this incident. As an Imperial general, she needed to return immediately to maintain order in the capital. This was a golden opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to launch an attack. Put the entire army on high alert, Kagaya ordered. It seems we're going to have a serious fight on our hands. I was hoping to take things slowly, but that's no longer an option. Go now, and make sure to keep this information contained. No one else must know. Yes, Your Highness, Ayasu responded, quickly leaving to carry out her orders. It seems this winter will bring a fierce battle. As Kagaya was lost in thought, a pair of small, pale hands suddenly covered her eyes. Stop that, Kagaya said, grabbing the hands and pulling their owner into her arms. I knew it was you, little rascal. The black-haired girl in her arms was none other than Kurome. I missed you, Kurome said, gazing up at Kagaya, her dark eyes shining. I missed you too, Kagaya replied with a smile, gently pinching her cheek. By the way, Kurome said, her small mouth pouting slightly as if she had just remembered something. That person named Leon has woken up and wants to see you. Oh, really? Kagaya thought to herself, impressed by Leon's rapid recovery. Then let's go see her. I'm coming too, Kurome said, clutching Kagaya's arm. Of course, Kagaya said, patting her on the head. Only then did Kurome smile and snuggle closer, holding on tightly. As they entered the room, a flash of golden light darted toward them, and Leon stood before them. How are you doing? Have you settled in here? Kagaya asked with a smile. It's great. I never knew a palace could look like this. It's not that special after all, Leon replied energetically, showing no signs of her previous injuries. It's no different from any other place, Kagaya said with a chuckle. By the way, how's your injury? I heard you were pretty badly hurt. I'm fine now, completely healed, Leon said, patting her chest with a laugh. As she did so, her large chest bounced slightly, like two jiggling pieces of jelly. Kurome turned her head away with a pout and a snort. Well, that's good to hear, Kagaya said. Do you need me to escort you back? It might be easier that way. No need, Leon said with a grin. By the way, thanks for saving me. I really appreciate it. It was nothing, really, Kagaya replied with a smile. I came here to thank you, but now that you're back, I won't bother you any longer. I should head back too, Leon said. You're leaving so soon. Why not stay a little longer? Kagaya asked. No, I have a lot of things to do, and my comrades are probably worried sick about me, Leon said with a hearty laugh. They might even think I'm already dead. She's such an upbeat person, even talking about her own death so lightly. But maybe she's already made peace with the idea of dying. Chapter 323, Repayment. There is no such thing as a secret that stays hidden forever. The news that Emperor had been murdered by Minister Honest eventually spread, causing a massive uproar among the people of the Empire. It was unimaginable to them that Minister Honest, who had always portrayed himself as a loyal servant in front of the emperor, would commit such a heinous act. However, only Kagaya knew the truth. Minister Honest was the one who had murdered the emperor's parents and had been coveting the supreme imperial arms that belonged to the young emperor. He had always been scheming to take the supreme imperial arms for himself, but due to certain reasons, he couldn't directly seize it. Therefore, he had been biding his time. Now that he had killed the young emperor, he must have found a way to transfer the supreme imperial arms to himself. With the news now public, the empire plunged into chaos. The revolutionary army seized the opportunity to rise up, while ambitious warlords across the land broke free from the empire's control, declaring independence. Even the soldiers at the borders began to stir with unrest. The already crumbling empire could no longer hold itself together. In an instant, it shattered into pieces, its grand structure collapsing in a matter of moments. Kagaya had already made her preparations. Her army, comprised of seasoned veterans and newly trained recruits, was in a state of full combat readiness, numbering 50,000 strong. Although still far fewer than the Imperial army, her soldiers were elite and couldn't be compared to the old, weak, and sick troops of the Empire. The Revolutionary Army had already begun its operations, advancing from their eastern base toward the Imperial capital. Perhaps to avoid clashing with Kagaya's forces, they deliberately took a longer route, adding 2 or 3 days to their march. Kagaya was also ready to move. Allowing the Revolutionary Army to take the lead wasn't just a coincidence, there was a subtle intent to use them as cannon fodder. After all, no matter how weak the Imperial army might be, it was only part of the equation. The real elite forces were still guarding the Imperial capital. Are we really going to attack the Imperial capital? Saryu asked softly from her horse. Yes, Kagaya nodded. What's wrong? Are you hesitant? If so, you can stay behind and guard the palace. How could I? Saryu's voice rose sharply. Just because I used to serve in the Imperial army doesn't mean I condone their crimes. They've committed so many heinous acts, they must be brought to justice. Sensing her master's anger, the small dog in Saryu's arms barked. All right, Kagaya said, slightly amused by Saryu's fiery spirit, but also feeling more reassured. It seemed that after learning about the Empire's crimes, Saryu had completely aligned herself with Kagaya. There was no need to worry that she might go easy on the Imperial army. In fact, she might even be more ruthless. Kagaya headed back to her palace and entered her room, only to find someone there, Leone, with her golden hair and eyes. You haven't left? Kagaya asked curiously as she approached. She had thought Leone would have already gone, given that they weren't exactly on the same path. Kagaya had considered asking her to stay, but had ultimately decided against it. Well, I was going to leave, Leone said, scratching her head with a slightly embarrassed smile, but you did save my life, and it didn't feel right to just leave without doing something. It's nothing, Kagaya said, taking a seat and pouring a cup of tea, which she placed in front of Leone. It was a simple matter, you don't need to think too much about it. No way, Leone shook her head. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead by now, so I have to repay you. Didn't you already thank me? Kagaya said with a smile, pouring herself a cup of tea as well. That's not the same, Leone said seriously. If I don't properly repay you, I won't even be able to respect myself. So how do you plan to repay me? Kagaya asked with some amusement. Are you thinking of joining the Imperial Guard? If that's the case, I'd be more than happy to have you. That's not possible, Leone said, scratching her head again, looking a bit troubled. I'm really happy where I am, it's like home to me. I'm not ready to leave. Kagaya had only been joking. She knew Leone's personality well enough to know that she wouldn't leave Night Raid. So how do you plan to repay me? Kagaya asked, taking a sip of tea and looking up at the charming, busty girl before her. Leone walked over to Kagaya, and to Kagaya's surprise, she suddenly embraced her. What are you? Kagaya started to ask, confused by Leone's actions. But before she could finish, Leone's lips pressed against hers. Kagaya's eyes widened in shock, momentarily unable to process what was happening. She had just been kissed. After a moment, Leone pulled away, her face slightly flushed, a rare sight for someone usually so bold. What was that? Kagaya's mind was still reeling, unsure of what had just happened. I'm not skilled at anything, and I don't have great strength, so I didn't know how else to help you, Leone said, turning her head slightly in embarrassment. I could only think of this. You're not mad at me, are you? Mad? Kagaya's beautiful face suddenly took on a serious expression. Of course, I'm mad. Leone was taken aback by Kagaya's words, caught completely off guard. But then Kagaya smiled slightly. How could just one kiss be enough? Mine was right, you really are a pervert. What? You're a real pervert. After their thanks, Leone left the next morning. Kagaya had thought about asking her to stay a bit longer but decided against it. Members of Night Raid weren't easily swayed, and Kagaya didn't feel like wasting her breath. However, Kagaya had a feeling that they would face an inevitable battle in the near future. In reality, Kagaya's ideals and the essence of Night Raid weren't all that different. But since Night Raid was part of the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army was on Kagaya's list of forces to eliminate, coexistence between the two was impossible. It was an unavoidable conflict. But it wasn't an unsolvable one. When the time came and she became the emperor, after completing her mission. In the days that followed, Kagaya became increasingly busy, not just planning for war but also consolidating her power. With the sudden death of the young emperor, local officials across the land grew uneasy. Many began choosing sides or seeking powerful allies, while some even declared themselves kings, though most of them were swiftly crushed by the Imperial army. Rising up without the strength to back it up is sheer foolishness. Minister Honest now held absolute power. There was no way he would allow these small-time players to make a move, he simply wouldn't tolerate it. Chapter 324, Trivial Matters and Important Affairs. To her surprise, a significant number of people came to pledge their allegiance to her, which was one of the reasons Kagaya had been so busy lately. It seemed her previous efforts to win people's hearts had paid off. However, dealing with political matters gave Kagaya a headache. The mountain of documents piling up was enough to bury anyone. Fortunately, Seo had become increasingly proficient in handling these matters, organizing everything methodically. Kagaya decided to leave all the administrative duties to her. With the help of some newly recruited officials skilled in governance, Seo was just about able to manage. As for Kagaya, she took the opportunity to relax. Winter was a good time to rest, after all. However, Seo did grumble about being left to handle all the responsibilities. But after Kagaya used a few gentle tactics, Seo quickly quieted down. The lingering blush on her cheeks each morning was a clear indication of how effectively Kagaya had settled things. While Kagaya was leisurely sipping her afternoon tea, Seo hurried in. Seo was dressed in a white blouse and a fitted jacket, having shed her previous innocence for a more mature and capable appearance. "Seo, are you done with your work?" Kagaya asked, pouring a cup of tea. "Have some tea first. This tea was brought in from the south, and it has a lovely flavor." "Your Highness, how can you still be so relaxed?" Seo snapped, clearly exasperated at seeing Kagaya enjoying herself while she had been overwhelmed with work. "What happened?" Kagaya asked, blinking curiously. "Have you forgotten?" Seo said, her tone urgent. "Because of the war, many refugees have been flooding into our territory. The numbers keep growing, and if we don't find a solution soon, the place will be overrun." "How many refugees are there?" Kagaya asked, still sipping her tea. "About 200,000, Seo replied gravely, sitting down. "And the number keeps increasing." 200,000. Kagaya was taken aback by the figure. That was no small number. It wasn't just about finding a place to settle them, the real issue was food. The daily consumption of such a large group would be astronomical, and if the influx continued, even if Kagaya exhausted all her resources, it wouldn't be enough. Kagaya stood up, pacing back and forth before asking, "How much food do we have left?" "We have some, but after setting aside what we need for the war and daily consumption within the territory, there's only a small portion left," Seo explained. "At this rate, we won't make it to next year's harvest, which won't come until autumn." Kagaya thought for a moment. "If we buy food from other places, how much can we get?" "It's difficult," Seo said seriously. "With the empire in turmoil and war imminent, food prices have already skyrocketed several times over and continue to rise. It's hard to find any available food." Although Seo didn't go into detail, Kagaya understood that, just like in any other world, an army marches on its stomach. With the impending war, both the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army had likely already stockpiled most of the available food. The territory had finally stabilized and was starting to get back on track, but this new issue had completely disrupted Kagaya's plans. "Here's what we'll do," Kagaya said after some thought. "Try to buy as much food as possible. Do what you can." "Understood," Seo nodded, though she seemed to realize there weren't many options left. "Oh, and one more thing," Kagaya added, "make sure to thoroughly screen those refugees. We can't risk letting spies slip in." "Got it." "All right, with that settled," Kagaya stretched languidly before walking over with a smile, "let's get to some real business." "What real business?" Seo asked, confused. Kagaya extended her arms, pulling Seo into an embrace. Holding her slender waist, Kagaya leaned in and kissed the lovely young woman on the lips. Seo was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing slightly as she closed her eyes. After a while, Kagaya seemed unsatisfied. Her hands began to roam over Seo's body, one sliding down her smooth back to grasp a rounded curve, while the other moved up, deftly unbuttoning Seo's blouse and slipping inside, caressing her gently yet firmly. Feeling the intimate touch, Seo couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her heart racing as warmth spread through her body. Seio's skin was indeed exquisite. Perhaps she wasn't as voluptuous as Leon or as petite as Kurome, but her skin was flawless, soft as silk, smooth to the touch. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a black-haired girl walked in. Chapter 325, Come to my room tonight. The pretty black-haired girl who walked in was Kurome. Her clear black and white eyes widened as she looked at Seio, who was flushed and nestled in Kagaya's arms. She then turned her gaze to Kagaya, her delicate face showing an expression of anger. Noticing Kurome's gaze, Kagaya casually withdrew her hand as if nothing had happened, not even changing her expression. Seio, who had been immersed in a tingling sensation, also realized something was amiss. She looked up, and her dazed eyes met Kurome's furious gaze. Seio quickly regained her composure, calmly tidied her disheveled clothing, buttoning up her shirt to cover the exposed pale skin. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she said to Kurome, "Hasn't anyone ever told you to knock before entering? Don't you have any manners? Seductively throwing yourself at the princess, is that what you call ladylike manners?" Kurome snorted coldly. "You're nothing but a shameless slut." "Slut." Seio laughed softly, batting her eyes. "It's still better than having nothing attractive about you at all. How pitiful to lack any appeal whatsoever." She emphasized her point by subtly pushing her chest forward. "So, your idea of appeal is just those 2 lumps of fat on your chest?" Kurome retorted disdainfully. "Only those who lack real power would shamelessly use their bodies to achieve their goals. Only those who are insecure would scoff at others' strengths out of jealousy," Seio replied with a faint smile. "Besides, someone who can't tell the difference between a chest and a back has no right to criticize me. The princess likes it, after all. But you, even if you offered yourself to her, she wouldn't be interested. No one is interested in a washboard, unless they're a pervert." For some reason, Kagaya suddenly felt as if she had been caught in the crossfire. Kurome bit her lip, her eyes practically burning with anger. Her hand gripped her sword hilt so tightly that her knuckles turned white, making one worry she might draw the blade. Ahem, Kagaya cleared her throat as the tension began to focus on her. She stood up and said to Seio, "Don't you have something to do? You should go." "Yes, your highness." Seio walked elegantly toward the door. As she passed Kurome, she smirked and said, "Little girl, peeking at others being intimate will give you a sty." Without waiting for a response, she continued on her way, leaving with a satisfied smile. Kurome was fuming. The arrogance and audacity of that woman made her want to draw her sword and cut her down. Feeling caught in an awkward situation, Kagaya tried to change the subject, saying, "So, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Why did this feel like getting caught in the act? Am I not allowed to come see you without a reason?" Kurome pouted, her voice filled with hurt. "Did I interrupt something?" Her eyes began to well up with tears. "No, nothing like that," Kagaya quickly reassured her, pulling her into an embrace as if holding a delicate porcelain doll. "You can come to see me anytime." "Then why don't you come to find me?" Kurome huffed. "I've just been busy," Kagaya replied with a nervous laugh, knowing full well that this excuse didn't hold much weight. "You're just avoiding me because I'm too small, right?" Kurome mumbled, her voice tinged with sadness. "Of course not," Kagaya declared firmly. "You're my favorite, you know that." Kurome blushed slightly as she seemed to remember something, her voice lowering as she said, "Then prove it to me." A soft blush spread across Kurome's cheeks, the delicate color blooming against her fair skin. Her slender shoulders shrugged as the straps of her dress slid down, revealing the soft curves of her developing figure. Despite being young, Kurome's body had a graceful allure, her chest modest yet perfectly shaped, reminiscent of an inverted jade bowl, exuding a subtle sweetness. "Well, let me prove it to you through action then, since words won't suffice." Kagaya's voice was muffled, her mouth occupied with something sweet and tender, her tongue busy as she spoke. "Stop it, you don't have to prove it this way, not here." By the time Kagaya emerged from the room, it was already evening. The moon had risen, and the night was in full bloom. Neon lights illuminated the princess's palace, casting a warm glow within. Thanks to the heating, the interior remained pleasantly warm, untouched by the cold winds outside. Since Seio had to oversee the procurement of food supplies, she had left earlier that afternoon, accompanied by Ayasu. Under Kagaya's meticulous guidance, Seio's strength had grown significantly. While she wasn't yet a match for Kurome, she was much stronger than before. Ayasu, too, had shown incredible potential, progressing rapidly. Kagaya hadn't expected him to have such talent, his potential nearly rivaled Kurome's. However, since his weapon was merely an Imperial arm, not an Taigu, his power was somewhat limited. Still, Kagaya felt he was nearly on par with Night Raid's former member, Bullet. With their strength, Kagaya had no worries. In the Empire, they were considered top tier, and unless his death personally intervened, they would at least be able to escape even if they couldn't win. That evening, the dinner table was shared by Seiryu, Kurome, and the 3 sisters. Thankfully, their presence kept the Grand Palace from feeling too empty. Kagaya enjoyed lively company, too much quiet made her uncomfortable. Interestingly, although Kurome and Seo never seemed to get along, she and Seiryu were quite friendly, often chatting away. This might be due to their shared history of serving in the Imperial Army. As for the three sisters, they had opened up considerably, their original lively natures returning thanks to Kagaya's approachable demeanor. She never displayed the aloofness one might expect from a princess. "Seiryu," Kagaya said after finishing her meal, picking up a napkin to dab at her lips, "come to my room tonight." "Oh." Seiryu seemed curious but didn't ask any questions. Kurome, however, immediately perked up, her ears twitching. Chapter 326, Be Your Woman. Of course, what she was planning to do to Seiryu's body wasn't something like hentai. While it was true she intended to do something to Seiryu's body, it was definitely not hentai. The weapons inside Seiryu's body were all created by Dr. Stylish, but since he's already dead, it means these weapons can't be replaced anymore. While there aren't any problems right now, over time, these weapons will wear out, and the consumption of ammunition is inevitable. One day, these weapons inside her will turn into a ticking time bomb, and when that day comes, she could very well explode into pieces with a loud boom. So, Kagaya's goal this time was to remove the weapons from Seiryu's body. In truth, these things aren't as powerful as they might seem, otherwise, why didn't Dr. Stylish equip himself with such weapons instead of transforming himself into a danger beast? This says a lot. Seiryu pushed open the door and walked in, curiously asking, "Your Highness, is there something you need from me?" "There is something." Kagaya stood up and smiled. "Come, have a seat." "Oh," Seiryu walked over, sat down next to the table, and showed a very obedient expression. "Would you like some tea?" "It's quite good." Kagaya took a porcelain cup from the cupboard, poured some tea, and placed it in front of Seiryu. "Thank you." Seiryu smiled slightly at Kagaya. "I came today to ask for your opinion on something," Kagaya said after a brief pause. "What is it?" Seiryu asked, somewhat puzzled. "Is it about me?" "Yes, it is." Kagaya nodded. "I've heard that Dr. Stylish is already dead." "What?" Seiryu's face showed a look of shock. "He's dead." "Yes, just recently." Kagaya didn't reveal that she was the one who killed him but kept that information to herself. "Oh, that's a real shame," Seiryu said with a tinge of regret in her voice. "Don't be too sad," Kagaya said softly. "It's just that, it's a shame I didn't get to kill him myself," Seiryu said as she ran her hands through her orange hair. "What?" Kagaya was taken aback, almost about to say some comforting words but was stunned by Seiryu's unexpected statement. "Wasn't he your benefactor?" Kagaya asked in confusion. "He was." Seiryu tilted her head. "Is there a problem with that?" "A big problem." In the original story, Seiryu considered Dr. Stylish her benefactor because he modified her body, and she was very grateful to him. After Dr. Stylish was killed by the members of Night Raid, Seiryu was deeply saddened and vowed to avenge him. "Since he was your benefactor, why would you want to kill him?" Kagaya felt a little bewildered, her mind in a bit of a haze. "He may have been my benefactor, but he was still an evil man who killed many innocent people. Receiving justice is only natural," Seiryu said earnestly. "All right then." Kagaya was left speechless, realizing that Seiryu's obsession with justice had reached a pathological level, making her something of a yandere. "Is there anything else?" Seiryu asked with a cute tilt of her head, her eyes narrowing in a smile. "There is." Kagaya tapped her fingers lightly on the table. "Now that Dr. Stylish is dead, the weapons in your body can't be maintained. The only solution is to remove them, or they'll become a serious hazard to your health." Seiryu fell silent, seeming to ponder something before suddenly raising her head. "Can't we leave them in?" Kagaya was startled. "Why not remove them? You know that those things in your body are like ticking time bombs, right? You could die at any moment because of them." "I know," Seiryu said softly, "but without them, I wouldn't be able to fulfill my dreams. I'd be like I was before, helplessly watching my father and my master die. I don't want that." Kagaya suddenly understood. This little girl was worried that if those weapons were removed, she wouldn't have the power to do what she wanted anymore. "Hey," Kagaya suddenly smiled mischievously, "what if I could not only preserve your strength but make you even stronger?" "Really?" Seiryu asked in surprise. "Of course." Kagaya took a sip of tea, a beautiful smile playing on her lips. "But, how do you plan to repay me?" "I'll be your woman," Seiryu said with a bright smile. Kagaya, who was holding a porcelain cup and sipping tea, almost spit out the tea upon hearing this. "What did you say?" Kagaya looked at the smiling girl before her in shock, wondering if she even understood the meaning of her own words. "Is there a problem?" Seiryu blinked her beautiful eyes in curiosity. "There's a big problem." Kagaya wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, her mouth twitching. "Do you really know what you just said?" "Of course I do." "Why?" Seiryu said, somewhat puzzled. "How did you come up with such an idea?" Kagaya asked in disbelief. It's normal, isn't it? Seiryu scratched her head in confusion. Isn't that how Seo and Kurome are? What? Kagaya was stunned. It's true that they are more or less my women, but it wasn't something that happened through this kind of transaction. Do you really see me as that kind of person? Kagaya felt hurt. Who told you that? Kagaya asked without showing any emotion. Foul, Seiryu replied without hesitation, perfectly demonstrating what it means to be a pig teammate by selling out her companion without any reluctance. What? Kagaya was utterly heartbroken. She realized that no matter how much you guard against outsiders, you can never guard against a thief within. That little lowly, Foul, actually said such things about her. Did she really have such a low opinion of her? No, tomorrow, she definitely needed to give her a good lesson. Were you serious about what you just said? Seiryu's eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. What do you mean? Kagaya, still immersed in her sadness, was confused. About what you said, not only keeping my strength but making me even stronger, Seiryu blinked her beautiful eyes, full of anticipation. Then, as if remembering something, Seiryu added, don't worry, I said I'd be your woman, and I'll definitely be your woman. Hey, young lady, aren't you even a bit concerned about your integrity, no, your chastity? Chapter 327, The Modified Girl. Actually, the Rinnegan also possesses similar abilities, like the Azura path used by Pain. This path has mechanical capabilities, with weapons such as guns and missiles, all with immense power, so powerful, in fact, that it can even shatter a Chibaka Tensei, planetary devastation with a single blast. Thus, the Azura path's abilities are in no way weaker than the hodgepodge of weapons created by Dr. Stylish, and are even much stronger. Moreover, the stronger the user's abilities, the greater the power. Kagaya's evolved eye techniques could not only grant others the Azura path's abilities but could even virtualize these abilities. In other words, there was no need to amputate limbs and transplant weapons into the body, instead, she could bestow this power directly. Although the recipient's body would still be modified, this method was far less crude and brutal. The most crucial aspect was that there was no need to worry about the consumption of ammunition, as these were all generated from chakra, or rather, energy. This eliminated many of the complications. However, during the modification process, there were still some difficulties. Seiryu's cries were like those of a kitten, soft and low. Outside the door, a beautiful black-haired girl leaned against the door, biting her rosy lips. She gripped her sword so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity as if she was ready to cut someone down. With a clang, a round metal ball fell to the ground, spinning twice before bumping into the brown table leg and coming to a stop. Phew. Kagaya wiped the sweat from her forehead and exhaled a breath of relief. She had finally removed everything from Seiryu's body, which turned out to be much more complicated than she had imagined. Especially when she looked at the pile of parts scattered on the floor, Kagaya couldn't help but twitch her mouth in disbelief. How could so many things have been crammed into a girl's body? And according to Seiryu, she had installed all this equipment by herself. It was simply unbelievable. With so many firearms, weapons, and ammunition inside her, it was a miracle that Seiryu hadn't blown herself up. Thinking about this little girl walking around with what was essentially a small nuclear bomb inside her, carefree and oblivious, Kagaya couldn't help but feel a deep respect for her. No one else could have been so reckless to such an extent. At that moment, the girl was lying on her back in bed, with the gentle morning sunlight streaming through the window, casting soft, silky rays over her. She was different from other girls Kagaya had seen. She might not be as beautiful as Kurome, or as voluptuous as Leone, or have skin as flawless as Sayu's, but she had something that other women couldn't match. That was her extremely slender figure, not the kind of skinny that's flat and frail, but a curvaceous figure, especially her legs, which were long, firm, and perfectly shaped. But Kagaya wasn't in the mood to appreciate these things at the moment. She was exhausted, nearly dead on her feet. Extracting all the things from Seiryu's body had been strenuous enough, and then giving her new abilities had been even more draining. It consumed not only her chakra but also her mental energy. If not for Kagaya's strong ocular powers, she might have collapsed long ago. Kagaya quietly walked to the window. By this time, Seiryu had fallen asleep, breathing softly, with traces of fatigue still lingering on her face. The surgery had been no easy task. It wasn't too bad for Kagaya, it just made her tired. But for Seiryu, it was much harder. To ensure the success of the treatment and prevent any nerve damage, no anesthetics could be used, nor any genjutsu, not even unconsciousness was allowed. The fact that Seiryu underwent surgery while fully awake, without passing out from the excruciating pain, greatly surprised Kagaya. Such bone-deep pain isn't something an ordinary person could endure. The surgery had taken around 5 or 6 hours, and by the time it ended, it was already morning. Kagaya finally understood why doctors were often exhausted after performing surgery. It was incredibly tiring, especially when you had to maintain intense concentration for such a long time. Not just anyone could endure it. Kagaya let out a long sigh of relief, stretched her lazy body, and pushed open the door to walk outside, only to find someone standing there. "Kurome, what are you doing here?" Kagaya asked, somewhat startled. Kurome crossed her arms and gave a light snort, turning her head away with a slightly puffed-up expression. Clang, a sound rang out as something dropped, and a circular metal ball rolled on the ground, spinning twice before hitting a brown table leg and coming to a stop. Kagaya blinked, realizing something, and couldn't help but feel like laughing. What a cute little jealous pot. Ignoring Kurome's resistance, Kagaya pulled her into her arms and gave her a deep, tongue-twining kiss, only letting her go when Kurome was almost out of breath. "Come on," Kagaya pinched her rosy cheek and chuckled, "let's go have breakfast. I'm starving after working all night." "What's this? Treating her like a child? Does she think I'm so easy to placate?" Kurome thought indignantly, but her hand still subconsciously reached out to hold Kagaya's as they walked downstairs together. "Good morning, Your Highness," the three sisters greeted her obediently. "Yes," Kagaya nodded, sitting down at the table. "You don't need to busy yourselves right now, join us for breakfast." "Okay." Ale's cooking was as good as ever. She knew Kagaya preferred light flavors, so most of the dishes were light and aromatic, filling Kagaya's mouth with a delicious aftertaste, leaving her full of praise. Because Kagaya had expended a lot of energy last night, her appetite increased significantly. Kagaya wasn't strict, nor did she have the air of a princess. Her temper was mild, so everyone was relaxed and at ease. Talking and chatting at the dining table was a regular occurrence. Normally, the three sisters would be whispering and giggling non-stop, but today seemed different, especially for FAHR. The usually lively girl seemed a bit distracted, as if something was on her mind. She kept sneaking glances at Kagaya, looking guilty. Kagaya couldn't help but laugh silently. It seemed that this little one had realized something. But now, it was too late to regret it. Chapter 328, Collusion. Just as Kagaya was contemplating how to scare that little gossip, Fal, who didn't know her place, a message came that made Kagaya furrow her brows. It seemed that Fal had narrowly escaped a disaster. "You're saying there's movement in the path of peace?" Kagaya straightened up from the sofa, set down her teacup, and asked with a sharp gaze. "Yes, that's correct," said Ayasu, the head guard, in a deep voice. "According to our spies, it seems they're planning something big recently, mobilizing a significant number of their Night Corps. They seem eager to make a move." Kagaya's pale fingers tapped the table as she pondered for a moment before asking, "Approximately how many people?" "About 100,000, making up roughly one-third of their army. However, what's strange is that these people aren't their elite troops, they appear more like newly recruited soldiers, with mediocre skills and inadequate training." "We're not sure what they're planning to do," Ayasu replied. "As far as I know," Kagaya stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the gradually melting snow. "There is a man named Balak in Path of Peace. His position is that of the assistant to the Path of Peace's leader." "Yes, there is indeed such a person," Ayasu nodded. "We've thoroughly investigated him. He seems to have the leader's deep trust, handling most of the internal affairs with great authority. However, he's very low-key, and his movements are mysterious. There are even rumors that he's in contact with Minister Honest of the Imperial Army." "Then it's clear," Kagaya turned around with a faint smile. "You mean?" Ayasu's eyes lit up. "Balak is Minister Honest's agent within Path of Peace, and sending troops now is to assist Minister Honest in his battle with the Revolutionary Army." "Not necessarily," Kagaya waved her hand. "Although Balak is indeed aligned with Minister Honest, at the moment, the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army are evenly matched, with the Imperial Army even slightly at a disadvantage. You mentioned earlier that the forces he's gathered are mostly untrained recruits, which makes his intentions quite intriguing. Could he be planning to betray Minister Honest?" Ayasu asked in surprise. "Not that either," Kagaya smiled slightly. "The outcome of the conflict hasn't been decided yet. No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare to oppose Minister Honest just yet. However, this person is naturally suspicious and likes to hedge his bets. He's likely just waiting for the right moment. So to avoid angering the minister, he's dispatching troops, but since he's worried the minister might fail, he's only sending untrained recruits." Ayasu began to understand. "That's about the size of it," Kagaya's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Balak is short-sighted, a fool. Does he really think that Minister Honest can't see through his little tricks? Acting like this will only end up with him pleasing no one and shooting himself in the foot." "What should we do?" Ayasu asked. "Watch and wait. Let the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army fight it out," Kagaya shrugged. "That coward won't show his face easily, so there's no need to worry too much. What we should really focus on is the Revolutionary Army, especially Night Raid. Keep a close eye on their every move, and report immediately if anything happens. Yes, Ieyasu acknowledged. However, there have been reports that Night Raid's activities have been somewhat unusual lately. According to our spies, they haven't joined the Revolutionary Army in the south but are instead in a small town in the north, seemingly in contact with someone. Could it be Balak? When did this happen? Kagaya frowned slightly. About a few days ago, Ieyasu replied. Kagaya pondered for a moment, resting her hand on the windowsill and looking outside. It seems I'll have to make a trip. Could it be? Ieyasu said in shock. Yes, they might have formed an alliance, Kagaya said in a low voice. That coward Balak wouldn't make the first move, it's likely the Revolutionary Army reached out to him with some generous offer. But there's no need for you, Your Highness. Ieyasu said urgently. If possible, I'd be willing to go in your place. No need. Your current task is to prepare for battle, Kagaya smiled. Besides, there are still many interesting things waiting for me to do. Kagaya turned around, looking at the scenery outside, with a subtle smile playing on her lips. In a remote area of the north, there was a small village with a few dilapidated houses sparsely scattered around. These houses seemed quite old, with the wooden boards outside already somewhat decayed, and the walls showing signs of wear and tear. I disagree. Leon shouted angrily. It was rare for the cheerful and lively girl to lose her temper. Leon. Najenda quickly said, calm down. Calm down. How can Night Raid collaborate with those filthy scum? Leon's anger hadn't subsided, and her eyes seemed to be ablaze. This is only temporary, a makeshift solution, Najenda said in a deep voice. We don't intend to stoop to their level, only to use them as a shield against a potential attack from Her Highness. You know that although we currently have the upper hand, we are still far from achieving victory. If Balak sides with the minister, our situation could become very difficult. But we can't cooperate with them, Leon said angrily. They are all vile criminals. Don't you remember the games the nobles used to play that I told you about? Leon had a reason to be so furious. She had once witnessed nobles and their estates riding horses, trampling children to death for sport. Enraged, Leon had killed those nobles and joined Night Raid afterward. Now, she had discovered that one of the nobles hadn't died and was instead serving as the envoy for this alliance. This immediately provoked her dissatisfaction. Leon, we never intended to be like them, but the situation forces us to make some compromises, Najenda said in a serious tone. Compromises? Leon said angrily. Does that mean we should abandon our original beliefs? Is it acceptable to use any means necessary to achieve our goals? Then what is the point of Night Raid? Before the words had fully left her mouth, Leon stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Leon. Najenda looked at Leon's departing figure with a complex expression on her fair face. In the shadows, several figures were hidden among the trees. Now, I have a task for you, the leader said in a deep voice, eliminate Leon. We can't let her interfere with our plan. But she's a member of Night Raid. Someone hesitated. There's no but, the leader's cold eyes flashed with a chilling light as he said, we're at a critical juncture. The great cause of the Empire is within reach, and we cannot let her ruin the entire plan. Spread the word, eliminate Leon, dead or alive. Also, make sure to frame the Imperial Guard for it. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Chapter 329, Kurumi's Outfit. Path of Peace is a religious sect located in the northwest. While it may not have many followers in the central regions of the Empire, it commands the faith of about half of the population in the Empire's northwestern borders, a staggering number large enough to worry the Imperial Army. This concern prompted Minister Honest to personally dispatch Berlik there, placing him within Path of Peace to control this massive sect. After all, this region is far from the Empire's heartland, making it difficult for the Empire to extend its influence there. Kagaya was now heading to the northwest part of the Empire. Winter here was particularly harsh, with the howling northwestern wind cutting through like a knife, biting into the skin with icy coldness. The landscape stretched out in a vast expanse of white, with sparse vegetation, only a few scattered shrubs and the occasional hardy pine tree, adding a splash of green to the otherwise snow-covered scenery. Kagaya wasn't dressed warmly, wearing a black and red Gothic-style long dress, a headband, black and red gloves on her arms, black stockings on her legs, and small black leather shoes on her feet. If someone from Kagaya's original world saw her, they would probably shout out, Kurumi. Of course, her hair color was a bit off. Kurumi had black hair, while Kagaya's was silver. This all started a while ago when Kagaya, bored and with nothing better to do, decided to design a few outfits for Seo or Kurome to wear, adding a bit of fun. The first outfit she thought of was Kagaya's own black and red Gothic-style long dress. She sketched out a rough design and handed it to Luna, who was skilled at sewing. Given that this was a personal request from Her Highness, Luna immediately put her all into the task, and it wasn't long before the outfit was completed. However, Kagaya had forgotten one crucial detail, the body measurements. She hadn't told Luna that the dress was meant for Seo or Kurome, so Luna naturally assumed it was for Kagaya herself and made it to her measurements. By the time the outfit was finished, Kagaya realized this oversight, but it was too late to have it altered. Moreover, Luna was looking at her with such anticipation that Kagaya couldn't bring herself to say anything. Luna was the most introverted, sensitive, and fragile among them all, so much so that Kagaya didn't even dare to joke with her. If Luna found out she had made a mistake, the poor girl would be heartbroken. So, Kagaya gritted her teeth and decided to wear it herself. She had to admit that the dress was exquisitely made, so much so that even Kagaya, who had initially resisted the idea, ended up liking it. The craftsmanship was meticulous, with elegant lines, and the fabric was soft and smooth, making it comfortable to wear. Still, wearing Kurome's outfit made her feel a bit embarrassed, though thankfully, she was the only one who had crossed over to this world. As she entered Infiltration, the largest city in the northwest, the scenery around her changed dramatically. The city's architecture was very different from the rest of the empire, with heavy, solid buildings lined up in rows, exuding a strong exotic charm. Perhaps due to the cold winter, the streets were sparsely populated, with few people around, and the bustling scenes Kagaya had imagined were nowhere to be seen. The occasional passerby hurried along, adding to her disappointment. She had been hoping to experience some of the local culture, at least some local snacks like grilled lamb skewers. The foodie in Kagaya thought to herself. Just as Kagaya was feeling disappointed, a group of people appeared on the street, walking towards her. Leading them was a tall, handsome young man with red lips and white teeth, but there was a faint aura of gloom about him. His arrogant demeanor and swaggering stride immediately marked him as a spoiled rich kid. Kagaya frowned. She found people like him the most annoying, those who, emboldened by their status and power, acted as if the world revolved around them. Kagaya despised such people and had no interest in dealing with them. The young man leading the group was aimlessly wandering the streets when he suddenly caught sight of a beautiful silver-haired figure. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over to her. "Hello, beautiful lady. I never expected to meet you here," the young man said with a bright, sunny smile, looking as radiant as a sunflower in full bloom. "Do you know me?" Kagaya asked curiously. No one here should recognize her, and even if they did, they'd likely run away. It had been a long time since she'd encountered someone with enough guts to approach her like this. "We just met at this very moment," the young man replied with a warm smile, his eyes full of sincerity. But to Kagaya, it was nauseating. She had thought this guy knew her, but it turned out he was just trying to hit on her, which made her feel even more disgusted. "If you don't have anything important to say, please move aside," Kagaya said bluntly. She had no patience for dealing with people like him. "If you don't mind, may I invite you for a cup of coffee?" the young man asked, dressed in an immaculate suit, with a finely knotted tie that made him look very proper. His elegant demeanor added to his gentlemanly air. "Sorry, I don't like coffee," Kagaya replied impatiently. "No problem, if you don't like coffee, how about tea? Or maybe milk," the young man continued with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you're from out of town. As a local, it's only right for me to show you some hospitality." Looking at him, Kagaya found him even more annoying, like a fly buzzing around in a restroom. She originally wanted to beat him up and kick him out. But suddenly, her clear, beautiful eyes lit up, and a playful smile appeared on her lips as she thought of something fun. "Do you have any cacti here?" Kagaya asked, her cheeks blossoming with a beautiful smile. The young man seemed captivated by Kagaya's stunning smile, a dazed look crossing his face. After a moment, he snapped out of it and asked, "Cacti?" "Yes, do you have any cacti?" Kagaya repeated with a smile. "Yes, of course we have cacti," the young man replied eagerly, thinking he might have a chance. He quickly ordered his men, "Go find a pot of cacti, now." "Yes, sir." Chapter 330, The Thorny Cactus. Although the northwestern border of the empire is a desert, finding a cactus in the cold winter is not an easy task. After all, just like no one cultivates weeds, very few people keep potted cacti here. Just as the young man was growing impatient, a knight came rushing over on horseback, the sound of hooves clattering as he approached. In his hands, he held a potted green cactus. The knight dismounted and respectfully handed the cactus to the young man. "Beautiful lady, this is the cactus you requested," the young man said with a hint of pride. It wasn't easy to find a cactus at this time. "Oh." Kagaya took the cactus and carefully examined it. The young man wasn't in a hurry, assuming that the silver-haired girl before him was already his for the taking. "This cactus seems a bit unusual," Kagaya said as she scrutinized the cactus in her hands. Indeed, the cactus was peculiar. Most cacti are green, but this one was a bright red, like a glowing red candle. Kagaya had never seen a cactus like this before, and her curiosity was piqued. "This is a rare variety, extremely scarce." It was cultivated by a master who specializes in cacti, and it's very expensive, worth more than its weight in gold, the young man said with a slight air of self-satisfaction. But since you like it, my lady, no matter how rare it is, I'll find it for you. You're the lady, your whole family are ladies, Kagaya said with a squinting smile. What? The young man was momentarily taken aback. Kagaya smiled and beckoned him closer with her finger. Entranced by the silver-haired girl's smile, the young man, as if spellbound, walked over to her. Kagaya picked up the cactus and smacked it right into his face. Ah. Kagaya threw the cactus onto the ground, patted the dirt off her hands, and nodded in satisfaction. That annoying face finally looks better. Cactus spines come in both soft and hard varieties, becoming harder the longer they grow. Hard spines can be as sharp as steel needles, and even a light touch can pierce the skin and draw blood. Fortunately, this rare cactus didn't have many hard spines, possibly due to its breed, and only a few had pierced the young man's cheeks. However, the real tragedy was that the knight, in his effort to find an attractive cactus, had chosen a fresh one with many soft, fine spines. These soft, fine spines are worse than the hard ones. They don't just leave a scratch, they stay embedded in the flesh. No matter how carefully you try to remove them, it's impossible to get them all out completely, and some always remain in the skin. This kind of pain isn't something that can be easily alleviated. Because the spines are so small and not a serious problem, even surgeons find them difficult to deal with. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and pull these spines out. The young man, now feeling a stinging, itchy pain, forgot all about his manners and shouted at his guards. Yes, sir. The guards rushed over, fumbling as they tried to pull the spines from the young man's face, like trying to remove spines from a porcupine. These men were rough and unskilled, they could handle combat, but not this delicate work. Their clumsy efforts only drove the spines deeper into the young man's skin. As the young man howled in pain, Kagaya flipped her hair, turned around, and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Kagaya turned back, tilting her head with amused interest as she watched the frantic young man. Some people are like sunflowers. They're brilliant and dazzling when in bloom, but once their peak has passed, they reveal the ugly seeds beneath their once beautiful petals, just like this young man, who now had no trace of his former elegance. Do you really think you can just walk away? Ha! The young man, seething with anger, forced a smile. No one had ever dared treat him like this before, and those who had were all hanged on the city walls. He had taken a fancy to this silver-haired girl, but she had proven to be infuriatingly difficult. Oh! Are you planning to imprison me, like some kind of plaything, for your amusement? Kagaya's lips curled into a playful smile. Why do people like him, who can't actually do anything, always like to make threats? Is it that the less capable someone is, the more they bark? That's not a bad idea. I'll consider it seriously. The young man's once handsome face now twisted into a sinister grin as his burning gaze locked onto Kagaya. I don't have time to waste on you, Kagaya said, losing interest. She felt that talking to someone like this was lowering her intelligence, making her look like an idiot. This guy was nothing more than a lapdog, driven by lust. Seeing that Kagaya was about to leave, the young man quickly stepped in front of her, blocking her path. His eyes were ablaze with desire, like a fire burning out of control. Yes, just as she said, he would imprison her, making her his possession. The thought of her slender neck, delicate collarbones, lithe waist, and perky chest filled him with a violent thrill, like a lion playing with its prey. Get her. Capture her. The young man's face twisted with a vile smile. Don't hurt her, or I'll have your heads. Yes, sir. The guards responded in unison, gripping their swords as they advanced on Kagaya. They didn't see this beautiful girl as much of a threat, but they did pity her, thinking another beautiful flower was about to be plucked by a pig. Just then, a golden blur shot through the air like lightning, charging into the group with blinding speed. After a rapid series of thud-thud-thud sounds, the young man's guards were all lying on the ground, sprawled in every direction. The golden blur then revealed its true identity. The figure turned her head, locking eyes with Kagaya, and they both showed expressions of shock. It's you. Chapter 331, Disgusting Maggots. The golden-haired girl in front of Kagaya was none other than Leon. What are you doing here? Leon asked, her face full of surprise as she looked at the silver-haired girl before her. She had intervened because she saw a girl in trouble, but she hadn't expected it to be Kagaya. I'm just traveling, Kagaya lied casually. Oh, I see, Leon nodded. Hey, I was just making that up, and you actually believe it. Seriously, you believe that? Kagaya said, exasperated. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it, Leon laughed. But if it's you, I believe it. Nothing you do would surprise me. Are you trusting me, or mocking me? Kagaya raised an eyebrow. Why would I mock you? Haha, Leon laughed, wrapping an arm around Kagaya's shoulder and whispering with a mischievous grin, who was that guy? Your old flame. Kagaya's mouth twitched slightly. Do you think he looks like one? Leon glanced up and down at the young man. Nah, there's no way someone like that could be your match. There you go, Kagaya said. Hey, you two, enough, the young man shouted angrily. Leon and Kagaya hadn't bothered to lower their voices, so the young man naturally heard everything. At first, he thought they were just whispering sweet nothings, but when he realized they were talking about him like that, he was furious. In the meantime, the sound of chaotic footsteps filled the air as a squad of soldiers marched in. Clad in armor and wielding sharp swords, they surrounded the two girls. Archers stood on the perimeter, their arrows gleaming coldly. Tension filled the air, the atmosphere thick with the threat of violence. Ladies, you'd better surrender now, the young man said, his confidence bolstered by the arrival of the soldiers. He looked at the two girls with smug satisfaction, as if they were already his. It'll save you some pain. The more powerless someone is, the more they overestimate themselves. Does he really think he can do anything to us? Kagaya sighed, a bit exasperated. Not everyone is like you, Leon laughed. A freak, I mean. Oh, I meant strong. Kagaya's mouth twitched again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I didn't say anything, Leon chuckled, patting her shoulder. Don't be so petty. That's enough. The young man, having been ignored for too long, exploded in anger. Arrest these two bitches. I'll personally teach them a lesson and show them what happens when you anger a powerful gentleman. As he spoke, his face twisted into a sinister smile, his gaze burning into the silver-haired girl as if he wanted to devour her whole. Disgusting, like a maggot in a toilet, Kagaya wrinkled her brow, her clear eyes showing a look of revulsion. She even waved her hand, as if trying to dispel an invisible stench. Hey, isn't it unbecoming for someone of your noble status to say something so vulgar? Leon looked at Kagaya in surprise, not expecting such crude words from the delicate beauty in front of her. You speak to people in the manner they deserve, Kagaya shrugged. Would you be polite to a thug? No, Leon clenched her fists, her voice cold. I'd punch him. There you go, Kagaya spread her hands, pointing to the young man. Do you want to deal with this guy, or should I? I'll handle it, Leon cracked her knuckles, making a crisp sound, and smiled brightly. How could I let someone as noble as you dirty your hands? I'll clean up this trash. The young man, hearing their blatant disregard, looked like he was about to explode. His face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water, and his eyes burned with fury. What are you idiots waiting for? Get them. Yes, sir. The soldiers gripped their swords and advanced on Kagaya and Leon. Leon snorted, a glint flashing in her eyes as she clenched her fists. A soft golden light began to emanate from her waist. Bathed in the golden light, Leon's short blonde hair suddenly grew long, reaching down to her waist, while her hands transformed into furry beast-like claws. You trash, I'll take care of you, Leon said, her lips curving into an excited smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Leon stomped the ground, launching herself forward with a tremendous force. She shot into the group of soldiers like a golden flash, moving with the speed of an arrow. Bang. 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 Oh. Leon tore through the soldiers like a lion among sheep. Her fist smashed into a soldier's shield, leaving a deep dent, and the soldier was sent flying as if hit by a train. Some soldiers tried to sneak up behind her, swinging their swords at her back, hoping to catch her off guard. But it was as if Leon had eyes on the back of her head. She spun around with a graceful twist of her body and kicked the soldier squarely in the chest. His chest armor caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swords clashed, fists flew. Under Leon's overwhelming assault, the well-trained soldiers fell apart, utterly unable to fight back. They were like helpless lambs. Any injuries Leon sustained were quickly healed by her powerful regenerative ability. Aside from a few bloodstains, there was no sign that she had been hurt at all. The difference between those with Imperial arms and those without was stark. In front of someone with an Imperial arm, ordinary people stood no chance. The gap in power was as vast as the sky and the earth. Of course, this wasn't always the case. Some people were strong even without Imperial arms, like Esteth. But clearly, these soldiers were not in that league. While Kagaya was watching Leon's performance with growing disinterest, a few figures quietly approached her from behind. They pulled out a large sack and attempted to throw it over her head. Chapter 332, Formation. Just as the black sack was about to be thrown over Kagaya's head, she suddenly turned around, giving her assailants a gentle smile as she said, "It seems I've been underestimated." The attackers were momentarily stunned, not expecting Kagaya to notice them. They then lunged at her even faster, thinking she was just a girl, a pretty girl at most. However, they had no idea what they were really up against. With a dull thud, Kagaya casually swung her snow-white arm, and they were sent flying as if hit by a truck. Their chests caved in, blood spurting out as they were flung into the air like broken kites, only to crash heavily onto the ground, lifeless. Kagaya frowned slightly. She noticed something strange. She hadn't used much strength, yet they were instantly knocked away and killed. What was going on? Kagaya gently clenched her fist, her clear eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be? Under Leon's fierce attacks, the soldiers were being thrown around like rag dolls, completely overwhelmed. The ground was littered with their bodies, and the soil was stained crimson with blood. In just a short time, Leon had single-handedly wiped out the entire troop. The survivors fled in panic, like dogs with their tails between their legs. Please, don't kill me. The once arrogant young man didn't even finish his sentence before Leon stomped on his face, distorting his formerly handsome features and causing blood to trickle from the corners of his mouth. His speech became slurred and unclear, making him look like a pitiful clown, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. What should we do with this guy? Leon asked, stomping on him a few more times and grinding her foot into his face, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Just kill him. A scumbag like this is just wasting food by staying alive, Kagaya said indifferently, not paying the man any mind, as if he were nothing more than a pest. And no, don't. The young man, realizing he had kicked a steel wall, panicked. Don't kill me. I have money, lots of money. I can give it all to you, just don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. By now, all his previous arrogance had vanished, and he was nothing more than a pitiful wretch, begging for his life. Leon picked up a sword from the ground and pressed it against his neck, smiling as she squinted. Sorry, but we're not interested in money, so you can just go ahead and die. And no. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, the young man struggled frantically, screaming in terror as he would himself. Just as Leon was about to plunge the sword into his neck, a dark figure suddenly shot towards her with lightning speed. With a sharp clang, Leon's sword collided with the incoming attack. She felt a powerful force surging through her arm, strong enough to make even her, with her enhanced strength and beast form, struggle to maintain her footing. She was forced back several steps before she could steady herself. Leon's pupils contracted as she realized that her sword had been sliced in half. A small cut appeared on her cheek, and a trickle of blood ran down her face. She quickly looked up in the direction of the attack. In the distance, a large group of people was approaching, moving towards them in a mighty wave. Leading the group was a man wielding a large black scythe, with fresh blood still dripping from its blade. It was this man who had attacked Leon. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, clearly of higher status. He wore a hat, a long robe, and held a book in his hand, giving him a pretentious air of righteousness. Uncle, you're finally here. The young man, now completely panicked, scrambled up from the ground and ran over to the middle-aged man, crying and sniffling as he complained, It's these people. They beat me up and threatened to kill me. Please, uncle, avenge me. Why does this scene seem so familiar? So you've finally shown yourselves. I was beginning to think you'd stay hidden forever, Kagaya said as she walked forward with a calm smile. Lord Balak. The man before her, if Kagaya was not mistaken, was indeed Balak. She had seen his portrait before, so she recognized him easily. Balak paid no attention to his useless nephew and instead greeted Kagaya with a sycophantic smile. Your Highness, Princess, I apologize for this. I didn't know you had arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you personally. Princess. The young man was stunned, unable to process what he had just heard. How could the girl he had randomly encountered on the road be the princess? It was just too absurd. Oh, really? Kagaya responded with a faint smile. Didn't you already send someone to greet me? You can ask him about it. As Kagaya's gaze landed on the young man, cold sweat broke out across his back. The sudden realization hit him like a ton of bricks. If he wasn't mistaken, the silver-haired girl before him was Kagaya, the strongest princess in the empire. Her power was so overwhelming that even the empire's strongest general, Isteth, couldn't defeat her. Moreover, it was said that tens of thousands of people had died at her hands. She was a true executioner, often referred to as the undead princess. The name alone implied that anyone who crossed her ended up as one of her many victims. Aye. The young man stammered, his fear and shock rendering him speechless. My deepest apologies. He is my nephew, and he is truly immature, Balak said, bowing apologetically. If he has offended you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness on my behalf. Oh, really? Kagaya toyed with a lock of her hair, smiling lightly. But your welcoming party of 50 or 60,000 soldiers really made me feel honored. Balak's pupils suddenly shrank at Kagaya's words. Chapter 333, Too bad you're not her. As winter gave way to early spring, the harsh cold began to recede, and most of the snow had already melted. The melting snow gathered into small streams, flowing over smooth rocks, creating a pleasant tinkling sound. Kurome gazed out the window and sighed softly. She didn't know why, but she had been feeling restless and depressed lately. Ever since Kagaya left, she felt uneasy, as if she had lost something. The image of that figure would occasionally float before her eyes. She wondered how Kagaya was doing now. Young girls, when first experiencing the stirrings of love, tend to be a bit melancholic. Kurome walked slowly towards the training grounds. It was the only place where she could vent her frustrations and find some semblance of peace. Suddenly, Kurome's delicate face froze as she noticed something. Her large, black and white eyes lit up instantly. In the distance, a beautiful silver-haired girl was approaching. Her hair, like moonlight, flowed down her back, and her face was flawless, her figure perfectly curvaceous. It was Kagaya. Kagaya waved at her, a slight smile on her fair face. Kurome immediately ran over, throwing herself into Kagaya's arms, her arms instinctively wrapping around her. "I'm back." Before Kagaya could finish her sentence, a pair of soft lips pressed against hers, silencing her. Kagaya's body stiffened momentarily before she extended her white arms to embrace the black-haired girl, her hands wandering over her body. The warmth of their bodies gradually increased, and a hint of intimacy filled the space between them. After a long while, their lips parted, a thin strand of silver connecting them. "Did you miss me?" Kagaya asked gently, stroking Kurome's smooth hair. Kurome nodded slightly but said nothing, only snuggling closer to her. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long," Kagaya said apologetically. "It's okay," Kurome replied softly, her slender body shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position. "Do you know?" Kagaya said, gently holding her shoulder. "You're the person I love the most. No one can replace you in my heart." Kurome murmured softly, her expression still calm, with little emotion showing on her pale face. Seeing her expression, Kagaya suddenly found herself unsure of what to say next. "I saw your sister," Kagaya hesitated before saying. "Really?" Kurome's response was somewhat indifferent, not as enthusiastic as Kagaya had expected. "Aren't you curious about how she's doing?" Kagaya asked, puzzled. "No," Kurome pouted. "Weren't you close to your sister?" Kagaya asked, even more confused. "I don't want another rival," Kurome said flatly. "Another rival?" Kagaya was even more puzzled, not understanding what Kurome meant. "If possible, I wish you could belong to me alone." "But," Kurome murmured, her expression tinged with sadness. "But what?" Kagaya asked. Suddenly, Kurome pushed Kagaya away. Caught off guard, Kagaya stumbled back several steps before regaining her balance. As she looked up, a blade emitting a chilling aura was pressed against her neck. "It's a pity you're not Her Highness, the princess." Kurome's face was expressionless, her pink face devoid of emotion, her clear eyes devoid of any ripple. "What are you talking about?" Kagaya's body froze, forcing a smile. "I don't understand what you mean." "Don't bother pretending. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you're not her," Kurome said, slightly disappointed. "Originally, I wanted to." Since her disguise had been seen through, there was no point in continuing the charade. In a puff of white smoke, the silver-haired girl transformed into a pink-haired girl, Chelsea. She had originally come to rescue Leon, only to find out halfway that Leon had already returned. But since she was there, she couldn't just turn back. With Kagaya absent, it was the perfect opportunity for her to make her move. If Kagaya had been present, Chelsea wouldn't have dared to infiltrate, as she had no confidence in fooling the one known as the strongest in the Empire. Now was the best opportunity. She disguised herself as Kagaya, infiltrated the princess's palace, and hoped to extract some useful information from Kurome. She had even decided that if the conditions allowed, she would kill Kurome, removing a potential enemy for the Revolutionary Army. However, Chelsea never expected to be discovered before she could extract any information from Kurome. "How did you know?" Chelsea had already resigned herself to her fate but was still curious to know how she had been found out. After all, her Imperial arm was a cosmetics-type Imperial arm, Gia Foundation, which allowed the user to transform into anything they desired. It wasn't just limited to humans, it could even transform them into animals and other creatures. Logically, it was a flawless disguise, so how could she be discovered so easily? "Because you're not her," Kurome mumbled, her pink cheeks blushing slightly as if dusted with rouge. She would never admit that Kagaya liked to kiss her by slipping her tongue into her mouth, nor would she admit that whenever Kagaya hugged her, her hands would sneak under her clothes to fondle her small breasts. Far away, in the Empire's northwestern border, in Anthara, the army's banners filled the sky, with weapons glistening in the light. The massive force stretched as far as the eye could see, a dark, overwhelming tide surging endlessly forward, exuding a menacing aura. At the sound of a deep, resonant horn, the soldiers charged forward like a tidal wave, quickly engulfing the two girls in a sea of humanity. "Do you think this will really work?" Balak asked nervously, turning to the men beside him. "It said she once wiped out hundreds of thousands of soldiers single-handedly. Even though they held a clear advantage, with their vast army encircling the two girls, Balak couldn't shake the unease in his heart. The man beside him was in his 40s, large and burly, with a strong, square face and piercing eyes. He was the revolutionary army leader who had ordered the assassination of Leon, the one who had previously been lurking near Night Raid. Humph, the men snorted coldly. This is a city, with hundreds of thousands of civilians around. She wouldn't dare use that dangerous ability unless she wants to commit mass murder. If she did, her reputation would take a massive hit. And as long as she doesn't use that power, sooner or later, she'll be ours. Chapter 334, God, Nativity of a World of Trees. Facing the overwhelming tide of enemies, Kagaya remained calm and composed. Her expression showed no trace of panic, and her clear eyes were devoid of any emotion, as if she were not standing on a battlefield but rather in a serene, elegant garden. Suddenly, Kagaya raised her delicate, jade-like arm, and a flash of cold light flickered in her eyes. A massive surge of power erupted from within her, causing the rocks around her to shatter into pieces. Waves of energy roared and surged, while a gentle breeze began to swirl around her, spinning faster and faster until it became a powerful storm. An overwhelming aura spread out in all directions. Wait. Leon's heart skipped a beat as she noticed Kagaya's change. A sense of dread washed over her. She suddenly recalled the rumors, stories of how tens of thousands of northern barbarian troops were wiped out in an instant by the Empire's princess, Kagaya. Only a small fraction of those troops managed to escape, and the battlefield itself had been transformed into a massive crater, devoid of any life. That wasteland remained barren to this day. Unable to hold back any longer, Leon dashed towards Kagaya. They were in Inthara, a large city with a population of hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million if you included tourists and merchants. If Kagaya were to use the terrifying power again, everything in the city would be obliterated, and nearly 1 million lives would be lost. The sheer scale of such destruction was beyond Leon's comprehension. Stop! Leon shouted urgently, her heart racing with anxiety. When she finally reached Kagaya, she found herself blocked by a powerful windstorm that surrounded Kagaya like a wall. Leon gritted her teeth and punched the wind barrier with all her might. With a dull thud, Leon was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, she wasn't seriously injured. She quickly scrambled to her feet and charged at Kagaya again. However, the wind barrier was spinning rapidly and was incredibly dense. Leon found it nearly impossible to break through. Despite the overwhelming difficulty, she didn't give up. Gritting her teeth and enduring the intense pain in her hands, she pushed forward step by step, only to be repelled once again. The sky had grown dark, covered by thick, black clouds. The ground began to tremble, at first, subtly, almost imperceptibly, with most people mistaking it for the rumble of the advancing army. But as the shaking intensified, resembling an earthquake, the ground started to crack, and stones shattered. Dust and debris filled the air. The advancing soldiers faltered, their steps slowing as they gripped their swords tightly, looking around nervously. They had no idea what was happening, and panic began to spread through their ranks. Could it be that she's about to use that power? Balak's eyes were filled with fear. He was a naturally timid man, and the strange events unfolding before him were enough to nearly scare him out of his wits. No, she won't use that power, the middle-aged man beside him muttered, his eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl at the center of the storm. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. But what if she does? Balak's face had turned pale with anxiety. She wouldn't dare destroy tens of thousands of people all at once. If she did, she'd lose her reputation, the middle-aged man replied through gritted teeth. But we're talking about life and death here. Would she really care about anyone else's survival in this situation? Balak's voice was filled with desperation. People often project their own thoughts and fears onto others. Being cowardly and selfish himself, Balak naturally assumed that Kagaya would be preparing to unleash her most powerful attack. No, she won't. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow. His earlier confidence was now wavering. He hadn't considered the possibility of what would happen if Kagaya did use her devastating power. The very thought made his hair stand on end. As he continued to watch the silver-haired girl in the eye of the storm, the middle-aged man found himself contemplating whether he should flee. If he ran now, he might still have a chance. At that moment, Leon, bloodied and battered, finally broke through Kagaya's wind barrier and grabbed her by the wrist. Stop. You can't do this. Leon shouted urgently. Thanks to Leon's interference, the storm swirling around Kagaya gradually dissipated, turning into a gentle breeze. What's the matter? Kagaya asked, puzzled by Leon's urgency. You can't use that power. So many people will die if you do. Leon gripped Kagaya's shoulders tightly as she spoke. Huh. Kagaya was even more confused. What was Leon talking about? Seeing the bewildered look on Kagaya's face, Leon hesitated, feeling uncertain. Aren't you going to use your meteor summoning power to destroy everything here? Who said that? Kagaya asked, stunned. Leon was at a loss for words. Now that she thought about it, no one had actually said Kagaya was going to use that power. It had all been her own assumption. Could it be that Kagaya wasn't planning to destroy everything after all? This was awkward. Oh, I see now, Kagaya said, finally understanding. She couldn't help but laugh. Did everyone really see her as some sort of tyrant, ready to destroy everything on a whim? Far away, the middle-aged man who had been watching Kagaya's every move breathed a sigh of relief. He had been on the verge of abandoning the mission and fleeing. After all, his life was more important than any mission. Now that Kagaya's companion had stopped her, he relaxed a bit, realizing his back was drenched with sweat. Balak, too, had been scared out of his wits. If Kagaya wasn't going to use the terrifying meteor summoning power, there was nothing to fear. With their numbers, they could overwhelm her eventually. A victorious smile crept onto the middle-aged man's lips. Just as he was about to order a full-scale attack, a clear, sweet, yet soft voice echoed across the battlefield. Shinjukai Koten, God, Nativity of a World of Trees. Chapter 335, You Are a Good Person. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself was tearing apart. The earth collapsed and sank, soil churned, rocks shattered into fragments, and debris flew in all directions. The air was thick with dust and chaos. From the upheaved earth, countless vines sprouted, growing rapidly as they were caught by the wind. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into towering trees, and the once chaotic battlefield was transformed into a lush, dense forest. At the center of this newly formed forest stood a massive tree, hundreds of meters tall, reaching towards the sky. Its thick canopy spread out, casting a vast shadow over the land below, resembling an enormous, sky-obscuring dome. The soldiers on the battlefield were stunned by the surreal scene before them. They halted in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the trees that had suddenly appeared, unable to comprehend what was happening. This was beyond anything an ordinary person could imagine, a desolate wasteland turned into a dense forest in the blink of an eye. It seemed like something only a god from legend could achieve. As the soldiers stood there, dumbfounded, the trees seemed to come alive. Countless vines extended from the tree trunks, whipping towards the soldiers who were still frozen in place. The soldiers at the front, caught off guard, were quickly ensnared by the vines, wrapped up like bundles. They struggled frantically, trying to free themselves, but no matter how much they thrashed and twisted, they couldn't break free. Some soldiers drew their swords and hacked desperately at the vines, but the seemingly fragile vines were as tough as iron, refusing to be cut. The soldiers ensnared by the vines began to wither at a visible rate, as if their life force was being drained. Their muscles shrank, their skin tightened over their bones, and in their agonized screams, they were reduced to nothing more than mummified corpses. With a sickening thud, the desiccated bodies were casually tossed aside by the vines, landing lifelessly on the ground, their eyes still wide open in terror. Their life force had been completely absorbed, even their flesh sucked dry, leaving behind only hollow shells. The vines, seemingly with a mind of their own, continued to search for more victims, slithering towards the remaining soldiers like predatory snakes. Amidst the terrified screams of the soldiers, the entire battlefield was transformed into a gruesome hunting ground, dominated by these sinister trees. What? What is this? The middle-aged man was utterly shocked by the scene before him. His eyes were wide with fear, his pupils dilated, and his body was frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Balak had already collapsed to the ground in terror, his body drained of all strength. He kept mumbling to himself, "Monster, monster." The soldiers had descended into a state of complete panic. They swung their swords and spears frantically, but the vines were impervious to their attacks, as if made of iron. Their weapons couldn't leave a scratch, and those who dared to strike were quickly ensnared and turned into dried-up corpses within seconds. The army's morale collapsed almost instantly. Soldiers threw down their weapons and fled in all directions, like headless chickens. The chaos led to pushing and shoving, with many soldiers trampled underfoot and crushed into the mud as they tried to escape. The battlefield was filled with blood-curdling screams, piercing the sky, only to abruptly fall silent. In an instant, the battlefield had been transformed into a nightmarish hell on earth. Kagaya stood calmly atop the tallest tree, her long, silver-white hair billowing in the cold wind like mist or a waterfall. Her autumnal eyes gleamed with a frosty light as she gazed coldly down at the scene below, like a grim reaper passing judgment. "Your Highness," Leon said, swallowing hard as she took in the horrific battlefield. Her voice was strained with fear. "What is it?" Kagaya asked, her expression as cold as ice as she turned to face her. Kagaya's gaze was so piercing that it felt like a stab to Leon. "Please, stop this," Leon said, forcing a smile. "They've already been defeated. There's no need to kill so many." The battle below was no longer a fight, it was a massacre. The Imperial army, along with the Revolutionary Army members mixed in, had been completely routed, with no ability to resist. Countless soldiers had been drained of their life force, their corpses piling up into mountains. Even many high-ranking officers of the Revolutionary Army, those wielding Imperial arms and Shingu, had met their end. This was the terrifying power of the enhanced Shinjukai Koten. Since Kagaya's ocular powers had mutated, her eye techniques had been greatly enhanced. The Shinjukai Koten had expanded in range, increased its absorption speed, and even the vines had become as hard as steel. Even in the world of Naruto, there were few who could easily cut through such vines. Some people are dead, yet they still live. Others are alive, but they are already dead, Kagaya said, her incomparably beautiful face as cold as ice as she turned away. The moment these men joined the Imperial army, they were already dead. But. Leone stammered, unable to finish her sentence as she looked at the suddenly unfamiliar Kagaya. Was this the true nature of Her Highness the Princess? Cold, ruthless, and merciless? No, it couldn't be. Leone shook her head vigorously. The princess she knew was kind, gentle, and understanding, with a strong sense of justice. She wasn't like this. Leone quickly walked over and grabbed Kagaya's smooth, white wrist, speaking softly, "Please, stop this." Kagaya frowned slightly, her gaze intense as she looked at Leone. "Are you pleading for them?" "No," Leone shook her head, speaking earnestly. "I don't want you to become someone who kills indiscriminately. But do you know how many people I've killed in the past?" Kagaya's eyes were cold as she asked. "How do you know I haven't always been someone who kills without restraint?" "I don't know what you were like before, and I don't know how many people you've killed," Leone replied, gripping Kagaya's shoulders and staring into her eyes. "But I know you're a kind, understanding, and just person." Chapter 336, The Feast of Slaughter. Kagaya's intense gaze locked onto Leone's, and Leone didn't back down, meeting her eyes with equal determination. The tension in the air was palpable, as if time had frozen for a moment. All right, Kagaya sighed, sounding a bit resigned. Women are so troublesome. As she spoke, the chilling aura around her gradually dissipated, and she returned to the gentle demeanor that Leone was familiar with. Noticing the change in Kagaya's aura, Leone also let out a sigh of relief and playfully remarked, "What are you talking about? Aren't you a woman too?" She then gave Kagaya a hearty pat on the shoulder. Kagaya brushed her hand off her shoulder and shot Leone an annoyed look. She then raised her delicate, jade-like hand, and as her fingers gently curled into a fist, the movements of the vines on the battlefield came to an abrupt halt before slowly retracting. Most of the soldiers on the battlefield didn't notice this change and continued to flee in terror, as if they were lost dogs. Even those who did notice weren't about to stop, they were too scared out of their wits. What had once been an army of 50 to 60,000 was now reduced to barely 5 or 10,000, most of whom were so petrified that they were incapable of fighting back and could only think of running. If they were fighting against other humans, no matter how strong the enemy, they wouldn't have been so terrified. But the events unfolding had surpassed their understanding. The battlefield had suddenly transformed into a dense forest, a place that seemed like hell itself, with vines that acted as the grim reapers of this underworld, ensuring death to all who touched them. Any area where the vines reached became a dead zone. Fear of death drove the soldiers into a frenzied retreat, but the crowded roads were completely blocked, making escape impossible. The overwhelming fear and desperate will to survive led them to turn their weapons on each other. What started as a few isolated incidents soon escalated into a large-scale brawl. Former comrades now saw each other as obstacles to be eliminated. The number of soldiers killed in this frenzy of mutual slaughter was nearly as high as those killed by the vines. When people are driven to madness, there's no limit to the horrors they can inflict. Around the base of the gigantic tree at the center, the area had become a ghastly scene of death, with corpses piled high, blood flowing like rivers, and a stench that could make anyone retch. "Look at how ugly they are," Kagaya remarked coldly, her clear eyes observing the chaos below. "They're willing to kill their own comrades just to survive." Leone silently watched the carnage below without saying a word. Her concern wasn't for the lives of the people down there but rather for Kagaya, worried that excessive killing might turn her into a cold, heartless person. She had seen this happen too many times during her years with Night Raid, people like Zanku, the executioner, who had become monstrous. However, Kagaya, standing atop the massive tree, seemed oblivious to this. She turned her head and, with an irritated tone, said to Leone, "Maybe all that nutrition went to your chest instead of your brain. Why else would you be pleading for the enemy? Hey, why do you sound just like mine?" Leone laughed, snapping out of her reverie and wrapping an arm around Kagaya's rounded shoulders. "Those guys are already scared out of their minds and pose no threat to you anymore. Letting them go wouldn't be a big deal." Fine, Kagaya relented. "But I think I heard you say something about me being a good person earlier," she added, tapping her chin with her pale fingers. "Didn't you?" "Yeah, I did," Leone responded, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. "Is there a problem with that?" "There's a big problem," Kagaya replied, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "How dare you call me a good person? Time for your punishment. With that, Kagaya's hands turned into claws, and in the blink of an eye, she pounced on Leon's chest. Meanwhile, on the edge of the battlefield, a group of people was fleeing in panic. They were drenched in sweat, stumbling over themselves, but none of them dared to stop. The vines chasing them were relentless, and to stop would mean certain death. This group had originally been over 1,000 strong, but most had perished, leaving fewer than 100 survivors. Each one was covered in dust and blood, a result of the chaotic stampede as people trampled over each other in their desperation to escape. Those who stood in the way were mercilessly cut down. "Sir, it seems like the vines have stopped," one of the guards suddenly said. "I don't care if they've stopped or not, keep running." "Don't stop," Balak shouted, his voice filled with terror. He was so frightened that he could barely move, his legs weak, so a guard had to carry him. Fortunately, the guard was strong enough to bear the weight of this hefty man. "Wait," the middle-aged man in charge raised his hand, and the group came to a halt. Unlike Balak, this man was the true leader, and it was likely that these guards were actually Revolutionary Army soldiers in disguise. "Why are we stopping? Do you want us all to die?" Balak fumed, his voice trembling. If he hadn't been carried, he might have been jumping up and down in frustration. "Something's not right," the middle-aged man said gravely, his eyes scanning the distance, unable to shake a sense of impending doom. "What's wrong?" Balak asked nervously, seeing the man's serious expression. "It's not right," the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned pale with fear. "Run. Now." In an instant, the men shot forward like a black lightning bolt, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The guards didn't know what had spooked their usually composed leader, but seeing his reaction, they didn't hesitate to follow, sprinting in his direction. Far above, on the crown of the giant tree, Kagaya's beautiful eyes glinted with a strange light as she noticed their actions. Her lips curved into a smile, half amused, half mocking. "They've noticed, huh? No matter. From the moment they set foot on this battlefield, their deaths were inevitable." Kagaya didn't bother watching the fleeing ants any longer. Instead, she turned her attention back to Leon, who was now in her arms. A flush of embarrassment spread across Leon's cheeks as Kagaya kneaded and rubbed her breast. Gently, Kagaya bent down, and as Leon let out a soft gasp, Kagaya kissed one of her rosy pink nipples, savoring the sweet taste on her tongue. Chapter 337, No Escape from Disaster. The middle-aged man continued running without looking back, his face still etched with fear, as if some horrifying presence was chasing him. His clothes were drenched with sweat, which dripped steadily as he pushed forward. After running for over half an hour, they finally managed to escape the battlefield and reach a forest. Exhausted, they collapsed, panting heavily. Their energy was completely spent, some so much so that they couldn't even stand back up after sitting down. But it was worth it, they had finally escaped that terrifying hell. What was that just now?" Balak asked between gasps for breath. The others around him were just as curious, their eyes fixed on the middle-aged man, awaiting an explanation. "You fools," the middle-aged man snapped, having lost all composure after everything they had been through. "Were you all blind? Didn't you notice that those who weren't caught by the vines also died?" His words struck a chord, and the group suddenly remembered that many on the battlefield had indeed collapsed without warning, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, their faces twisted in agony. At the time, they had been too busy fleeing for their lives to think about it, assuming the blood was from the chaos of the battle. But now, in hindsight, it seemed far more sinister. Could it be? Balak's face turned pale. "Exactly. Those strange trees must be the cause," the middle-aged man said grimly. "They might have some hidden ability to kill without being noticed. Those who mysteriously died must have been affected by it." Though the middle-aged man didn't know the exact details, he was close to the truth. The trees created by the Shinjukai Koten, god, nativity of a world of trees, were indeed dangerous. Similar to the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees used by Hashirama Senju, which released a paralyzing pollen, the Shinjukai Koten had a far deadlier effect. After Kagaya's mutation, this technique gained the ability to release a potent toxin into the air, capable of killing swiftly and silently. Many on the battlefield had died from this very poison. "Good thing you noticed in time," Balak said, sighing in relief. He looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of gratitude. If not for his quick thinking, they might have succumbed to the poison by now. "Let's not waste time. We need to move quickly," the middle-aged man urged. "She probably thinks we're already dead from the poison. If she realizes we're still alive, she won't let us go." The mention of Kagaya sent a shiver down everyone's spine, especially Balak, who immediately thought of the silver-haired beauty they had just escaped from. If she found out they were still alive. Yes, we need to get out of here," Balak agreed hastily, leading the group as they hurriedly moved deeper into the forest. The middle-aged man frowned slightly but prepared to follow. Suddenly, one of the men in the group collapsed to the ground. "Useless!" Balak shouted in anger, kicking the fallen man several times. Get up. The man on the ground was the one who had been carrying Balak. But the man remained motionless, no matter how hard Balak kicked him. Another person in the group came over and turned the man onto his back. Ah! The group recoiled in horror, stumbling backward. The man's face was a ghastly shade of blue, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his eyes wide open in a grotesque death stare. He was dead. Even more terrifying, his death was identical to the deaths of those who had been poisoned on the battlefield. Panic set in, and the group scattered in all directions, each person terrified that they might be next. If he was dead, what about the rest of them? Their worst fears were soon realized. One by one, as they ran, people began to collapse, blood pouring from their mouths and noses. Within moments, they were all dead. Balak, who had been cowardly from the start, also fell victim to the poison, collapsing onto the ground and never getting up again. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror, his face turning as white as a sheet. He suddenly felt something wet in his mouth and coughed, covering his mouth with his hand. When he looked at his hand, he saw it was covered in blood. Back at the crown of the giant tree, Kagaya paid no attention to the fate of these insignificant figures. To her, they were nothing more than ants, whether they lived or died made no difference. She was far more occupied with the golden-haired beauty in her arms, who had dared to call her a good person. For that, Kagaya decided a thorough punishment was in order. As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight bathed the earth in a soft glow, infusing the air with a sweet, refreshing scent. Kagaya stretched out her arm, instinctively reaching out beside her, but found only empty space. She sat up, rubbing her drowsy eyes until she was fully awake. The sky was clear, with white clouds drifting lazily across it. A gentle breeze played with her silver hair, making it sway gracefully in the air. She was sitting atop a massive flower, part of the colossal god tree below. From this height, it felt as if she could reach out and touch the clouds, giving the scene an almost dreamlike quality. But Kagaya's mind wasn't on the scenery. She glanced around, but there was no sign of the blonde girl she had been expecting. Looks like she left after all, Kagaya sighed. She had known Leon wouldn't stay, given that they were on opposite sides and might even become enemies in the future. Must it always come to this, loving each other only to end up hurting one another? Completely naked, Kagaya stretched languidly, standing up on the flower. In the soft morning light, her flawless figure radiated an irresistible allure. She gazed at the clouds on the horizon, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. As if I'd ever let myself be controlled by such trivialities as fate. If everything is determined by some so-called stone of fate, then I'll just shatter that worthless rock. In the end, destiny will be mine to command. With a graceful wave of her hand, Kagaya's red and black gothic dress reappeared on her body. She then traced a finger through the air, opening a black portal before her. With steady steps, she walked into the portal, which then vanished without a trace. The final chapter is about to unfold, and the curtain of the end will soon rise. And she will put the perfect full stop to this story. Chapter 338, End of Winter, Beginning of Spring. The sky was a brilliant blue, with soft clouds drifting lazily across it as the gentle sunlight bathed the earth, dispelling the lingering chill of the night. In the blink of an eye, spring had arrived. The biting cold of winter was gradually retreating, making way for the warmth and renewal that came with the changing season. Snow was melting, life was returning, and everything seemed to be enveloped in a sense of peace and tranquility. But war in the Empire was imminent, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, disrupting the peace and sending ripples across the land. The conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Army had begun during the winter, but due to the season's harshness, especially given how severe the winter had been, neither side engaged in large-scale battles. Instead, they focused on smaller skirmishes. The Revolutionary Army, with its extensive underground network and spies stationed throughout the Empire, had a significant advantage in the early stages of the war. They made rapid progress, while the Imperial Army suffered defeat after defeat, losing a third of its territory to the Revolutionary Army. The fighting was intense, yet curiously, neither side made any moves against the territory ruled by Princess Kagaya. It was as if her lands were forgotten, with even the routes of advancing troops carefully avoiding her domain to prevent any unintended conflict. Both sides were eager to win the support of the princess. The conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Army had reached a critical point, and the involvement of any additional faction, especially one as powerful as Princess Kagaya's, could tip the scales of the war. Over the past few days, Seo had received no fewer than 7 or 8 invitations from both sides. Why isn't Princess Kagaya back yet? Seo muttered, feeling increasingly frustrated as she sorted through the pile of documents in front of her, all of which required the princess's personal attention. Maybe she doesn't want to see you, Kurome replied dryly, munching on a biscuit while glancing at Seo. You're so indecent. Sounds like someone's jealous, Seo retorted with a light laugh, pushing out her chest. What's there to be jealous of? Kurome snorted. If someone could be jealous of a fat pig, I'd be impressed by their courage. Fat pig. Seo tilted her head and smiled, narrowing her eyes. Compared to a fat pig, your scrawny body is truly pathetic. You must have to be careful not to hurt yourself when you sleep. You're just trying to show off your lumps of fat, Kurome said dismissively, not even bothering to look at her. You're such a shallow woman. Just like the princess said, someone as indecent as you would have been drowned in a pig cage in ancient times. Drowned in a pig cage? Seo scoffed. Do you even know what that means? Kurome continued eating her biscuit and replied, you don't even know that. What a typical brainless big-chested woman. Then why don't you explain it? Seo challenged. Why should I tell you? Kurome replied, pulling out another biscuit from the bag. If you beg me, I might take pity on you and explain. I bet you don't know either, Seo huffed. Finally admitting you're clueless, huh? Kurome stood up from the sofa. Talking to someone like you is lowering my IQ. It's still better than having no chest and no brains, Seo shot back, unimpressed. Leaving the room, Kurome took a deep breath, enjoying the cool morning air that helped clear her head. Suddenly, a black portal appeared before her, and from it stepped a silver-haired girl. Kurome's face lit up with joy as she recognized Kagaya. Kagaya, slightly surprised to see Kurome there, smiled as she walked over, wrapping her arms around Kurome's slender waist and planting a kiss on her soft cheek. Did you miss me? Kurome didn't say anything, but she nodded, her happiness evident. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Kagaya said with a smile, playfully ruffling Kurome's hair. It's okay, Kurome replied quietly, shaking her head slightly. Her eyes stayed fixed on Kagaya, and in a soft voice, she added, I missed you. Despite her normally reserved demeanor, Kurome expressed her feelings boldly and passionately once she had opened her heart. Seeing Kurome, who was as docile as a kitten, Kagaya couldn't resist. She leaned down and kissed her on the lips, slipping her tongue into Kurome's mouth, savoring the sweet taste. Kurome held Kagaya tightly, her eyes slowly closing as she enjoyed the tender affection. After a long moment, they finally separated. Not satisfied, Kagaya let her hand slip inside Kurome's collar, grasping one of her small, perky breasts. Kurome's eyes grew hazy, her body gently squirming as she leaned forward slightly, making it easier for Kagaya to explore her chest. Just then, Kurome suddenly spoke, I captured a member of Night Raid. A Night Raid member? Kagaya paused briefly but then continued her actions, her fingers alternately squeezing and caressing, relishing the soft feel beneath her hand. Yes, Kurome replied, her breath growing more labored under Kagaya's touch. She said her name was Chelsea. Chelsea. Kagaya's movements halted as she looked at Kurome in surprise. Did you say Chelsea? What's wrong? Kurome asked curiously. Do you know her, princess? No, Kagaya said, suddenly remembering something, her tone turning urgent. You didn't get hurt, did you? She didn't hurt you, right? Kagaya's eyes scanned Kurome's body, her hand even gently touching the back of Kurome's neck. In the original story, Kurome had been ambushed by Chelsea, who used her taiga to transform into someone else and stabbed Kurome in the back of the neck with a needle. Though Kurome survived thanks to a strengthening drug, she had ended up killing Chelsea in retaliation. But Kurome hadn't taken any such drugs this time. Seeing Kagaya's anxious expression, Kurome's face softened into a gentle smile. She felt warmth spread through her heart as she softly replied, I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. That's good, Kagaya sighed in relief. Before Kagaya could say anything else, Kurome stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to Kagaya's, silencing her words. Chapter 339, It's time to end this. Kagaya's palace, despite having a dungeon, was rarely used. The only time it had been occupied was during the incident with Seiryu, otherwise, it remained eerily empty. Minor criminals wouldn't dare cause trouble in the princess's domain, and those guilty of more serious offenses were either executed on the spot or subjected to brutal interrogations by the intelligence department. As a result, the dungeon had mostly remained desolate. However, a new guest had recently arrived, Chelsea. Chelsea was a popular character in the original story, not necessarily because of her strength, but because of her appealing appearance and lively, mischievous personality. Her tragic fate, being decapitated and having her head displayed on a pike, had also garnered much attention, making her one of the most memorable characters who met a gruesome end. In this world, however, her fate seemed to have taken a different turn. At the very least, she wouldn't end up decapitated and impaled on a pike. The dungeon retained its typical gloom, filled with the stench of decay. The oppressive atmosphere made it feel almost suffocating, with an air of despair hanging heavily within the cold, damp walls. Kagaya stepped into the dungeon, her soft footsteps echoing through the dimly lit corridor. In the flickering light, she saw the silhouette of a young girl. Chelsea, with her long pink hair, adorned with hairpins and a black and red headset, stood in the shadows. Her delicate features, pale skin, and striking red eyes made her a sight to behold, even in this dreary place. She wore a black and red British-style uniform, complete with a white shirt, black vest, red plaid skirt, and black shoes. In the world of Akame ga Kill, Chelsea was undoubtedly among the top 5 in terms of appearance. Another round of interrogation. Chelsea said, sensing the approaching footsteps as she rose from the cold ground. If you want to call it that, then sure. Kagaya walked up to the bars of the cell, smiling softly. Oh, so they've sent someone new today. Chelsea sighed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Can you at least make sure they aren't idiots? I'm tired of being asked the same dull questions over and over. It's like talking to a pig. Well, if you're being interrogated by pigs, what does that make you? Less than a pig. Kagaya chuckled lightly. Who are you? Chelsea's eyes narrowed as she recognized the figure stepping out of the shadows. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized who stood before her. Looks like you know who I am, Kagaya said, still smiling as she came closer. You're the Imperial Princess? Chelsea asked, disbelief coloring her voice. She hadn't expected Kagaya to personally come down to the dungeon. Is there a problem? Kagaya's smile remained, calm and unperturbed. No, not really, Chelsea replied, quickly recovering her composure. She forced a smile, adding, I just didn't expect you to come down here yourself. You're only the second person to ever be held here, Kagaya remarked. How are you finding your stay? It's tolerable, Chelsea said, somehow producing a lollipop from nowhere and popping it into her mouth. Though, the bread could be softer. I'll take that into consideration, Kagaya replied with a slight grin. So, what do you want to ask me? Chelsea leaned against the bars, peering up at Kagaya. You didn't come here just to check on me, did you? You're right. I'm just here to see how you're doing, Kagaya said, her expression relaxed as she looked down at Chelsea. Oh, so the Imperial Princess has time to check on her prisoners now. Chelsea huffed, sucking on her lollipop. But then, her demeanor suddenly changed. Her eyes widened in panic as a terrifying thought crossed her mind, and she quickly backed away. Wait, you're not here to? Huh? Kagaya tilted her head, genuinely confused. What do you mean? You really are a pervert. Chelsea exclaimed, almost dropping her lollipop in her haste to retreat further into her cell. Kagaya watched the now flustered Chelsea with a baffled expression. She hadn't done anything, so why was Chelsea acting so strange? I didn't expect the supposedly dignified Imperial Princess to have such disgusting hobbies. Chelsea's voice was full of contempt as she glared at Kagaya. Hey, I don't remember doing anything to you. How am I a pervert? Kagaya retorted, her patience starting to fray. Don't get any ideas, Chelsea said sternly, crossing her arms defensively over her chest. I won't give in to your depravity. This doesn't make any sense. Kagaya was utterly bewildered, running a hand through her silver hair in frustration. Quit pretending. Chelsea huffed. I never imagined the famed princess would turn out to be such a lecherous person. Lecherous. Kagaya was stunned. No one had ever used that word to describe her before. She wasn't even angry, just completely taken aback. After leaving the dungeon, Kagaya felt thoroughly speechless. She had only wanted to meet one of the original story's notable characters, yet she ended up being accused of being a pervert. The encounter left her thoroughly perplexed. What on earth had gone wrong? Unbeknownst to Kagaya, she was unaware of the earlier incident between Kurome and Chelsea, who had disguised herself as Kagaya. But Kagaya didn't have much time to dwell on it. Spring was approaching, and tensions between the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army were rising. The atmosphere was thick with the anticipation of battle, and it seemed that war was about to break out. Previously, the Imperial Army had remained on the defensive, relying on Esthetha's formidable strength to keep the Revolutionary Army at bay, preventing them from advancing on the capital. However, Kagaya's recent actions, including the elimination of Balak and a Revolutionary Army leader, had made the situation even more complex. The most notable change was the Imperial Army's shift to a more aggressive stance, forcing the Revolutionary Army onto the defensive. While this situation didn't directly involve Kagaya, who could have simply observed from a distance, she decided she didn't want to prolong things. Continuing down this path would lead to a protracted war of attrition, so she decided to take the initiative and strike while both the Imperial Army and Revolutionary Army were weakened, with the goal of wiping them out in one fell swoop. Princess, are you really going to do this? Ieyasu asked urgently. We don't have to clash head-on with both the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Army. We could wait until they've worn each other out and then. No need to say more, Kagaya interrupted, setting her teacup down. I've already made up my mind. Your suggestion would take too long, and I'm not willing to drag this out any further. It's time to end this. Chapter 340, Companions. The Imperial War had finally erupted in full force. As one of the three major powers, Princess Kagaya launched an all-out offensive on the very first day of spring. Her elite, highly trained Imperial Guard swept across the continent like a destructive storm, crushing everything in their path. The sudden assault from the princess caught both the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Army off guard. They had never expected the neutral Imperial Guard to launch such a sudden and aggressive attack. Both sides had assumed that the Imperial Guard would wait until the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army had exhausted themselves before making a move, believing that Kagaya would stand by and watch the two armies tear each other apart, only to step in at the last moment to claim victory. This assumption was rooted in the belief that such a strategy would best serve the interests of the Imperial Guard. However, the Imperial Guard's unexpected involvement threw both armies into disarray. Neither had stationed significant forces along the Imperial Guard's borders, making them vulnerable to this sudden onslaught. The Revolutionary Army, in particular, found itself in a dire situation, with most of its forces engaged in battle against the Imperial Army. The Imperial Guard's sudden strike cut off a vital supply line, leaving the Revolutionary Army caught between two powerful enemies. It was a cruel twist of fate. The Revolutionary Army had not been the main target of the Imperial Guard, but they happened to be in the way of Kagaya's forces as they advanced on the capital. This led to an intense and unexpected battle between the two. Meanwhile, within the Night Raid headquarters, tensions were running high as a heated argument broke out. "I told you. That so-called princess was nothing but a liar from the start," Mine shouted, her frustration palpable. "Mine." She looked at Mine with concern, trying to calm her down. "I wasn't wrong, was I?" Mine continued, her anger not subsiding. "I saw her with Esteth, all chummy and close. They didn't look like enemies at all. For all we know, they've been plotting together this whole time, waiting for us to fight the Imperial Army so they could stab us in the back." "That's not true," Leon suddenly interjected. "She's not that kind of person." "And how do you know that?" Mine shot back, her hands clenched into fists as she stood up, challenging Leon. "You're just taking her word for it. Just because she hides her true nature doesn't mean she's trustworthy. Yes, she was once part of the Empire, but she's nothing like those corrupt, brutal officials." "She's not a cruel person," Leon insisted. "Haven't you seen how the people in her territory live? They're happy and prosperous. Who's to say she isn't just buying their loyalty?" Mine huffed, still unconvinced. "Leon, why are you always defending her?" She eyed Leon suspiciously. "Ah, no, it's not like that," Leon stammered, forcing a laugh. "Don't think just because she saved you once that she's a good person," Mine muttered, crossing her arms. "I actually think she doesn't seem like a good person at all," Lubbock added, running a hand through his green hair. "See, I'm not the only one who thinks so," Mine said smugly, tossing her head back in triumph. "Even this guy knows what's up." "But I don't think she's a bad person either," Lubbock added. "Shut up," Mine shouted, her temper flaring as she grabbed a cup from the table and hurled it at Lubbock. With a loud thud, the cup hit Lubbock squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. "Hey! Are you trying to kill me?" Lubbock protested loudly, rubbing his head as he glared at Mine. "Enough, everyone," Najenda said firmly, standing up from her chair. "This isn't about whether the princess is good or bad. What matters is that her Imperial Guard has already launched an attack on us. We need to focus on how to respond. And another thing, Chelsea has been gone for a while now without any word. She may have been captured. So, what do we do? We have to save Chelsea." Mine exclaimed, suddenly filled with concern. Mine's relationship with Chelsea had never been particularly friendly. In fact, they often clashed, bickering whenever they were in the same room. Chelsea's sharp tongue and sly nature often got the better of Mine, leaving her fuming. But despite their differences, Mine genuinely cared for her comrade, especially when Chelsea was in danger. "We can't," Najenda said sternly, shaking her head. "Not right now. The Imperial Guard has already breached our rear lines, and the Imperial Army is in front of us. We're trapped. If we send a team to rescue Chelsea now, we'll be even more short-handed, and if we can't hold off the Imperial Guard's advance." "But," Mine began, interrupting Najenda with a quivering voice, "Chelsea is our comrade. We can't just leave her behind." "I'm not saying we'll abandon Chelsea," Najenda replied gravely, "but we can't afford to take any unnecessary risks right now. We're at a crucial point. The outcome of this war will determine whether we can overthrow the Empire. In a situation like this, we can't afford to lose focus." "But..." Mine bit her lip, clenching her fists tightly. "But she's our comrade. Are we really going to abandon her?" "Listen to me, Mine," Najenda said, stepping closer and placing a comforting hand on Mine's shoulder. "We all care about Chelsea, but sometimes we're forced to make difficult choices. We have to know when to prioritize. But does that mean we can just abandon our comrades?" Mine said, tears of frustration brimming in her eyes. "Fine, if you won't go, I'll go by myself." With that, she turned and bolted for the door. "Mine." Leon quickly grabbed her, holding her back. "Let me go. Let me go." Mine struggled fiercely, but as a sniper, she was no match for Leon in close combat. Calm down. Leon shouted, gripping Mine's arms tightly. We will rescue her. We will. But not now. Do you understand? Mine bit her lip, her head hanging low, but she said nothing in response. The next morning, the sun was as warm as ever, its golden rays spilling across the land, chasing away the lingering chill of night. As Leon went to wake Mine, as she did every morning, she found the bed empty, save for a pillow beneath the covers. A gentle breeze, still tinged with the coolness of early spring, fluttered through the open window, rustling the pink curtains. Chapter 341, Infiltration. The sky was growing dark, and the lights were beginning to come on. As the sun gradually set behind the western hills, the evening glow in the sky slowly faded, and nightfall crept in. The stars began to twinkle faintly, and a crescent moon quietly rose above the horizon. At this moment, a pink-haired, twin-tailed girl was hidden in the forest outside the princess's palace, her gaze fixed on the brightly lit palace. This girl was Mine. Since they wouldn't go to save her, she would do it herself. This was the thought in Mine's mind, and it was exactly what she was doing. However, she didn't recklessly storm into the palace. Although she was anxious, she hadn't lost her head. At this moment, she was remarkably calm, carefully observing the shadowy figures moving inside the palace. There weren't many guards inside the palace, with only a few sentries posted every few dozen meters. There weren't many patrolling soldiers either, likely due to the residents inside. As one of the Empire's most powerful figures, there weren't many who dared to cause trouble here. Once, a 1,000-strong revolutionary army unit attempted to launch a surprise attack on the palace, only to be completely wiped out by a single black-haired girl. Since then, no one had dared to harbor any malicious intent toward the princess's palace. When the patrolling soldiers moved away, Mine slipped out of the bushes, darted forward, and with a swift leap, grabbed onto the edge of the wall. With a light push, she agilely flipped over. Inside the wall, Mine cautiously made her way deeper into the palace. However, she quickly realized something was wrong. The palace was much larger than she had anticipated. She had planned to quickly find where Chelsea was being held, but after circling around several times, she couldn't even locate the dungeon. Not only that, but she found herself lost. Mine and Sheil had visited the princess's palace before and were somewhat familiar with it. However, a few months ago, Kagaya had decided that the palace was too old-fashioned and plain, so she had it redesigned and rebuilt. The palace now had a completely different style from a few months ago, and even the layout had been altered. Pavilions, terraces, carved railings, and flowing streams all added to the palace's unique charm. Due to Kagaya's influence, the palace had taken on the elegance of a Sujo garden, which was an entirely different style from what existed in this world. Poor Mine was utterly bewildered by the intricate architecture. Damn it, where is it? Mine muttered, glancing around and realizing she had returned to where she had started. Frustration began to set in. It seemed she had no choice but to capture someone and ask for directions. Just then, a golden-haired girl emerged from a nearby building. She was pretty and had a toned figure. She was humming a tune, skipping along as if she was in a good mood. Mine quickly darted forward and in an instant was behind the girl, pressing a knife to her neck. Don't move, Mine whispered. If you scream, I'll kill you. The golden-haired girl looked at the sharp knife at her neck in surprise, as if she couldn't understand what was happening. Where is the dungeon? Mine demanded. Hearing Mine's question, the golden-haired girl seemed to snap out of her daze. She asked, somewhat bewildered, are you a bad person? No, Mine was momentarily taken aback by the question, then snapped, stop talking nonsense and tell me where the dungeon is. If you're not a bad person, then why are you kidnapping me? The golden-haired girl asked, blinking her large eyes. Who's kidnapping you? I'm just asking where the dungeon is, Mine retorted, growing impatient. What do you want to find the dungeon for? The golden-haired girl asked curiously. To save someone, Mine said through gritted teeth. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. And you still say you're not a bad person, the golden-haired girl huffed. Fine, follow me. Don't try anything funny, or I'll kill you, Mine warned in a low voice. All right, the golden-haired girl responded as she led the way into the palace. Although Mine had wandered around for a long time earlier, following the golden-haired girl made her realize just how grand the palace was. Even though it was still early spring and the weather was cold, the inside of the palace was exceptionally warm. In some areas, buds were already sprouting, adding to the fresh, elegant atmosphere. Suddenly, Mine stopped in her tracks, glancing around warily. Where are we? This doesn't seem right. Are you trying to trick me? She noticed that the further they went, the more beautiful the scenery became, with the landscape growing more and more splendid, hardly the place for a dungeon. What could I possibly do? My life is in your hands, the golden-haired girl said, sounding a bit aggrieved. This area was renovated recently, which is why it looks like this. Seeing that the golden-haired girl didn't seem to be lying and knowing that the palace had indeed been remodeled, Mine relaxed a bit and pushed her gently. Hurry up. All right, the golden-haired girl replied. They continued walking, passing through a small grove and down a narrow path, until they reached an elegant building. This building was different from the others. While it wasn't as luxurious, it had a softer beauty, with pavilions and terraces, carved railings, and exquisite masonry. The area also had flowers and trees in full bloom, which was surprising for this time of year. The vibrant flowers and lush greenery created a serene and peaceful scene. Mine couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment at the sight. As Mine stood there in a daze, the golden-haired girl suddenly broke free from her grip and shouted loudly, "Princess, it's her. She's trying to." Startled, Mine rushed forward and grabbed the golden-haired girl. The girl struggled fiercely, like a fish out of water, and Mine had trouble holding her. Panicking, Mine tightened her grip. As the two struggled, the golden-haired girl suddenly stiffened, her wide eyes filled with shock. Clutching her neck, the girl's small body collapsed limply to the ground. Mine's pupils contracted in horror as she extended her trembling hand, seeing that it was covered in crimson blood. At that moment, the door to the building suddenly opened, and a stunning silver-haired girl stepped out, standing before Mine. Chapter 342, The Girl's Punishment. The breathtaking silver-haired girl quickly walked over and gently cradled the fallen blonde girl in her arms. She pressed her fingers against the girl's soft neck, and in an instant, the blood smeared her fingers red. The silver-haired girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly. A deep gash had been cut across the blonde girl's neck, severing the main artery, which was gushing blood. The silver-haired girl's fingers emitted a faint white light as she gently touched the wound, causing the blood to stop flowing instantly. The gruesome wound healed rapidly before their eyes, and within moments, it had completely disappeared. Only the crimson stains remained, still a stark reminder of what had just happened. Kagaya let out a small sigh of relief, thankful she had arrived in time. Had she been any later, the arterial bleeding would have been fatal within minutes, and she wouldn't have been able to save Fal. "So, it's you." Holding Fal in her arms, Kagaya turned her gaze to the intruder, her eyes filled with a chilling coldness. She was beginning to get angry. It wasn't me." Mine, just coming to her senses, was startled and immediately waved her hands, stammering as she tried to explain. "I can't believe you would harm such a young girl," Kagaya said, her brows knitting in displeasure, her tone clearly displeased. "No," Mine hastily tried to defend herself, "I didn't mean to kill her. She bumped into me." "You're saying she just ran into your knife?" Kagaya raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with sarcasm. "Do you really think I'd believe that?" "It's the truth." Mine backed away a few steps, her face pale. "I really didn't mean to kill her." Kagaya gently laid Fal on the grass and stood up, slowly walking toward Mine. "I thought I was being merciful by sparing Night Raid, choosing not to wipe you all out," Kagaya said in a somber tone. "It seems my mercy has been repaid with this. Today, I've learned well that being merciful and indecisive comes with its consequences." "It's not what you think," Mine shouted desperately, her voice trembling. "Even now, you're still trying to make excuses." Kagaya's expression was icy, her resolve unshaken. "I'm not making excuses. Things really aren't how you think they are." Mine babbled in panic. "You couldn't even spare a little girl," Kagaya's eyes flashed with a cold light. "It seems you need to be taught a lesson. Don't come any closer." In her panic, Mine picked up the sniper rifle on the ground and pointed it at Kagaya, who continued to approach. "If you come any closer, I'll shoot." With just that. As Kagaya advanced, her serene eyes emitted a strange glow. With each step she took, her aura grew stronger. By the time she was standing right in front of Mine, her presence felt overwhelming, like a tidal wave crashing down, sending chills through the air as if the atmosphere itself was freezing. Faced with this immense pressure, Mine's hands and feet turned icy cold, and a wave of fear welled up from the depths of her heart, causing her heartbeat to skip. Finally, unable to bear the suffocating terror any longer, Mine let out a scream and squeezed the trigger. A blindingly bright beam of energy shot out from the barrel of the gun, streaking across the night sky like a comet, speeding toward Kagaya. Mine's Imperial arm, Roman artillery, pumpkin, was a gun-type weapon that converted spiritual energy into a powerful shockwave. The greater the perceived threat, the more powerful the weapon's blast. Due to her intense fear, its power was amplified several times over. A deafening explosion shattered the silence of the night, and a dazzling flash of light streaked through the dark sky. The shockwave from the explosion, mixed with a blast of air, swept outward, sending dust and debris flying. Is it over?" Mine gripped her sniper rifle tightly, her eyes locked on the spot where Kagaya had stood, her voice uncertain. That shot was the most powerful attack she had ever unleashed, its force not much weaker than her ultimate move. Few could survive an attack of that magnitude. But just as Mine was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a figure emerged from the cloud of smoke and dust, causing her pupils to contract in shock. It was Kagaya, unharmed. What shocked Mine even more was that Kagaya wasn't just uninjured, her clothes weren't even ruffled, and there wasn't a speck of dust on her. How is that possible? Mine muttered in disbelief, her grip loosening on the sniper rifle, which nearly fell from her hands. While Mine wasn't much in close combat, she had tremendous confidence in her ranged attacks. Her strikes were devastatingly powerful and had exceptional penetration, rarely failing to take down her target in one shot. In the original story, she had even killed the Empire's other general, Budo, in a direct confrontation, demonstrating the strength of her attacks. But now, Kagaya had emerged unscathed from her most powerful attack. It felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured over Mine's head. Is this girl a monster? As the silver-haired girl slowly approached her, step by step, Mine gritted her teeth and once again raised her sniper rifle. Taking a deep breath, she aimed and fired. Another beam of light shot out, streaking toward Kagaya's chest. But Kagaya's face remained calm, showing no sign of panic. She extended her ivory-white arm and, in Mine's astonished gaze, casually swatted the beam aside with her hand. How is that possible? How could someone deflect her attack with just a hand? Mine questioned whether she had seen it correctly. She gritted her teeth, raised her sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Countless beams of light shot out like a torrential downpour, all aimed at Kagaya. However, the gap in their strength was not something that could be bridged by individual effort or desperation. As the beams reached Kagaya, they seemed to hit an invisible barrier, dissipating into showers of light before vanishing into thin air. Kagaya, unharmed, finally reached Mine. In her terrified gaze, Kagaya stretched out her snowy arm, grabbing Mine by the neck and lifting her off the ground like a kitten. Leaning in close to Mine's ear, she whispered, "When you make a mistake, you must be punished. And now, it's time for your punishment." As soon as she finished speaking, the world spun around for Mine, and to her shock, she found herself sprawled across a pair of soft, springy thighs. Just as she was wondering what was happening, a sharp smack echoed in her ears, accompanied by a fiery pain on her rear. Chapter 343, Rescue. The situation was unexpected, Magenta sighed. I didn't anticipate that Mine would sneak out on her own. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably gone to rescue Chelsea. What do we do, boss? Lubbock asked with concern. There's no way Mine can rescue Chelsea by herself. We should go after them, Shiel, the glasses-wearing girl, said, her face showing deep concern. We can't, Magenta replied firmly. It's far too dangerous, and we're running out of time. But Mine, Shiel protested, her worry evident. It's not something we have a choice in, Magenta said with a serious tone. I want to rescue her too, but the Empire's forces are pressing in on us. Especially with the possibility of Esteth taking action herself, I'm worried that the Revolutionary Army might not hold out. Mine is so reckless, that girl always causes trouble, Lubbock scratched his head, a bit exasperated. Just then, Akame picked up the katana on the table and stood up, heading for the door. Akame, where are you going? Magenta quickly grabbed her hand, stopping her. I'm going to rescue Mine, Akame said calmly, her eyes steady, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. You can't, Magenta said sternly. What about Night Raid? What about the Revolutionary Army? Akame was silent for a moment, then she pressed her lips together and finally said, but Mine is our comrade. I know Mine is our comrade, but we've been working so hard for so long to overthrow the Empire's rule. Magenta placed a hand on Akame's shoulder, saying, we will rescue her, but not now. Akame's grip on her katana tightened. Don't worry about them, Leon suddenly said, drawing everyone's attention. They'll be fine. Both Akame and Magenta looked at Leon. Leon spoke seriously, I've known Kagaya for a while now. She's not the kind of person who would do anything to achieve her goals. She saved my life and Shiel's too. So even if Mine and Chelsea are captured, Kagaya won't harm them. I guarantee it. Shiel, who had been quiet until now, also nodded gently. She had been saved by Kagaya after Seryu nearly killed her, and if it weren't for Kagaya, she would be dead by now. Perhaps Leon's words, or the memory of Kagaya's character, had an effect. Akame's tense posture gradually relaxed, and she walked back to the table, sitting down. Magenta, who had been closely watching her, also breathed a small sigh of relief. But was the situation really as they believed? Slap. Ah. Stop it. Slap. I know I was wrong. Slap. Mine struggled desperately, her slender legs kicking, and her arms twisting as she tried to escape Kagaya's grasp. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from Kagaya's hold. After giving Mine a good thrashing, Kagaya's anger gradually subsided. With a thud, Mine was roughly tossed into a cell in the dungeon. She let out a cry of pain as she landed hard, aggravating her earlier wounds. Humph, shameless brat, daring to seduce the princess, a beautiful black-haired girl standing outside the cell huffed in displeasure. Who would have thought that someone so cute could be such a troublemaker? I wasn't trying to seduce anyone. Mine shouted indignantly, grabbing the bars, her face burning with shame and anger. Umph. The black-haired girl clearly didn't want to hear her excuses and turned away, walking off with an elegant stride. Mortified and humiliated, Mine felt so ashamed she wanted to die. How had things turned out like this? Hey, isn't this the short flat-chested one? A voice suddenly called from behind her, and a pink-haired girl stepped out of the shadows. It was Chelsea. Mine quickly wiped away the tears from her face, trying to appear unaffected. She let out a huff and said, "What do you want?" "Looking for a fight?" "Nope," Chelsea replied, waving her hand dismissively, her eyes narrowing with a playful smile. "You came to rescue me, didn't you?" "As if." Mine snapped, tossing her head defiantly. "You're imagining things. There's no way I'd come to rescue you." "Well, thanks anyway," Chelsea grinned. "I didn't think anyone would come for me." "I told you I'm not here to rescue you," Mine retorted, her voice rising with irritation. "Can't you understand plain language?" Recalling the humiliation she had just endured, Mine couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they started streaming down her face. Chelsea's expression softened for a moment. She walked over to Mine and pulled her into a gentle hug. "I'm sorry you had to go through that because of me." Mine wanted to argue back, but seeing the rare serious look on Chelsea's face, she didn't say anything more. She just pursed her lips and gave a small nod. "Don't ever do that again, understand?" The silver-haired girl's beautiful face was as cold as ice, emitting an aura of frost that seemed to chill the room. "I understand." The blonde girl lying on the bed buried her head under the covers, leaving only her large, frightened eyes peeking out. All right, a black-haired girl with a tray walked in, smiling as she said, "Now that she knows she was wrong, you don't need to scare her anymore." "Sayo, you're going to spoil these little brats if you keep this up," Kagaya said with a hint of exasperation. "She's lucky I was here. If I hadn't been, this little one might have ended up in a ditch somewhere." Perhaps it was the mention of ditches that scared Fowl. She quickly pulled the blanket over her head. "You're scaring her again," Sayo chuckled, giving Kagaya an amused glance. Despite Kagaya's lofty, untouchable demeanor outside, at home, she was like a parent constantly worrying over her children. "It's better to scare her now than to have to bury her later," Kagaya huffed, though the concern in her voice was still evident. "All right, let's not talk about that now," Sayo said, placing the tray of snacks on the table with a smile. "Let's have some pastries. They were made by Master Chef Air, and they're delicious." "Really?" Kagaya didn't hesitate to grab a heart-shaped pastry from the tray and pop it into her mouth. The soft, sweet flavor melted on her tongue, leaving a lingering taste. "She spent 3 days making these," Sayo explained. 2 of those days were just spent gathering the ingredients. "Then she deserves a good reward," Kagaya said, her mouth full of pastry, her voice slightly muffled. "Can I have some?" A timid voice suddenly interrupted. Kagaya turned around to see Fowl peeking out from under the covers, her eyes wide and hopeful as she eyed the pastries in Kagaya's hand. As spring arrived, bringing with it blooming flowers and revitalized life, the peace was abruptly shattered by the cruelty of war. The Revolutionary Army and the Empire intensified their offensives, with battles growing increasingly fierce. The Revolutionary Army, in particular, seemed desperate, throwing everything they had into the fight, pushing the conflict into a new phase of intensity. The reason for this sudden push was the entry of Kagaya's Imperial Guard into the conflict, forcing the Revolutionary Army to launch a preemptive strike. They couldn't afford to wait for Kagaya's forces to arrive, which would leave them sandwiched between the Empire's army and Kagaya's. During this time, envoys from the Revolutionary Army frequently arrived, seeking to negotiate a temporary ceasefire with Kagaya. They hoped to agree on a mutual non-aggression pact, offering generous terms, land, money, food, and even a dozen beautiful maidens. However, these maidens didn't even make it to Kagaya's palace before being coldly turned away by Kurome. Kurome then gave Kagaya the cold shoulder for several days, leaving Kagaya perplexed. Did everyone think she was that lecherous? Kagaya firmly rejected the Revolutionary Army's offer, even when members of Night Raid themselves came to plead with her. At the same time, she led her Imperial Guard in a full-scale assault toward the Empire's capital. In a war tent, a once dignified middle-aged man furiously threw his cup to the ground, shattering it into pieces with a sharp crash. "Damn it," the man fumed, his face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "That bitch dares to disregard me like this." This man, in his 40s, with a face as sharp as a blade, eyes that burned with intensity, and a thick beard that only added to his rugged appearance, was tall and muscular, his body seemingly brimming with power. He was none other than General Simon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 344, The Prelude to War. "Calm down, General," a soldier standing nearby said urgently. "Although the Imperial Guard rejected our offer, we still have Night Raid on our side. We need not fear them. Besides, the Imperial Guard is still far away. They won't reach us anytime soon. By the time they arrive, we will have already concluded our battle." Hearing this, General Simon's anger began to subside. "Where is the Imperial Guard now?" They are still quite a distance away, about. The soldier's report was interrupted as another soldier rushed in, shouting, "General! Bad news! You idiot!" General Simon's anger flared up again as he grabbed the soldier by the collar. "What is it?" The soldier trembled and stammered, "I'm Imperial Guard, they've appeared." "What?" General Simon couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" "The Imperial Guard is now less than 5 miles away," the soldier stuttered. "Impossible. You just said." Before General Simon could finish, a deep, resonant horn blast echoed from outside. The general's eyes widened in shock as he pushed the soldier aside and rushed out of the tent. His eyes fixed on the horizon, his pupils contracted in disbelief. There, in the distant sky, a massive army appeared, their armor gleaming in the dim light. They held long swords, and a fiery red cape billowed behind each soldier. Their formation was impeccable, their expression solemn. The rhythmic pounding of war drums filled the air as they marched swiftly toward the Revolutionary Army's territory. This was the princess's Imperial Guard. How is this possible? General Simon's face twisted with shock and disbelief. The Imperial Guard was supposed to be far away, yet here they were, appearing out of nowhere, without any warning. In the midst of the Imperial Guard, a silver-haired girl rode a snow-white warhorse. Her exquisite face radiated a killing intent that blended with the Guard's murderous aura. With a wave of her hand, the Imperial Guard moved as one, like a river of steel, surging toward the Revolutionary Army's stronghold. The curtain of war had officially been drawn. Facing the overwhelming assault of the Imperial Guard, the Revolutionary Army was caught off guard. They had not anticipated the Imperial Guard's sudden appearance and had made no preparations to defend themselves. In their panic, they barely mounted any effective resistance. The Imperial Guard's advance was unstoppable, crushing the Revolutionary Army like dry weeds. As the Revolutionary Army teetered on the brink of collapse, Night Raid finally appeared. Their timely arrival helped stabilize the crumbling Revolutionary Army, preventing a complete rout. However, the members of Night Raid were too few in number, and the Imperial Guard had its share of formidable fighters, including Kurome, Seo, Ieyasu, and others. Thus, Night Raid lacked the ability to turn the tide of battle. The Revolutionary Army was doomed to defeat. With a dull thud, Negenda sent a soldier flying with a punch, breathing heavily as sweat dripped down her face. The sheer strength of the Imperial Guard's onslaught exceeded her expectations. They were well-trained and exceptionally powerful, far beyond what the Revolutionary Army could contend with. She turned her gaze toward the distant figure of a stunningly beautiful girl riding a white warhorse. The Revolutionary Army was retreating under the relentless assault, on the verge of total collapse. It seemed there was only one option left. Negenda's eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl in the distance, a look of determination crossing her face. "Susanoo," Negenda called out in a low voice. Susanoo, her Imperial arms, immediately understood her intentions and broke free from the battlefield, moving to her side. As her Imperial arms, Susanoo didn't need Negenda to explain, he already knew her plan. Together, Negenda and Susanoo dashed toward Kagaya like arrows loosed from a bowstring. Along the way, the Imperial Guard quickly formed human barriers to block their path, but despite their rigorous training, they were no match for the Imperial arms. In the blink of an eye, Negenda and Susanoo reached Kagaya. Negenda's mechanical arm whirred as it launched a powerful punch toward Kagaya. At the same time, Susanoo gripped his spear tightly and thrust it at Kagaya with all his might. As the two of them attacked with lightning speed, a faint smile played on Kagaya's beautiful face. Her expression was one of amused disdain. Trying to capture the leader first. How naive. Kagaya raised her snow-white hand and, with a gentle wave, unleashed a powerful repulsive force from her palm. Boom. Negenda, along with her metal fist, was blasted away by the immense force, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Against such overwhelming power, Negenda had no chance to resist. Susanoo, however, surprised Kagaya. In the instant the repulsive force was unleashed, he planted his spear into the ground, using the friction to resist the force. His battle instincts were impressive. "Not bad," Kagaya said with a faint smile. "You do have some skill." As Kagaya spoke, Susanoo suddenly stomped on the ground, causing it to crumble beneath him. He used the recoil to launch himself at Kagaya with lightning speed. But instead of dodging, Kagaya extended her delicate hand and lightly chuckled. "Attacking while someone is speaking is rather rude, you know." "What?" Susanoo's pupils contracted in shock. The silver-haired girl before him had stopped his spear with just 2 fingers. Gritting his teeth, Susanoo roared and poured all his strength into his arms, but to his astonishment, the spear didn't budge an inch. No matter how much force he applied, he couldn't pull it free. "But if this is all you have," Kagaya said, a playful smile curving her lips, "it's far from enough." In the next instant, Kagaya pivoted on her left foot, her silver hair swirling around her. Her foot, clad in a black shoe, struck Susanoo's abdomen like a bolt of lightning. Thud. Blood sprayed into the air. In a blur of motion, Susanoo was sent flying, his body twisted like a rag doll as he was thrown high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He rolled several times before slamming into a boulder, which finally stopped his momentum, leaving a long trench carved into the earth. Negenda, Kagaya said, turning her gaze to the woman struggling to her feet in the distance. She smiled lightly. I suggest you surrender. You're no match for me. We won't know that until we try, Negenda replied, coughing up blood as she spoke. To be honest, I admire you, Kagaya said, her smile gentle yet tinged with regret. But I'm sorry, I don't trust you. Don't trust us. Negenda stood up, staring at Kagaya with steely resolve. And what about you? Can you guarantee you won't become the next tyrant? What if I promised that I wouldn't? Kagaya asked, her smile becoming more mischievous. Negenda hesitated for a moment before lifting her gaze. I still wouldn't believe you. Then it can't be helped, Kagaya sighed, her radiant smile returning. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson. As soon as the words left her lips, Kagaya turned and delivered a palm strike directly to Susanoo, who had launched a surprise attack. Crash! With the sound of cracking bones, Susanoo was once again sent flying, this time with several broken ribs. He slammed into a massive boulder in the distance, shattering it into pieces under the tremendous impact. They were no match for Kagaya. They couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. The disparity in strength was too vast, leaving them with no hope of victory. It seems we have no choice but to use that, Negenda murmured, her eyes hardening with resolve. Suddenly, golden light erupted from Negenda's body, swirling around her. At the same time, Susanoo also began to emit a brilliant golden glow. A black halo appeared behind Susanoo as he stood bathed in the golden light. His hair turned from black to white, and his attire transformed dramatically. The most striking change was the magatama, comma-shaped bead, at his chest, now glowing with a radiant golden hue. Kagaya blinked in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. Could this be evil soul, magatama, manifestation? The battle was far from over. Chapter 345, Sorry, I broke another taigu. Kagaya's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. The evil soul manifestation, she murmured, recognizing the technique. This ability allowed Susanoo to draw upon the evil soul within his chest, significantly amplifying his power by consuming his master Negenda's life force. The strength it granted was formidable enough to make even his death struggle, forcing her to resort to her time-freezing ability. However, this powerful technique came with a steep cost. Using it drained the life force of its master, and after just 3 uses, the master's life force would be completely exhausted. Seeing Negenda resort to this move, Kagaya understood that she was prepared to fight to the death. As the white mist dissipated, Susanoo's figure emerged. His hair had turned white, his face sharp as a blade, and his bare chest was muscular and robust. Behind him was a massive will resembling the frame of a clock, while a red magatama adorned his chest, a symbol of the wrathful soul. Now, Susanoo's strength had multiplied several times over, with energy almost tangible as it swirled around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Not bad, this is interesting, Kagaya clapped her hands lightly, a captivating smile playing on her lips. But if this is all... Her words were cut short as her eyes widened in surprise. Susanoo had suddenly vanished from in front of her. In an instant, Susanoo reappeared behind Kagaya, a golden orb materializing in his hand. With a swift motion, the orb transformed into a massive sword gleaming with a cold light, which he swung down mercilessly towards Kagaya's back. Aim no Murakumo sword. Boom. A shockwave erupted, and dust filled the air. The Aim no Murakumo sword is Susanoo's strongest attack. No one has ever survived it unscathed, Negenda said with a smile, her face showing a rare moment of relief. Princess, you were too careless. Is that so? A clear, sweet voice rang out. What? Negenda's eyes widened in disbelief as Kagaya stepped out of the swirling dust. That was quite a good attack, Kagaya admitted, stretching her arm slightly. A long tear ran down the sleeve of her garment, revealing her smooth, white arm. You actually managed to tear my clothes. Luna made this for me, you know. What a pity. Beads of sweat began to form on Negenda's forehead as she realized the true extent of Kagaya's power. Was this her real strength? Susanoo, still gripping the sword, charged at Kagaya again with lightning speed. Like a shadow, he reached Kagaya in an instant, raising the Aim no Murakumo sword high and slashing down at her with all his might. But Kagaya didn't move. She stood perfectly still, as if she hadn't even noticed the attack. Just as Susanoo thought his strike would land, Kagaya suddenly lifted her head and flashed him a radiant smile. Your speed is impressive, but it's not enough. For others, Susanoo's speed might have been dangerous, but for Kagaya, with her enhanced perception, it was far from sufficient. Kagaya raised her fair, delicate arm and pointed it at the airborne Susanoo. Shinra Tensei. Susanoo's pupils contracted sharply. Boom. A figure was sent flying. It was Kagaya. While airborne, Kagaya adjusted her stance, her lithe body twisting gracefully as she landed lightly on the ground. Her face showed genuine surprise as she looked at Susanoo in the distance. Susanoo had managed to reflect her Shinra Tensei back at her. Although Shinra Tensei wasn't the most powerful of her techniques, it had always been effective in this world of lesser power levels. Even his death had been caught off guard by it. But for Susanoo to reflect her attack back at her, this was unexpected. Could it be? Kagaya's clear, discerning eyes narrowed as they fixed on the mirror in Susanoo's hand. If she wasn't mistaken, that mirror was likely the Yada no Kagami mirror, Susanoo's ultimate defense. The Yada no Kagami mirror not only blocked attacks but also reflected them back at the attacker. Kagaya was aware of its capabilities, but she hadn't expected it to reflect even her Shinra Tensei, which left her slightly taken aback. At that moment, Susanoo launched himself at Kagaya again, as if shot from a bow. Swinging his arms, Susanoo unleashed a barrage of powerful punches at Kagaya. Each strike carried immense force, accompanied by fierce gales, and his speed was remarkable, creating multiple afterimages as his blows rained down like a storm. But Kagaya, with graceful movements, danced around his attacks. Her steps were light and elegant, as if she were strolling leisurely, yet each step took her just out of reach of Susanoo's blows. Your abilities are indeed impressive, but even so, you won't be able to defeat me, Kagaya said with a light smile as she raised her arm. 80 God's vacuum attack. Countless fist-shaped shadows suddenly shot forth, streaking through the sky like blinding white beams, descending upon Susanoo like a relentless storm. In the nick of time, Susanoo's eyes hardened with determination. He clasped his hands together, and a massive mirror appeared in front of him. Yada no Kagami mirror. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves surged, and dust filled the air. Caught off guard, Najenda was struck by the violent shockwave head-on, her body sent flying. She crashed hard against a rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Najenda clutched her mouth, coughing violently as blood continued to trickle from her lips. She had already been injured earlier, and forcing the wrathful soul manifestation had only worsened her condition. But Najenda had no time to worry about her own injuries now. Susanoo. Najenda struggled to her feet, her voice trembling with urgency. For some reason, a terrible premonition had settled in her heart. She could no longer sense the presence of her Taigu. Could it be? Ah, I'm so sorry. A soft, apologetic voice interrupted her thoughts. From the swirling dust, the silver-haired girl emerged, scratching her head and wearing a look of genuine regret. It seems I might have hit a bit too hard just now and broke your Taigu. My apologies. Najenda's pupils contracted sharply as despair filled her heart. In Kagaya's hand was Susanoo's shattered core. Chapter 346, Stubbornness. Susanoo. Najenda stared in disbelief at the shattered fragments in Kagaya's hand, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. I thought his Yada no Kagami mirror could withstand it, but I didn't expect. Kagaya said, her tone slightly embarrassed. Kagaya had assumed that since Susanoo's Yada mirror could deflect her Shinra Tensei, its defense must be formidable. Thus, she decided to unleash her Yasagami Kajiki, only to find that the Yada mirror was far more fragile than she had anticipated. It shattered almost immediately under her assault. You destroyed Susanoo, Najenda muttered through clenched teeth, her fists trembling with rage. It's not really my fault, he was just too weak, Kagaya shrugged with a touch of nonchalance, showing no remorse for her actions. Are you mocking me? Najenda's body shook with fury, her voice tinged with a mixture of disbelief and anger. Mocking? Oh, no, not at all, Kagaya replied with a sweet, innocent smile. I'm merely stating a fact. Honestly, I didn't mean to single you out. I was just pointing out that all of the Revolutionary Army's members are, well, rather weak. How dare you? Infuriated, Najenda lunged at Kagaya, her iron fist swinging towards her with all the force she could muster. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Najenda's eyes widened in shock. In front of Kagaya, a black, circular barrier had appeared, effortlessly blocking Najenda's attack. The barrier, a manifestation of Kagaya's truth-seeking ball, remained unscathed, while Najenda was sent reeling backward by the force of the rebound. You should give up. You can't defeat me, Kagaya said with a calm smile, her tone carrying a hint of playful arrogance. The gap in our abilities isn't something you can bridge with anger alone. My power is beyond your understanding, like a genius explaining complex concepts to a fool. What seems obvious to me is something you can't even comprehend. So this is your true nature, Najenda spat, wiping the blood from her mouth. Arrogant and self-righteous. I'm simply stating an objective truth, Kagaya replied, twirling a strand of her hair casually. Just like earlier, you clearly couldn't win, yet you stubbornly persisted. No matter how much you try to justify it, I won't give up, Najenda gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Even if I lose, I'll fight to the end. Such a stubborn woman, Kagaya sighed in exasperation. Why can't you be more sensible, like the others? The others. Nagenda's eyes narrowed as a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Never mind, Kagaya quickly covered her slip with a cough. I meant to say, why can't you be as sensible as the Imperial army? Don't compare us to that trash, Nagenda growled. We'll never surrender, not even to you. Why must you be so obstinate? Don't you realize that your efforts are meaningless? Kagaya replied, her tone almost pitying. Wouldn't it be nicer to enjoy a peaceful afternoon with tea and cakes? After all, mine and Chelsea are still waiting for you. Are you threatening me? Nagenda's eyes flared with anger as she tightened her fists. No, no, Kagaya chuckled, her eyes gleaming playfully. You don't need to worry about mine and Chelsea. They're being well taken care of. I have no interest in sending them to the torture chamber. Kagaya's words were true, she hadn't mistreated them. On the contrary, Kagaya had treated them rather well, releasing them from the dungeon and ensuring they were well fed and looked after. Aside from stripping them of their Imperial arms and controlling them with her dojutsu to prevent escape, they weren't suffering. However, Nagenda misunderstood, thinking Kagaya's words were laced with sarcasm. She believed Kagaya had subjected mine and Chelsea to brutal torture, and her heart burned with righteous fury. I didn't think you were that kind of person, Nagenda said through gritted teeth. What do you mean? Kagaya asked, genuinely perplexed. Aren't I treating them well enough? Enough. Nagenda snapped, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light began to emanate from Nagenda, encircling her in a radiant aura. The shattered magatama at Kagaya's feet started glowing intensely, rising into the air as it slowly reformed. In the blink of an eye, the broken magatama was whole again. Bathed in the golden light, Susanoo reappeared in front of Kagaya. Evil soul manifestation. Nagenda coughed up blood, the crimson droplets splattering the ground like a macabre, beautiful bloom. Cough, cough. Nagenda's body convulsed with each cough, blood trickling through her fingers. Kagaya's playful demeanor faded, her expression becoming serious. The evil soul manifestation can only be used 3 times. Are you really going to waste your life on something so futile? Futile. Nagenda chuckled bitterly. Perhaps in your eyes, it is. You're a princess, high above us all, so you can't understand the struggles of those of us who live on the edge of life and death. We've sacrificed everything for this day. No matter what, I won't give up. As her words echoed, Susanoo stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Using the momentum, he launched himself at Kagaya like a cannonball, his fist hurtling towards her head. Boom. The impact was earth-shattering. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, rocks crumbling and shattering as a massive shockwave of dust and debris filled the air. But it wasn't over yet. Susanoo didn't stop. He charged forward again, his fists raining down on Kagaya like a relentless storm, each punch carrying the force of a hurricane. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Susanoo's relentless assault culminated in the appearance of a massive, glowing sword in his hand. This sword was far larger and sharper than the previous one, its razor-sharp edge radiating an energy so fierce it felt like it could cut through the very air itself. This enhanced power was due to Nagenda's use of the wrathful soul manifestation twice in quick succession. The energy from the previous manifestation hadn't fully dissipated when Kagaya destroyed Susanoo, so when Nagenda used it again, the combined energy of both manifestations resulted in an even greater force. With a mighty heave, Susanoo raised the colossal sword high above his head. The air around him crackled with energy as he swung the sword down with all his might, aiming to cleave Kagaya in 2. Chapter 347, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the ground as rocks and debris shot out like shrapnel. The shockwave, like a tidal wave, surged forward, sweeping up clouds of dust and dirt that blotted out the sky. The force of the wind was so strong that Nagenda was sent flying. Fortunately, she was prepared, using her mechanical arm to grab hold of a sturdy tree, preventing further injury. As the dust gradually settled, a massive trench became visible on the once flat ground. The trench was several meters wide, over 10 meters deep, and stretched for hundreds of meters, disappearing into the distance. This was the sheer power of Susanoo's Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Even Kagaya would have taken some damage from an attack like that, Nagenda thought. However, as the dust fully cleared, Kagaya's figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, causing a sinking feeling in Nagenda's heart, a sense of impending doom. So, it did get stronger. But still, not enough to hurt me, a clear, melodious voice echoed. Nagenda's eyes widened in shock as she looked up towards the sky. There, floating gracefully in midair, was the silver-haired beauty, her robes billowing gently as her silvery locks swayed with the breeze. Even that couldn't defeat her. Nagenda's heart sank even further, a sense of helplessness welling up within her. The gap in their power was simply too vast. Ha! Susanoo didn't give Kagaya a chance to speak further. He launched himself like an arrow from a bow, gripping the Tatsuka no Tsurugi tightly as he charged at her. If you won't give up, I'll give you a reason to. Kagaya's clear eyes flashed with a cold light. Raising her arm, Kagaya's body was suddenly enveloped in a pale blue aura, resembling flickering flames. Simultaneously, 9 Magatama materialized around her, orbiting her figure as a powerful energy surged from within her. What is this power? Nagenda's eyes widened in horror as she felt an invisible hand gripping her heart, making it difficult to breathe. On the battlefield, everyone paused, their eyes drawn to the silver-haired girl in the sky, their expressions filled with terror. The sheer intensity of Kagaya's energy was so overwhelming that many were paralyzed with fear, some even losing control of their bladders. Even seasoned warriors like Akame, Leon, and Kurome stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting their disbelief. The stronger the individual, the more they could sense the terrifying extent of Kagaya's power. This was a level of strength that seemed beyond human, something only a god might possess. Had the silver-haired girl been holding back all this time? Akame bit her lip, her eyes filled with frustration and despair. Meanwhile, members of Kagaya's Imperial Guard, like Ieyasu, Kurome, and Seo, were less surprised. They had seen Kagaya's formidable power before. To them, Kagaya's strength was undeniable, her overwhelming abilities a fact of life. Especially Kurome, who had never doubted Kagaya's might. As Susanu's Tatsuka no Tsurugi neared Kagaya's head, Kagaya's lips curled into a faint smile. She raised her hand and gently reached into the void. Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull. Susanu's body froze in midair, as if caught by an invisible force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move a muscle, not even a finger. Kagaya's beautiful face lit up with a serene smile. Her delicate hand clenched slightly, and a brilliant golden light burst forth, turning the ground below into a blinding white expanse. Even the sun above seemed to pale in comparison. The people on the battlefield couldn't withstand the intense, burning light, shutting their eyes tightly as if witnessing the end of the world. Kagaya raised her hand, glanced at the immobilized Susanoo, and brought it down. Goodbye, Susanoo. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Boom. The earth shook violently, as if it were about to split apart. A dazzling flash of light erupted, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. The ground trembled violently as a massive shockwave swept across the battlefield, reducing rocks to dust and scattering debris and leaves in all directions. A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky, blocking out the sun and casting the world into shadow, with dust and stones flying everywhere. Cough, cough. Nagenda struggled to rise from the pile of rubble, her body covered in cuts and bruises, her clothes stained with blood from the shards of rock that had been caught up in the blast. But she ignored her injuries, her eyes focused on the distance, where her pupils contracted in shock. Where there had once been a mountain, there was now nothing. The ancient trees, the massive rocks, all of it had been leveled, replaced by a massive canyon that stretched endlessly across the battlefield. The survivors on the battlefield, those who had managed to crawl out from beneath the rubble, stood frozen, staring in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. It was as if they had been turned to stone. Could this truly be the work of a human? Nagenda struggled to keep her balance, her pale face drained of all color. For a moment, she couldn't think, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. If there had been even a glimmer of hope before, it had now been extinguished. Against such overwhelming power, any effort seemed futile. Give up, the silver-haired girl said softly as she approached, her voice calm and gentle. You can't win. Nagenda snapped out of her daze, quickly leaping back to put distance between them, her eyes filled with determination. She bit her lip and said, No, I won't give up. She had used such a powerful ability, surely it had drained her of energy. If she could just... Before Nagenda could finish her thought, Kagaya suddenly vanished from sight. At the same time, a gust of wind brushed past Nagenda's neck. Nagenda's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late to react. Time to rest. The last thing Nagenda heard was a sweet, melodic voice whispering in her ear before a sharp pain shot through the back of her head, and she plunged into darkness. Chapter 348, Split in Half. The battlefield, once filled with the sounds of battle cries and shouts, had now fallen into a deathly silence. The only sound that could be heard was the wind whistling through the empty expanse. Revolutionary Army soldiers and Imperial troops exchanged bewildered glances. The events unfolding before them were beyond comprehension, leaving many in a state of stunned disbelief. A few sharp-witted soldiers from the Revolutionary Army began to slip away towards the edges of the battlefield, taking advantage of the distraction to make their escape. With such terrifying power on the other side, continuing to fight was tantamount to suicide. The battlefield was now steeped in a strange atmosphere, where neither side seemed sure whether to continue fighting or not. Both the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial troops were at a loss, staring at each other in confusion. Was there any point in continuing this war? The Revolutionary Army, in particular, was in a dilemma. How were they supposed to continue fighting when the enemy could wipe them out with a mere flick of a finger? Was there any meaning left in their struggle? Holding the unconscious Najenda in her arms, Kagaya sighed and muttered, another one caught. To date, Kagaya had already captured several members of Night Raid, including mine and Chelsea. She had initially hoped to recruit them, but they stubbornly refused, consistently opposing her at every turn. This left her in a difficult position, unable to kill them and reluctant to let them go. In the end, she could only keep them under strict guard in the dungeon, a situation she found increasingly frustrating. Kagaya couldn't help but feel a surge of determination, her patience fraying with each passing moment. If things continued this way, she might just have to resort to something drastic, like confining them and turning them into obedient playthings, as in certain other worldly stories. Even her patience had its limits. Najenda had an impressive figure, tall, curvaceous, with a particularly enticing bust and shapely rear. Wrapped in her black suit, the soft and smooth sensation of her body was irresistible. How did Kagaya know this? It was evident from the way her delicate hands had explored Najenda's body. Unfortunately, years ago, Najenda had fought a fierce battle with General Death, only to be defeated and severely injured. That battle had cost Najenda an eye and an arm, hence the eye patch and mechanical arm she now wore. These injuries had reduced her beauty somewhat, though they also added a unique charm. Of course, missing limbs and other injuries weren't much of an issue in Kagaya's view. She had many ways to heal such wounds. If Naruto could restore Kakashi's eye, then she could certainly do the same. Pervert, a sudden shout came from behind, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind aimed at Kagaya's head. Kagaya, seemingly aware of the attack without even looking, withdrew her hand from Najenda and casually swatted the assailant away. The attacker was revealed to be a black-haired beauty wielding a long sword, glaring furiously at Kagaya, none other than Akame, the elder sister of Kurome. Attacking without a word. Isn't that a bit rude? Kagaya turned around, smiling. Humph, Akame snorted, saying nothing, her eyes locked onto Kagaya as she subtly shifted her sword, searching for an opening. Princess, I apologize, Kurome said, hurrying over with an apologetic expression. I couldn't stop her. It's fine, Kagaya said, walking over to hand Najenda to Kurome. Help me look after her, and I'll forgive you. Understood, Kurome nodded earnestly. Seeing Kurome's serious and adorable demeanor, Kagaya couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her on the lips, her tongue quickly invading Kurome's mouth. At that moment, Akame launched another attack. With a swift step, she turned into a blur, appearing in front of Kagaya in an instant. Raising her sword high, she swung it down furiously at the pair. A loud metallic clang echoed as Akame was forced back several steps by the sheer force of the impact. Before Kagaya, a black spherical shield had materialized, blocking Akame's strike. Though thin and fragile-looking, like an eggshell, the barrier was surprisingly resilient, even withstanding the blow from Akame's Taigu, Murasame. Interrupting someone's intimate moment is rather rude, don't you think? Kagaya remarked with a faint smile as she glanced at Akame. Sorry, princess, Kurome said, her cheeks flushed. I'll make sure to teach her better manners. Really? Kagaya chuckled. I'm looking forward to it. Though I must say, she's a lot fiercer than you were. Is that so? Kurome replied, slightly embarrassed, then asked hopefully, what about now? Now. It's just right, Kagaya said, patting Kurome's head with a smile. Do you like it, princess? Kurome asked boldly, mustering up her courage. I do, very much so, Kagaya replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But I wonder, can you outdo yourself at night? Kurome shyly fidgeted, hands behind her back, and replied, I'll try. Enough. Akame couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily. What's wrong? Kurome turned to her sister, curious. Are you mad, sister? Pervert, Akame spat, her eyes burning with anger, gripping her sword tightly as if ready to strike at any moment. Why are you upset, sister? Isn't it normal to be close with someone you love? Kurome asked, puzzled. Akame was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed there was nothing wrong with being close to someone you love. Unless. Kurome's eyes widened in realization as she clapped her hands together. Sister, do you also like the princess? What nonsense. Akame shouted, flustered. Why would I like that pervert? Kagaya was momentarily speechless, feeling as if she'd been unjustly caught in the crossfire. Liking the princess isn't a big deal, Kurome said generously. Since you're my sister, I can share her with you. Hey, Kagaya protested, feeling a bit miffed. Am I some sort of object that can be split in half? But on second thought, did that mean Kurome was calling her a nobody? Chapter 349, What on earth is going on? Unable to contain her rage any longer, Akame raised her sword and charged at the pair, her blade slicing through the air with a deadly intent aimed at Kagaya's neck. Having fought countless battles, Akame's combat skills were finely honed. Her movements were swift and precise, with each strike coming fast and hard, sometimes leaving nothing but afterimages in their wake. For those without substantial skill, facing Akame would be an insurmountable challenge, her relentless attacks nearly impossible to fend off. However, Kagaya was no ordinary person. Not only did she possess unparalleled strength, but she also wielded powerful eye techniques that could tip the scales in any battle. In a fight, such abilities were crucial, often determining the outcome. Unfortunately for Akame, her greatest advantage, her ghostly speed, was rendered ineffective against Kagaya's vision, leaving her attacks futile, as they were now. Akame's strikes came with blinding speed and frequency, her blade flashing like a whirlwind as it aimed to cut Kagaya down. Each swipe of her sword was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, attempting to overwhelm Kagaya. But Kagaya merely danced around the attacks, her feet barely touching the ground as she glided gracefully to the left and right, moving with the effortless elegance of a celestial being. It didn't seem like she was engaged in a fight at all, rather, it appeared as though she was taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how much Akame increased her speed, she couldn't land a single blow on Kagaya. Kagaya's evasions were light and unstrained, like trying to punch a cloud. This left Akame increasingly frustrated, her attacks growing more aggressive. However, in her haste, her form became sloppier, full of openings, making it even easier for Kagaya to evade. Hey, it looks like your sister is really angry, Kagaya said, glancing back at Kurome. Is that so? Kurome pondered for a moment, tapping her chin with her finger, before suggesting, you should just force yourself on her. What? Kagaya nearly stumbled at Kurome's casual remark, almost getting nicked by Akame's sword. Hey, are you really okay with saying something like that? Kagaya exclaimed, exasperated. And she's your sister? That's exactly why I said it, Kurome replied matter-of-factly. To keep her from going down the wrong path, you should just make her your woman. But that doesn't mean I should force her. Kagaya's voice was strained, a drop of sweat forming on her forehead. And do you even know what forcing someone means? Of course I do, Kurome began, but before she could finish, Kagaya flashed in front of her, clapping a hand over her mouth. Ahem, Kagaya cleared her throat awkwardly, trying to regain her composure. Let's not say such things out loud. Ever since Kagaya and Kurome had solidified their relationship, they often indulged in playful, intimate activities. One day, Kagaya, inspired by a whimsical thought, suggested a role-playing game where she would force Kurome. To her surprise, Kurome had taken a liking to the game. Contrary to her demure and elegant appearance, Kurome turned out to have a masochistic streak, which explained why she had developed feelings for Kagaya despite all the past humiliation. It's hard to understand the psyche of a masochist sometimes. Akame's eyes widened in shock. She had only seen a blur as Kagaya disappeared from her sight, reappearing in front of Kurome in an instant. What kind of speed is that? Akame, who had always been confident in her own speed, even when facing his death, suddenly found her confidence wavering. Then, she caught wind of something. Forcing her. Even someone as naive as Akame knew what those words meant. Seeing Kagaya covering Kurome's mouth as if to silence her, Akame immediately jumped to conclusions. You really are a pervert. Akame's fury exploded, her body radiating intense energy as she raised her sword and charged. The ground beneath her feet shattered as she launched herself at Kagaya like a speeding arrow, her eyes burning with rage. Die. Akame gritted her teeth, eyes blazing, as she slashed down with all her might, determined to cleave Kagaya in two. Wait. Kagaya quickly jumped back, hastily trying to explain. You've got it wrong, I didn't. But before Kagaya could finish, Akame had already closed the distance again, her sword slicing horizontally towards Kagaya's neck with deadly precision. The blade came so close that Kagaya could feel the hairs on her neck standing on end. In her fury, Akame's power had surged, and her attacks were now on a whole new level, almost unrecognizable from before. Though Akame and Kurome appeared to be on opposing sides, their relationship was far more complex. On the surface, they were supposed to be enemies, each aiming to kill the other. But deep down, Akame was a devoted sister who would do anything to protect Kurome. Seeing her beloved sister in danger, Akame's rage knew no bounds. Driven by the thought that she would rather kill Kurome herself than let someone else violate her, Akame launched a relentless assault on Kagaya. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Unlike before, Akame's attacks had become wild and unrestrained. Though lacking in form, the sheer power and speed of her strikes had increased dramatically, even enhancing the sharpness of her taigu, Murasame. The best evidence of this was the previously flawless truth-seeking orbs, which now bore several deep scratches, marks left by Murasame. Dodging Akame's frenzied attacks, Kagaya shouted, Hey, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Die, you perverted scum. Akame screamed, completely ignoring Kagaya's words. All she wanted now was to kill the person who had dared to defile her sister. As Kagaya continued to evade, she glanced over at Kurome, hoping for help. "Kurome, tell your sister I didn't." But when she looked at Kurome, her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Kurome was standing there, her brows furrowed in concentration, with both hands on Nagenda's ample chest, kneading and squeezing as if trying to figure something out. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 350, The Scheming Kurome. As Kagaya evaded Akame's relentless attacks, she couldn't help but call out, "Kurome, what exactly are you doing?" Kurome paused for a moment, then responded matter-of-factly, "I'm healing her." "Healing? At least come up with a better excuse. And what's with that half-hearted expression?" "She doesn't seem to have any injuries there," Kagaya muttered, her mouth twitching. "Is that so?" Kurome furrowed her brows thoughtfully, then suddenly slapped her hand on Nagenda's chest, causing the unconscious woman to cough up blood. "Well, now she's injured." Kagaya nearly tripped over her own feet, barely managing to keep herself upright. How devious could Kurome get? "Hey, are you trying to heal her or kill her?" Kagaya asked, exasperated. "Of course, I'm healing her," Kurome replied, as if stating the obvious. "See? She's still alive, isn't she? Then why did you hit her just now?" "Hit her?" Kurome tilted her head, tapping her forehead with a finger. "Oops, I must have forgotten. Do you think I'm that gullible?" Seeing how Kagaya was barely taking her seriously, Akame grew even more furious, increasing the speed and intensity of her attacks. Her blade moved with blinding speed, creating a near-impenetrable web of strikes aimed at Kagaya. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as Akame's blade clashed against the truth-seeking balls, which were now riddled with deep scratches, looking like a tattered rag. The orbs were struggling to regenerate as fast as they were being damaged. Kagaya, meanwhile, glanced at Akame with an approving nod. "Impressive, your attacks are sharp, and your speed is exceptional. You're easily one of the strongest in the Empire. But unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced." Before Akame could react, Kagaya suddenly vanished. Alarm bells rang in Akame's mind. She instinctively sensed danger from behind and spun around, her blade slicing through the air. Clang! Sparks flew as Akame's sword collided with Kagaya's kusanagi sword. "You managed to block my attack," Kagaya said with a light smile. "Not bad, Akame. But what about now?" Once again, Kagaya disappeared. Using the technique Yamatsu Hirasaka, Kagaya reappeared behind Akame, her foot clad in a small black shoe blurring into motion as she delivered a swift kick to Akame's lower back. Akame's eyes widened in shock as intense pain exploded from her spine, and she was sent flying through the air. Her body bent at an impossible angle, forming a curve that would have snapped anyone else's spine. With a heavy thud, Akame crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Though she was a beauty, Kagaya couldn't help but think that Akame's landing posture was anything but graceful. Ugh. Akame struggled to her knees, using her sword for support, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. Sweat drenched her clothes, making the fabric cling to her curvaceous figure, adding a touch of allure to her battle-worn appearance. "Just surrender already," Kagaya said, sounding a bit exasperated. "Why are you so stubborn? You're no match for me. There's no point in continuing this." "I won't give up," Akame replied, struggling to her feet. She wiped the blood from her mouth, her resolve unwavering. "I won't lose." Kagaya sighed, covering her face with her hand. Why were the members of Night Raid all so damn stubborn? One could call it determination and perseverance, but at this point, it seemed more like sheer obstinacy. They were like wooden blocks, unable to adapt to changing circumstances. Didn't they realize that sometimes discretion was the better part of valor? "Hey, Kurome, aren't you going to talk some sense into?" Kagaya began, but she almost choked on her words when she turned around. Kurome was in the middle of undressing Nagenda. The woman's outer clothes had already been removed, revealing a white undergarment, and Kurome's hands were busy working on the clasp. "What on earth are you doing?" Kagaya asked, feeling a headache coming on. Kurome replied nonchalantly, "It's been hot lately. I don't want her to overheat." "Oh, come on. Can you at least come up with a plausible excuse? It's spring, not summer, it's not that hot. Why don't you just say you're undressing her to heal her?" Kagaya suggested, her eyelid twitching. "Oh, right," Kurome said, nodding seriously. "I'm undressing her to heal her." Kagaya was at a loss for words. What had happened to the once well-behaved, demure Kurome? In reality, Kurome had simply noticed that Kagaya's gaze kept drifting to Nagenda's chest. "Well, there's nothing special about them, just 2 lumps of fat," Kurome said dismissively as she finished her inspection, casually tossing the unconscious Nagenda back onto the ground. She sniffed in disdain, clearly unimpressed by the older woman's assets. Kagaya didn't even know how to respond. If you're so unimpressed, why did you do all that in the first place? Clearly, Kurome's actions didn't match her words. Clang. A sudden cold gleam sliced past Kagaya's neck. Startled, Kagaya quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. She reached up and touched her neck, still feeling the lingering sharpness. It was then she realized that the truth-seeking ball in front of her had been sliced open, leaving a gaping wound. Something was definitely off about Akame. Her body was now covered in strange red markings, twisting and contorting across her skin, giving her a menacing appearance. Her crimson eyes glowed with a sinister light. Is this? Kagaya frowned as she recognized the technique. If she wasn't mistaken, this was the hidden ability of Akame's Taigu, Murasame. It was capable of greatly amplifying her strength, granting her immense power. In the original story, this ability was what allowed Akame to ultimately defeat his death. While Kagaya was lost in thought, Akame had already closed the distance, her blade a blur as she launched a ferocious assault. Chapter 351, The Curse of Muramasa. Clang. Sparks flew as two blades clashed violently, their edges sparking with the intensity of the collision. Die, you pervert. Just die already. Akame snarled through gritted teeth, gripping Murasame tightly. With a furious cry, she swung her blade in a deadly arc, cutting through the air with the speed and precision of a lightning strike. Her attack was swift and lethal, but Kagaya met it head-on, barely managing to parry the strike with her Kusanagi sword. The force of Akame's blow sent a tremor through Kagaya's arm, and for a moment, her usual playful expression was replaced by one of genuine surprise. With Akame unleashing the full power of her secret technique, her strength had grown exponentially, making her a far more dangerous opponent. Even Kagaya, with her vast array of abilities, could sense the threat Akame now posed. This was likely the same strength that had allowed Akame to defeat someone as powerful as his death. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kagaya gripped her sword more firmly, swinging it upward to deflect another of Akame's attacks. The clash of their blades rang out like a series of chimes, filling the air with the sharp sound of metal on metal. Akame, undeterred, flipped backward, gracefully landing on her feet. The instant she touched the ground, she propelled herself forward again, becoming a blur of motion as she launched another fierce assault. Clang. 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 The sound of their swords clashing echoed continuously, like rain striking a tin roof. The force of their battle was so intense that the surrounding trees and rocks were cleaved in two, their smooth, mirror-like cuts a testament to the sharpness of Akame's blade. Akame's attacks were relentless, her blade slicing through the air with a speed and ferocity that seemed unstoppable. But despite the onslaught, Kagaya's graceful movements allowed her to evade or parry each strike, her demeanor as calm and composed as ever. Just as Akame seemed poised to land a decisive blow, Kagaya suddenly vanished from sight. Akame's sword cut through empty air, leaving her momentarily off balance. In that instant, Akame reappeared behind Kagaya, her hands gripping Murasame with deadly intent. The blade of Murasame began to glow with a dark, malevolent energy, the curse that would inevitably kill anyone it wounded. With her target seemingly unaware of the danger, Akame's eyes flashed with determination. She swung Murasame down toward Kagaya's back, aiming to end the fight with a single, fatal strike. But just as the cursed blade was about to land, it met resistance. Clang. Sparks flew as Kagaya's Kusanagi sword intercepted Murasame, blocking the attack at the last possible moment. Akame's eyes widened in shock. How had Kagaya anticipated her move so perfectly? That was close, Kagaya said with a slight smile, turning her head to look at Akame. You almost had me there. A chill ran down Akame's spine as she realized that Kagaya had been aware of her every move. But before she could react, Kagaya suddenly appeared in front of her again, faster than Akame could process. Oh, you noticed. Kagaya said, her voice laced with amusement. Too bad you're already too late. With those words, Kagaya drove her fist into Akame's abdomen with brutal force. Thud. The impact was devastating. Akame's body bent sharply around Kagaya's fist, a stream of blood spurting from her mouth as she was sent flying backward. As Akame flew through the air, her blood splattered onto Kagaya's face, momentarily blinding her. Seizing the opportunity, Akame gritted her teeth through the pain, grabbed hold of Kagaya's arm with her left hand, and with her right, she drove Murasame directly into Kagaya's chest, piercing her heart. Blood sprayed from the wound as the cursed blade sank deep into Kagaya's body. Thud. With a powerful kick, Kagaya sent Akame crashing to the ground, where she lay in a cloud of dust, battered and bloodied. Kagaya coughed, pressing a hand to her mouth as blood trickled from her lips. She looked down at the blade embedded in her chest and smiled, even as the pain coursed through her. It's been a while since I've felt pain like this, Kagaya remarked, her voice calm despite the severity of her injury. I didn't expect you to actually manage to hurt me. I'm impressed. Akame, struggling to her feet, met Kagaya's gaze with steely resolve. You were too confident. Overconfidence in one's abilities leads to carelessness. That's how people die. Though Akame had sustained serious injuries from Kagaya's earlier attacks, her determination had not wavered. Her ribs were cracked, and her internal organs were bruised, but she refused to back down. Kagaya coughed again, blood spilling from her mouth. The red liquid soaked into her clothes, staining them a deep crimson. "It seems I underestimated you, Princess," Kurome shouted, rushing over to Kagaya's side. When she saw the extent of Kagaya's injuries, her eyes widened in disbelief. "This can't be happening," Kurome whispered, her voice trembling. "It looks like I messed up this time," Kagaya said with a faint, wry smile. The blood on her lips made her look even more otherworldly, adding a touch of eerie beauty to her already perfect features. At that moment, dark curses began to spread from the wound in Kagaya's chest, slowly creeping across her pale skin. These were the deadly effects of Murasame's curse, a curse that guaranteed death to anyone it touched. "How could this happen?" Kurome murmured, taking a step back, her face a mixture of fear and anger. She knew all too well the consequences of being struck by Murasame. No one had ever survived its curse. With tears of rage in her eyes, Kurome turned toward Akame, drawing her sword and charging at her with lightning speed, determined to avenge Kagaya. Chapter 352, True Power. "Stop." Kagaya's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to make Kurome freeze in place. She turned around, her tear-streaked face filled with a heartbreaking mix of sadness and worry. "Come here," Kagaya said, her voice strained as she coughed and tried to steady her swaying body. Kurome shot a resentful glance at her sister, who was standing silently in the distance, before biting her lip and walking over to Kagaya. "It really hurts," Kagaya grimaced, her usually composed face scrunched up in pain. "How are you feeling?" Kurome asked, her voice trembling as she stared at the blade still lodged in Kagaya's chest, tears welling up in her eyes. Kagaya's injury was severe. No one, no matter how strong, could survive such a wound to the heart. The sword remained in place, and Kurome knew that if it were removed, Kagaya's life would be in imminent danger, with blood gushing from the fatal wound. "What do you think?" Kagaya responded through gritted teeth, trying to keep her composure despite the pain. It had been a long time since Kagaya had been injured like this, and the sensation of pain was almost foreign to her now. She hadn't expected Akame's final strike, empowered by her secret technique, to break through her defenses. With a determined expression, Kagaya grabbed the hilt of the sword and, with a sickening sound, yanked it out of her chest. Blood spurted from the wound. "Ah!" Kurome gasped, rushing forward in a panic to press her hands against the gaping wound, trying to stem the flow of blood. Her hands were quickly stained red. "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Kagaya joked weakly, tossing the blood-soaked blade aside. The sword clattered to the ground with a loud clang. Kurome was on the verge of tears again, but then she froze, staring at Kagaya's chest in disbelief. The blood that had been gushing from the wound had stopped, and even the horrific gash had vanished, leaving nothing but Kagaya's flawless skin. "How is this possible?" Kurome's eyes widened in confusion. She had seen the blade go through Kagaya's heart, yet now there wasn't even a trace of injury. Curiosity getting the better of her, Kurome's hands moved to Kagaya's chest, poking and prodding as if searching for the wound, even squeezing a bit. "Are you really trying to take advantage of me?" Kagaya's eye twitched as she tried to suppress her embarrassment. "Why don't you poke your own chest instead? Not that there's much to poke." Kurome suddenly looked up, her big, beautiful eyes staring directly into Kagaya's, making Kagaya swallow her words. She remembered that Kurome didn't like anyone pointing out her flat chest. Just as Kagaya was feeling a bit nervous under Kurome's intense gaze, Kurome suddenly threw herself into Kagaya's arms, hugging her tightly. "Hey, are you trying to strangle me?" Kagaya teased, though she was genuinely struggling to breathe from the strength of Kurome's embrace. Kurome's grip was surprisingly strong, even for Kagaya. But just as Kagaya was about to say something else, she felt a warm wetness on her chest. Realization dawned on her, and her expression softened. "It's okay. I'm fine now," Kagaya reassured her, gently patting Kurome's back. "I haven't even lifted the curse yet." Kurome slowly loosened her grip, pulling away from Kagaya, her eyes still red and puffy, though her expression had calmed. However, when she glanced over at her sister, Akame, there was still a trace of anger in her gaze. "Your Taiga's ability is quite impressive," Kagaya said, turning her attention to Akame, a small smile playing on her lips. "But unfortunately, it has no effect on me." As she spoke, a strange purple aura began to emanate from Kagaya's body, swirling around her like a mist. It was an ominous, tangible energy that radiated a terrifying aura. Akame, who was closest to Kagaya, felt the full force of this energy. It was as if she were standing before a vast, dark ocean, cold, endless, and utterly overwhelming. The chill seeped into her bones, freezing her in place, and she couldn't help but feel an unfamiliar sense of fear. This was Kagaya's Dragon Veins chakra, a power so dark and corrupt that even Kagaya rarely used it. It was a malevolent force that could taint the mind, awakening the darkest desires and driving even the strongest-willed individuals to madness. In the face of this extreme evil, the curse of Akame's Taigu, Murasame, was like a single drop of rain in an endless ocean, completely swallowed up and rendered powerless. Within seconds, the curse marks that had been spreading across Kagaya's body melted away like snow under the hot sun, disappearing without a trace. This can't be, Akame stammered, her face paling as she stared at Kagaya in disbelief. Ever since she had obtained Murasame, no one had ever survived after being struck by its cursed blade. The only way to survive was to amputate the affected area, like his death had done in the original story. But no one could survive a wound to the torso, much less the heart. But now, Akame was witnessing something impossible. Kagaya had been stabbed through the heart and yet showed no signs of death. It made Akame question whether she had truly struck Kagaya's heart at all. And now, the terrifying power emanating from Kagaya made Akame feel an overwhelming sense of dread. For the first time in her life, she was truly afraid. Kagaya took a deep breath, the purple aura retracting back into her body, though the oppressive atmosphere only grew stronger, almost suffocatingly so. Much better, Kagaya said, stretching her arms above her head with a satisfied smile. My strength has finally returned. Being restricted and suppressed for too long really frustrating. Akame's eyes widened in shock, her pupils contracting as she realized the truth. Could it be that this terrifying power is her true strength? Chapter 353, The Influence of Evil Forces. Although you unintentionally helped me, Kagaya's lips curled into a wicked smile, you are still unforgivable. As soon as the words left her mouth, Kagaya vanished from where she stood. Akame's eyes widened, and a strong sense of danger surged within her. She immediately retreated, but it was too late. A melodious voice sounded in her ear. Think you can escape after offending me? Too naive. Kagaya suddenly appeared behind her. Akame was startled and tried to turn around, but she was already too late. Kagaya lifted her delicate arm, and with a simple gesture, her 5 fingers grasped at the air. Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull. A powerful force seized Akame, freezing her in place as if she had been immobilized. She struggled, but her body refused to obey her commands. Now, what should be your punishment? Kagaya's pale fingers tapped her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her smile grew even more mischievous. Let's play a game. Seeing Kagaya's sinister smile, a chill ran down Akame's spine. She had a bad feeling about what was coming. With a wave of Kagaya's hand, Akame's body floated toward her. No matter how much Akame fought to break free, her efforts were futile, her strength had been sapped away. Now standing before Kagaya, Akame felt utterly powerless. Her once formidable strength was no match for Kagaya, who was now at the peak of her powers, practically invincible in this world. Kagaya chuckled lightly as she lifted her hand, gently tilting Akame's chin with a single finger. As Kagaya's teasing touch lingered on her chin, Akame's cheeks flushed with anger, not embarrassment. Memories of Kagaya's previous assaults flooded her mind, fueling her rage. To make matters worse, her own sister, Kurome, had fallen under Kagaya's spell. The combination of past grievances and current fury made Akame wish she could strike Kagaya down with a single blow. Of course, it was just a wish. Without her sword, Murasame, Akame's strength was greatly diminished. Even with Murasame, she had been no match for Kagaya. Now, her chances were even slimmer. Let's start with a kiss, shall we? Before Akame could react, Kagaya had already embraced her, pressing their bodies together and capturing Akame's lips in a sudden, forceful kiss. Akame's body stiffened, her wide eyes betraying her shock. She forgot to resist, paralyzed by the unexpected assault. Not that resistance would have done her much good, Kagaya's control over her was absolute. After a few moments, Kagaya seemed dissatisfied with the mere kiss. She opened her mouth, her tongue slipping out to deepen the kiss. But Akame, still in shock, clenched her teeth tightly. Undeterred, Kagaya's hand slipped under Akame's clothes, gliding to her chest area, where her fingers found a sensitive spot, pinching it firmly. The sharp pain made Akame gasp, and Kagaya's tongue darted in, exploring her mouth with a mix of sweetness and dominance. Finally snapping out of her daze, Akame tried to push Kagaya away, her body writhing in protest as she squirmed like a fish out of water. Be still. Kagaya's patience wore thin as Akame's struggles disrupted her enjoyment. With a swift motion, she brought her hand down on Akame's backside. Smack. The sound of the slap echoed, and Akame's body froze momentarily before her struggles intensified. Smack. This time, Kagaya's slap was much harder, more of a punishment than a tease. Her hand connected with the soft flesh, producing a crisp sound. In no time, the area began to redden and swell. Akame, seemingly oblivious to her predicament, continued to fight back. But Kagaya's control over her had left her weak and powerless, her attempts at resistance reduced to half-hearted, ineffectual pushes. While a little resistance could be enjoyable, too much of it was just irritating. Kagaya's frustration grew, and she decided it was time to give Akame a lesson she wouldn't forget. Just as Kagaya's hand started to slide further into Akame's clothing, ready to punish her more thoroughly, a voice interrupted her. "Princess Kagaya." The voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. Kagaya paused and turned to see Kurome standing nearby, her cheeks puffed out in a show of anger. Despite her serious expression, Kurome's adorable face made her look more like a child throwing a tantrum than someone truly upset. Kagaya's mind suddenly cleared. What was she doing? The feeling that had taken hold of her earlier seemed to have come out of nowhere, amplifying her desires to the point where she lost control, acting on impulse without any regard for reason or restraint. Could this be? Kagaya frowned. If she wasn't mistaken, the dragon vein's chakra's corrupting influence had clouded her judgment, magnifying her desires to a dangerous degree. It was a force difficult to guard against, creeping in unnoticed and distorting her thoughts and actions. Although it wasn't entirely a bad thing, it certainly wasn't good, either. No one liked the idea of being controlled by something outside of their own will. Kagaya found herself missing Black Zetsu, who, if present, might have been able to offer advice. After all, Black Zetsu knew the dragon vein's chakra better than anyone. Suddenly, Akame managed to push Kagaya away, breaking free from her hold. Weak and exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. The hand Kagaya had been using to torment Akame slipped from her clothing. Coming to her senses, Kagaya looked down at the fallen Akame, flexing her fingers as if trying to rid them of the lingering sensation of softness. Meanwhile, Kurome marched over, her cheeks puffed out in a display of irritation. She stood before Kagaya, pouting. "Why did you go after her? If you wanted someone, you could have just asked me." Kagaya's eye twitched in exasperation. Does she really think I'm that insatiable? Chapter 354, Aftermath. The war between the Imperial Guard and the Revolutionary Army, later known by historians as the War of Suppression, concluded in just a few days with a decisive victory for the Imperial Guard. In this battle, Princess Kagaya displayed immense power, becoming the key to their success. This led historians to speculate just how powerful she truly was, considering she almost single-handedly crushed the Revolutionary Army. Following the unexpected and swift defeat of the Revolutionary Army, the Empire's military seemed to be shaken. Instead of continuing their aggressive offensives, they shifted to a more defensive strategy, retreating from large areas of civilian zones and surrounding rural territories. They concentrated their forces around the imperial capital, having realized that Kagaya's ultimate goal was indeed the capital itself. Useless idiots. What is the meaning of this? Minister Honest, who usually wore a smiling face, uncharacteristically erupted in anger. His bloated face twisted into a grotesque expression. How could you not gather even the simplest intelligence? My lord, stammered the guard kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. The intelligence hasn't returned yet, so we're still unclear about the situation. Fool. Honest roared in fury. What's the point of you worthless idiots if you can't even do your job? With a sharp clang, Honest drew the sword from his waist. Wait, my lord, the guard hurriedly pleaded. It said that in the midst of the battle, the Revolutionary Army suddenly, for reasons unknown, surrendered to the Imperial Guard, and that's why. The Revolutionary Army surrendered. Honest sneered. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? A flash of cold steel. Ah. Blood spurted into the air as a shrill scream was cut short, and a severed head flew up, spilling blood across the floor. Honest had beheaded the guard with a single stroke. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from the neck wound, quickly staining the floor red. Without even a glance at the beheaded guard, Honest snorted in disdain. Someone, take this useless trash and feed it to the dogs. Yes, sir. My lord, a cool, feminine voice chimed in as a graceful figure entered the room. What has you so upset? The woman who spoke had luxurious silver blue hair, deep icy blue eyes, flawless features, and a regal presence that exuded both allure and authority. She was none other than Esteth. So it's General Esteth. Honest's demeanor changed instantly, his anger vanishing as he adopted a warm smile. What brings you here today? I heard, Esteth smiled elegantly, that the minister has been troubled by the Imperial Guard. It seems the Empire's situation isn't as optimistic as it once was. Those are just rumors, Honest snorted. The Empire's situation is still under control. The Revolutionary Army was nothing more than a rabble, and their defeat was inevitable. And the Imperial Guard? Esteth pressed. Honest's plump face twitched slightly before he responded. The Imperial Guard is nothing to worry about either. They may be strong, but their numbers are small. They cannot hope to stand against the Empire's army. As for Kagaya, Honest's expression shifted to one of sly anticipation. That's where our Empire's strongest general comes in. With your help, General Esteth, to defeat the Imperial Guard, I promise that once I ascend the throne, I will make you a queen. You can do whatever you desire. Is that so? Esteth's lips curved almost imperceptibly, and a flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Empire, with the battle between the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Guard concluded, the fighting had temporarily subsided, and both sides entered a period of rest and recovery. The Imperial Guard, too, had suffered significant losses during the war. The army's rest camp was situated not far east of the imperial capital. Due to the extravagant tastes of successive emperors, who were fond of large-scale construction and lavish living, the palaces were built with extreme luxury. The interiors were opulent, decorated with gold and jewels, even more splendid than Kagaya's own palace. In a lavishly decorated bedroom within one of these palaces, a white-haired, beautiful woman lay peacefully on a soft bed of goose down, her breathing steady. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before her eyes slowly opened. As she regained consciousness, a memory seemed to flash through her mind, and she suddenly sat up, clenching her fists as she warily scanned the room. To her surprise, this wasn't the prison cell she had expected, but a richly adorned room. The room was silent and serene, the only sound being the soft rustle of curtains stirred by the gentle breeze. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked down at her body. She froze in shock. Her mechanical arm was gone, replaced by a smooth, fair-skinned arm. She moved the arm experimentally, it was as flexible as any natural limb. A familiar sensation stirred within her. She was stunned, her arm had been destroyed in a previous battle, yet here it was, whole again. She quickly scrambled out of bed and ran to the ornate wardrobe, where a large mirror reflected her image. The mirror showed a voluptuous, naked woman with fair, soft skin and curves that would make anyone's heart race. Her breasts were full and firm, and her figure exuded a mature woman's sensual charm. But that wasn't what held her attention. What she focused on were her eyes that had been destroyed by his death, restored to their former clarity and brightness. Staring at her reflection, she was filled with astonishment, wondering if she was dreaming. What in the world had happened? "Are you satisfied with my handiwork?" a melodious voice suddenly asked from behind her. She whirled around, and her breath caught in her throat at the sight of a breathtakingly beautiful silver-haired girl. Chapter 355, The Revolutionary Army's New Commander. Seeing the silver-haired girl walking gracefully towards her, Nagenda's pupils shrank as she quickly retreated, her fists clenched and her entire body tensed in a defensive posture. She kept a wary eye on the approaching figure. "Even if you're not going to thank me, there's no need to look so hostile," the silver-haired girl chuckled. "After all, I am your savior, and besides, do you really think you can defeat me with just your bare hands?" The elegant silver-haired girl was none other than Kagaya. Nagenda's expression faltered for a moment before she let out a sigh, relaxing her tightly clenched fists. Even before she had her mechanical arm, she had been no match for Kagaya. Now, without any weapons, the thought of defeating her was nothing more than a pipe dream. "What do you want?" Nagenda asked, her tone calmer now, perhaps resigned to her fate. "Are you planning to kill us, or do you intend to torture us?" "I really have no such intentions," Kagaya smiled as she sat down on a nearby sofa. "And I must say, I'm not as heartless as you seem to think. If I truly wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Though I don't know what your true goal is," Nagenda said seriously, "we won't let you use us, nor will we give up." "Give up on what?" Kagaya asked with a playful smile as she poured herself a cup of tea. "We won't give up on our ideals," Nagenda replied with determination. "As long as we're alive, we will continue to fight for them." "Continue to follow the Revolutionary Army?" Kagaya asked, her clear eyes blinking with curiosity. "Yes," Nagenda answered firmly, her gaze resolute. "In that case," Kagaya said, standing up with a serious expression, "you should address me as your superior officer." "What?" Nagenda was taken aback, not understanding Kagaya's words. "Doesn't the Revolutionary Army salute their superior officers?" Kagaya's lips curled into a lovely smile. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, the Revolutionary Army has already surrendered to me. That makes me the highest-ranking leader of the Revolutionary Army." "What?" Nagenda's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she asked, "What did you just say? Did I not make myself clear?" Kagaya continued to smile. "The Revolutionary Army has surrendered, and now they belong to me." "That's impossible." Nagenda shouted, refusing to believe it. "You must be joking." "You'll know soon enough if it's a joke," Kagaya chuckled. "I don't make it a habit to lie." Nagenda stared intently at Kagaya, trying to discern if she was being deceived. But Kagaya's relaxed demeanor suggested otherwise. "Oh, right," Kagaya said as she pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. "Here's the surrender document signed by that general. You can take a look." Nagenda rushed over, snatching the document from Kagaya's hand and eagerly reading it. As she read, her face grew increasingly pale, her teeth clenching in anger. Finally, she spat out a single word, "Traitor." "I think it was a wise decision," Kagaya said, twirling a strand of her white hair around her finger. The defeat of the Revolutionary Army was inevitable. Fighting to the bitter end would only have led to mutual destruction, benefiting the Imperial army in the end. Instead of letting the Empire pick up the pieces, wouldn't it be better to hand the army over to someone who shares the same goal? Nagenda's face turned even paler as she realized that Kagaya was speaking the truth. Even if they had fought to the end, it would have only led to the annihilation of the revolutionary army. But the sacrifices made by Night Raid and the years of effort that would now be in vain filled her with a deep sense of bitterness. What she didn't know was that Kagaya's claims were nothing more than serious-sounding nonsense. The idea that the selfish General Simon of the Revolutionary Army would surrender and hand over his troops to Kagaya was absurd, something that could never happen. The real reason for the surrender was that Kagaya had used her eye techniques to control him, leading to his seemingly out-of-character decision. Kagaya had originally thought that even if General Simon did surrender, his subordinates or high-ranking officers would surely oppose it. But to her surprise, the general's words were met with widespread approval, which left Kagaya somewhat taken aback. However, this reaction was both unexpected and logical. Kagaya's overwhelming display of power on the battlefield, particularly the Golden Will reincarnation explosion that left a massive, canyon-like trench stretching for miles, had struck fear into their hearts. The number of deserters fleeing the battlefield was countless. Could they really face such a monstrous opponent? What difference would it make from throwing themselves to their deaths? Many of them had joined the revolutionary army with high ideals, but that didn't mean they were reckless fools willing to die for a cause. Even more so for those who had joined out of desperation, just to get food on the table, these people had even less resolve. It's up to you whether you stay or go, Kagaya said, sipping her tea. You can choose to stay and fight with me against the Imperial army, or leave, or even continue opposing me. It's your decision. She took a deep breath, letting out a sigh of contentment. But think it over carefully. Next time, I won't be so lenient. Nagenda stood silently, still trying to process everything. All right, take your time to think it over, Kagaya said as she stood up, walking over to give Nagenda a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I've already released the other members of Night Raid. They're downstairs having dinner. You should join them. Nagenda simply nodded, still somewhat lost in thought. Kagaya chuckled softly and turned to leave. As she reached the door, she paused and glanced back with a teasing smile. By the way, I should remind you that even though it's spring, you should put on some clothes. You wouldn't want to catch a cold. Nagenda's pupils constricted as she suddenly realized that she had been standing there, completely naked, talking to Kagaya this entire time. Chapter 356, Mistaken Identity. This war between the Imperial Guards and the Revolutionary Army, later referred to by historians as the Rebellion Suppression War, ended swiftly with the complete defeat of the Revolutionary Army. In the end, they fell under Kagaya's command. The Imperial Guards gained not only tens of thousands of additional troops but also a substantial amount of weaponry and supplies. Although the quality of the soldiers still needed improvement, there was no denying that the strength of the Imperial Guards had significantly increased. Unfortunately, Night Raid chose to leave despite Kagaya's efforts to recruit them. The silver lining, however, was their promise that as long as Kagaya didn't act like the Prime Minister and rule tyrannically, they wouldn't stand against her. This brought some comfort to Kagaya, who was otherwise disappointed by their departure. To Kagaya's surprise, Akame chose to stay behind, devouring food with such enthusiasm that Kagaya suspected she had only stayed to mooch off meals. Kagaya, being well off, wasn't concerned. Feeding one extra mouth wasn't going to bankrupt her. Plus, gaining another capable fighter was a small consolation. However, what annoyed Kagaya was how ever since Akame arrived, she constantly stuck by her sister, guarding her like a wolf watching over its sheep. Akame monitored them day and night, ensuring Kagaya couldn't get close to Kurome without her noticing. There was even an instance in the middle of the night when Akame barged into Kagaya's room, catching her and Kurome in the middle of an intimate moment, and dragged Kurome away despite her protests. This left Kagaya frustrated and in a rather unsatisfied mood. Do they really think I'm harmless because I haven't shown my full power? Kagaya grumbled to herself. When Kagaya came downstairs with dark circles under her eyes, breakfast was already prepared. She couldn't help but praise Air once again, who kept everything in the household running smoothly and cooked meals that had completely spoiled Kagaya's taste buds. Breakfast was as rich and exquisite as usual. Since Akame, the glutton, had come into the picture, the palace's food supplies were being consumed at an alarming rate, and even Air was struggling to keep up. Your Highness, breakfast is ready, Air said warmly, flashing Kagaya a gentle smile. I made your favorite red bean dumplings. Really? Kagaya's eyes lit up as she eagerly walked over. Red bean dumplings were her absolute favorite, a treat she could never get enough of. Just then, Akame walked in from the bedroom and sat down at the dining table without so much as glancing at Kagaya, treating her as though she were invisible. Kurome soon followed, sitting next to Kagaya with a slightly flushed face and giving her a shy, apologetic smile. Kagaya glanced at Kurome's delicate face and let out a small sigh. Had she known Akame would be this clingy, she never would have invited her. Akame was like a shadow, constantly hovering around, making it impossible for Kagaya and Kurome to enjoy their private time. If she keeps testing my patience, I might really end up devouring her, Kagaya thought as she watched Akame devour her food, annoyed. Just as Kagaya was stewing in her frustration, she suddenly felt something soft brush against her leg. Glancing down, she saw a small, pale hand, soft and tender, caressing her leg. It was Kurome's hand. Kagaya smirked and grabbed the hand, gently squeezing it. Kurome's hand was soft and delicate, her skin smooth and supple with the vibrancy of youth. Kurome's face remained composed, but beneath the table, her hand entwined with Kagaya's, their fingers intertwining playfully. Suddenly, Kagaya's foot brushed against something soft. A mischievous smile crept onto her face. This little one is getting bolder, Kagaya thought. She extended her leg, trapping the soft object between her thighs. The sensation was incredibly smooth, almost like silk, hinting that the foot's owner might be wearing stockings. The foot tried to pull away, but Kagaya wasn't about to let it go so easily. She clenched her thighs, holding the foot in place, while her toes playfully teased the other set of toes, locking them together. The silky, ticklish feeling was oddly pleasant, even for someone like Kagaya, who had never been particularly interested in feet. The foot struggled a few more times, but it couldn't escape Kagaya's grasp. Eventually, the resistance ceased, and Kagaya took full advantage of the situation. Air, Fal, and Luna, 3 young girls with small appetites, finished their meal first and left the table. This left Kagaya, Akame, and Kurome alone. With fewer interruptions, the atmosphere beneath the table became even more flirtatious. "I'm done," Kurome said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. She stood up, gave Kagaya a playful wink, and left the room. Kagaya froze, her mind blank for a moment. The soft sensation under her foot was still there, meaning it wasn't Kurome's foot she had been playing with this whole time. If it wasn't Kurome, then that could only mean. In that instant, the foot jerked away from under the table, and Akame abruptly stood up, her cheeks flushed pink like a blooming rose. She glanced at Kagaya for a brief moment before quickly running upstairs, her footsteps echoing as she dashed away. Kagaya was left in an awkward silence, realizing too late that the foot she had been teasing all this time belonged to Akame. She had probably been sitting too close, and Kagaya had grabbed the wrong foot by mistake. Now, things were awkward. At that moment, Luna, one of the 3 sisters, ran up to Kagaya, stopping right in front of her. Her face was small and delicate, with light blue hair framing her features. It was Luna. "What's up? Is something wrong?" Kagaya asked, blinking in curiosity. Since Kagaya had met the 3 sisters over a year ago, they had slowly started to grow into young women. Once flat figures had begun to develop, particularly Luna, whose body had matured noticeably. Her figure was becoming Kaguya, and her once flat chest had started to show signs of growth. In fact, Luna's development was the most remarkable of the 3, with her slender waist and fuller hips complementing her emerging womanly charm. Most notably, Luna's chest had grown significantly, surpassing even Kurome's and approaching Seo's in size. Coupled with her innocent, youthful face, she fit the classic, lowly with a large chest, trope perfectly. Despite her physical changes, Luna remained reserved and soft-spoken, so Kagaya wondered what had brought her here today. "And nothing much," Luna stammered, her face flushing slightly. "What you asked me to make, it's finished." Kagaya's eyes lit up. Could it be that those items were finally done? Chapter 357, You definitely thought about it. Just as Kagaya was about to continue the conversation, Ieyasu hurriedly entered the room. "Your Highness, we have urgent news," Ieyasu said solemnly. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. "What's going on? Is there a problem?" Ieyasu's expression was serious, clearly indicating the news was not good. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, Luna wisely excused herself from the room. "Yes," Ieyasu began, "the Imperial army has begun mobilizing. They're gathering a large number of troops at the surrounding areas, concentrating them near the front lines. It seems they're planning something." "Of course they are," Kagaya's lips curled into a smile. "If they didn't make a move, I would find it strange." The Imperial capital was different from other places. It was a city primarily focused on commerce, producing little of its own food and resources. Most of its supplies came from nearby cities. With Kagaya's forces now surrounding the capital, the supply lines had been completely cut off. Although the capital had substantial stockpiles of food and its own water supply, they were bound to run out eventually. The sheer number of people in the capital, along with the need to feed a vast army, made the situation even worse. This was precisely why Kagaya had not launched a direct assault on the capital right away. However, it seemed that Prime Minister Unrest had also realized this, prompting him to mobilize his forces in preparation for a counterattack, though it was likely already too late. "Have the troops assembled behind the front lines, and put them on standby. We'll be entering battle mode soon," Kagaya commanded. Her tone carried a certain weight, the presence of a leader naturally commanding respect. If one had to describe it, it could be called imperious aura or kingly aura. No, perhaps more accurately, it was queenly aura. It looks like it's finally my turn to act, Kagaya added. You mean? Ayasu trembled slightly, surprised. The grand finale always belongs to the main act, but the time is almost upon us, Kagaya said with a smirk, waving her hand. Go make the necessary preparations. Yes, Your Highness. Ayasu bowed and quickly left. As Ayasu's figure disappeared into the distance, Kagaya's thoughts wandered. It seemed the mission in this world was nearly complete. However, the process hadn't been particularly difficult. Perhaps because the challenge had been relatively low, the rewards were also less significant. Originally, she was supposed to receive 100 achievement points, but this had been reduced to 70 points, leaving Kagaya feeling a bit resigned. At this point, there was likely only one opponent left in this world. Once Kagaya defeated her, the mission would be complete. Although she would have liked to stay in this world a little longer, there was no point in doing so now. Moreover, the system's deadline was approaching. If the mission wasn't completed within the given time, there would be trouble. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman with long black hair entered the room. Her skin was fair, and her facial features were elegant and delicate. Her figure was striking, with curves in all the right places, especially her full chest, which was eye-catching. This woman was none other than Seo. Seo, you're back, Kagaya said with a hint of surprise and delight. Yes, Seo smiled warmly, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Seo, one of the few talented individuals under Kagaya's command who excelled in administration, had been sent to manage one of Kagaya's territories. Only someone as sharp-minded as Seo could handle such responsibilities. If Kagaya had sent someone like Ayasu, they likely would have made a mess of things. This was one of the challenges Kagaya faced, her current lack of skilled personnel. Did you miss me? Seo teased with a smile. Of course, Kagaya quickly moved over to her and grabbed her soft, delicate hand. I've been thinking about you constantly. Kagaya wasn't just being flirtatious, she genuinely missed Seo. Especially after the incident with Akame interrupting her and Kurome. Sure you did, Seo replied with a playful wink. I bet you've been having plenty of fun with that other one. By that other one, she was clearly referring to Kurome. That's impossible. I haven't even touched her lately, Kagaya said, pulling Seo's soft body closer. A cat that doesn't eat fish. Seo quipped, raising an eyebrow with a sly smile. Kagaya coughed awkwardly. I've been eating vegetarian lately. I heard there's another beauty around here now, Seo continued with a mischievous glint in her eye. Kurome's older sister, right? No wonder you haven't been paying attention to Kurome, you've been eyeing her sister instead. Don't misunderstand, Kagaya quickly replied. There's nothing between me and her sister. In fact, she probably wants to cut me into pieces. You must have done something to provoke her, Seo said knowingly. Otherwise, why would she want to kill you? That's not it, Kagaya replied, her expression somewhat awkward. She did recall teasing Akame a bit, and taking advantage of her. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Yes, you are, Seo nodded firmly, clearly convinced. Well, Kagaya had to admit, she was that kind of person. Little brat, talking behind my back, huh? I think it's time you got a lesson, Kagaya said playfully. With that, Kagaya embraced the beauty in her arms and leaned in to kiss her. Her tongue slipped into Seo's mouth, playfully twirling and teasing. At the same time, her hand slid down to Seo's chest, expertly finding its way inside and cupping one of her full breasts. Her fingers kneaded and massaged the soft flesh, the sensation of Seo's skin both tender and intoxicating. Seo's body responded, her breathing quickening as her face flushed a deep red. When Kagaya finally released her, Seo was left panting, her cheeks flushed as though she had been stained with rouge. I get it now, Seo said between breaths. You're planning to have a threesome with Kurome and Akame. Huh? Kagaya blinked, momentarily caught off guard. I'm saying, Seo continued, her eyes narrowing, you're planning to have both Kurome and Akame in bed together. Kagaya's mind briefly conjured the image of Kurome and Akame in bed with her, their delicate forms writhing in pleasure. It was such a beautiful scene. But before she could get too lost in the fantasy, Kagaya snapped out of it, staring at Seo incredulously. Hey, you're supposed to be a proper lady. Where did you learn to talk like that? She had almost let herself get led astray by Seo's words. I've never claimed to be a proper lady, Seo huffed, her gaze fixed on Kagaya. And don't lie, you were totally thinking about it. Kagaya sighed in defeat, feeling like she was constantly being outplayed by the quick-witted Seo. Chapter 358, Discussions in the Private Chamber. The way you think is dangerous, young lady, Kagaya said, pretending to be serious. Isn't this kind of thinking quite normal? Seo replied with a sly smile, drawing circles on Kagaya's chest with her delicate finger. What do you mean by dangerous? Kagaya asked, grabbing Seo's wandering hand with a mischievous grin. Well, you've been quite impressive lately, haven't you? Seo teased. Impressive? In what way? Kagaya raised an eyebrow. Defeating the Revolutionary Army all on your own. Isn't that impressive enough? Seo said with a knowing smile. That was the effort of the entire Imperial Guard, Kagaya corrected her. I merely gave a helping hand. Modesty is polite, but too much of it becomes false humility, Seo said playfully, her finger tracing lazy circles on Kagaya's chest before playfully poking the center of her breast with a delicate touch. All right, fine. But I don't see what's so impressive about it, Kagaya said, catching Seo's hand to stop her teasing. Really? Or perhaps. Seo's eyes twinkled mischievously, you only feel impressive when you're with Kurome. Hey, don't twist things. Kagaya coughed lightly, sensing the underlying tone in Seo's words. Oh, or maybe, Seo continued with a slight hum, you'd feel even more impressive if you got Kurome's sister into bed too. That's impossible. Kagaya quickly pulled Seo closer by the waist. All right, you little minx, daring to tease me like this. See how I'll punish you. Seo pushed herself out of Kagaya's embrace and giggled as she dashed toward a nearby bedroom. Punish me. Save that for Akame. I'll pass. Wait, don't run. Kagaya shouted, chasing after her. Whether it was by accident or design, Seo had fled into one of the bedrooms. Hey, now you've got nowhere to run, Kagaya smirked as she stepped inside. Before Kagaya could finish speaking, Seo's warm body suddenly pressed against her, arms snaking around Kagaya's neck and pulling her into a deep kiss. Seo's hand slipped inside Kagaya's clothing, swiftly finding and grabbing hold of her plump breast, kneading and rubbing it with firm yet teasing motions. As her fingers pinched Kagaya's sensitive point, a soft moan escaped Kagaya's lips, her body momentarily weakening under Seo's touch. But Kagaya quickly regained her composure. You little rebel, she murmured, her voice laced with amusement and desire. Not to be outdone, she swiftly regained control, pushing Seo onto the bed with a playful grin. The sound of clothes rustling soon followed. Through the thin curtain, two figures could be seen entwined, and not long after, soft, melodic sighs filled the room like the gentle trickle of a stream. Much later. Kagaya let out a satisfied breath, feeling the heat drain from her body. She lay there contentedly, cradling the soft form of Seo in her arms, her fingers lazily tracing along Seo's smooth skin, enjoying the pleasant sensation of her warmth. This is the life, Kagaya thought, all that fighting can go to hell. Seo, nestled against Kagaya's chest, suddenly broke the silence. What do you plan to do with Night Raid? Why ask that now? Kagaya asked, curious. I've been meaning to ask you for a while, just never found the time, Seo replied. Night Raid, huh? Kagaya mused, her hand gently kneading Seo's soft breasts, her fingers rubbing slow circles over the sensitive skin. It depends on them. If they accept my rule and stop rebelling, or at least behave themselves, I probably won't bother them. Seo let out a quiet sigh as she felt Kagaya's teasing touch, her body responding to the gentle pressure. And if they keep opposing you like before? Seo asked, blinking curiously. If they have any sense, they'll make the right choice, Kagaya chuckled. Without the Revolutionary Army backing them, they don't have the strength to raise another army. They can't possibly fight against the Imperial Guard with just a few people. You still haven't answered my question, Seo pouted, shifting her body slightly, causing her breasts to sway temptingly. You little seductress, Kagaya thought, feeling the softness beneath her fingers. In that case, I'll probably lock them all up, Kagaya said, her hands continuing to wander over Seo's body. Though they're not bad people, they're too stubborn and reckless. They're always a potential threat, and who knows if they'll be swayed into rebellion again. Are you worried they'll become the next Revolutionary Army? Seo asked. After all, they were part of the Revolutionary Army. It's hard to say they won't be influenced, Kagaya replied. Then kill them, Seo said suddenly, her voice cold. What? Kagaya blinked in surprise. Kill them. Exactly, Seo's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. If they're a potential threat, why not eliminate them? Kill them and destroy their base. That way, there will be no more future problems. Kagaya coughed awkwardly, Seo. Yes. That expression of yours was pretty dark just now, Kagaya remarked. Seo suddenly flipped over, pinning Kagaya beneath her. With her arms propped on either side of Kagaya's head, she stared down with her bright eyes. Tell me honestly, did you spare Night Raid because you've taken a liking to the women in the group? How could that be? Kagaya denied, trying to sound righteous. Even if that were true, she couldn't admit it. After all, who knew if Seo would turn out to be as jealous as Kurome? Having her house on fire wasn't something she wanted. There's an old saying, confess and you'll end up in prison, resist and you'll go home for the holidays. Really? Sayo asked, her expression doubtful. Of course. Kagaya declared with utmost sincerity. And besides, there's a guy in Night Raid too. How could I possibly be interested in a man? Tatsumi hadn't even made an appearance before being killed off. Brand had sacrificed himself during the battle against the Imperial army, leaving Lubbock as the only remaining man. Maybe Kagaya should quietly take care of Lubbock before anyone noticed. Kagaya thought to herself darkly. I didn't know you had such tastes, Sayo said with mock surprise. That didn't sound right. After a moment of thought, Kagaya realized she'd gotten so used to thinking of heterosexuality as the odd one out. Yeah, after all, Yuri is the best. Kagaya's arm wrapped around Sayo's waist, pulling her soft body close again. The feel of warm, smooth skin against her and the sensation of their breasts pressed tightly against each other, with the small, firm pink buds brushing and teasing between them, was intoxicating. What, still want to be punished? Kagaya teased. Sayo instinctively brought her finger to Kagaya's lips, giving her a playful side-eye. I'm not afraid of you. Is that so? Kagaya's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Just as Sayo sensed something wrong and tried to escape, Kagaya swiftly flipped over, pinning her down on the bed. Please, spare me. Sayo's sweet voice rose like a flute, but before she could say more, Kagaya silenced her with a deep kiss, squeezing her breasts firmly, cutting off her protest as she melted into the rising waves of pleasure. Chapter 359, Is This How You Open the City Gates? The final battle began slowly during the season when flowers bloomed and spring came to life. On the vast battlefield, two massive armies stood in tense confrontation. Flags blocked out the sun, and spears formed a dense forest. Under the sonorous sound of horns and drums, the two enormous forces began to move, adjusting their formations. Finally, at the highest commander's order, they surged forward like tides, crashing into each other violently, sending waves of blood and chaos. Blood splattered, and limbs flew. The clash of steel echoed sharply, and the sound of blades cutting through flesh made one's teeth ache. Blood mixed with severed limbs and heads flew into the sky, along with sprays of brain matter. The earth was dyed dark red almost instantly, shrouded in a mist of blood that seemed never-ending. Cannons roared, horses hoofs thundered, and the shouts of battle mixed with agonized screams, creating a scene akin to hell itself, devouring lives relentlessly. The battle between the Imperial Guard and the Empire's army had begun. The brutal fighting had only just begun. Not long after Kagaya and Sayo's intimate moment, the Empire's army launched a sudden attack on the western front of the Imperial Guard. In the tense atmosphere where swords were drawn and bows bent, the war finally erupted. This left Kagaya quite annoyed. She had been pulled from her bed by an utterly displeased Kurome, and Kagaya even suspected that the little minx was taking advantage of the situation. After all, with her sister's constant interference, Kagaya hadn't had many opportunities lately, and her willpower, not exactly ironclad, had given in to Sayo's allure. The sudden outbreak of war left Kagaya in a foul mood, especially as she had no outlet for her growing frustration. For some reason, Kagaya had been feeling unusually lustful lately, to the point where even Sayo was struggling to keep up. Could it be the influence of the dragon veins chakra? Kagaya didn't know. Now, she only wanted to end the war quickly. However, Kagaya didn't plan to step onto the battlefield herself. For one thing, the armies were too closely engaged. If she unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu, it might wipe out both sides, including her own soldiers, which would be quite awkward. Besides, the person she had been waiting for hadn't appeared on the battlefield. Of course, the person she was waiting for wasn't the fat pig Prime Minister Honest but General Esteth, the true backbone of the Empire's army. Once she defeated Esteth, the Imperial army would be finished. The Imperial capital had already entered a state of martial law. No one was allowed to leave their homes. Even if they starved inside, they couldn't step onto the streets. Anyone who violated this rule would be executed as a spy. Soldiers patrolled every corner of the city, stationed at every 10 steps with guards posted every 5. Under such tight control, the guards acted with impunity, sentencing anyone who disobeyed them as traitors and executing them on the spot. The sounds of doors being broken down and the wails of the dying echoed throughout the streets, casting a shroud of terror over the entire capital. However, at that moment, a silver-haired girl appeared before the city gates, walking toward them slowly. Halt! Who are you? One of the guards shouted, brandishing his spear at the silver-haired girl. Oh, nothing much. I just want to go home. I'd appreciate it if you could let me through. The girl's soft voice was clear yet gentle, with a faint sweetness, like the sound of flowing water. The guards, who had been about to bark orders at her, froze upon seeing her breathtakingly beautiful face. They stared at her, some even drooling. I'd appreciate it if you let me through, the silver-haired girl repeated, frowning slightly at their lecherous gazes. Startled from their daze by her words, the guards exchanged glances, smirking knowingly before turning back to her, their eyes filled with lust. "Hey, little girl," one of the guards, a burly man with a hideous scar across his face, sneered as he approached her. "Where's your home?" "My home is in the capital," the silver-haired girl pointed toward the city. "Oh, is that so?" the scarred man grinned wickedly. "Want me to take you there?" "Don't worry, I know the place inside out." At this, several other guards joined him, one of them a skinny man with a rat-like face, snickering. "Yeah, we know every inch of the capital. We can take you anywhere you want." "Really?" the girl smiled innocently, her beautiful eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Seeing her sweet smile, the guards momentarily lost themselves, their faces twisted into disgusting, lecherous grins. The scarred man was the first to snap out of it, feeling as though there were claws scratching at his heart. His eyes locked onto the silver-haired girl, filled with lust as if he wanted to devour her whole. Unable to hold back any longer, he took large strides toward her, his eyes gleaming with wicked intent. "Come on, girl, let uncle take you inside the city," he said, unable to suppress his desire any longer as he reached out to grab her. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed across the sky, sending shockwaves and gusts of wind roaring outward. Shattered stone and wooden debris flew in all directions, dust and smoke billowing thickly. The scarred man was nearly blown away by the blast, barely managing to keep his footing, while the other guards weren't so lucky. They were sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground, coughing blood, their bones shattered as they clutched their wounds, screaming in agony. The scarred man turned around, his eyes widening in horror. The towering city gates, along with the massive walls, had been reduced to rubble, leaving only ruins and broken stone where the majestic structure once stood. "Is this how you open the gate?" A soft, melodic voice sounded from behind him. The scarred man trembled, turning slowly to find the silver-haired girl lowering her pale arm, a breathtaking smile on her flawless face. His heart raced as cold sweat began to drip from his brow. Chapter 360, She Has Returned. "You, who are you?" The scarred man pointed a trembling finger at the silver-haired girl, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. The silver-haired girl, with an air of elegance, walked toward him slowly. As she advanced, the scarred man stumbled back, step by step, until finally, with a loud thud, he fell to the ground, sitting in a heap. "Weren't you going to take me into the capital to find my family?" the silver-haired girl smiled. You're the princess." The scarred man stammered. Even if he were an idiot, he would have realized what was happening by now. He had run straight into a wall, no, an armored vehicle. "You're the only eunuch here." The silver-haired girl frowned, then kicked out sharply. A dark blur flashed as her foot struck his abdomen. His stomach caved in from the blow, his eyes bulged, and his body flew backward like a cannonball. Blood spurted from his mouth. Boom. The scarred man slammed hard into the remaining portion of the city wall, smashing a large hole into the dilapidated structure. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, stones crumbling and falling, sending dust swirling into the air. Cough, cough. The man clutched his chest, coughing uncontrollably as blood trickled from his mouth, clearly having sustained internal injuries. "Oh dear, seems I hit a little too hard." Kagaya walked over, crouching down before him with a smile. "But do you know what you look like right now?" The scarred man, gravely injured, stared in terror at the silver-haired girl before him. Her smile, which had initially seemed innocent, now resembled the grin of a demon. What he once thought was a defenseless lamb turned out to be a ferocious predator. The roles of hunter and prey had been swiftly reversed. "I asked you a question. Are you mute?" Kagaya frowned, then stood and kicked him in the face. With a dull thud, his already ugly face twisted into an even more grotesque expression, as several of his teeth flew from his mouth. "Can you speak now?" Kagaya asked, her eyes narrowing with amusement. What? The scarred man struggled to speak, choking on the blood that dribbled from his mouth. "To me, you look like nothing more than a cockroach." Kagaya's smiling face turned icy. "How dare a disgusting worm like you think you can lay a hand on me?" The scarred man was too terrified to speak, his mind paralyzed with fear. He wanted to beg for his life, but his throat felt blocked, preventing any words from coming out. How revolting. Kagaya's expression turned to one of disgust. "I feel like killing you now, but I'm feeling generous today. I'll give you one more chance. I have some questions. If you don't know the answers, well, then I'm afraid you're out of luck." What do you want to know?" the scarred man stammered, clinging to this fragile thread of hope. I'll tell you anything. Just spare my life. Prime Minister Honest has a son, Sayura. Where is he now?" Kagaya asked, her voice laced with a dangerous edge. Hearing Sayura's name, the scarred man's body stiffened, his eyes wide with terror. "Did you not hear me?" Kagaya's voice grew impatient. "Is living really that bad? You seem eager to die." I know. Please, don't kill me." The scarred man was frantic now, his desperation evident. My patience is wearing thin. Kagaya sighed. She was starting to regret not using an illusion technique from the start. This was turning out to be a waste of time. He lives on the west side of the capital. He returns there every day around noon. The scarred man spat out hurriedly, blood dribbling from his lips in his panic. Please, spare me. You kept your word, so I'll keep mine. A strange light flickered in Kagaya's clear eyes. I won't kill you. Thank you, thank. Before he could finish his words, the scarred man's voice cut off. His face froze in confusion as his head slowly slid from his shoulders and dropped to the ground with a dull thud. Blood spurted from his neck, spraying into the air like a crimson fountain. My apologies. I lied, Kagaya said, flicking her wrist to shake the blood off her blade. But it seems there are still some pests left to clean up. She turned her head, eyes gleaming as she looked at the scattered guards lying on the ground, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Ah! A chorus of terrified screams pierced the sky, only to be abruptly silenced. The battlefield fell into an eerie quiet. In the noble district of the east side of the capital. Bad news, a guard rushed in breathlessly. Something terrible has happened, Lord Sayura. Before the guard could finish his sentence, a dark figure darted toward him with lightning speed. Thud. The unsuspecting guard was sent flying by a swift kick, crashing to the ground like a broken kite. He coughed up blood as he hit the floor. Who gave you permission to barge in here? A sinister voice came from a half-naked young man who stepped forward, his tone dripping with malice. His cold eyes gleamed like sharp blades. It was Sayura. On the bed behind him, a woman lay sprawled, sweat glistening on her body. The scene made it clear that some rather intense activity had just taken place. My lord, forgive me. The guard scrambled to his feet, trembling as he knelt on the floor. Speak. What happened? Sayura's voice was icy. If it's not important, you'll be spending some quality time in the interrogation chamber. At the mention of the interrogation chamber, the guard's entire body trembled. Almost losing control, he stammered, the princess, she's returned. Who returned? Sayura's brow furrowed in confusion. The princess. She's back, the guard stuttered, his voice quivering. What? Sayura's expression darkened, his face shifting between disbelief and rage. Where is she now? She's heading this way, my lord. She's already passed through 3 gates and is nearing this district, the guard replied frantically. God damn it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Sayura shouted, kicking the guard in the chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed as the guard was thrown into the wall. He slumped to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, barely clinging to life. Chapter 361, I ask, why don't you just die? A flash of cold light streaked through the air. Blood splattered. With a swift, fluid motion of her wrist, the silver-haired girl wiped the gleaming blade of her kusanagi sword, sending crimson droplets scattering to the ground, blooming like eerie flowers. Her elegant steps echoed against the stone streets as she walked deeper into the Imperial capital, leaving behind a trail of corpses. The bodies of Imperial soldiers lay strewn about, enough to form a small hill. Their blood flowed like a stream, pooling and carrying the thick stench of iron. These soldiers, once the backbone of the Empire's defense, might have been formidable without Imperial arms, but they had met the wrong opponent. Against Kagaya, they stood no chance. It was like a whirlwind blowing through dry leaves. The battle ended swiftly, the soldiers wiped out before they could even mount a defense. Kagaya lazily carried her sword, the tip dragging slightly along the cobbled street. Due to the ongoing war, the capital had transformed. Gone were the bustling scenes of prosperity, in their place was desolation. The wide streets were eerily empty, shops tightly shuttered. Kagaya sighed, a little disappointed. She had hoped to find a restaurant and grab something to eat. After the battles, though they hadn't drained her energy, her stomach was starting to grumble. Just then, the distant sound of hooves echoed, soon followed by the synchronized clanking of armor and the heavy tread of marching boots. In moments, a large detachment of Imperial soldiers turned the corner, swiftly surrounding Kagaya. Their towering forms, encased in thick armor, made them look imposing, and their gleaming swords were at the ready. Through the slits in their helmets, a red light glinted, exuding a menacing aura. Kagaya's brows furrowed slightly. She recognized these soldiers, they were not ordinary. Before she could ponder further, the soldiers lunged at her like arrows released from taut bows. Meanwhile, on the western side of the capital, beneath a bright spring sky where flowers blossomed and the earth was warming, a woman and a young girl stood quietly in a graveyard. The woman, her figure tall and graceful, placed a bouquet of white lilies before a tombstone. Her features were delicate, her figure curvaceous, with a chest that emphasized her maturity. Beside her, a small girl, no older than 10, stood with her hand clasping the woman's tightly. The little girl had a beautiful face, fair skin, and large, tear-filled eyes. Her lips quivered as she tried not to cry. "Mom, is Daddy dead?" the girl asked between sobs, pulling at the woman's hand. "No, sweetheart," the woman replied softly, kneeling to meet her daughter's eyes. "He's just gone somewhere far away." "Where is he?" the girl asked, her eyes filled with hope. "A place called heaven," the woman said gently. "But don't worry, he's always watching over us from up there." "Can we go see him?" the little girl asked, her voice filled with innocence. "No, it's too far away," the woman sighed, stroking her daughter's hair. "But one day, we'll see him again." "Really?" the girl's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Of course," the woman smiled faintly, trying to hold back her own tears. "We'll see him again. Actually, you'll be seeing him much sooner than you think," a mocking voice suddenly cut through the air. "Who's there?" The woman quickly stood, pulling the girl behind her in a protective stance. From the shadow of the nearby trees emerged a tall man, his body covered in scars, a star-shaped mark on his face. His long hair was tied in a braid, and his bronzed skin glistened under the sunlight. Shirtless except for a vest, his muscular chest was fully exposed. He was none other than Sayura, son of the Prime Minister. "Who I am doesn't matter," Sayura grinned, his sharp eyes roving over the woman's body with obvious intent. "What matters is that you make me happy. Then, maybe I'll send you to see your loved ones sooner." Fear drained the color from the woman's face. She took a step back, pulling the girl closer. The young girl, however, stepped out from behind her mother, her voice trembling but hopeful. "Can you really take me to see my father?" "Of course," Sayura's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with malice. "I'll make sure you meet him." "Logue." The woman grabbed her daughter's arm and pulled her back. Her voice quivered as she spoke. "You're the son of the Prime Minister, Sayura, aren't you?" "Oh." Sayura's eyes flickered with surprise. Then he chuckled. "Didn't think you'd recognize me. I'm Kaij, the wife of Bolus. He was a commander in the Imperial army. I beg you, for his sake, please let us go," the woman pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. She had clearly heard of Sayura's violent and depraved reputation. "Bols." Sayura sneered, laughing heartily. "What does that have to do with me? If you think that will save you, you're more naive than I thought." He stepped forward, his grin widening. "But if you're willing to entertain me, maybe, just maybe, I'll spare you and your little girl. Otherwise, who knows? She might end up in a military camp, serving as a slave." At this, the woman paled even further, her body trembling as if the very ground beneath her had given way. "Well, what's it going to be?" Sayura's gaze lingered on the woman like a predator watching its prey, enjoying her torment. The twisted pleasure of control surged within him. The woman stood there, her face a mask of anguish. She bit her lip, clearly on the verge of making a decision. But before she could act, a soft, lilting voice echoed from nearby. "After all this time, you still haven't learned, have you? I told you before, why don't you just die already?" Sayura's pupils shrank as his face turned ashen. His lust extinguished in an instant, cold sweat pouring down his back as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped on him. Chapter 362, How Should I Toy With You? Sayura turned his head and looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes widening for a moment before he let out a sigh of relief. With a slight smirk, he said, "I was wondering who it could be, but it turns out it's just you, little girl." The girl before him had twin pink ponytails tied with beautiful pink accessories. Her skin was fair, her face delicate and charming, and her large eyes sparkled with an enchanting glow. She had a slender figure, dressed in a simple yet elegant pink dress, and wore matching pink shoes. This girl was none other than mine. "Who did you think it was?" Mine sneered, curling her lips in disdain. "Were you thinking about that princess? Seems like the minister's son isn't much either," shaking in fear. "Then again, as the descendant of a disgusting fly, you're just a revolting maggot at best. How dare you speak to me like that?" Sayura's sinister eyes flashed with a cold gleam, clenching his fists. "Looks like you're tired of living. I suppose you can only talk like that to me," Mine scoffed. "If you were in front of that person, you'd probably have wet your pants by now. You're nothing but a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You wretched brat." Sayura was enraged, his humiliation turning into fury. "You don't know how powerful I am. I'll make you beg for mercy, unable to cry out in pain." "Ha!" Mine tightened her grip on her sniper rifle, laughing lightly. "A disgusting creature like you polluting the air, are you planning to use the same filthy tricks against me? Oh my, do mad dogs like you enjoy barking? Die, you little wench." Furious, Sayura stomped his foot, and the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar. Rocks shattered, scattering in all directions. Through the rising dust, Sayura swung his massive fist like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Mine. "Too bad for you, I can't afford to die," Mine said with a tilt of her head, her pink twin tails fluttering in the wind. "I won't let a fly buzz around my head." As soon as she finished speaking, Mine swiftly raised her sniper rifle, took a deep breath, stepped forward with her left foot, crouched low, and locked her eyes on the scope. She pulled the trigger. A brilliant beam of light shot out from the muzzle, like a burning column of light, distorting the air with its intense heat as it sped toward Sayura. Boom. An explosion erupted where Sayura stood, a flash of light followed by a blast of wind that sent dust swirling into the air. The ground was littered with shattered stones and torn-up grass. Although Sayura was hit head-on by Mine's Roman artillery, she remained on guard. After all, Sayura wasn't someone who could be defeated easily. Night Raid had fought against him before, and his strength left a lasting impression. Even Akane treated him seriously. During the last battle with the Imperial army, Bullet was severely wounded by Sayura's sneak attack and ultimately died while protecting the retreating forces. This time, Mine was fully focused. She was determined to kill Sayura and avenge Bullet and the fallen members of the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the smoke, charging toward Mine with lightning speed. So fast. Mine's pupils contracted as she quickly raised her sniper rifle and fired without hesitation. A white beam shot out, heading straight for the oncoming figure. As expected, Sayura wasn't that easy to deal with. Even after taking a direct hit, he remained unscathed, except for a faint scorch mark on his clothes. There was no sign of injury on his body. Sayura was now airborne, with no ground to regain his balance. He was between attacks, unable to adjust his position. The white light was about to strike him. But Sayura's lips curled into a twisted smile. Bang. With a dull thud, Sayura swung his powerful arm and deflected Mine's attack. Mine's eyes widened in shock. Sayura had swatted away her attack with his bare hand. Her Roman artillery didn't fire regular bullets, but spirit-based projectiles that were far more lethal than ordinary rounds, especially in terms of penetration. It could pierce through steel plates over a dozen centimeters thick. Yet Sayura had knocked it away with his hand. Mine was stunned, realizing that Sayura had grown even stronger than before. In the past, he had been injured by her Roman artillery, forced to dodge in embarrassment. But now, he didn't even bother to evade. Sayura moved like a phantom, appearing before Mine in the blink of an eye, his face twisted in a cruel smile. You wretched brat, I'll make you suffer so much that you won't be able to speak. Bang. With a heavy impact, Sayura's fist crashed into Mine's sniper rifle, the immense force sending her flying backward uncontrollably. Such strength. Mine's pupils contracted again. She had underestimated Sayura's power. A dark shadow flickered, and Sayura suddenly appeared in front of her again, his distorted grin now visible up close. Startled, Mine quickly stepped back, raising her sniper rifle to fire once more. Bang. A blinding white beam shot out, hitting Sayura squarely in the chest. This time, Mine had put all her strength into the attack, increasing its power by more than half. Before Mine could even catch her breath, a mocking voice whispered in her ear. Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn. Damn it. Mine turned around sharply, but it was too late. Thud. With a swift kick, Sayura's foot slammed into her stomach. Ugh. Mine's body flew backward, blood spraying from her mouth as she soared through the air, crashing to the ground after several rolls. Although she had blocked the kick with her sniper rifle, the sheer force of the attack still left her gravely injured. Damn it. Mine struggled to push herself up with her arms, but when she lifted her head, she saw Sayura already standing before her. You little wench, how should I toy with you? Sayura sneered, his perverse eyes scanning Mine's body as he licked his lips. You're quite the prize. I was just wondering the same thing, how should I toy with you? A sweet, melodic voice rang out, and a stunning silver-haired girl stepped out from the forest, looking at Sayura with an amused expression. Sayura's pupils contracted, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Chapter 363, Did I Let You Go? It seems the last lesson wasn't severe enough, was it, son of the Prime Minister? The silver-haired girl walked over gracefully, a faint smile on her lips, while a cold glimmer flickered in her clear eyes. Don't think that just because you're strong, you can do whatever you want. This is the Imperial capital, and yet you dare walk into a trap. Sayura shouted, trying to sound fierce despite his cowardice. The city's guards have already surrounded this place. Oh, really? Kagaya smiled nonchalantly, gently caressing the shimmering blade of her kusanagi sword. If you mean those enhanced soldiers, I'm sorry to inform you, they've been wiped out. What? Sayura involuntarily took a step back, his face turning pale. How is that possible? What's impossible? Kagaya sneered. They were nothing but a bunch of recycled trash, dressed up in metal shells. Do you really think such creatures could pose a threat to me? The soldiers Kagaya had encountered earlier were enhanced beings created by Sayura, using the dead Dr. Stylish technology. They had once been highly skilled soldiers or officers in the Imperial army, possessing considerable combat power. But due to the urgency of the war, and in order to boost the army's strength against both the Revolutionary Army and the Guard, the madman Sayura resorted to Dr. Stylish technology to turn them into enhanced beings. However, the technology was still incomplete, and the enhanced beings had lost their sanity. While their strength had greatly increased, they were no longer human. It would be more accurate to call them danger beasts. The goal of Dr. Stylish's research was to transform humans into powerful danger beasts, but for various reasons, the technology remained a half-finished product. Even so, the fact that the silver-haired girl had eliminated them all was simply unbelievable. "Oh, look who it is." Kagaya suddenly pretended to be surprised, as if she had only just noticed. "I didn't expect to see you here, flat-chested shorty. What a coincidence. You're the flat-chested one." Mine, who had felt a slight warmth toward Kagaya for saving her earlier, instantly cooled down. "Oh, really?" Kagaya reached out with her fair hand and poked Mine's chest, grinning as she narrowed her eyes. "Doesn't look very big to me. How about taking off your clothes and letting me check for you, little girl?" "Get lost, you pervert." Mine quickly stepped back, crossing her arms over her chest, glaring at Kagaya as if she were a lecher, her face puffing up in anger. "What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't touched one before." Kagaya shrugged casually. Mine's face flushed red in an instant, and she furiously shouted, "You pervert. Don't be so stingy." Kagaya laughed slyly. "A few touches won't hurt. Besides, I know a special method for breast enhancement. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" "No way." Mine turned her head with a huff. "Well, if you change your mind, feel free to come find me anytime," Kagaya said with a playful wink. "Sister." At that moment, Kagaya felt a small tug on her skirt. She looked down to see a cute little girl gazing up at her curiously. "Are you the princess?" the girl asked. "Yes," Kagaya nodded gently, crouching down and patting the little girl's head. "What's wrong? Do you need something from me? Are you really the princess?" The little girl's eyes suddenly brightened. "Then you must be able to bring my daddy back." "Why do you say that?" Kagaya asked curiously. "Where did your father go?" "My daddy," the little girl's expression turned sad. "My daddy is already dead." "Dead?" Kagaya was momentarily stunned. "Bowles is dead." She hadn't expected that Bowles had died. Though he wasn't particularly powerful, he wasn't weak either, and he was always kind-hearted, with no known enemies. Could he have died in the war? "Don't be foolish." A beautiful woman hurried over at that moment, apologizing. "I'm sorry, the child doesn't know better. Please don't take it to heart." "What happened?" Kagaya asked. "How did Bowles die?" Kagaya had always held some regard for Bowles, though not in a romantic sense. She admired him as a person. Even though he had been part of the Empire's army and had done some questionable things, he wasn't inherently evil. At the very least, he had a conscience, which was rare in the Empire's ruthless military. Kagaya had even considered recruiting him once the revolution succeeded, but now he was gone. "Well." The beautiful woman hesitated, looking like she wanted to speak but didn't dare to. "Tell me everything," Kagaya said firmly. "This all started about a month ago." The woman began, her expression darkening as she recounted the events. It turned out that a few months earlier, Kagaya had spared Bowles' life, letting him go. At the time, it seemed like no big deal, but later, someone found out and reported it to the minister. They falsely accused Bowles of colluding with the Guard and blamed him for the Empire's defeat in that battle, claiming that he had leaked information, leading to the near annihilation of the Imperial forces. The minister, enraged by the Empire's recent defeats, immediately ordered Bowles' arrest. He was thrown into a torture chamber and subjected to brutal interrogation. Despite the extreme torture, Bowles never confessed to any crime, for the sake of his wife and daughter. In the end, he was tortured to death. "So, it was my fault after all," Kagaya sighed. "Please don't blame yourself, Your Highness," the beautiful woman quickly reassured her. "It wasn't your fault. Regardless, I played a part in it," Kagaya said, her brows furrowing slightly. With a swift wave of her snow-white arm, a flash of light shot from her hand, like a bolt of lightning. Blood splattered. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed. "Did I say you could leave?" Kagaya turned around, her eyes emanating a chilling coldness. "Son of the Prime Minister." It turned out that while Kagaya and the others had been talking, Sayura had tried to seize the opportunity to escape. However, Kagaya had caught him before he could get away. Chapter 364, Have You Looked in the Mirror? At this moment, Sayura was half kneeling on the ground, a tree branch piercing through his thigh, with one end sticking out on the other side. Crimson blood gushed from the wound, staining his pants red. Sayura gritted his teeth and yanked the thin branch out of his leg, causing blood to spurt out. He didn't even glance at the wound, his eyes locked on Kagaya, cold sweat pouring down his face. The silver-haired girl's speed was simply too fast, so fast that he couldn't react before the branch had shot into his leg. Not only that, but the light branch in her hand had become like an arrow, instantly penetrating his thigh. Just how powerful did one have to be to perform such a casual yet devastating action? Why so quiet, son of the Prime Minister? Kagaya strolled over, mocking him. Weren't you always so arrogant? Now you look like a turtle, hiding its head inside its shell. Sayura used to always brag about being the minister's son. Don't push me too far, Sayura growled, his face dark. When people are desperate, they can do anything. You mean like a cornered dog biting back? Kagaya said with a sly smile. I advise you not to oppose us, Sayura said sternly. We've acquired the Supreme Taigu. You may be strong, but you're no match for it. The Supreme Taigu. Kagaya paused for a moment. Are you talking about the Emperor's Taigu? Seeing Kagaya's surprised expression, Sayura thought she was scared. A smile crept onto his face. Exactly. The Supreme Taigu, known as the King of Taigas, was owned by the founding emperor. It was the first Taigu in the world. Its power is beyond anything you can handle. I see. I'm starting to feel a bit scared. Kagaya crossed her arms in front of her chest, her pink cheeks displaying a pitiful expression, so convincingly that it seemed real. Seeing the silver-haired girl's posture, Sayura's eyes went wide, his mind turning to mush. The lust that had been extinguished reignited, and his heart itched as though it were being scratched by a cat. In his lust-driven state, he didn't notice the cold, barely detectable smile in Kagaya's eyes. You don't have to be afraid, Sayura said, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. If you surrender and join the Empire's army, I guarantee you'll remain a princess of the Empire. Not only that, but you could even become the Empress. The Empress? Kagaya feigned confusion. That's right, the Empress. Sayura's eyes gleamed with lust. Once I become Emperor, you'll be my Empress. Shouldn't your father be Emperor? Kagaya asked, curious. That old geezer. Sayura scoffed. He doesn't have much time left. He'll be dead soon, and when that happens, the entire empire will be ours. As he spoke, his eyes glinted with lust, and he could no longer hold back. He reached out with his hand to touch Kagaya's face. Is that so? Kagaya's lips curled into a radiant smile, and then, wham, she delivered a swift kick. Boom. Oh. A piercing scream erupted suddenly, echoing for what felt like an eternity, like the wails of a eunuch in the palace. Sayura was now clutching his groin, rolling on the ground like a worm desperately squirming in a filthy latrine. Sorry, but I'm not interested in becoming anyone's empress, Kagaya said with a smirk. And I'm even less interested in becoming your empress. I don't have a habit of associating with trash, I'm afraid it might lower my IQ. You. Sayura's body curled up like a shrimp, the intense pain leaving him breathless. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his words came out through gritted teeth. You be *TCH. Do you really think someone like you is worthy of me? Kagaya pressed her foot down on his head, shoving his face into the dirt. You should look at yourself in the mirror. You think you've won. Sayura's voice was muffled as his mouth was pressed into the ground. Isn't it obvious? Kagaya teased, twirling her hair. What could be clearer? Then let me show you my true power. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of immense power erupted from Sayura, allowing him to break free from under Kagaya's foot. Kagaya leaped back, her body tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing lightly on the ground. Sayura then pulled a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his neck. Within seconds, his body began to twitch and convulse. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, his muscles swelled like a balloon, writhing like worms. With each movement, they grew bigger and bigger. In no time, Sayura had transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall. Kagaya's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She suddenly turned and called out, Mine, take the 2 of them and leave. I'll leave them in your hands. Be careful of the Empire's forces nearby. You don't have to tell me, Mine snorted, turning to Heidi and the little girl. Let's go. It's not safe here anymore. But, that sister. The little girl said weakly, her eyes showing reluctance to leave. You mean that one? Mine said. Don't worry. Though she's a bit wicked, perverted, likes to tease people, and is arrogant and narcissistic, you don't need to worry about her. She won't die anytime soon. Hey. Kagaya shouted from a distance, clearly displeased. I can hear you. Is it really okay to talk behind someone's back like that? I wasn't talking behind your back, Mine retorted, raising her head. I'm saying it to your face. And besides, I wasn't saying anything bad. It's all true. Are you saying it's true that you're flat-chested? Kagaya teased with an evil grin. You jerk. Watch out. Mine's pupils contracted as she suddenly shouted a warning. At the same time, a dark figure appeared behind Kagaya, raising a sharp, giant claw to strike her down. Chapter 365, True Strength. A deafening boom echoed through the air. The massive claw slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The earth collapsed instantly, cracks spreading like a web, rocks shattering into fragments and flying in all directions. Dust billowed up, filling the sky. Kagaya, graceful as a fleeting shadow, landed lightly on the ground, her brows furrowing slightly. In front of her stood a towering monster, over 3 meters tall, its body muscular and hulking. Its forearms, thick as tree trunks, were several times larger than Kagaya's thighs, and the creature radiated an intimidating aura. The hideous monster in front of her was none other than Sayura. I feel the power surging through me. Ha ha ha. Sayura roared, his gaping mouth revealing jagged teeth. So noisy, Kagaya muttered, frowning as she covered her ears. You dared to injure me. I won't let you die so easily, Sayura snarled, extending his sharp claws. I'm going to torture you, tearing you apart piece by piece. Ugh, villains always have so much to say, Kagaya shrugged with a light laugh. You're just a filthy, disgusting maggot that pollutes the air with every word. And now you think you're something special. You little wretch, Sayura's bloodshot eyes bulged like 2 glowing bulbs, fixed intently on Kagaya. You have no idea how terrifying my power is. Is that so? Kagaya scoffed, her nose twitching in disdain. Even the strongest ant is still just an ant. No matter how special it thinks it is, it's just an illusion, like how wheat fields won't grow fruit, or trees won't sprout bread. Ridiculous, Sayura sneered wickedly. Looks like I need to show you my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Sayura's figure suddenly disappeared. Kagaya's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. I'm not the same as before, a raspy voice whispered in her ear, and a shadow appeared behind her. I possess power beyond your imagination. Kagaya quickly turned, but the enormous figure flashed before her eyes and disappeared again. How does it feel? Are you panicking? Sayura's towering form appeared in front of her again, but before she could strike, he vanished once more. Are you scared now? Ha ha ha. The hoarse, grating laughter echoed all around, as if it were coming from every direction. Sayura's ability to move through space was now fully activated. It was similar to the Flying Thunder God technique from Naruto, allowing him to instantly transfer to marked locations. After injecting himself with that serum, his power had increased dramatically. Previously, he needed a marker to teleport, but now he seemed capable of moving freely without it. Ah, so you've enhanced it, Kagaya said softly, lowering her head with a small chuckle. Don't worry. Before you die, I'll give you a night you'll never forget, one that'll have you crying and begging for more. Ha ha ha. Sayura's booming voice reverberated ominously, like it was coming from all directions. Kagaya frowned, her disgust clearly visible in her eyes. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind her. Sayura's grotesque face twisted into a vicious grin as he stared at the silver-haired girl's graceful back. His long tongue flicked out to lick his lips, and he raised his massive claw, preparing to strike. This beauty would be his today. Could you hurry it up? The silver-haired girl suddenly turned her head, smiling lightly. Sayura was startled, shocked that his position had been discovered. For some reason, a sense of unease began to rise in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to hesitate any longer and swung his massive claw toward Kagaya's head with all his strength. Compared to his desire for the girl's body, he valued his life more. However, fate had a cruel joke in store for him. A flash of cold light streaked through the air. Blood spurted high into the sky. Sayura's pupils constricted. The last thing he saw was a dazzling white light, and then everything spun. His vision rotated wildly, and what he saw next was his own headless body, blood gushing out in a fountain. Crimson blood quickly blurred his vision. How could I? Before Sayura could think further, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, plunging him into endless darkness. Somewhere in the distance, a voice echoed faintly in his ears. Idiot. And just like that, Sayura died without much fanfare. What the heck? I thought it was going to be some kind of powerful ultimate move, but what was this garbage? Kagaya muttered, looking displeased as she held her kusanagi sword, resting her foot on Sayura's head. She had initially thought that with all his boasting, Sayura might have some impressive trump card up his sleeve, especially since Imperial arms were unpredictable. Who knew what strange taigu he might have used? But the outcome was utterly disappointing. Now, with her strength so far beyond his, it felt like a complete waste of time. Instead of a challenge, all she got were his disgusting, lustful stares. There was no fun in it, just frustration. She was starting to feel like a retard for even bothering to play with such trash. In truth, Sayura's death was rather pitiful. His abilities had indeed taken a massive leap after being enhanced. His instant teleportation alone would have been a nightmare for most opponents, as it was nearly impossible to defend against. A single misstep could easily spell disaster. Unfortunately for him, Kagaya also had the ability to control space. To her, spatial fluctuations were as obvious as fireflies in the night. Any movement through space caused disturbances, and tracking those disturbances was child's play for her. She could even predict her opponent's trajectory with precision. Sayura had essentially thrown himself straight into her blade. And so, Kagaya had no qualms about finishing him off, seeing it as a meal served right to her door. At that moment, a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails came running up, panting heavily, her large sniper rifle almost as big as she was. She was breathless as she gasped, "I've taken care of them." "Where's Sayura?" "It was none other than mine." "Oh. Were you coming to save me?" Kagaya asked with a mischievous smile, tilting her head. "As if." Mine snorted, raising her head defiantly. "I just came to see if you were dead. Thank you for coming to rescue me." "I'm really touched," Kagaya said, smiling. "I told you, I'm not here to save you." Mine retorted, clearly embarrassed. "Are you deaf?" I get it. You're just being tsundere." Kagaya teased, "Oh, come on, how old are you? Biting people like that, you must be part dog." Chapter 366, Grown-Up Matters, Children Shouldn't Ask. The mighty Imperial Guard launched a fierce offensive, soaring toward the Imperial army like an unstoppable tidal wave. Not to be outdone, the Imperial army held their ground with spears and shields raised high, forming an impenetrable phalanx, ready for battle. Finally, the two armies collided like crashing waves, sending a spray of blood and steel into the air. Kill! 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 The battle cry echoed through the battlefield, shaking the earth. Blood sprayed, flesh was torn apart. The battlefield became a massive meat grinder, devouring lives relentlessly. At the cemetery in the west of the Imperial capital. "Sister! Sister!" A soft voice rang out as a young girl with rosy cheeks ran over. It was none other than Bol's daughter, Logue. Cough cough. The twin-tailed girl snapped out of her daze, hurriedly pushing away the silver-haired girl whose hand had slipped into her embrace. Flustered, she clumsily adjusted her disheveled clothes, her cheeks glowing a deep pink, as if brushed with blush. "What are you doing here?" Kagaya asked nonchalantly. "You too." Logue tilted her head, eyeing the two of them suspiciously. "Nothing important." "Grown-up business," Kagaya said, reaching out to tap her white forehead gently. "Kids shouldn't ask too many questions." I'm not a child anymore." Logue puffed her cheeks indignantly. "I'm all grown up." "Oh really? And how old are you now?" Kagaya asked, amused. Logue proudly raised 10 fingers and lifted her chin. "I'm 10 years old now." "Still so young," Kagaya chuckled, giving her chest a playful poke. "Come back when you've grown a bit more." The little girl looked down at her chest, her face scrunching up in frustration. But then, as if struck by an idea, her eyes lit up, and she pointed at the twin-tailed girl standing nearby. "But this big sister isn't much older." Mine, who still had a slight blush from earlier, suddenly darkened, her eye twitching. She clenched her fists, looking like a volcano about to erupt. "Kids these days. What are they even thinking?" she muttered under her breath. Cough cough. Kagaya quickly cleared her throat, trying to defuse the situation. "I meant age, dear. You're still too young. As for that big sister, well, she's not as young as she looks." That was true enough. After Kagaya's careful examination earlier, it was clear mine was anything but small. Her curves were well formed and smooth, just hidden beneath her tight clothing, which made her appear more petite than she really was. What are you saying?" Mine shouted, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger. Not wanting Mine to get any more worked up, Kagaya wisely decided to stay silent before things escalated further. "Sister is scary," Logue whispered, shrinking behind Kagaya and clutching the edge of her robe. "But still, small is small, right? Why be so stingy about it?" Kagaya had to bite back laughter. She hadn't expected the little girl to be so sharp with her comments, but seeing Mine's brewing fury, she wisely kept quiet. "Logue, Logue." A frantic voice called from the distance, and soon, a figure appeared running toward them. It was Eri's mother, Kaige. "You can't just run off like that." Kaige scolded, pulling Logue close before turning to Kagaya with an apologetic look. "I'm terribly sorry for the trouble she's caused." "Not at all. I quite like her," Kagaya said with a smile. Logue beamed, her small hand tightening around Kagaya's fingers happily. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the direction of the city gate, followed by plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. The Imperial Guard had likely breached the gates. It looks like I'll have to leave for now, Kagaya said, turning to Mine. I'm leaving them in your care for the time being. Mine huffed in annoyance but nodded reluctantly. Fine, fine, I'll watch them. Thank you, I'm counting on you, Kaij said gratefully. No problem, Kagaya waved dismissively. Hey, hold on a second. It's me who's been doing all the work here, not her. Mine snapped. Don't forget, I saved you, too, Kagaya teased, tapping her forehead. So technically, you owe me one. Shouldn't you treat your savior with a little more respect? I never asked you to save me, Mine huffed. And I wasn't going to lose anyway. Sure, you're invincible, Kagaya said with a grin. But still, I appreciate you looking after them for me. Yeah, Mine tossed her head defiantly, though her gaze softened. Wait, are you mocking me? Took you long enough to figure that out. How could I? Kagaya said with a straight face. Well, I'll be off now. She waved at them with a smile before her body shimmered and disappeared, fading into stardust. All right, the annoying one's gone. Let's go. Will Wani-chan come back? Logue asked. Only if she doesn't get herself killed, Mine muttered. At the city gates, the battle between the Imperial Army and the Imperial Guard raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Despite their numerical advantage and strategic positioning, the Imperial Army was steadily being pushed back. The Imperial Guard's unstoppable momentum carved through the defenders like a knife through butter, and it wasn't long before the Imperial Army began to falter. The soldiers of the Empire, their morale plummeting, began a slow retreat. Though their losses weren't devastating yet, the fear and uncertainty among the ranks were palpable. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Imperial forces were completely routed. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard pressed their advantage, breaking through the defenses and pushing deeper into the heart of the city. As they advanced, a colossal figure suddenly appeared in the center of the capital, casting a massive shadow over everything. The skies darkened, and the city fell silent in awe and fear. It was the Emperor's ultimate Taigu, Shikudazur. Chapter 367, Supreme Taigu, Shikudazur. The Supreme Taigu, the first and strongest of all Imperial arms, is said to be the origin of all Imperial arms, known as the Shikudazur. Legend has it that it possesses powers comparable to that of gods, and only those of royal blood can wield it. What is that? The soldiers on the battlefield, engaged in brutal combat, suddenly froze in place, turning their gazes toward the distance. Their swords hung limply at their sides. What kind of monster is this? The soldiers present swallowed nervously, taking several steps back as their faces filled with terror. Amidst a deafening rumble, an enormous figure emerged from the clouds of dust and smoke. It was a colossal entity, so large that the towering castle barely reached its chest, likely several hundred meters tall. Compared to it, houses looked like mere matchboxes, and humans appeared as insignificant as ants. This spectacle defied human imagination. The soldiers on the battlefield stared, dumbfounded, at the gigantic monstrosity before them, resembling a massive mountain. Some quick-witted soldiers had already discarded their weapons and quietly begun to flee. As the soldiers were unsure of what to do, the Supreme Taigu's mouth slowly opened, a glowing sphere forming at its center. The sphere grew larger and brighter, exuding an overwhelming aura. In the blinding light, the sphere suddenly exploded, shooting a massive beam of light across the battlefield. Boom. The light erupted, sweeping through the battlefield. When the blinding light finally subsided, a deep chasm, resembling a canyon, stretched across the land, dividing the battlefield in two. Those caught in the path of the beam had been vaporized, reduced to nothing but ash. What is that thing? Run. Look out. As the battlefield descended into chaos, another beam of light shot toward the soldiers. Boom. Another flash of white light burst across the sky, shining even brighter than the sun. A massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky, the explosion deafening. The resulting shockwave, combined with a fierce gale, roared across the land like a tsunami. The soldiers on the battlefield didn't have time to escape, they were incinerated in the explosion and intense heat, leaving no remains. Ha 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 ha. A mad laugh echoed from within the Supreme Taigu. The deep voice belonged to none other than Prime Minister Honest. Ha 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 ha, this power, this is exactly what I craved. Honest bellowed with maniacal laughter. Finally, I have this kind of power. With each step Honest took, the massive body of the Supreme Taigu moved, emerging from the palace. As it advanced, houses, shops, and even skyscrapers were crushed into dust. No structure could withstand its might, everything crumbled like sandcastles before it. With only a few steps, it had already reached the battlefield. Princess of the Imperial Guard. Honest's voice boomed arrogantly. Before me, you're all ants. I will crush every single one of you. Anyone who defies my orders will die. With Honest's furious roar, a beam of white light shot across the sky, tearing through the battlefield. Its target, the Imperial Guard and Imperial Army engaged in battle. Now drunk on power, Honest no longer cared about anyone's lives, not even his own soldiers. Boom. The white beam crashed into the battlefield, triggering a massive explosion. The ground caved in, rocks shattered, and waves of dust and flames rolled across the land. Any Imperial soldiers who hadn't moved in time were vaporized by the radiant light. Those who survived crawled from the rubble, stunned by what they saw. The battlefield was now marred by several massive craters, like impact sites from falling meteors, each at least 1,000 meters in diameter and impossibly deep. Bits of smoldering debris lay scattered, filling the air with a pungent, burnt smell. He's killing his own men, an Imperial soldier muttered in disbelief. This is madness, another soldier growled through clenched teeth. We're risking our lives for him, and now he's trying to kill us too. What kind of person do you think he is? You should know by now. A voice suddenly spoke from nearby. The Imperial soldiers, startled, grabbed their fallen swords and turned toward the source of the voice, ready to fight. Emerging from the thick smoke and dust was a lean figure clad in armor, holding a massive sword. Though slender, the figure radiated immense strength. It was none other than Ieyasu, leader of the Imperial Guard. You're with the Imperial Guard, one of the Imperial soldiers shouted, warily watching Ieyasu's approach. Yes, I am, Ieyasu responded firmly. And haven't you realized yet? That Prime Minister doesn't care about you at all. To him, you're nothing but cannon fodder. Once you're no longer useful, he'll discard you like trash. How dare you call us trash? An enraged Imperial soldier tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared to charge. Before he could move, another soldier, clearly a higher-ranking officer, held him back. Wait. Don't act rashly, the officer said. Captain, the furious soldier hissed, but ultimately lowered his sword, glaring at Ieyasu with hatred. He has a point, the officer said solemnly. We've been risking our lives for the Prime Minister, yet he doesn't even care about us. Now he wants to kill us along with the enemy. Why should we keep fighting for him? The other Imperial soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. Their weapons slowly lowered as they contemplated the truth of their situation. The atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Chapter 368, Rampage. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed one after another as dazzling beams of light illuminated the battlefield like fireworks. Having gained immense power, Minister Honest unleashed his strength recklessly, bombarding the battlefield without restraint. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of flames. Yes, that's it. That's how it should be. Anyone who dares to defy me will die. Honest laughed maniacally, his already hideous face twisting into something even more grotesque. The power of the Supreme Taigu had far exceeded his expectations. He now felt as if he possessed limitless strength, capable of destroying anything with a mere wave of his hand. The thrill of controlling the fates of others filled him with an intoxicating sense of euphoria. Suffer, scream. Honest roared, watching the battlefield where people screamed and fled in terror, his laughter echoing. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Looking down, he smirked wickedly. A bunch of ants, still trying to betray me. Die. With a wave of his hand, a blinding beam of light shot toward the battlefield. Move. Get out of the way. Ieyasu's pupils contracted sharply as he saw the impending attack. He had hoped to spread out the soldiers and slowly withdraw them from the battlefield, but Honest had spotted them too quickly. Gritting his teeth, Ieyasu leaped into the air. He would have to block it head-on. Behind him were countless soldiers from the Imperial Guard, many of whom were high-ranking officers. If the attack landed, the consequences would be disastrous. Oh. Honest sneered at Ieyasu's actions, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Do you really think a little worm like you can stop the Supreme Taigu's attack? How ridiculous. Die. In the blink of an eye, the searing beam of light was upon him. Ieyasu's eyes widened as he gripped his sword tightly, bracing himself to block the attack. Boom. The explosion was deafening, the blinding light blooming like white flames, turning the ground beneath them into a field of scorching white. The shockwave spread out in all directions, sweeping up clouds of dust. How foolish. Honest snorted dismissively, but then his expression froze. What? Ieyasu stood unharmed, and in front of him was a man with horns on his head, bare-chested and carrying a wheel on his back. Susanoo. Ieyasu gasped, astonished. He hadn't expected a member of Night Raid to save him. While the Imperial Guard and Night Raid weren't mortal enemies, their relationship was complicated and far from friendly. They had even been adversaries not too long ago, so why was Susanoo here now? I'm not here to save you, Susanoo said flatly, his eyes fixed on the towering Supreme Taigu in the distance. I'm here to defeat that man. I see, Ieyasu nodded. It made sense now. Susanoo wasn't here to help him specifically, but to join forces to take down Honest. Though the Imperial Guard and Night Raid had their differences, they shared a common enemy, the corrupt Minister Honest. Night Raid had long sought to assassinate the minister, the source of so much evil, but they had never had the chance. Now, with the battle raging, the time had come. "Let's go," Susanoo said in a low voice. "My Yata mirror was destroyed in the last attack. I won't be able to block any more of his strikes, so be careful." It was Susanoo's Yata mirror, with its powerful defensive abilities, that had shielded them from the Supreme Taiga's previous attack. "Understood," Ieyasu replied, gripping his sword as he charged toward the Supreme Taiga. As Ieyasu approached, he realized that most of Night Raid's members were already there, engaged in battle against the massive weapon. Najenda, Akame, and Shiel were all present, fighting relentlessly. Meanwhile, Leon, Lubbock, and Chelsea, lacking the necessary firepower, focused on clearing out the remaining loyalists of the Empire. The Supreme Taiga's outer shell was incredibly tough, harder than steel, and most ordinary attacks had no effect on it. Clang! Ieyasu's sword struck the arm's exterior, sending sparks flying. But even his powerful strike only left a faint scratch on the surface. "It's so hard," Najenda gritted her teeth. Thanks to Kagaya's earlier treatment, Najenda had fully recovered. Her life force was restored, and even her severed limbs had regrown. However, without her prosthetic arm, she was forced to fight with a regular sword, which clearly wasn't enough to penetrate the Supreme Taiga's defenses. "Look out." Suddenly, a dark blur shot toward her, knocking her aside just as the Supreme Taiga's massive hand swiped down. If she hadn't been pushed, she would have been crushed. "Thanks, Akame," Najenda said gratefully. It was Akame, moving with her characteristic speed. Akame nodded silently. With Muramasa in hand, she darted toward the Supreme Taiga like a shadow. Her movements were agile, almost like a cat, as she dodged the arm's attacks. Seeing another strike coming, she sidestepped and used one of its ridges to vault herself upward, swiftly ascending the massive body. "Damn insect, you're asking for death." Honest snarled, having noticed Akame's movements. He grinned menacingly. "Let's see if you can dodge this." The Supreme Taiga's hand shot toward Akame, but she remained unfazed. Her speed only increased, and with a well-timed kick, she propelled herself past the incoming hand, landing on the arm's neck. "This is it." Akame's eyes gleamed as she raised her blade, aiming for a joint in the neck. "You fool. Did you really think this was my weak spot?" Honest sinister laughter echoed. Suddenly, from the gap in the neck, a dark barrel emerged. Akame's pupils contracted in shock. A blinding flash erupted. Boom. At the last moment, Akame crossed her blade in front of her chest to block the attack, but the force of the blast sent her flying off the Supreme Taiga. As she fell, a massive hand descended upon her. "Little bug, I'll crush you into paste." Honest sneered. In midair, Akame had no way to dodge. The giant hand loomed closer, ready to smash her. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside her, catching her in a swift motion. Chapter 369, The Fat Maggot. What? Prime Minister Honest's eyes widened in shock, his ugly, fat face contorting further with rage. With a malicious grin, he sneered, "So it's you, you little brat. How perfect." The silver-haired girl who had saved Akame was none other than Kagaya. Kagaya and Honest had been bitter enemies for some time now. Prime Minister Honest had tried multiple times to wipe out Night Raid, but Kagaya had always thwarted his plans, leading to heavy losses for his forces. In the end, besides Esteth, Honest was left with very few strong players. Lately, Esteth had become increasingly indifferent toward him. Several times, she had even refused his orders to suppress the Imperial Guard, using excuses to avoid action. Honest was beginning to suspect that there might be some secret collaboration between Esteth and Kagaya. He had even received reports from spies claiming that Esteth had met with Kagaya in secret, which only heightened his paranoia. But despite having control of the Supreme Taiga, Honest wasn't confident he could defeat Esteth, leaving him simmering with frustration. Now, seeing Kagaya again, all his old grudges surged to the surface. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Kagaya smiled brightly. "Miss Akame." Akame, still a bit confused about what was happening, looked up at Kagaya and gave a soft humph, her face turning slightly red. For some reason, whenever Akame saw Kagaya, she couldn't help but remember that one time she barged in, only to find Kagaya and her sister Kurome tangled up naked in bed. The memory of those soft breaths, of the scene she had witnessed, had kept her awake for several nights, even making her blush and her clothes damp in the most embarrassing dreams. "I saved your life, you know. Shouldn't you at least thank me?" Kagaya teased, blinking playfully. Akame turned her head away, refusing to meet her gaze. "I didn't expect to see you here." "It's quite the surprise," Kagaya chuckled, wrapping an arm around Akame's slender waist. "It seems like we're destined to meet again, huh?" "Let me go," Akame stammered, her cheeks flushing as she tried to wriggle free. "If I let you go, you might fall," Kagaya teased with a sly grin. "Besides, we haven't seen each other in so long. Didn't you miss me?" We just met a few days ago, Akame mumbled softly. Really? Kagaya tilted her head as if in thought. I don't remember. But let's not sweat the small stuff. Let's do something fun instead. Kagaya's smile turned mischievous as her hand slowly slipped under Akame's arm, teasing its way to softer territory. So soft. She thought. Just like her sister. Akame's face reddened even more. Her mouth opened slightly, revealing small, sharp teeth, and with a quick bite, she sank them into Kagaya's arm. Ow. Let go. Kagaya winced, shaking her arm. Why does everyone bite me these days? Are you all part dog or something? Kagaya rubbed her arm, where the imprint of Akame's teeth stood out clearly. Humph, Akame snorted, her face still slightly flushed. Just then, a massive shadow descended from the sky, coming down on them like a crushing mountain. Boom. In a split second, the two of them leapt away, barely avoiding the giant hand that crashed into the ground where they had been standing, leaving a huge hand-shaped crater. You dare to defy me, you little brat, a deafening voice bellowed as a massive figure lumbered toward them, its footsteps making the earth tremble. Doesn't he know it's rude to interrupt a couple's conversation? Kagaya muttered with mock annoyance. Who's a couple with you? Stop saying such things. Akame blurted, her face turning even redder. Not now, Kagaya winked, but maybe in the future. Bastard. Honest, infuriated by being ignored, roared in anger. You're asking for death. With that, a blinding beam of light shot from the Supreme Taigu's mouth, heading straight for Kagaya. Boom. Dust and smoke billowed in the air. So this is the power of the Supreme Taigu. Kagaya emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed. Doesn't seem that impressive. It's just a toy. No, actually, it's more like a Lego set. A toy. Honest almost laughed in disbelief. You have no idea what you're talking about, foolish girl. Oh. Isn't it just a toy? Kagaya's smirk was infuriatingly calm. I'll make you regret those words, Honest growled through clenched teeth. Is this what they call setting a flag? Kagaya mused, tilting her head and grinning. A flag? What nonsense is that? Honest asked, confused. Tisk, TSK, don't you even know that? Didn't your family teach you the importance of reading? Kagaya sighed. How dare you mock me? Honest's face twisted with rage. I'll make you beg for mercy. Beg for mercy. Kagaya giggled, her soft cheeks glowing. Thanks, but I think I look good enough as it is. Honest was momentarily speechless, his anger boiling over. You sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if you're still so smug when you're writhing beneath me. You think you can take me? Kagaya sneered, her voice calm and cool. I doubt a fat maggot like you could manage. The chest of the Supreme Taigu opened up, revealing a large, glowing orb within. The orb began to rotate slowly, emitting a blinding light that radiated an immense power. Even from a distance, the energy it held was undeniable. Beside her, Akame drew her sword, Murasame, with a sharp clang. Her face was calm once more, her eyes locked on the colossal figure before them, ready for battle. Chapter 370, Feeling Guilty. A blinding beam of light shot out from the chest of the Supreme Taigu, so intense that the surrounding air distorted as if ripples were forming on a calm lake. The beam moved with incredible speed, reaching Kagaya in an instant. Boom. A deafening explosion followed as a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The shockwave, mixed with searing heat, swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, flattening everything in its path. The intense heat melted the ground, turning the very earth into molten lava. No one could have survived that, Honest sneered inside the Supreme Taigu. Those two little brats must have been reduced to ashes by now. They should have begged for mercy, I might have spared them. What a shame. I could have had fun with them, tossing them around in bed. Oh well, there will be plenty more women to enjoy once I ascend the throne. Honest indulged in his fantasy of becoming emperor, completely lost in his delusions. Is it because you're so fat that they stuffed you inside this giant tin can? What? Honest jolted in shock. Looking up, he saw the two girls standing atop his Supreme Taigu, alive and well. How are you not dead? Honest stammered in disbelief. Did you get your head stuck in a door or something? Kagaya taunted, stepping on his head with disdain. That's such a stupid question, I refuse to answer. Akame's response was even more direct. She gripped Murasame tightly and, with a swift swing of her sword, sent a flash of icy light crashing into the Supreme Taigu. Clang. A shower of sparks erupted as Akame's strike left a deep gash, several meters long, on the armor of the Supreme Taigu. Though powerful, the Supreme Taigu was too massive. The damage, while significant, wasn't enough to pierce through its thick, metallic shell. You dare harm my precious Imperial arm? Honest's ugly, bloated face contorted with rage. I'll make you both suffer. But don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. I'll savor it. Oh. Didn't you say the same thing last time? Kagaya teased, tilting her head. I underestimated you before, but this time I'll make sure. And didn't you say that last time too? Why, you brat. You dare mock me? Honest roared in fury. I've changed my mind. I'll crush you into pulp. The Supreme Taigu began to tremble violently. Sensing danger, Kagaya swiftly grabbed Akame and leaped into the air just as the giant machine began to morph. What is this? Kagaya frowned slightly as the Supreme Taigu underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body twisted and broke apart into massive fragments, which floated in the air, guided by an unseen force. The pieces began to reassemble into a new form, an enormous, terrifying dragon. The dragon raised its massive head and let out a roar that echoed across the battlefield. Ha ha ha. You should feel honored. You're the first to witness my second form, Honest gloated, laughing wildly. This form wasn't in the original story, but it did appear in the manga, significantly boosting its power and making it much more formidable. Akame's expression grew serious. As an Imperial arms user, she could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon. It was a power beyond human capability, so immense that it made her feel like she was suffocating. Is this all it amounts to? Kagaya sighed in disappointment. I expected something more impressive. Stop pretending. Honest shouted. You're terrified, aren't you? Trying to bluff your way out of this. Bluff. Kagaya giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Maybe all that meat you eat has clogged your brain with fat. Why would I need to bluff? The more you talk, the more it shows how scared you are, Honest grinned. You can drop the act. If you beg for mercy, I might spare you for a while. Maybe after I'm done playing with you. Why are people so obsessed with delusions? Kagaya shrugged. You have no real power, yet you keep daydreaming. Delusions. Honest sneered. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, the dragon lifted its head, opening its massive jaws. A glowing orb began to form within its mouth, growing larger and brighter with each passing second. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashed a beam of light, shooting straight at Kagaya. In response, a massive black sphere materialized before Kagaya, enveloping her completely. Boom. The beam collided with the sphere, but to Kagaya's surprise, when the dust cleared, she noticed a hole had been burned through the black sphere. The edges around the hole appeared melted. Even her powerful defense had been penetrated. Looking down, Kagaya saw that although her skin was unharmed, her shoulder strap had been incinerated, revealing her smooth, pale shoulder and a hint of her chest. Her expression darkened instantly. Ha ha ha. Now you see my true power. Honest cackled madly. Don't worry, I won't kill you just yet. First, I'll strip you naked and tie you up for all your people to see. I wonder what their faces will look like when they see you like that. Ha ha ha. Kagaya's eyes turned cold, her voice icy. Why do some people insist on seeking death when they could just live quietly? She lifted her head, her gaze chilling. Congratulations. You've succeeded in angering me. Chapter 371, The Filthy, Despicable, and Ugly Fat Pig. Angry. Honest laughed as if hearing the funniest joke. So what if you're angry? What are you going to do about it? Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl like you? You're nothing but a fat pig, and you dare to speak so arrogantly, Kagaya said coldly. The mention of fat pig immediately darkened Honest's face, flames of fury flickering in his eyes. Being called a fat pig was his greatest taboo, and anyone who dared to say it had been personally butchered by him. My apologies, Kagaya said with a mockingly apologetic tone. I shouldn't have called you a fat pig. Now you want to beg for forgiveness. It's too late. Honest sneered, his smile full of malice. No, I shouldn't have called you a fat pig because that would be an insult to pigs. You're far filthier and more disgusting, Kagaya taunted. You're asking for death. Honest roared in rage. The dragon raised its massive head and unleashed a beam of light from its mouth, hurtling toward Kagaya. A filthy creature like you shouldn't be allowed to pollute the world, Kagaya raised her hand calmly. So, it's time for you to die. Golden light gathered in Kagaya's hand, forming a colossal blade of energy, crackling with arcs of lightning. The air hummed with its immense power. With a swift, decisive motion, Kagaya brought the golden blade down. Golden will reincarnation explosion. The white beam of energy from the dragon was effortlessly sliced in half, splitting into two beams that shot off in opposite directions. What? Honest was utterly horrified. He tried to twist his bloated body to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. The golden light flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion that echoed across the battlefield. The shockwave, like a roaring tidal wave, spread in all directions. The very ground shattered into dust, trees were incinerated, and even the clouds above were blown away. It all happened in an instant, yet it felt like an eternity. When Akame opened her eyes, she found herself in Kagaya's arms, but she didn't push her away. She was too stunned by the scene before her. The battlefield looked like it had been struck by a meteor. The ground was flattened, the landscape scarred with craters and smoldering wreckage. The once mighty Supreme Taigu, which had transformed into a dragon, now lay in two massive pieces on the ground. Beneath it was a deep trench, stretching to the horizon, a rift so vast it seemed endless. The strongest Taigu in the world had been utterly destroyed with ease. It looks like it's over, Kagaya muttered, a bit bored. All that talk, and in the end, he was just an arrogant fat man. I've never been that arrogant, and I could have wiped him out ages ago. Akame, still in shock, stared at Kagaya. She knew Kagaya was powerful, but this was beyond anything she had imagined. To think that Honest, with the strongest Taigu, had been defeated so easily, it was unbelievable. Is it really over? Akame asked quietly, still unsure as she gazed at the ruins of the Imperial capital. Ever since joining Night Raid, Akame had fought tirelessly to bring down the Empire. But the Imperial army had always been overwhelmingly powerful. Even Night Raid, one of the strongest groups in the Revolutionary Army, had struggled against them. Over the years, many comrades had fallen, familiar faces disappearing one by one, never to return from missions. And now, with Honest, the source of so much suffering, defeated, Akame felt a strange sense of disbelief. It's not quite over yet, Kagaya chuckled lightly, turning her head. You've been watching the show long enough. Isn't it time you made an appearance? Of course you noticed me, dear, a voice came from the shadows. Akame's eyes widened as she immediately pushed away from Kagaya, gripping her sword tightly, her face tense with caution. Emerging from the shadows was none other than the Empire's strongest general, Isteth, her long, icy blue hair flowing elegantly as she stepped forward. And who is this? Isteth asked with a playful smile, glancing at the tense Akame. Is she your lover, dear? She's the one who's your lover. Akame shot back angrily. Indeed, Isteth replied with a seductive smile. I am her lover. You're disgusting, Akame said, pointing her sword at Isteth. Disgusting. Isteth chuckled. What's so disgusting about a consensual relationship? Besides, little one, by the looks of it, you've never even been in love, have you? That's none of your business, Akame blushed slightly. Ah, that explains it, Isteth said with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Love can be quite the experience, you know. Why don't you give it a try? I could even lend her to you for a bit, as long as you return her to me afterward. Only a pervert would want something like that. Akame huffed. Excuse me, may I interrupt for a moment? Kagaya cleared her throat, stepping forward. I'd like to clarify something, I'm not an object, so I'm not available for loan. As soon as Kagaya finished, she realized she had essentially insulted herself. Isteth, however, seemed unfazed by the strange phrasing. She let out a laugh, saying, you can't understand it until you've experienced it. But once you do, you'll be hooked. Hooked. Akame blinked in confusion, her mind briefly flashing to memories of her sister Kurome, entwined with Kagaya in bed, their bodies tangled together. The thought sent a flush of heat through her. Suddenly, a noise from nearby snapped Akame out of her thoughts, her senses returning sharply. Who's there? Isteth's eyes gleamed with cold intent, her voice turning icy. It's me, came a weak, raspy voice. A blood-soaked figure crawled out from beneath the rubble. It was Honest, his once bloated face now contorted grotesquely by his injuries. Isteth, help me. Is that so? Isteth's lips curled into a smile as she gracefully walked toward him. To everyone's surprise, she raised her foot and slammed it into Honest's stomach, sending him flying back. An ugly, filthy pig dares to interrupt me, she sneered. Chapter 372, The Struggle for Belonging. Minister Honest was sent flying by Isteth's powerful kick, a mouthful of blood spurting from his lips. His large body tumbled through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Even Akame was left speechless, and Kagaya was equally stunned. So much for the bond of teammates, Kagaya thought, her inner thoughts reflecting her surprise at how quickly this alliance crumbled. Noticing Kagaya's reaction, Isteth let out a condescending chuckle. A filthy pig like him could never stand on the same level as me. He's nothing more than a swine fit for the pen. Kagaya mentally sighed, but she could understand Isteth's perspective. Isteth's pride was immense, and a person like Minister Honest surely never caught her eye. I suppose I should feel sorry for this fat pig, Kagaya thought. From the very beginning, Isteth never considered Honest as an ally. You. Honest, already heavily injured, was even more enraged by Isteth's actions. After hearing her insult, he nearly passed out from fury. Isteth approached him slowly, extending one of her legs and placing her boot on his fat face. What's the matter? Do you have a problem with what I said? We had a deal. I would become emperor, and you would be made queen. Honest gasped, his voice strained as he struggled to breathe under the pressure of her boot. His face flushed a deep red from both anger and lack of air. Trash like you. Esteth sneered coldly. Did you really think I would serve under a disgusting, lowly pig? You must be more naive than I thought. As she spoke, Esteth ground her boot against his face, pressing him deeper into the dirt. Please, we can talk this through. Honest mumbled desperately. I'll give you anything you want. I'll do whatever you say, just save me. Anything, you say. Esteth removed her boot, her tone playful. Yes. Anything. Honest quickly sat up, panting heavily, blood still oozing from his nose and mouth. He was a pitiful sight, a far cry from the once powerful minister who ruled with an iron fist. In that case, Esteth said with a twisted grin as she raised her boot in front of him, lick my boot. Maybe if you do a good job, I'll consider sparing you. Hearing her demand, Honest froze. His grotesque face twisted with inner turmoil as his fists clenched reflexively. He had never been humiliated like this before. What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Esteth mocked with a smirk. And no, I'll do it, Honest replied, swallowing his pride and crawling toward her like a dog. He understood the importance of survival above all else. His ability to bide his time and endure indignity had allowed him to outlive 2 emperors. He had no choice but to submit now. As Honest approached, Esteth's face twisted with disgust. The moment he reached her, she swiftly kicked him in the head with blinding speed. Blood splattered across the ground. Arg. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed as Honest let out a pained scream. His body flew through the air, landing harshly against a nearby boulder. His scream was abruptly cut off as he went limp. I thought about it and realized that even letting you lick my boot is too disgusting. Esteth waved her pristine hand dismissively, as if brushing off invisible dirt, her expression filled with disdain. Kagaya's eyes twitched. As expected of Esteth, she thought. No mercy at all. Esteth turned her attention to Kagaya and approached with a warm smile. But if it's you, my dear, there would be no problem. I wouldn't even mind taking off my shoes. Sorry, girl, but you're overthinking it, Kagaya replied with a deadpan expression. You're so cute, Esteth blushed slightly. Even when you're angry, you're adorable. She wrapped her pale arms around Kagaya's, pulling her close. Please maintain some boundaries, Kagaya said sternly. We are still enemies, after all. Oh. Esteth tilted her head playfully. And what difference does that make? It makes all the difference, Kagaya retorted. As enemies, we can't be together unless. Unless what? Esteth asked, her grip tightening around Kagaya. Unless you give all this up and stop being my enemy, Kagaya muttered, feeling the softness pressing against her arm. You're mistaken, Esteth's expression became serious. It's not about me being your enemy. It's about you being mine. Ah. What's the difference? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Don't you see? You're not the one influencing me. I'm the one influencing you, Esteth explained with fierce determination. I will change you, not the other way around. Because you belong to me. Kagaya sighed internally. She's really a true dominatrix. Even such unreasonable things, she says with complete conviction. Belong to you. Kagaya replied, shaking her head. Sorry, but I belong to no one but myself. No, Esteth insisted, her cheeks flushing as she pressed her soft chest against Kagaya's arm. You're mine. You know that's cheating, right? Kagaya muttered, half enjoying the sensation and half trying to maintain her composure. I'll stop cheating if you agree to be mine, Esteth purred. Sorry, but I can't agree to that, Kagaya said firmly. That's unreasonable and makes no sense. As much as Kagaya admired Esteth's strength and charm, she couldn't allow herself to be dominated. Especially by someone as controlling as Esteth, who knows what madness would follow if she agreed. Esteth gently released Kagaya and smiled slyly as she unsheathed her sword. If that's how it is, let's make a bet. A bet. Kagaya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If I win, you'll be mine, Esteth declared confidently. But if I lose, then I'll belong to you. Kagaya couldn't help but sigh. This is turning into some cheesy afternoon soap opera. It seems like only Esteth and I would have time for such things. Chapter 373, Tailed Beast Ball vs. Ice Meteorite. Since that's the case, it seems we must fight, Kagaya said. Esteth smiled, though I know how strong you are, my dear, I'll do my best. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I don't understand why you're so fixated on these meaningless things, Kagaya asked, slightly puzzled. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong survive and can control everything, Esteth said softly, it's only natural for the strong to dominate the weak. And what if I win? Kagaya smiled. If you win, then I'll admit you're stronger than me and naturally, you can dominate me. I'll obey your words. Isthetha's lips curved into a smile. But, my dear, while I can give you everything else, I won't give you this chance. Is that so? Kagaya smiled faintly. Sorry, but you may not realize, I'm not who I used to be. My power is not the same as before. Then I'll have to give it a try, Isthetha said. As you wish. Kagaya smiled easily. Then let's begin. Be careful, a sharp glint flashed in Isthetha's eyes. Before her words had even faded, Isthetha stepped forward, wielding her slender sword like a streak of pale blue light, striking toward Kagaya at lightning speed. A crisp clang echoed. Sparks flew. Kagaya effortlessly waved her hand and blocked Isthetha's sword with ease. An attack like this won't defeat me, Kagaya said, her eyes shining like stars in a nebula. You never know unless you try, Isthetha replied. Turning and swinging her arm, Isthetha thrust her sword again. The cold gleam of her blade left behind countless illusions as it pierced through the air. Clang! A brilliant green sword, gleaming like a rainbow, struck Isthetha's sword at just the right moment. The shock made Isthetha's sword tremble and miss its mark, grazing past Kagaya. But it wasn't over yet. Isthetha pivoted, her body twisting gracefully like the crescent moon. She spun around and extended her left hand, forming several ice spikes in her palm, which shot toward Kagaya. Clang! 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 The sword of Kusanagi danced in Kagaya's hand, shattering the incoming ice spikes with casual grace. If this is all you have, I think we can call it. Kagaya's sentence trailed off, her brow furrowing as she leapt back. With a loud bang, a massive ice wall appeared where Kagaya had just been standing. If she hadn't moved quickly, she might have been trapped inside. Didn't expect you to notice, dear, Isthetha smiled slightly. Is it because of your eyes? Didn't expect you to figure it out, Kagaya replied. Indeed, it's one of my abilities. Such beautiful eyes, Isthetha said softly, I should have known. Now, my dear, be careful, I'm going to get serious. Kagaya responded. Ha! With a shout, Isthetha gripped her sword tightly and drove it into the ground. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The rock beneath them cracked like a spiderweb, stones flying in all directions as dust billowed into the air. Suddenly, countless ice pillars burst forth from the ground, sharp like spears, lunging toward Kagaya. With a sharp stomp, Kagaya launched herself into the air like an arrow. But she couldn't escape the ice pillars' pursuit. They rapidly extended and thickened, almost instantly reaching her. Not bad. You've got some skill, Kagaya remarked. I'm glad my dear appreciates it, Isthetha said with a laugh. But it's still far from enough. Kagaya's eyes narrowed slightly as she gripped the Kusanagi sword. Her pale arm swung with great force. Countless sword lights, like arcs of rainbow, shot out and collided with the ice pillars in a flash. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions followed. The sturdy ice pillars shattered into fragments, turning into large chunks of ice and frost. Before Kagaya could even catch her breath, she suddenly looked up, her pupils contracting. In the sky, a massive ice sphere had appeared without her noticing. The ice sphere was enormous, at least 1,000 meters in diameter, radiating an overwhelming cold. If it weren't clearly made of ice, gleaming with a frosty sheen, one might have thought it was a meteorite. Is this your trump card? Kagaya asked as she gazed up at the rapidly falling ice sphere. How do you like it, dear? Isthetha laughed. If you surrender now, there's still time. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of letting a woman control me, Kagaya replied with a faint smile. Just as she finished speaking, Kagaya raised her pale arm, her fingers spreading slightly. A small purple orb appeared in her palm, growing larger with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to several times Kagaya's size. That's... Isthetha's pupils shrank. Staring at the purple orb in Kagaya's hand, she could feel the overwhelming energy it contained, so powerful it was almost unbelievable. This was Kagaya's ability, the tailed beast ball. With a gentle push of her white hand, the tailed beast ball, crackling with strands of lightning, shot out and collided with the ice sphere. Time seemed to stop for a moment as the purple light flashed, followed by a deafening boom that shook the sky. The ice sphere shattered almost instantly under the power of the tailed beast ball, and before the massive chunks of ice could hit the ground, they were vaporized by the intense heat of the explosion. Looks like you've lost, dear General Isthetha, a warm voice whispered in Isthetha's ear, snapping her out of her thoughts. Turning, she found Kagaya standing beside her, the Kusanagi sword resting gently against her pale neck. Your strength truly surpasses my imagination, my dear, Isthetha said with a smile on her pale face, turning to face Kagaya. But if you think I've lost, it's still too early to say. A sly glint flashed in Isthetha's pale blue eyes as she uttered, Mahapadma. Chapter 374, The Ingenious Use of Basic Ninjutsu. Mahapadma, one of Estetha's secret techniques, wields immense power capable of freezing molecules, creating the illusion of freezing both time and space. Although due to its enormous energy consumption, the freeze lasts only for a short period and can only be activated once a day, it is still terrifying. For Esteth, a warrior of her caliber, killing someone doesn't require much time, just a blink of an eye would be enough. In the original story, she used this technique twice, once to easily kill the berserk Susanoo, and the second time she lost the battle because she was tricked by Akame, leading to a wrong judgment. When Estetha's rosy lips uttered those few words, the entire world suddenly lost its color, turning into a faint blue hue. Everything around her seemed to freeze, dust suspended in the air, pebbles bouncing off the ground, and even the faint breeze, all came to a standstill under this pale blue power. "My dear, it seems I've won," Esteth said, as she gracefully flicked her long hair, almost reaching her ankles, and walked elegantly toward Kagaya, who stood motionless like a statue. At that moment, a hint of surprise lingered on Kagaya's face. Her bright eyes were fixed on the distance, and she stood still, as if in a daze. Esteth approached Kagaya and reached out to pinch her soft, tender cheek. She chuckled softly, "You know, this ability was prepared especially for you. Now, you'll never escape, and you'll belong to me forever." With that, Esteth leaned down and gently kissed Kagaya's cheek. The soft sensation made a slight smile bloom on her lips. Her pale hand slid down from Kagaya's cheek, tracing over her snow-white neck and lower. In the previous battle, Minister Honest had struck Kagaya with his taigu, though it hadn't harmed her. However, the black and red gothic dress she wore had its strap destroyed, leaving her outfit loose and disheveled. Estetha's lips curled upward, and her pale hand slipped effortlessly inside. "I didn't expect my dear to be so adorable." "I'm falling for you more and more," Esteth said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although Kagaya had grown accustomed to her body, she still wasn't used to the weight of her large chest, especially when it bounced and jostled during movement, which made her uncomfortable. That's why she preferred wearing tighter clothing. This particular outfit was a masterpiece by Master Luna, though it was tight, it was comfortable. But in Estetha's eyes, it became a symbol of pure cuteness. Estetha's pale fingers lifted Kagaya's chin, and she placed a gentle kiss on her lips, whispering, "It's a shame. I wanted to spend more time with you, but it seems our time is almost up." "No matter, you're already mine, aren't you, my dear?" As Esteth spoke, the pale blue world gradually faded, returning to its original colors. The icy crystals, which had exuded a chill in the air, disappeared, leaving only a slight coolness lingering. "It looks like I've won, my dear," Esteth whispered, holding Kagaya close with a gentle laugh. "Is that so?" "I don't quite see it that way," an elegant voice, as clear as spring water, suddenly rang out. Estetha's pupils contracted, and she quickly turned around, only to see another beautiful silver-haired girl standing behind her. It was Kagaya. In Kagaya's hand was a long sword gleaming with cold light, its tip resting against Estetha's snow-white neck. "How can this be?" Esteth murmured, looking down at the motionless girl beside her who looked exactly like Kagaya, her face showing an expression of disbelief, completely ignoring the blade at her throat. "What's impossible?" Kagaya smiled. "You have secret techniques, but do you think I don't?" As soon as Kagaya finished speaking, the girl in Estetha's arms suddenly dispersed into a cloud of white mist with a soft puff. "This is my secret technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu," Kagaya smiled. Long ago, Kagaya had learned that ninjutsu wasn't about being the strongest. Sometimes, using the right jutsu at the right moment was far more important. Just like now, the Shadow Clone Jutsu wasn't a particularly advanced ninjutsu, any elite jonin could use it, and it was only classified as a B-rank technique. But at this moment, it had successfully deceived Esteth and wasted one of her trump cards. "You've truly surprised me, my dear," Esteth said. "It's nothing, just a bit of luck," Kagaya replied. "Luck?" Esteth said. "If you had noticed the flaw, I might have failed," Kagaya chuckled. "You're still as adorable as ever," Esteth smiled. "But do you really think you've won?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Esteth suddenly unleashed a tremendous burst of power, shoving Kagaya away. At the same time, she swung her sword, deflecting Kagaya's kusanagi sword, and in an instant, she dashed toward Kagaya like an arrow, her speed faster than the eye could follow. "You might think you're being overconfident," Kagaya chuckled, "but I still think I've won." Raising her pale arm, Kagaya's eyes narrowed, and she swung her sword, sending a powerful arc of sword energy through the air. Just as the two were about to collide, a dark shadow suddenly shot up from the ground. A bright light flashed from the shadow's forehead, like a bolt of lightning, and struck Kagaya's back while she was caught off guard. A sinister laugh followed. "Die, you bitch." Chapter 375, Slaughtering the Pig. Due to the interruption, both Kagaya and Esteth simultaneously stopped their fight and turned their gaze toward the intruder. This figure was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered and blood-stained, looking more like ragged strips of cloth. His hair was a mess, and his face was so swollen it resembled a pig's head, with the swelling reducing his eyes to narrow slits. This pitifully wretched man was none other than Minister Honest. "You're still alive?" Isteth asked, curiously eyeing the suddenly appearing fat man. "What's he doing?" Kagaya asked in confusion. "Has he gone mad?" "Probably," Isteth replied uncertainly. "Did I kick him too hard earlier?" "No," Kagaya said seriously, "you didn't kick him hard enough." Far in the distance, Minister Honest collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Kagaya. "Impossible. How could you still be unharmed?" he muttered. "What could possibly have happened to me?" Kagaya replied, puzzled. "Impossible." Honest suddenly screamed. "My Taigu can't fail. It's impossible." Huh. Kagaya felt even more bewildered. Could it be that Honest had truly gone mad after being kicked in the head by Isteth? At that moment, Isteth's eyes lit up, as if she had figured something out. She smiled and stepped forward, saying, "I think I know what's going on. From what I understand, he possesses a Taigu called Iristone, an anti-Taigu that destroys the opponent's Taigu. Iristone is a gem-like Taigu, capable of destroying the opponent's Taigu as long as they are within range. The gem shatters as a price for activating the ability, but it regenerates after a week, during which time it cannot be used again." Upon hearing this, Kagaya suddenly remembered. It seemed familiar to her. She turned her head and looked at the dumbfounded Honest with a gaze that said, "You fool." Did Honest really think that her power still came from a Taigu? He was far too naive. Kagaya walked up to him, squinting her eyes and smiling. "You thought that if you destroyed my Taigu, I would lose my abilities, and then Isteth would kill me, right?" Honest's pupils shrank in terror. He kicked his legs backward, cold sweat mixed with blood flowing down his swollen face, making him look even more filthy and repulsive. Without needing to hear his answer, Kagaya already knew his plan. "What a brainless pig," Isteth laughed as she walked over, wrapping her arm around Kagaya's waist. "Why would I kill my dear? She belongs to me, after all." She stretched out her pale fingers, trying to lift Kagaya's chin. "Girl, mind yourself," Kagaya grabbed her mischievous hand and said, "and besides, we'll see who belongs to whom." "So, the two of you were in cahoots all along?" Honest growled, pointing at them in fury. "That question is so stupid, I refuse to answer," Kagaya said disdainfully. "A brain is a good thing, but too bad you don't have one. You two bitches, Honest's voice was filled with rage as his fury boiled over. A flash of white light streaked by. Blood splattered. Before Honest could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut short. A large head flew through the air amidst the spray of blood, hitting the ground with a thud. Kagaya flicked the blood off her sword, kicking the head, its eyes still glaring with anger. "So, it turns out that people really can't speak after their heads are chopped off." "Well, of course, they can't talk once their head's off," Isteth said matter-of-factly. "Though once I encountered some strange people whose heads I chopped off, but they kept screaming for hours before they finally died." Kagaya's forehead creased with black lines as she stared at Isteth, speechless. "How much free time do you have to sit and watch people die? Shall we continue our fight?" Kagaya asked as she looked at the beautiful Imperial general in front of her. "I'm not in the mood anymore." "Let's continue another day," Isteth replied, flipping her pale blue hair with a smile. Kagaya nodded but suddenly thought of something and asked, "Is it because you've used too much energy today, and now you're too tired to fight?" "My dear is so clever," Isteth said, blinking and blushing slightly. "I think I should deal with this demon right now," Kagaya said, turning away with a blank expression. "Look over there," Isteth suddenly pointed into the distance. "Are you trying to change the subject?" Kagaya asked, a little annoyed by the petty trick, but still turned her head. Her expression froze in surprise. The giant dragon that Kagaya had cleaved in half with her golden will reincarnation explosion was now slowly dissolving into starry particles, dissipating into the air. When the dragon's massive body had completely vanished, a slender figure appeared on the ground. "It seems like a person." Kagaya quickly walked over, picked up the person on the ground, and paused in mild shock. The person was young, with fair skin, delicate features, and a slim build, so light in Kagaya's arms that they seemed weightless. It was the young emperor of the empire. "What's he doing here?" Kagaya asked in confusion. "Don't you get it?" Isteth laughed. Without the emperor's bloodline, that fat pig Honest wouldn't have been able to use the supreme Taigu. Only the emperor and you could control it. "You mean?" Kagaya's brows furrowed slightly. "Exactly," Isteth said. "Honest must have used some method to control the young emperor and used him to manipulate the supreme Taigu. Without the emperor, there's no way Honest could have controlled it." "I see." Kagaya nodded silently. Thinking about it, the young emperor was truly pitiful. His parents had been murdered by Honest, and he had been manipulated and deceived, eventually even being controlled to help Honest seize both the empire and the Taigu. Kagaya glanced down at the disheveled young emperor, whose clothes had been torn from the earlier explosion, and her expression turned a little strange. Chapter 376, The Young Emperor is a lowly. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Isteth walked over with elegant steps and asked curiously. Nothing, Kagaya replied, lifting the young emperor in her arms as she gazed at the burning capital in the distance. With a bit of emotion, she said, this war is finally over. For some reason, Isteth turned to Kagaya, her pale blue eyes locking onto her. I feel like everything has been part of your plan all along. Whether it's Night Raid or the Imperial army, your influence seems to be present. Is that so? Kagaya smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. That's not the important part. The important thing is that this country is finally about to start a new life, isn't it? I don't understand why you care so much, Isteth said with a puzzled expression. Survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak, that's perfectly normal, isn't it? Being strong doesn't mean you should do whatever you want, and the weak don't have to passively accept their fate, Kagaya laughed softly. Using your power to harm others, building your happiness on someone else's suffering, that's a sign of a lack of character. My dear, are you talking about me? Isteth asked, blinking her eyes playfully. No, Kagaya smiled, I didn't mean it that way. I just believe that life is short, and we should focus on more meaningful things. Don't wait until it's too late and regret the important things you didn't do. Isteth's sparkling eyes locked onto Kagaya, and with a serious expression, she said, you're the most important thing to me, and I won't give you up. Seeing Isteth's uncharacteristically earnest face, Kagaya felt slightly stunned before breaking into a smile. There are many important things in life. You don't have to be so fixated on just one. If you focus too much on the present, you might miss what's around you. No, Isteth said firmly. I will have you, and you will belong to me. Her stubbornness made her seem less like the Empire's strongest general and more like a love-struck young girl. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Kagaya said, turning her head to gaze at the blue sky. I don't know where I'll be in the future, or what I'll become. What's wrong? Isteth asked softly, sensing something was off in Kagaya's words. I can feel that you're hiding something from me. Yes, I am keeping some things from you, Kagaya admitted openly before smiling. But doesn't everyone have a few secrets? Would you share them with me? Isteth asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Sorry, Kagaya smiled gently, but that's personal. Suddenly, Kagaya seemed to remember something, and she glanced around, noticing the ruins surrounding them but no other people. Where did Akane go? Kagaya asked, puzzled. She was just here a moment ago. Are you talking about your little lover? Isteth teased. If you mean her, she's over there. Following Isteth's pointed direction, Kagaya walked over and soon spotted a figure in the distance. Hurrying closer, she realized it wasn't Akane but Najenda, with her white hair, handsome face, and well-proportioned figure. Didn't expect it to be you, Najenda said with a smile, sheathing her sword. Thank you for your help today, Kagaya said. You misunderstand. We didn't come here to help you, Najenda replied. We came to kill that brutal and tyrannical minister. Either way, you helped me, and thanks are still in order, Kagaya smiled. Najenda's gaze shifted to the young emperor in Kagaya's arms, her eyes narrowing. Is that? Yes, it's the young emperor, Kagaya confirmed. I thought he was dead, Najenda said, surprised. He isn't dead yet. Minister Honest kidnapped him so he could use the Supreme Taigu, Kagaya explained. Clang. A sword imbued with a chilling aura flashed toward the young emperor in Kagaya's arms like lightning. Clang. A delicate finger extended and lightly tapped the sharp blade. In an instant, a surge of power repelled the sword, and with a crisp sound, the blade was knocked aside. What are you doing? Kagaya raised her eyebrows. Najenda, holding her sword, said in a deep voice, this boy colluded with the minister, committing countless atrocities and killing many innocent people. He cannot be allowed to live. So, you intend to kill him? Kagaya asked. He made mistakes, and he must be punished. Isn't that what you said? Najenda fixed her gaze on Kagaya. I suppose I did say something like that, Kagaya coughed awkwardly. She had only said it to sound cool, not expecting anyone to remember it. That's why I must punish him. Please don't interfere, Najenda said seriously. He's still young, Kagaya thought for a moment, recalling that this world didn't seem to have any laws protecting minors. And he was manipulated by the minister. His crimes don't warrant death. I am willing to accept punishment, a young voice suddenly spoke from Kagaya's arms. At some point, the young emperor had woken up. When adults are speaking, children shouldn't interrupt, Kagaya frowned slightly. Despite this, Kagaya had always had a soft spot for the young emperor. After all, he had always treated her well and was especially attached to her. Besides, he had a secret, or rather, she had a secret that made Kagaya even fonder of her. It turns out the emperor was a lowly. As for how Kagaya knew that, well, that's a story for another time. Sister, the young emperor said earnestly as she emerged from Kagaya's arms, I made a mistake, and I must be punished. Chapter 377, Succession to the Throne. Accept punishment from your sister. Not happening. Kagaya flicked the young emperor on her smooth forehead with a playful snap of her fingers, sounding a bit annoyed. Ouch. The young emperor cried out in pain, clutching her head and crouching down, her face scrunched up in discomfort. It seemed Kagaya hadn't held back with that flick. Sorry, Kagaya smiled faintly as she turned and walked away. While I agree that she should be punished, I can't accept any harsh or cruel methods. Are you trying to shield her? Najenda asked, her tone sharp. I didn't expect a strong person like you to do something like this. I'm sorry about that, Kagaya said, but she's my wayward little sister, and I can't just stand by and watch her die. Sister. Najenda's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to look at the young emperor, who had delicate features, fair skin, and a slim figure. Indeed, she did look quite like a girl, perhaps because of her age, there was no obvious sign of a masculine appearance. But surely, she wasn't a girl with, well, male parts. This secret had only been something Kagaya discovered unintentionally earlier. To her surprise, the legendary emperor was actually a young girl. Initially, Kagaya hadn't understood the situation, but she eventually figured it out. For Minister Honest, it didn't matter whether the emperor was male or female, or even real or fake. All that mattered was having a puppet who would follow his orders. In fact, having a little girl was advantageous, she would naturally be more passive, and even if she grew up, her status as a woman would prevent her from posing a threat to Honest's ambitions for the throne. Even so, we can't just let her go unpunished, Najenda said, though her tone softened slightly. So, how do you intend to punish her? Kagaya asked. Najenda folded her arms, thinking for a moment before replying, even though she's still a child, she has to face consequences for her actions. Let's do this, she'll be confined for 1 year. For that entire year, she can't leave her room. No tricks, no attempts to escape, I'll personally see to it. Kagaya blinked, a bit taken aback. Is that even considered a punishment? Then, understanding dawned on her, and she laughed. Are you worried that if she remains emperor, she might repeat the mistakes of the past? With Honest dead and the empire in ruins, the country desperately needed leadership. If the little girl emperor was imprisoned, a new emperor would have to be selected to stabilize the nation. That was exactly what Najenda was aiming for. Exactly, Najenda said, without a hint of embarrassment at having her intentions exposed. The empire has already suffered enough under the cruel minister. I don't want a repeat of the same mistakes, or more suffering for the people. You don't need to worry about that, Kagaya said with a gentle smile. She won't continue being emperor. What? Najenda looked confused. The young emperor, too, looked at Kagaya with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she meant. I mean she won't inherit the throne any longer, Kagaya explained. Because I will take the throne. You. Najenda stared at Kagaya in shock. Why? Is that a problem? Kagaya asked with a smile. I think I'm qualified for the position. You're qualified, but... Najenda narrowed her eyes at Kagaya. Can you promise you won't turn into someone like Honest? Kagaya smirked, her tone playful. And what if I can't make that promise? What will you do? I'll kill you myself, Najenda said seriously. Maybe you're stronger than me now, but I won't give up. How heartbreaking, Kagaya said, pretending to be sad. Is that really what you think of me? That I'm some cruel tyrant? Aren't you? Najenda blinked innocently. All right, Kagaya said with a sigh of defeat. I'm leaving now, Najenda said, turning away. Not staying for a cup of tea? Kagaya asked. I have a lot more to talk to you about. And that night. As soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed Najenda glaring at her with embarrassment, and Kagaya promptly shut her mouth. But seeing Najenda's blushing face brought Kagaya's thoughts back to that night, the tender moments, the soft whispers, and for a brief moment, her mind wandered. All right, I'm going, Najenda said, walking away into the distance. I hope next time we meet, it won't be with our swords drawn. Honestly, I quite admire you. Just as Najenda was leaving, Kagaya called out, her voice light but teasing, I'm still short a general. Interested in joining me? You could help me out. Sorry, I'm not interested in that, Najenda turned back, gently shaking her head. Aren't you afraid I'll become a tyrant like Honest? Kagaya laughed. I trust that you won't, Najenda replied, gazing at Kagaya. You can't be sure. You said yourself that people change, Kagaya said. Are you planning to go back on your word? Najenda asked, a little annoyed. No, Kagaya smiled, but aren't you curious to see how I'll rebuild this broken empire? Najenda didn't respond immediately. She left without fully agreeing or refusing, only saying that she needed to think it over, and that Night Raid still needed her leadership. Watching Nagenda's departing figure, Kagaya couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Capable, strong, and intelligent women like Nagenda were rare, and she was also quite beautiful with a great figure. Looks like my persuasion skills still need some work, Kagaya thought to herself. Sister. What's wrong? Kagaya looked down at the little loli standing beside her, a full 2 heads shorter. I missed you, the young emperor said, her beautiful eyes welling up with tears. She gently hugged Kagaya's waist and sobbed, I thought I'd never see you again. But we're together now, aren't we? Kagaya patted her head softly and spoke in a soothing voice. A sense of guilt stirred in Kagaya's heart. She realized that she had never truly cared for the young emperor, and when she first heard the news that the emperor might have been killed by Honest, her initial concern wasn't for the girl herself but for the empire's political situation. We'll never be apart again, okay? Kagaya found herself saying, moved by the sight of the loli's tear-streaked face. Okay. The young emperor wiped her tears away, her pink cheeks lighting up with a radiant smile. Chapter 378, Ascension to the Throne. The young emperor's real name was Christine, and through Kagaya's questioning, it was confirmed that her guesses were mostly correct. Minister Honest had indeed betrayed her. The young loli looked a bit downcast, feeling the weight of being deceived by that fat pig for so long, and even being forced into actions that weren't her own. Being betrayed had left her feeling vulnerable. Christine gently held onto Kagaya's hand, clearly happy, a smile spread across her face. However, she wasn't overly clingy with Kagaya. She remained quiet most of the time, displaying a sense of calm maturity. Perhaps it was because she had spent so much time in the role of emperor, making her different from other children her age, who were typically more naive and innocent. Suddenly, Kagaya remembered something. Where was Akame? She hadn't seen her since the fight with his death. Could something have happened? That seemed unlikely. Akame wasn't someone who could be easily defeated by just anyone. But where had she gone? After searching around for a while without finding her, Kagaya was about to give up when she finally spotted someone sitting beneath a distant tree. Long black hair, striking red eyes, it was Akame. She was holding a bag, pulling something out and munching on it with a crunching sound. Where have you been? Kagaya walked over and asked. I've been looking for you for a while. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at the bag in Akame's hands. Seeing Kagaya approach, Akame quickly hid the bag behind her back, trying to act casual. I've been here the whole time. What's that in your hand? Kagaya asked, finding it somewhat familiar. You can't have any, Akame said, guarding the bag protectively, as if she were afraid Kagaya might steal it. Finally, Kagaya remembered and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Isn't that the batch of cookies I made for Kurome? Why do you have it? They're mine, Akame replied. My sister gave them to me. Don't think about taking them. Why would I steal your cookies? Kagaya thought to herself. She couldn't help but chuckle, realizing Kurome must have shared the cookies with Akame. Of course, they were sisters, no surprise they shared the same love for food. Kagaya even wondered if they might both end up turning into little pigs if they kept eating like this. Suddenly, Kagaya realized something and asked, So, have you just been sitting here watching the whole time? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Akame asked, popping another cookie into her mouth. Shouldn't you have come to help? Kagaya asked, feeling slightly exasperated. Why would I need to help? Akame replied with a completely innocent look. Kagaya was left speechless. This girl was truly unreliable. Thankfully, Kagaya hadn't pinned her hopes on her, otherwise, she would have been in trouble long ago. For some reason, watching Akame happily munching on the cookies brought a warmth to Kagaya's heart. In an era filled with war and chaos, being able to sit quietly and enjoy something as simple as food was a small but significant kind of happiness. Too many people in this world complain about loneliness, boredom, or dissatisfaction. But in reality, happiness is often right beside them. The very ability to complain without fear of danger is a form of happiness in itself, something many fail to recognize. Kagaya walked over, standing in front of Akame, and with a smile, gently took her hand. Let's go home. Home? Akame asked, confused, a cookie still in her hand. Yes, home, Kagaya replied with a gentle smile. Will there be food? Of course, you can eat whatever you like. Will there be grilled meat? Spicy boiled fish? Of course, and there will also be your favorite cake. And ice cream. Yes, we have vanilla and strawberry flavors. Really? Akame's eyes sparkled like stars. Hey, are you coming with me just for the food? Kagaya asked, her eye twitching slightly. Why else? Akame responded, genuinely puzzled. Kagaya, slightly speechless, grabbed Akame's hand firmly. Surprisingly, Akame didn't resist or bite her with her little tiger-like teeth. Instead, she simply gave Kagaya a calm glance and nodded with a soft mm. The Empire's decades-long chaos finally came to an end with Kagaya's intervention. The war's curtain had finally fallen. As for the root of all the suffering, Minister Honest had been executed. His son, Sayura, had also been killed. The minister's loyal henchmen were wiped out by the Imperial Guard during a massive purge, all under Kagaya's orders. In total, tens of thousands of the Empire's corrupt officials were executed, most of them having committed terrible crimes, receiving the death penalty. Those whose crimes were less severe were exiled to the border to work in the mines. The Revolutionary Army was disbanded and integrated into the Imperial Guard, where they would soon merge fully. Night Raid had been pardoned and legalized, though they quietly withdrew from the public stage, disappearing from sight. The Empire was finally on the brink of a new beginning. On a bright spring day, the Empire celebrated nationwide as the former Imperial Princess was crowned as the new Empress. Flags fluttered, streets were decorated with lanterns and banners, and the entire capital was filled with throngs of people, eager to catch a glimpse of the Empress who had saved them from despair. The crowd was so large that it blocked the entire city. The celebration continued well into the evening before finally quieting down. As night fell and the lights came on, Kagaya finally escaped the chaos of the day. The heavy Imperial robes had been particularly uncomfortable. She had grown accustomed to Luna's delicate handiwork, and now wearing these formal garments, designed purely for authority, felt like a form of torture. There had been plans for a banquet, but Kagaya couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer. Her fearsome reputation meant the officials were on edge, worried they'd face retribution for past actions. The sight of decapitated ministers piling up like a small mountain still haunted them. With the atmosphere so stifling, the banquet was utterly boring. Kagaya figured it was better to spend time doing things she enjoyed with her companions. After making a brief appearance, she quickly left, much to the relief of the Empire's officials. Chapter 379, The Banquet. After ascending the throne and becoming Empress, Kagaya naturally moved her residence from the Princess Palace to the Imperial Palace. Although the palace had endured the ravages of war, the damage was not significant. Most of the destruction was limited to the outer walls being struck by stray bullets, while the grand halls inside remained unscathed. After thorough repairs, the palace was restored to its former grandeur. During the previous battles, Kagaya had intentionally guided the fights outside, avoiding the palace being razed to the ground by the intense fighting. After all, Kagaya had already decided that this would be her nest from now on, and if it were destroyed, rebuilding it would be quite troublesome. However, despite becoming the new Empress, Kagaya didn't feel that much had changed. The only difference was that she had more responsibilities and was busier than before. As for the Empress's sense of authority and the thrill of holding power, she didn't feel any of that at all. To her, the most tangible change was simply that her office had moved from one place to a much larger one. That was all. Feeling a bit dazed and lightheaded, Kagaya made her way unsteadily toward her sleeping quarters. Since it had been a banquet, it wouldn't have been appropriate for Kagaya to completely abstain from drinking, so she had raised her glass a few times, which had relaxed the tension among the nervous officials, adding a little life to the otherwise dull event. But after drinking, Kagaya almost spat it out. Was that even alcohol or some kind of chilly water? It was so strong that her tongue went numb, and her throat burned like it was on fire. Normally, Kagaya could barely handle a glass of sake before becoming like a salted fish. Now, after drinking that strong liquor, her stomach churned, her head spun, and her legs felt like they were walking on clouds, swaying as she moved. In her drunken stupor, Kagaya finally made it back to her sleeping quarters. It was a massive structure, adorned with carved railings and jade steps, looking more like a palace than a bedroom. The decor was lavish, with gold-plated fixtures, gilded floors, and walls hung with famous paintings, exuding an overwhelming sense of wealth. However, at this moment, Kagaya didn't even notice these opulent surroundings. She only wanted to sleep, the feeling of drunkenness wasn't pleasant. She approached a door and pushed it open. As soon as she entered, the style of the room changed drastically. The interior was serene and elegant, with tastefully designed decor that was refined without being gaudy. The furniture was beautiful without being overly large or cumbersome, and the room was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance, in stark contrast to the golden extravagance outside. This room had been renovated by Kagaya herself, as she couldn't stand the idea of others having previously lived here, possibly doing who knows what. The thought disgusted her. If the Empire had been more stable, she might have considered burning it down and rebuilding from scratch. But at the moment, Kagaya's mind wasn't on such trivial matters. She just wanted to sleep, and the large, soft feather bed in the center of the room, draped with silk curtains, was her goal. Kagaya staggered over to the bed, reached out to pull back the curtains, but before she could see clearly, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her wrist. A sudden force pulled her off balance, and she tumbled onto the bed. Before she could make sense of what was happening, a pair of soft, red lips pressed against hers, silencing any words she might have said. Two delicate arms coiled around her like snakes, tightly embracing her, while the silk curtains slowly closed behind them. Not long after, a soft, melodic sound like a bubbling stream began to escape from behind the sheer curtains. Meanwhile, Akame, who was busy devouring her steak, suddenly realized something was off. Her sister was nowhere to be seen. As fellow food lovers, the two of them were inseparable when it came to eating, often enjoying meals together. Perhaps it was because the palace's chef catered so well to Akame's taste that she hadn't noticed her sister's absence until now. Frowning slightly, Akame put down her fork and knife, stood up, and left the banquet hall, heading into the palace. Ever since Akame had reconciled with Kurome, she had become particularly protective of her younger sister. Perhaps it was because Kurome was the only family she had left in the world, or maybe it was because they both considered each other the most important person in their lives. Akame instinctively shielded her sister, not wanting her to be hurt again. In the past, she had been unable to protect Kurome, but things were different now. She didn't want to experience the helplessness of watching her sister be taken away again. The Imperial Palace was vast, almost like a small city, with rows upon rows of buildings, crisscrossing streets, and countless gardens and scenic spots. If someone was visiting for the first time, it would be easy to get lost. However, Akame had been here many times before, mostly on assassination missions targeting Minister Unrest. But because the palace was so heavily guarded, practically impenetrable, they had abandoned the plan after losing several members of Night Raid. "Who's there?" Suddenly, a low voice sounded from behind her. Clang. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared as Akame drew her sword, assuming a battle stance, her eyes locked on the direction of the voice. "Who are you?" "Budo, but you can call me General," said a deep voice. A tall, burly man with a square face and chiseled features emerged from a grove of trees. His sharp eyes glinted with power, and he radiated a commanding presence. "So it's you." Akame didn't lower her guard, her grip on her sword unwavering. "It's you," General Budo said. "I thought you were some small-time thief. Even though you're no longer a wanted criminal, I'd suggest you drop the habits you picked up with Night Raid. This is the Imperial Palace. While the Empress favors you, don't push your luck." "Favors me?" Akame frowned, she didn't like the sound of that. "If you're looking for the Empress's quarters, they're to the north. Walk past 3 corridors, then turn left," General Bud said before turning and walking away without another word. Akame watched him for a moment, then hesitated briefly before heading north, following the path he had indicated. Chapter 380, Looks like I really shouldn't have drunk. General Budo had always maintained neutrality, even during the fierce battles between the Imperial Army and the Imperial Guards. His only mission was to protect the Imperial city and safeguard the Empress. So, even when the fighting reached its most intense moments, he never intervened. However, when the Empress was threatened, it was already too late for Budo to act. Minister Unrest, fully aware of Budo's personality, had premeditated everything, mixing poison into Budo's food. After being poisoned, General Budo became weak and powerless, unable to stand against his death. She easily defeated him. Yet, Unrest did not kill him. His original plan was to recruit Budo, but before he had the chance, the war erupted. With the chaos of battle and Unrest's overconfidence in his supreme Taigu, he began to see Budo as insignificant and gradually forgot about him. It wasn't until Kagaya discovered the situation that Budo was rescued from the dark dungeon. By then, he had been without food or water for days and was on the brink of death. If not for Kagaya's intervention, he would have died. Naturally, General Budo swore loyalty to Kagaya, not only because she was the new empress but also because she was his savior. From then on, Budo only followed Kagaya's orders. Anyone who dared to harm her, even those close to him, would be mercilessly eliminated. He had become the Empire's first and foremost protector. Akame frowned in displeasure, still irked by General Budo's earlier remark about Kagaya's favoritism. Did he really see her as nothing more than that person's favored concubine? Following the wide palace road, Akame soon spotted a large building. Its red brick walls and green tiles were majestic, and from a distance, the building's gold-plated eaves and intricate carvings radiated the grandeur of royalty. Compared to the other palace structures, this one was not as imposing but far more refined. This was the Empress's bedchamber. As soon as Akame entered, a few maids with delicate features approached her, bowing slightly as they greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Akame. If you wish to see the Empress, you'll have to come back tomorrow. The Empress has already retired for the night." "You know who I am?" Akame asked, somewhat curious. "Of course. You are one of the Empress's esteemed guests," one of the maids said with a gentle smile, though a fleeting look of envy passed through her eyes before disappearing. For some reason, seeing the look in their eyes annoyed Akame. She furrowed her brow and said, "Where is she?" "Take me to her." "I'm sorry," the maid replied, "but the Empress is asleep. If you wish to meet her, please return tomorrow. We will inform the Empress of your visit. You needn't worry." "Take me to her," Akame repeated, her tone turning firmer. "Apologies, Miss Akame, but those are the palace rules." Please don't make things difficult for us, the maid said, bowing politely. If you won't take me, I'll find her myself. The moment Akame finished speaking, she moved. With a swift step, her body became a blur, bypassing the maids as she dashed deeper into the palace. Wait. Stop. You can't, the maids cried out, horrified, as they tried to chase after her. But Akame's speed was beyond what ordinary people could handle, and in no time, she disappeared into the shadows of the night. The maids exchanged embarrassed glances, their faces flushed red. Once inside the Empress's residence, Akame had thought she would find Kagaya quickly, but the bedchamber was enormous, with many rooms, and Kagaya was nowhere to be seen. Just as her frustration began to build, she heard a strange sound coming from a distance. Akame paused in surprise and quickly followed the sound. As she got closer, she could finally make it out clearly. The sound was soft and melodious, like the song of a lark, sweet yet tinged with a faint hint of pain. It was the voice of her sister, Kurome. Clang. In an instant, Akame drew her sword, her face flushing with anger. That person was bullying her sister again. Akame, in her innocent and straightforward mind, didn't fully understand the situation. She only knew that Kagaya was making her sister suffer again, and the painful sounds Kurome was making confirmed it. Despite Kurome begging for mercy, Kagaya wasn't letting her go. It was simply unforgivable. With a loud bang, the door flew open as Akame charged in, her hand gripping Murasame tightly. She stormed toward the bed, angrily pulling back the silk curtain, ready to teach Kagaya a lesson. But just as she pulled it open, a hand reached out and grabbed her wrist. Kagaya, intending to shake free, suddenly realized she couldn't move. Her body felt limp, as if all her strength had left her. Her eyes widened in shock. With a surprised yelp, Akame was swiftly pulled onto the bed, and the curtains closed once again. The next morning dawned clear and bright. The sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily across it. The surface of the lake was serene, reflecting the sky's vivid colors, while a gentle breeze sent ripples across the water. The trees rustled softly in the wind, and wildflowers swayed gently. The occasional birdsong added to the peacefulness of the scene. Kagaya's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her bleary eyes. Her head throbbed with the remnants of last night's hangover, and her brow furrowed slightly in discomfort. Seems like I really shouldn't drink, she thought. To think that alcohol, a staple skill of time travelers, would turn out to be her weakness. Kagaya couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Suddenly, she realized something was off. Her hand was resting on something soft. Gently squeezing, she felt a smooth, tender sensation beneath her fingers. At the same time, a soft, feminine moan escaped from beside her. Kagaya's heart settled. It was just Kurome. It seemed the little girl was getting bolder. Looks like I'll have to teach her a lesson, Kagaya thought mischievously, already imagining the possibilities. Wait. Something wasn't right. That voice, it wasn't Kurome's. It was similar, but definitely not her voice. Kagaya quickly turned her head and was shocked to find a black-haired girl lying beside her. Looks like I really shouldn't drink, she thought again, her surprise turning into disbelief. Chapter 381, Are you sure it's okay to say that? After the new empress ascended to the throne, the empire entered a new phase. During the Imperial Guard's pursuit of the remaining forces loyal to Minister Unrest, they also arrested corrupt officials who had been indulging in embezzlement, oppression, and exploitation. Those who deserved punishment were punished, and those deserving execution were beheaded. For a time, the officials were in a state of panic, fearing the worst. However, any official who voluntarily surrendered could receive a reduced sentence. If they exposed the crimes of others, their punishment would be significantly lightened. In almost a single night, the once arrogant officials were reduced to cowering like rats. They spent their days terrified, wondering when the armored guards would break down their doors and drag them away. Some of the worst offenders, unable to bear the mental strain, chose to commit suicide. Thanks to Kagaya's firm methods, the chaotic and corrupt bureaucracy was swiftly cleansed. No official dared to act as brazenly as before. At the very least, they all kept their heads down, terrified of being reported. At the same time, in an effort to help the people quickly recover from the aftermath of the war, Kagaya issued a tax reduction decree. For the next 3 years, taxes would be entirely waived. Furthermore, in regions heavily damaged by the war, people could apply for emergency food aid to help with spring planting. These measures were warmly welcomed by most of the population. The people of the empire were grateful to the new empress who had brought them peace and hope after the chaos of war. The new empress's popularity soared, reaching a peak that even the empire's founding emperor had never achieved. However, at that moment, the seemingly unreachable empress was sitting on a sofa, lost in thought. Due to the effects of the alcohol, Kagaya couldn't clearly remember what had happened the night before. It was as if she were trying to peer through mist or catch a reflection on water. All she could vaguely recall was the sensation of soft, pale skin and the feeling of tenderness. Judging by Akame's reaction, it seemed like something enjoyable had taken place. but why couldn't she remember? Kagaya, with a faint red handprint still on her cheek, was heartbroken. It was like going to watch a movie you had been eagerly waiting for, only to fall asleep halfway through. By the time you woke up, the movie was over, and the money was gone, yet you had gotten nothing from it. It was a painful realization. What made it worse was that, after the incident, Akame had forcibly taken Kurome away. Watching Kurome's pouty, reluctant expression, Kagaya felt a bit regretful. But seeing the murderous intent in Akame's darkened eyes, she wisely kept her mouth shut. There was still plenty of time. Besides, Akame couldn't possibly watch over her sister 24/7. Stealing a kiss or two was only a matter of moments. Still, it was a shame she had been drunk that night. That could have been a double shot, and with sisters, no less. Thinking about the beautiful faces of Akame and Kurome, so alike and yet distinct, Kagaya felt like a little cat was scratching at her heart. She felt an itch. But since there had been a first time, the second couldn't be far off, could it? A mischievous smile spread across Kagaya's lips. Just as Kagaya was lost in her fantasies, a crisp knock sounded at the door. "Come in." "Wow, I didn't expect it to be this grand in here." "As expected of the Empress." "Who's there?" Kagaya asked in surprise, looking at the short-haired blonde girl peeking her head through the door. "Leon." "What's wrong?" "Not happy to see us." Leon stepped into the room, squinting playfully. "If you say you're not happy, I'll just strangle you." "You'd be more likely to smother me," Kagaya replied, teasing back as she realized what was happening. "Ah." Leon wrapped an arm around Kagaya's neck, laughing. "It seems like you've been getting more and more flirty lately. Looks like you've been enjoying yourself." Feeling the soft pressure of Leon's body against her, Kagaya said, "Enjoying myself? I've been so busy I can barely sleep." Kagaya wasn't lying. The Empire was still in the process of rebuilding, and various complicated matters arose constantly. Just the documents she needed to sign were enough to fill her desk. Even with Seo's help, Kagaya was still exhausted. "Not sleeping well, huh?" Leon grinned wickedly. "I noticed something was off with Akame earlier. Be honest, did you get together with her?" Kagaya almost spat out the tea she was drinking. "Is it really appropriate to say things like that as a lady?" Kagaya muttered, wiping the tea from the corner of her mouth. "I'm no lady," Leon replied nonchalantly, dropping her arm. Then, with a sly grin, she added, "So, how was Akame? You know, I used to sleep next to her all the time when she first joined Night Raid. She wasn't very good at staying still in her sleep, once she even tried to suckle me." Kagaya looked at Leon, who had fully embraced the role of a shameless, experienced flirt, feeling at a loss for words. Who would have thought Akame had such a wild history? "I'm just kidding," Leon laughed brightly before turning to the door. "Hey, boss. Come on in. We're already here, so don't chicken out now." "Boss?" Kagaya blinked in surprise. She had already sent someone outside the door but hadn't expected it to be Najenda. "Who said I was backing out?" "I just didn't want to interrupt you in your lover's little moment," came the reply from a white-haired woman with a sharp, commanding presence as she stepped through the door. It was none other than Night Raid's boss, Najenda. "Are you jealous?" Leon asked with a teasing smile. "If you want, I can let you have her." "No thanks." "You can keep her," Najenda replied with a smile. The shadow that had clouded Najenda's face before was gone, and the indecision from earlier had vanished. It seemed she had made up her mind. "So, have you made your decision?" Kagaya asked, smiling softly. "Yes," Najenda nodded. "Welcome back, General of the Empire," Kagaya said, standing up and taking Najenda's hand, a charming smile lighting up her face. Najenda had originally been a general of the Empire, fighting alongside Estef to quell rebellions. However, she had grown disillusioned with the Empire's cruelty, leading her to defect and join the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 382, Mission Accomplished. Thanks to the combined efforts of various parties, the Empire gradually returned to normal. Though rebuilding the war-torn land would still take time, the people already felt relieved to live without fear. After all, it is only through hardship that one truly learns to appreciate the value of peace and happiness. Peace had finally arrived. Although there were occasional rebellions on the fringes of the Empire, they were quickly suppressed by the Imperial Guard under Seryu's command. Seryu was still as passionate about justice as ever, viewing it as her guiding principle. She was especially zealous about eliminating rebels and showed no mercy to those she deemed wicked. The sheer number of people who died at her hands was staggering, as evident by how much bigger Koro had grown. Another significant event occurred within the Empire. One night, a loud rumbling echoed from the outskirts of the capital, and a blinding light illuminated the pitch-black sky. Many people thought some strange phenomenon had occurred, causing quite a stir. However, the next day, everything returned to normal. It wasn't until a few brave souls ventured to the site that they realized what had happened. An entire forest had been razed to the ground. The area was now a desolate wasteland, crisscrossed with deep trenches, and a small mountain several hundred meters tall had disappeared, replaced by a massive crater dozens of meters deep. Despite this, the lives of the people in the capital weren't affected, and soon everyone forgot about the event. Shortly afterward, his death was officially appointed as the Empire's Grand General by the Empress. However, this news didn't make much of a splash. After all, people were too busy with their own lives to care about the affairs of others. Before long, spring passed, and summer arrived. Early summer had completely dispelled the lingering chill of spring, and the weather became pleasant. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze blew, and the sky was a peaceful blue with drifting clouds, an idyllic scene. Inside the Empress's bedchamber, on a soft, large bed, two young women lay sleeping. A thin duvet covered their curvaceous bodies, while their long, misty hair, one white and the other blue, mingled together, adding an air of intimacy. Feeling a bit warm, a slender, delicate arm slipped out from under the blanket, pulling it down slightly, revealing a spring-like scene beneath. A soft, white curve, as delicate as moonlight, shimmered faintly. A small pink peak, translucent, tender, and sweet, seemed to glow with its own radiant allure. The two women were cuddled together, their arms entwined. Their soft, white bodies pressed against each other, with skin so smooth it seemed you could squeeze water from it. Their figures were perfectly shaped, with gentle, graceful curves. A faint pink hue lingered on their skin, as if dusted with rouge. "Your Majesty." At that moment, a voice broke the morning's tranquility. Someone suddenly burst into the room and said, "Your Majesty, the ministers are ready, and you should attend." The voice abruptly stopped. You too." The intruder's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, it's Sayo," Kagaya yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up. The blanket slid down, revealing a large expanse of her smooth, white skin. "What's the matter?" "It's already time for court, and you're still," Sayo said angrily. "This is utterly shameless." "Cough cough, Sayo, it's not what you think," Kagaya replied awkwardly, scratching her head. "Let's sleep a little longer, darling." A soft arm reached out, gently stroking Kagaya's cheek in a sultry manner. It was his death. "Sorry for disturbing your rest," Sayo huffed, turning on her heel and storming out, clearly upset. She wasn't so much angry as jealous. Why go to his death and not her? "Hey, wait." Kagaya was about to get up when she suddenly remembered that she wasn't wearing anything. Going out in the nude wasn't exactly an option. "Darling, don't go. Those ministers are boring. Let's sleep a little more," Isteth said, nuzzling her face against Kagaya's smooth skin. Looking at Isteth's flawless, naked body, Kagaya swallowed hard, struggling to control herself. She finally managed to resist the temptation and said, "Maybe later. You rest a bit longer. I'll be right back." Kagaya now fully understood why so many kings throughout history chose pleasure over their kingdoms. It truly was a test of willpower. Over the next few days, Sayo remained upset, her small face tight with displeasure, refusing to talk to Kagaya. No matter how Kagaya tried to console her, Sayo would just huff and look the other way, not even sparing her a glance. Kagaya couldn't help but sigh, realizing that having multiple lovers and planning a harem was indeed a hassle. Still, that pouty face made her feel like Sayo was just begging to be teased. At that moment, a familiar system voice suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations, you have completed the mission for Akame Ga Kill. And earned 70 achievement points, along with an additional month of stay time. Please note that if you do not extend your time, you will be forcibly removed from this world." So the mission was finally complete. Kagaya felt a bit emotional. When she had ascended the throne a while ago, she had thought the mission was finished. But there had been no prompt, leading her to wonder if there had been a bug. It seemed that wasn't the case. Suddenly, Kagaya realized something. The mission hadn't been completed back then because she hadn't fully subdued Isteth. After all, Isteth possessed power second only to Kagaya, and even now, Akame would struggle to defeat her unless she was pushed to her limits. Isteth alone was as strong as an entire army and could easily be considered a faction in her own right. If Kagaya weren't around, it wouldn't have been surprising if Isteth eventually became the empress of the Imperial army herself. After all, Night Raid was far from a match for her at that point, and only Akame in her unleashed state could truly rival her. But after last night, Kagaya had completely conquered Isteth, making her loyal to her. There was no longer any need to worry about rebellion. Isteth followed the philosophy of the strong ruling over the weak. If someone couldn't defeat her, she looked down on them. But if someone truly bested her, she would be utterly obedient, just like she was now. Kagaya had wanted to complete the mission as quickly as possible, but now that it was done, she found herself feeling a little reluctant to leave. Instead, she spent the month indulging in every pleasure, enjoying playful days in bed, intimate nights, and constant flirting with her lovers. It was a time of carefree indulgence, where she embraced the moment, letting go of her usual restraint and savoring every experience. By the end of the month, she was completely satisfied, having indulged fully in love and lust, with no regrets, although, deep down, she felt a bit reluctant to part. Chapter 383, Departure. In the forest outside the Imperial capital. It was early summer, and the lush green grass swayed beneath the trees, which were full of vibrant leaves. Flowers bloomed in vivid colors, and a gentle breeze brought warmth, rustling the leaves softly. Leaning against a large tree was a pink-haired girl with twin pigtails, holding a small pink flower in her hand. Her gaze was fixed on the distant, bustling capital, lost in thought. This girl was mine. "Hey, shorty with no chest, what are you doing here?" A teasing voice suddenly came from behind her. It was Chelsea. Ever since their time spent together in the dungeon, their relationship had mellowed, becoming much more amicable than before. They no longer fought like fire and water and had even grown close. Although they still bickered often, it was more like the banter between close friends. Mine huffed and turned her back to Chelsea, refusing to acknowledge her. Huh. Chelsea's eyes widened in surprise. "What's wrong with you today? You're not getting angry. Could it be that you've changed? What, is it only normal if I argue with you?" Mine shot her a glare. "Are you into that or something?" "Into what?" Chelsea asked, genuinely confused. "What do you mean by that? You don't even know what that means. Is your brain just for show?" Mine scoffed. "Then what does it mean?" Chelsea asked curiously. "It means..." Mine stopped mid-sentence, pursing her lips as a hint of sadness crossed her face. "What's wrong?" Chelsea, with her hands behind her back, leaned in closer, curious. "Got something on your mind?" "Of course not." Mine quickly pushed Chelsea away, flustered. "I don't, and stop getting so close to me." "Is that so?" Chelsea grinned mischievously. "I bet it's something that person told you, huh?" "No, it's not." Mine said nonchalantly, though her thoughts drifted back to the time she'd been teased with that term after getting spanked, which made her blush just thinking about it. "I knew it." Chelsea's expression was one of disbelief. "Could it be?" "Could it be what?" Mine snapped. "Don't start imagining things." 5 points, Chelsea said, holding up 5 fingers. "What?" Mine asked, puzzled. "Nothing," Chelsea laughed. "But don't you really hate that person?" "Of course I do," Mine replied, her mind flashing to that person's smiling face. She pursed her lips and crushed the flower in her hand. "I hate her a lot." 8 points, Chelsea said, raising her hand to show 8 fingers with a playful smirk. "Huh?" Mine asked, confused. "Oh, nothing. I'm just calculating the odds," Chelsea giggled. "If it was 5 points just now, then now it's 8. What are you even talking about?" Mine asked, irritated. "I'm saying that you've definitely fallen for that person," Chelsea teased. Mine froze, her pale cheeks instantly turning bright red. "Don't joke around. How could I possibly like that person? If you keep saying that, I'll really get mad." 10 points, Chelsea said, wrapping an arm around Mine's shoulder with a grin. "All right, fine, you don't like her. But from the start until now, I haven't mentioned any names. How do you know who I'm talking about?" Mine's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Inside the Golden Palace. The reception hall of the palace was as opulent as the capital itself, extravagant and splendid. The walls were gilded, the floors paved with gold-plated tiles, the furniture crafted from fine sandalwood, and the crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling were all symbols of imperial luxury. Since Kagaya had ascended the throne, this reception hall had rarely been used. Not even during the banquet to celebrate her coronation had it been opened. But today, the grand reception hall was filled with many guests, including Night Raid members Najenda, Leon, Shiel, and Akame. Former members of the Imperial army were also present, such as the young Emperor Christine, Isteth, Kurome, and Seryu. Even Ieyasu, Seo, Kaij, and Logue had gathered here. They all glanced at each other, unsure of the reason for Kagaya's invitation, whispering amongst themselves. At that moment, a silver-haired girl in an elegant red and black Gothic dress entered the room. Her black stockings wrapped perfectly around her legs, hugging every curve with a smooth, flawless fit. The soft click of her black high heels echoed gently with each step. Her movements were light, her posture graceful, and the way she carried herself in this attire radiated effortless charm, making her all the more captivating. Smiling warmly at the assembled guests, she said, "Welcome, everyone. It's an honor to have you here." As soon as Kagaya appeared, her stunning appearance and flawless outfit captured everyone's attention. Kurome couldn't wait and immediately ran over to grab her hand, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Ever since the previous incident, Akame had been keeping a much closer watch on her, hardly allowing Kurome to leave her side. Now that she finally had the chance to see Kagaya, she was overjoyed. Kagaya gently patted Kurome's soft hand and smiled. So, what's the reason for gathering us here today? Esteth walked over with a faint smile. Could it be that you've called all your lovers together for a banquet? Many of the women present had intimate relationships with Kagaya. After hearing this remark, their expressions varied, some blushed, like Akame and Negenda, while others remained unfazed, like Leon and Kurome. Leon had openly accepted the situation since that night, while Kurome didn't care about anyone's opinion but Kagaya's. There were also those who had no such relationship or hadn't yet realized what was happening, such as the oblivious Shiel. Shiel blinked in confusion, wondering what was going on. On the platform, Kagaya ignored Esteth's comment and smiled softly. Fate has brought us together, and I'm glad to have met all of you. It's been my greatest honor to know such wonderful friends. I never imagined I'd make so many good friends in my life. These past times have been some of the happiest, most joyful days of my life, and I hope these days can continue forever. Kurome clung tightly to Kagaya's arm, gazing at her with adoration. But I'm afraid, Kagaya continued, due to certain circumstances, I must leave. At these words, Kurome, who had been blissfully happy just moments ago, suddenly froze. It seemed like she didn't fully understand at first, but when the realization hit her, her face turned pale. Chapter 384, The Curtain Falls. A giant pillar of light rose from the Imperial Palace, piercing the night sky like a beam of brilliance, illuminating the starry sky as if it were daytime. After a long moment, the white light gradually dissipated, transforming into specks of light that fell softly, vanishing before they touched the ground. What? Mine's face went pale, her usual confidence gone. She grabbed Kurome by the shoulders and asked urgently, that person left, didn't she? Normally, Kurome wouldn't tolerate anyone touching her like that, but now her face was streaked with tears, her expression sorrowful. She bit her lip and gave a small nod. How could this happen? Mine stared at the pitch-black sky in disbelief. That person had left, just like that. Chelsea, seeing Mine's forlorn expression, couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. She walked over, intending to offer some words of comfort. But suddenly, Mine flipped her arm, and a sniper rifle nearly as tall as her appeared in her hands. She gripped the gun tightly and aimed it at the sky, pulling the trigger. A bright beam of light shot out, streaking through the dark night like a rainbow. You bastard. Do you really think you can just leave without taking responsibility? Mine shouted, her lips trembling with anger. She kept pulling the trigger, sending beams of light one after another into the sky, turning the night into a sea of glowing streaks, as if filled with shooting stars. Mine, Negenda walked over, her voice calm. She's already gone. But Mine ignored her and continued firing. Sweat beaded on her pale forehead from the strain, and her chest rose and fell with each breath. I said, she's already gone. Negenda shouted firmly. Mine flinched and finally stopped. With a loud clang, her taigu, pumpkin, hit the ground, smoke curling from its barrel. Mine stood there, lips pressed tightly together, her fists clenched. It wasn't clear if she was angry or just sad. Are you thinking about her, Mine? Leon sidled up, nudging Mine playfully in the ribs with a sly grin. It seems like you two had some kind of story. Care to share? Who said I'm thinking about her? Mine shot back, glaring. That irresponsible person is better off dead. Irresponsible, huh? Leon's eyes lit up with mischief. Sounds like there's more to this story than you're letting on. She didn't leave you, in a certain condition, did she? Mine's face flushed crimson, and she yelled, what nonsense are you spouting? We're both girls, how is that even possible? Oh, Leon drawled, her eyes gleaming with the fires of gossip. Realizing she had said too much, Mine's face darkened even more, a mix of frustration and embarrassment showing. But finally, she sighed and muttered, whatever, I'm not going to argue with a big-chested airhead like you. Are you jealous? Leon teased, puffing out her chest proudly. Humph, think whatever you want. Mine huffed and turned away, ready to leave. But just as she did, Leon's next words stopped her in her tracks as if she had been frozen in place. She'll be back soon, you don't need to worry. What? Mine spun around, surprised. She's coming back. Of course, Leon said matter-of-factly. Where else would she go? She told me herself she'd return. Really? Mine's face softened, though she still seemed a bit unsure. But her mood had noticeably brightened. See? I knew there was something going on, Leon teased, throwing an arm around Mine's waist. So, tell me, just how far did you two go? What do you mean? Mine stammered, taken aback. You know, that kind of thing, Leon said with a knowing look. Get lost, pervert. Stay away from me. Ah, so it did go all the way, didn't it? Otherwise, how would you know what kind of thing I'm talking about? Ugh, just die already. As Mine's expression lightened, Leone let out a quiet sigh of relief, glancing up at the night sky. She thought to herself, I really hope you come back soon. Otherwise, I'm not sure how much longer I can keep the peace. Meanwhile, Akame stood by her sister Kurome, who was still devastated. She held her sister close, wanting to offer comfort but unsure of what to say. A sense of heaviness weighed on her heart, leaving her uncomfortable. Despite her initial dislike of that person, now that she was gone, Akame felt an odd emptiness in her heart. As she wrestled with this unfamiliar feeling of loss, Akame began to understand her sister a little better. She recalled Kagaya's parting words, would she really come back? As for his death, her reaction was much simpler. She looked up at the dark sky where Kagaya had disappeared, a small smile playing on her lips. Darling, if you don't return as promised, I'll come find you myself. Waiting has never been my style. Sayo, on the other hand, stood silently in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, deep in thought. She said nothing, her mind a mystery. Suddenly, she turned and headed toward the Empress study. After the strange phenomenon of the sky lighting up with white light, the Empress of the Empire had not been seen again. In her place, Sayo, his death, and Agenda took charge. However, contrary to people's fears, the Empire didn't fall back into tyranny. Instead, they continued to promote light taxation and focused on post-war reconstruction. In just a few years, the Empire flourished once more. Peace reigned, the nation prospered, and the people lived the happy lives they had long dreamed of. Though a few attempts were made to rebel during the Empress's absence, his death crushed them with an iron fist, and soon no one dared challenge the Empire's authority again. Over time, people stopped worrying about such things, and the Empress's absence was gradually forgotten. As long as they were happy, who cared who ruled? Yet there remained a group of beautiful women who would often gather at the Empress Palace, gazing up at the starry night sky, as if waiting for something. Chapter 385, Hot Springs. After a dazzling flash of white light, Kagaya found herself once again in the familiar main god space. Everything was still the same, vast, empty, and devoid of any decorations or furnishings, not even tables or chairs. The emptiness felt somewhat stifling. The only thing present was the white orb in the center of the room. The orb was about the size of several basketballs, emitting a soft, white glow. Wisps of light swirled around it like mist, adding an ethereal quality to its presence. Kagaya, already familiar with the routine, walked towards the orb. Just then, a metallic voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations on completing the mission in Akame Ga Kill. You will now receive 70 achievement points. You may exchange these points for items or abilities of your choice. So stingy. Kagaya pouted. After experiencing 2 worlds, she had only accumulated a little over 100 achievement points, not even close to what she needed for certain transformations, let alone high-level abilities. So, she didn't even bother looking at the abilities on offer, knowing she couldn't afford them anyway. Though she had once considered using those points to revert to her male form, she had long accepted her identity as Kagaya, and deep down, she knew she didn't really care anymore. After all, she could have used the transformation technique if it truly mattered. As Kagaya was about to leave to take a break, the metallic voice spoke again. Congratulations. Due to your perfect mission completion, you are rewarded with 1 month of free access to the real world. During this time, no achievement points will be consumed. However, please note that the timer starts immediately, meaning that from now on, whether you choose to enter the real world or not, the countdown has already begun. What a scam. At first, Kagaya was delighted upon hearing the beginning of the message. After all, who wouldn't want something free? And it was a highly practical reward, too. Even if the system hadn't given her this, she had planned to spend achievement points to return to the real world. But when she heard the latter part, she felt cheated. The timer was already running, just like those popular online games where free items start counting down the moment you receive them. Well, since the timer had already started, she might as well head back to the real world. Leaving it unused would be a waste, and besides, she missed her childhood friend, Qiao Shaoqing. Would you like to return to the real world? Yes. A familiar golden light descended from above, wrapping around Kagaya like a warm spring sun. The gentle warmth instantly relaxed her. However, that relaxation didn't last long. Splash. Water splattered everywhere. Before she could react, Kagaya found herself plunged into a pool of warm water, sending waves and splashes in all directions. White mist gently billowed into the air. Last time, the teleportation had dropped her onto a street. This time, she was dumped into water. Free rewards were clearly a rip-off, reminiscent of some company's tactics. If there were a way to file a complaint, Kagaya would definitely lodge one. Flailing about, Kagaya finally surfaced and took a deep breath. She had swallowed a bit of water in the confusion, which left her feeling rather embarrassed. She looked around and realized she was in a hot spring. The water was crystal clear, with gentle bubbles rising from below, providing a warm and comfortable sensation. The surroundings looked luxurious, like those found in high-end hot spring resorts, only far more extravagant, with gold accents and ornate decor that no regular hotel could match. Suddenly, Kagaya felt something was off. She turned her head and froze. Right in front of her, lying on a smooth stone slab, was a naked beauty. Her long, silky black hair cascaded to her sides like a waterfall, her brows were delicately arched, her lashes fluttered slightly, and her small, upturned nose and rosy lips were perfectly shaped. Her body curved gracefully, and her chest was full and round. Her slender legs were tightly closed, and her petite feet were adorable. Kagaya shivered. This wasn't just anyone, it was her childhood friend, Xiao Shaoqing. If it had been someone else, Kagaya might have enjoyed the view, but since this was her childhood friend, the situation became extremely awkward. After all, she knew her identity, and they were so familiar with each other. It would be embarrassing if Xiao Shaoqing discovered her. Better to leave before things get more awkward. But fate had other plans. Just as Kagaya was about to quietly slip away, Xiao Xiaoqing's long lashes fluttered from the noise, and she opened her eyes, locking gazes with Kagaya. For a moment, they just stared at each other, wide-eyed. Oh! A loud, high-pitched scream echoed through the air. Slap. Since her clothes were soaking wet, Kagaya had no choice but to change. She took off her black and red Gothic-style dress, black stockings, and high heels. Though elegant and beautiful, such attire would be too eye-catching in the real world. Walking around the streets in it would make people think she was cosplaying or part of some outlandish subculture. Kagaya didn't want to become a spectacle. Emerging from the room, Kagaya was now wearing a soft, white blouse, its fabric smooth and comfortable, clearly expensive. But that was all she had on. Which meant Kagaya was braless under her shirt. Through the semi-transparent fabric, you could faintly see the outline of two small, raised points on her chest, even the pinkish hue visible. As for her lower half, she was at least wearing denim shorts, exposing much of her fair skin. But at least she wasn't completely exposed. There were clothes available, but she couldn't very well ask Xiao Shaoqing for her underwear, could she? The only other clothes here were items Xiao Shaoqing had set aside to change into later. Kagaya already felt uncomfortable wearing someone else's clothes, and even if Xiao Shaoqing offered her undergarments, Kagaya would refuse. After all, it was one thing if no one knew about her true identity, but with someone who did, it would be utterly mortifying. Humph, pervert, came a soft, melodious voice from behind her. Chapter 386, actually, pervert. Kagaya turned her head and saw a lively, youthful beauty approaching her. The girl's appearance was like a finely sculpted figure, with fair, smooth skin that seemed as soft as porcelain. Her long hair, still damp from a recent bath, cascaded down her back, and her arched eyebrows framed a pair of sparkling eyes that shimmered like they were veiled in mist. Her nose was delicately upturned, and her lips were soft and pink. Beneath the tightly wrapped bath towel, her body was perfectly shaped, youthful curves exuding the vitality of a young girl. What are you staring at? A teasing voice snapped Kagaya out of her daze, and she quickly coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, she had always thought of her as a little sister. Just now. Kagaya awkwardly scratched her head. Be honest, were you doing it on purpose? Xiao Shaoqing leaned in, humming softly with suspicion. Of course not. Kagaya coughed again, trying to explain. I had no idea the system would drop me in here. Something must have gone wrong. Really? Xiao Shaoqing raised her head, pouting slightly. You must have planned this together. Planned it? Kagaya was speechless. Why don't you try conspiring with a machine and see how that works out? It must have been premeditated. Xiao Shaoqing blinked her pretty eyes, teasing. How could it be? I didn't know I'd be teleported here, Kagaya explained. Besides, I've always seen you as my little sister. Why would I ever do something inappropriate? Sister. Xiao Shaoqing smirked playfully. Does a perverted big brother stare at his little sister's body like that? That's impossible. You must have seen wrong. Kagaya coughed again, trying to hide her discomfort. Really? Big brother, you're becoming less trustworthy. Xiao Shaoqing leaned closer, and as the towel pressed against her, it shifted slightly, revealing a teasing glimpse of her cleavage. She giggled, tell me the truth, don't I look sexy? Sexy? With a body as flat as an ironing board, what's there to be sexy about? Kagaya turned her head away, forcing herself to lie. If I'm such a flat board, why couldn't you stop staring earlier? Xiao Shaoqing pouted, clearly displeased with Kagaya's response, but then burst into laughter. Do you know? I was voted the school's beauty queen. Who voted for you? They must have had terrible eyesight. How could a little brat like you be a beauty queen? I bet all the voters were severely nearsighted. Kagaya feigned indifference. Such a liar, Xiao Shaoqing reached out her fair arm, wrapping it around Kagaya's, but then suddenly paused as her eyes landed on Kagaya's figure. What's wrong? Kagaya asked, noticing the soft warmth against her arm and feeling curious as Xiao Shaoqing suddenly went silent. It's so disheartening, Xiao Shaoqing sighed, her energy deflated. Disheartening? What are you talking about? Kagaya asked, confused. My own brother has a better figure than me. Xiao Shaoqing sighed as she looked at Kagaya, then glanced at herself, feeling dispirited. To Kagaya's surprise, the hot spring she had been thrown into was part of Xiao Shaoqing's villa. Kagaya couldn't help but feel speechless. Just how big was her house? However, when Kagaya asked about Xiao Shaoqing's family, she dodged the question, making Kagaya even more curious. The heavily armed guards outside the villa were even more puzzling. It wasn't hard for wealthy people to buy a villa, and some could build even more luxurious ones, but being able to deploy a personal security force or military was a completely different matter. Was she the daughter of some high-ranking official? Kagaya pondered. Xiao Shaoqing's villa was incredibly lavish, filled with every possible amenity. Her wardrobe was overflowing with clothes, many of which had only been worn once before being tossed aside, never to be touched again. At least now, Kagaya had something to wear and didn't need to endure the embarrassment of that shirt and jean shorts anymore. Wearing those shorts, especially with her legs so exposed, left Kagaya feeling uncomfortable. At least with stockings and skirt, it felt like she was wearing something, even if they still left her feeling somewhat exposed. Now, Kagaya wore a simple white t-shirt with delicate floral designs, exuding an understated elegance. Paired with light blue, faded jeans and blue and white sneakers, she looked fresh and refined. Her stunning appearance made her seem otherworldly, her beauty further accentuated by her attire. However, most of the clothes she wore were Xiao Shaoqing's, and since Kagaya was taller, the fit was a bit snug and slightly uncomfortable. But it only served to enhance Kagaya's curvy figure, which even made Xiao Shaoqing feel a bit envious. How do I look? Kagaya spun around in front of the mirror, asking. Not bad, Xiao Shaoqing gave her a once-over, nodding, her voice dragging out with amusement, but what? Kagaya turned back, curious. But I don't think I'll ever go shopping with you again, Xiao Shaoqing said with a pout. Why not? Kagaya looked down at herself, puzzled. Is there something wrong? If we go out together, everyone will be looking at you. How am I supposed to find a boyfriend like that? Xiao Shaoqing grumbled. Don't be silly. You're so pretty, there's no way you won't find a boyfriend. And besides, Kagaya's mouth twitched slightly, you think I enjoy being stared at? Who knows? Xiao Shaoqing shrugged. For all I know, you might look all proper on the outside, but inside, you're just a closet pervert. At that moment, Kagaya's brows furrowed, and she turned to gaze at the distant, clear blue sky. A streak of bright light, like a shooting star, flashed across the horizon, leaving a long trail in its wake. Chapter 387, Shopping. Kagaya's pupils contracted as she turned her head to look toward the sky. She could sense an unusual energy emanating from it, a strange power that felt oddly familiar. But how could that be? This was the real world, there shouldn't be any supernaturally strong forces here. What are you looking at? Xiao Shaoqing asked, curious, noticing Kagaya had gone silent for a while. There was just a shooting star. Didn't you see it? Kagaya responded. Shooting star. Xiao Shaoqing walked to the window, glancing outside, her face filled with confusion. Where? I don't see any shooting star. It was just now. Maybe you missed it, Kagaya said. I didn't see anything, Xiao Shaoqing said skeptically. You're not just trying to change the subject, are you? How could that be? Kagaya replied. I definitely saw it. She paused for a moment, realizing that her enhanced abilities had allowed her to see the shooting star, but Xiao Shaoqing wouldn't have noticed. After all, not everyone had Kagaya's ocular abilities. It was daylight too, and seeing a shooting star in the brightness of the day with the naked eye would be near impossible for an ordinary human. Out of arguments, huh? Xiao Shaoqing huffed. Maybe I was mistaken, Kagaya said with a smile, though her mind wandered. She made a mental note to investigate the area later. Judging by the trajectory of the shooting star, it hadn't landed far from here. However, before Kagaya could act on her curiosity, Xiao Shaoqing dragged her out for something every woman seemed to enjoy, shopping. The bustling metropolis was as lively as ever, unchanged by time. Wide, smooth streets bustled with cars and people, towering buildings lined the sides, and shops stood shoulder to shoulder, their windows filled with goods. People strolled along, chatting and smiling with their companions, their conversations blending into a lively hum of voices. I don't think we need to go out, Kagaya suddenly said. There's really nothing exciting outside. How could you say that? Xiao Shaoqing retorted, tightening her grip on Kagaya's arm. We only get to meet once a month. But we're going to see each other for a whole month, right? Kagaya sighed, feeling the soft warmth on her arm. There's no rush. After all, since time flowed much more slowly in the real world compared to the alternate dimensions Kagaya visited, about a tenth of the speed, her long journey in the Akame Kill world had only lasted a single month in this world. Are you hiding something? Maybe a secret lover? Qiao Shaoqing leaned in, puffing out her cheeks, her tone teasing. What? No way. Kagaya said. I don't even have a number 2, let alone a number 3. Who said that? I'm standing right in front of you, Qiao Shaoqing pouted, raising her chin proudly. You. Kagaya was taken aback. Of course. Qiao Shaoqing puffed out her chest, pointing to her face confidently. Who else would it be? You. Kagaya was momentarily speechless. What? Not good enough for you. Qiao Shaoqing turned her head away in mock indignation. I get it, now that you're a fancy fox spirit, I'm too lowly for you to notice. Hey, we're friends. No need to mock me like that, Kagaya sighed, her mouth twitching slightly. Do you think I wanted to become a fox spirit? Who knows what's really going on in your head? Qiao Shaoqing held onto Kagaya's arm tightly. But I'm your childhood friend. No one's taking you away from me. Wait, are you seriously acting like my girlfriend now? Kagaya raised an eyebrow, startled. Why not? Qiao Shaoqing huffed. I'm just making sure you don't go astray, so you don't get lured off by some shady woman. I appreciate the concern, but it's really unnecessary, Kagaya muttered, her lips twitching. We're here. Qiao Shaoqing suddenly announced. Kagaya blinked, looking ahead. They stood before a towering building, sleek and modern, its reflective glass exterior gleaming under the sunlight. The building's clean, simple lines exuded a strong sense of modernity and elegance. Let's go inside. Qiao Shaoqing smiled, tugging on Kagaya's arm. Kagaya hesitated but then thought about how uncomfortable her current outfit was. Most importantly, she still didn't have any proper undergarments, and she had no intention of borrowing Qiao Shaoqing's. That would be too weird, especially since she thought of Qiao Shaoqing as her little sister. The interior of the building was tastefully decorated in a serene, elegant style, a sharp contrast to the imposing exterior. Rows of clothes lined the walls, their designs dazzling and varied, a feast for the eyes. Kagaya, however, had one thought: expensive. But, having been an empress, Kagaya no longer cared about the price. In the past, she might have balked at the cost of these clothes, but now she focused more on whether they were to her taste. She didn't know that her real challenge was yet to come. For some reason, Qiao Shaoqing seemed incredibly enthusiastic about picking out clothes for her, constantly bringing different outfits for Kagaya to try on. It was exhausting. Kagaya couldn't understand why women enjoyed trying on so many clothes. Wasn't it enough to wear something comfortable? Why make it so complicated? Kagaya even suspected that Qiao Shaoqing saw her as a life-sized dress-up doll. What made it worse was that many of the clothes Qiao Shaoqing chose were far too revealing, like dresses that exposed her thighs or shoulders and back, and even some that showed a bit too much cleavage. I've had enough. Are you buying me clothes or just messing with me? Kagaya finally snapped. Are you mad? Qiao Shaoqing blinked innocently. I thought you were enjoying it. Enjoying it? Kagaya's mouth twitched. Even though she did enjoy dressing more daringly since she had gotten used to being a woman that was back in the palace with her lovers. At most, she'd wear short skirts that barely exposed above the knee, paired with stockings and heels, something far more elegant and comfortable than this. Chapter 388, Girl, You're Playing with Fire. Kagaya glanced at the pile of clothes that still hadn't been tried on and sighed, her mouth twitching in frustration. How many outfits have we tried already? Isn't this just a waste of time? Let's go back. Absolutely not, Qiao Shaoqing protested, holding up a dress and measuring it against Kagaya's figure. It's such a shame not to dress up when you have such a pretty face and figure. Do you know how many people would kill to look like you? Trying on clothes doesn't have anything to do with looks, Kagaya grumbled, her eyebrow twitching. Of course it does, Qiao Shaoqing said seriously. When you have such beauty and a great body, it's a waste not to wear beautiful clothes. I really don't have an interest in this stuff, Kagaya insisted. I'm not some pervert. Really? Qiao Shaoqing blinked her pretty eyes innocently. I didn't notice that before. If you keep calling me that, I'm seriously going to get mad, Kagaya warned. Being constantly called a pervert made her feel awkward. Despite her transformation into a perfect female body, far beyond the average woman, she still felt uncomfortable, especially when facing someone as familiar as Qiao Shaoqing. Sensing Kagaya's rising frustration, Qiao Shaoqing quickly clasped her hands together in a gesture of apology, batting her large eyes with a pleading look. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Please don't be mad. As she apologized, she hugged Kagaya's arm tightly, her soft, perky chest pressing against it. "Girl, you're playing with fire," Kagaya said, her expression dead serious. "Excuse me, ladies, would you like to continue trying on clothes?" a saleswoman approached, smiling politely. Kagaya and Xiao Xiaoqing had been trying on clothes for quite a while without buying anything. The saleswoman had been patient, likely because they were both very beautiful and carried themselves with an air of elegance. Otherwise, she might have shown her annoyance earlier. But this was starting to feel like a waste of her time. "Sorry to trouble you, we're done here," Kagaya said apologetically, grabbing Xiao Xiaoqing's hand, ready to leave. The saleswoman's expression shifted ever so slightly, a glint of disdain flickering across her face. Originally, she had thought these two were some rich socialites out for a shopping spree, but it turns out they were just a couple of window shopping freeloaders. Her disappointment was hard to hide, and her face grew colder. "Who said we were done?" Xiao Xiaoqing huffed, catching onto the saleswoman's attitude. "We're not finished yet." The saleswoman's smile strained, her patience wearing thin. While she couldn't express her frustration outwardly, it was clear she was no longer enjoying this interaction. "My apologies, but we only have one fitting room available now," the saleswoman said with a stiff smile. "Why only one?" Xiao Xiaoqing's temper flared. "Are you implying we can't afford these clothes? Is that how you're presenting yourselves?" The saleswoman thought with a silent sneer, but kept her words polite. "Due to the number of customers, we have limited fitting rooms at the moment. I hope you can understand," she explained diplomatically. "So they can use the fitting rooms, but we can't?" Xiao Xiaoqing asked, clearly irritated by the perceived slight. "It's fine, just one room is enough," Kagaya intervened, tugging on Xiao Xiaoqing's hand to calm her down. Though the saleswoman's attitude had been a bit off, Kagaya noticed that the store was indeed crowded, with many people waiting for their turn to try on clothes. It didn't seem right to hog multiple fitting rooms, especially since their raised voices were drawing the attention of nearby shoppers. The last thing Kagaya wanted was to become the center of a spectacle. "Thank you for your understanding. Let me know if you need anything else," the saleswoman said, turning to attend to other customers with a much more genuine smile. "How dare she?" Xiao Xiaoqing fumed. "What kind of attitude is that?" "Let it go," Kagaya said, gently squeezing her friend's hand. "Didn't you notice people are staring?" "Who cares?" Xiao Xiaoqing huffed. "We didn't do anything wrong. If this were a normal day, I'd shut this place down for good." Sure. "Thank you for sparing them," Kagaya chuckled, amused by her friend's dramatics. Knowing Xiao Xiaoqing's background, Kagaya was well aware that this wasn't just idle talk. With her connections, she could easily close down a store like this if she really wanted to. Chapter 389, The Joy of Shopping. Kagaya's interest in shopping had already been dwindling, she had no desire to continue. While it was nice to have new clothes, spending hours trying on outfit after outfit felt tiresome. Even the most patient person would find it boring after a while. However, Xiao Xiaoqing still seemed full of energy, pulling various clothes off the racks for Kagaya to try. Some of the outfits were quite avant-garde, even bizarre, leaving Kagaya questioning whether these clothes were truly meant to be worn by people. There were transparent pieces where only the most crucial areas were covered, essentially making it seem like you weren't wearing anything at all. No way Kagaya would ever wear those. Despite the strange choices, Kagaya's stunning beauty and flawless figure made every outfit look good on her. Xiao Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even the saleswoman was momentarily entranced. After buying a pile of clothes, there was too much for just the two of them to carry. While Kagaya could have stored the clothes in her dimensional space, that would have been far too conspicuous and potentially alarming to anyone who witnessed it. Besides, part of the fun of shopping was ruined by shortcuts like that. Fortunately, the shopping center offered delivery services, sparing them the hassle of hauling everything around. But when Xiao Xiaoqing mentioned her address for the delivery, the saleswoman's face changed instantly. Xiao Xiaoqing's villa wasn't just in an affluent neighborhood, it was in a highly exclusive area reserved for powerful and influential figures. The saleswoman was inwardly relieved that she hadn't acted rudely earlier. Her attitude shifted immediately, and she became even more attentive. "We should head over there," Xiao Xiaoqing said, linking arms with Kagaya and pointing in a certain direction. Kagaya followed her gaze, her face flushing slightly. "How about we skip that place and just get some basic stuff at the supermarket? No need to make such a big deal out of it." It turned out Xiao Xiaoqing was pointing toward the lingerie section of the store. From a distance, Kagaya could already see the colorful array of bras and panties on display, many of which were quite revealing, bordering on provocative. Kagaya couldn't help but wonder if this was really a lingerie store or a place for more intimate apparel. "No way," Xiao Xiaoqing protested, pouting. "You can't just wear supermarket stuff. It'll give you rashes." "I've worn those for years, and nothing's ever happened," Kagaya argued. "Well, things are different now," Xiao Xiaoqing said, tapping Kagaya's arm. You're a girl, and girls should take care of themselves. Come on, let's go. If you don't buy something, I still will. In the end, Kagaya couldn't argue with her. Besides, she did need to buy some undergarments. After all, she was still going commando, and the constant chilly breeze wasn't exactly comfortable. Come look at this. Xiao Shaoqing called out excitedly, seemingly discovering something. What is it? Kagaya walked over and froze when she saw what Xiao Shaoqing was pointing at. It was an incredibly bold piece of lingerie. It could hardly be called lingerie at all, it was just a few pink straps arranged in a suggestive design, leaving little to the imagination. Suddenly, Kagaya felt a chill run down her spine. She turned to see Xiao Shaoqing staring at her with gleaming eyes. No way. Absolutely not, Kagaya said firmly, rejecting the idea immediately. She had standards, and there was no way she'd ever wear something that revealing. What a pity, Xiao Shaoqing sighed, clearly disappointed. Wait, why are you disappointed? Kagaya thought, her eyebrow twitching. If you think it's such a shame, why don't you wear it? Kagaya retorted. I'm a proper lady. How could I wear something like that? Xiao Shaoqing blushed, covering her face with mock modesty. So, are you saying I'm not proper? Kagaya asked, her eye twitching even more. I didn't say that. Fearing Kagaya's growing irritation, Xiao Shaoqing grabbed her arm and playfully rocked it back and forth, laughing. I was just curious to see how it would look on you. No way, Kagaya responded, trying to ignore the soft sensation of Xiao Shaoqing's chest pressing against her arm. They eventually made their way to the changing rooms. Kagaya grabbed a few simple bras and panties, nothing too fancy, just comfortable enough to wear. Suddenly, Xiao Shaoqing's voice came from inside the changing room. Hey, come in here for a sec. Kagaya blinked in confusion. Aren't you changing? Just come in. Xiao Shaoqing insisted, her voice sounding a bit impatient. Are you dressed? Kagaya asked cautiously. Yes, came the muffled response. Reluctantly, Kagaya opened the door and stepped inside. Xiao Shaoqing was indeed dressed, or at least, mostly dressed. However, when Kagaya looked over, she froze. Standing before her was a stunning girl with silky, waist-length hair, delicate features, and flawless skin. Her figure was unexpectedly voluptuous, with her chest tightly constrained by a pink bra that struggled to contain her ample bosom. How do I look? Xiao Shaoqing asked, her cheeks flushed with a bit of embarrassment. You look good, Kagaya stammered. At that moment, there was a soft snap. The straps of Xiao Shaoqing's bra popped, and her bosom leaped out into the open. Chapter 390, Why are you so skilled at this? The changing room was filled with an awkward silence. Kagaya and Xiao Shaoqing exchanged wide-eyed looks, both caught off guard by the sudden situation. Xiao Shaoqing's mind went blank as she stood frozen in shock, staring at Kagaya. After a moment, she seemed to regain her composure. Casually, she crossed her arms over her chest and said softly, Haven't you seen enough? Kagaya snapped out of her daze and quickly turned her head away, coughing twice to cover up her embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll just head out. As Kagaya turned to leave, Xiao Shaoqing suddenly grabbed her hand. What is it? Kagaya's throat felt dry, and her voice came out strained. Do you really think you can take advantage of me and just leave without taking responsibility? Xiao Shaoqing pouted, her lips tightly pressed together. Responsibility? Kagaya echoed. Seeing Kagaya's confused reaction, Xiao Shaoqing's face turned red with irritation. What? Were you planning to just run away? No. I didn't mean it like that, Kagaya waved her hands in defense, though she still felt a bit guilty. After all, she had accidentally crossed a line. Then what do you mean? Xiao Shaoqing huffed, stepping closer, pinning Kagaya against the wall of the small changing room, which was already cramped for two people. I didn't intend to run, Kagaya tried to explain. Does that mean you plan on taking responsibility then? Xiao Shaoqing crossed her arms defiantly. Well. Kagaya hesitated. What? Xiao Shaoqing leaned closer. Are you going to be wishy-washy about this, even as a big man? But, we're siblings, Kagaya reminded her, feeling trapped. We've even sworn an oath. That was just childhood nonsense. Xiao Shaoqing scoffed. We're not even blood-related, and besides, that was just a game. Kagaya quickly added, but now, I'm a woman. So what? Being a woman doesn't mean we can't be together, Xiao Shaoqing replied without hesitation. We can't get married. Kagaya tried again. No problem. We can go to the Netherlands, Xiao Shaoqing said confidently, as if she had already thought this through. Looking into her determined, clear eyes, Kagaya was speechless. Since when had this girl become so stubborn? She hadn't noticed this side of her before. Finally, Kagaya sighed and said, "It's not that I don't care, but I'm worried." Qiao Shaoqing blinked, her curiosity piqued. She stayed silent, waiting for Kagaya to continue. Kagaya took a deep breath and organized her thoughts. "You know, my time here is limited. I might only be able to stay for a month at a time, and after that, I have to complete dangerous missions. It's not something I can control, the system decides it all. The system's power is far beyond my imagination, and even with my abilities, I can't break free from it." Qiao Shaoqing listened quietly, not interrupting. These missions are incredibly dangerous. Some could last a long time, and some are nearly impossible to survive. I don't even know what challenges I'll face next or if I'll even make it back. I worry that one day I might never return. So, we're destined to never be together. I hope you can understand. Is that all? Qiao Shaoqing asked, her face expressionless. That's all, Kagaya nodded. Who said I wanted to be with you? Qiao Shaoqing turned her head arrogantly and huffed. You're so full of yourself. I was just joking. What? Looking at Qiao Shaoqing's proud expression, Kagaya felt a wave of exasperation. Was this girl just playing with her the whole time? Thank goodness, Kagaya muttered, relieved. But for some reason, a small sense of disappointment crept into her heart. She turned away, about to say something, but as she did so, suddenly, a soft, warm sensation pressed against her lips, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Right in front of her was Qiao Shaoqing's beautiful face, blushing like she'd had too much to drink. Her lashes fluttered lightly, and her arms snaked around Kagaya, pulling her close. The kiss lasted for what felt like an eternity before they finally parted. Qiao Shaoqing casually wiped her lips, pretending nothing had happened. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just curious about what kissing felt like. It wasn't as great as I expected, probably because you didn't brush your teeth. Anyway, now we're even, you took advantage of me, and I took advantage of you. Kagaya didn't say a word, staring silently at Qiao Shaoqing, who was trying to act indifferent. What are you staring at? Qiao Shaoqing asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Kagaya's gaze. It was just a kiss, nothing special. Without a word, Kagaya stepped forward, cupped Qiao Shaoqing's face in her hands, and kissed her passionately again. Qiao Shaoqing's eyes shot open in surprise. After what felt like a long moment, they separated, locking eyes in silence. Then, Qiao Shaoqing let out a soft giggle. Should I ask why you're so good at this? Chapter 391, 100. After resolving her feelings, Qiao Shaoqing's mood visibly brightened, and she resumed her antics of picking out clothes for Kagaya. However, this time it was even more over the top since they were in the lingerie section, meaning all the garments she picked were lingerie. If it were just regular lingerie, that would be one thing, but the problem was, what exactly were these things she was picking? Some of them were nothing but a few scraps of fabric, and they had the audacity to sell them for 3,888 yuan. Seriously, it felt like daylight robbery. Even robbery didn't work this fast. And what about those things that were just a few strings? Could those really be considered lingerie? Were they even capable of providing any coverage? Not to mention, what was the deal with the one that had a hole in the middle? Faced with this absurdity, Kagaya couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, giving a thumbs up as she thought to herself, city folks sure know how to have fun. Come on, try them on. Qiao Shaoqing clung to Kagaya's arm, her voice sweet and playful, practically begging. No way, Kagaya said, her face dead serious. You're playing with fire, young lady. Finally ready to make a move on your little sister, huh? Qiao Shaoqing teased, pretending to act shy. As expected, you're a total pervert. And who was it that kissed me first, again? Kagaya's mouth twitched. Did I? Qiao Shaoqing tilted her head and tapped her temple as if deep in thought, then feigned confusion. I seem to have forgotten. Need me to help you remember? Kagaya extended her hands, a mischievous glint in her eyes. No need. Qiao Shaoqing quickly released Kagaya's arm, hopping away like a startled rabbit, laughing as she said, since you're about to turn into a big bad wolf, I think I'll keep my distance. Alright, let's stop messing around. We should go. It's getting late. Kagaya glanced at the large clock in the mall's main hall and said. Okay. Qiao Shaoqing dashed back, wrapping her fair arms naturally around Kagaya's again. Aren't you afraid I might actually eat you up? Kagaya teased, looking down at her. Standing at just over 170 centimeters, Kagaya was fairly tall for a woman, while Qiao Shaoqing was only a few centimeters shorter. The height difference wasn't large, but because Qiao Shaoqing liked to lean against Kagaya, it made her seem shorter. Afraid of what? Qiao Shaoqing huffed, her tone bold. If you even try, it's basically incest. But we aren't blood-related, Kagaya said with a laugh, gently patting her head. And you were the one who said it. So what? Qiao Shaoqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned her head and whispered, "It's not like you have the necessary equipment to commit the crime. Can you not say such ridiculous things?" Kagaya let out a small sigh, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You've really gone wild, saying things like that." "Well, who taught me?" Qiao Shaoqing retorted. "I definitely didn't teach you any of that." By the time they left the mall, it was already the afternoon. Since neither of them had eaten lunch, their stomachs were growling with hunger. They decided to grab a bite to eat, but just as they were about to head out, Kagaya suddenly stopped, a strange, familiar sensation washing over her. She looked around, her brows furrowing. "What's wrong?" Qiao Shaoqing asked, noticing Kagaya's sudden change. "It's nothing," Kagaya smiled, shaking her head. "Just thinking about something." "Something? Or someone?" Qiao Shaoqing tightened her hold on Kagaya's arm, her voice teasing. "I bet it's some pretty girl, right?" "Yeah, a real beauty," Kagaya chuckled. "She's absolutely stunning. Who on earth would be unlucky enough to fall for someone like you?" Qiao Shaoqing pretended to sigh dramatically. "What a misfortune." "Yeah, what a," Kagaya started to reply, but then her gaze shifted to the distance, and her expression grew serious. "What's wrong?" Qiao Shaoqing asked, her curiosity piqued. "Let's go check it out," Kagaya said, grabbing Qiao Shaoqing's hand and leading her briskly toward the source of her interest. "Hey." When they reached the spot, they found it was a street stall, manned by an old man who appeared to be a fortune teller. The man had spread out a cloth on the ground, upon which was drawn a crude version of the I Ching's 8 trigrams. The cloth was of such poor quality it looked like it could crumble any second. The characters and symbols on it were lopsided, and there were even ink smudges all over it. It looked less like a fortune-telling chart and more like a child's random scribbling. The fortune-teller himself was no better. He wore a worn-out black jacket, tattered jeans, and sneakers that had clearly seen better days. At the moment, he was sitting on a small stool, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, utterly nonchalant about his supposed trade. Kagaya felt an overwhelming urge to complain. Where's the professionalism? Shouldn't a fortune-teller at least look the part? Even if he didn't have the otherworldly look of a sage, shouldn't he at least wear a black robe or something? What's with this sloppy, disheveled appearance? Suddenly, Kagaya's gaze fell upon the 8 trigrams chart, and her expression turned serious. She finally realized where that strange feeling was coming from. It was the inconspicuous green stone placed on the chart. It was faintly glowing with a dim light. Most people wouldn't notice it, but Kagaya could feel it clearly. The space around the stone was subtly distorted by an invisible force. A stone capable of distorting space like this. It was unbelievable. While everything in the world had its gravitational pull, causing such a noticeable spatial distortion was exceedingly rare. The old man noticed potential customers approaching and quickly set his feet down from where they were propped, hastily pocketing his bag of seeds. He slapped the dust off his clothes, straightened up, and put on a more serious facade. "Looking for a fortune reading?" Kagaya's mouth twitched. "It's a bit late to start acting professional now. I've already seen you lounging around. Do you take me for an idiot?" "I want that stone," Kagaya said, pointing directly at the green rock on the 8 trigrams chart, getting straight to the point. "It's not for sale," the fortune-teller immediately refused. "Name your price," Kagaya frowned, not in the mood for a lengthy argument. "I said, it's not for sale," the old man grumbled impatiently. "If you're not here for a fortune reading, move along. Don't disturb my business." "What business?" "There's no one here." Kagaya's mouth twitched in irritation. "I'll give you this much," she said, holding up one finger. 1 million. The old man's eyes went wide, nearly toppling off his stool in shock. "No, 100 yuan. Chapter 392, The Annoying System. In the end, Kagaya managed to purchase the mysterious stone for 150 yuan, though the credit for this deal didn't belong to her, but to Qiao Shaoqing. It turned out that despite her refined appearance, Qiao Shaoqing was an expert haggler. The fortune-teller was initially adamant about not selling the stone. However, after some persuasive negotiation from Qiao Shaoqing, he eventually relented and sold it at a bargain price. The stone, according to the fortune-teller, was something he had picked up on a mountaintop. At the time, it didn't appear as it did now. Back then, it had been a radiant, translucent stone that glowed like a crystal, making the fortune-teller ecstatic as he thought he'd stumbled upon a treasure. He quickly tucked it away and hurried down the mountain. However, when he finally took it out at the foot of the mountain, the stone had transformed into a dull, ordinary rock with cracks. It now looked no different from the pebbles found in riverbeds. The fortune-teller was baffled. He distinctly remembered how beautiful and radiant the stone had been up on the mountain. Now, it was completely different. He even wondered if he had dropped the real stone on the way down, but the shape was identical to the one he had picked up. He inspected it from every angle but couldn't figure out what had happened. Reluctant to discard it, he held onto the stone, thinking it might still be valuable. He even took it to a jade shop for appraisal, only to be disappointed when the shop owner told him it was just an ordinary quartz rock. Unwilling to give up, he visited several other shops, but they all gave him the same assessment. Frustrated and dejected, the fortune teller eventually gave up and tossed the stone aside. He figured he had been mistaken all along. However, when these two beautiful, elegant girls showed interest in the stone, the fortune teller was initially excited, thinking that maybe it was valuable after all. But when they only offered a low price, his excitement faded, and under Qiao Xiaoqing's relentless bargaining, he finally sold it at a cheap price. "Why did you buy this rock?" Qiao Xiaoqing asked as she examined the stone, turning it over in her hands. "It just looks like any ordinary rock you could find anywhere." "I'm not sure either," Kagaya responded thoughtfully. "But something about it feels off." Off. Qiao Xiaoqing blinked, then her face lit up with excitement. "Is it some kind of magical treasure? Or maybe it'll give you superpowers if you eat it." "You've been watching too many sci-fi movies," Kagaya said, tapping her on the head. "There's no such thing as magical treasures here. And eat it. Why don't you try eating it first and let me know how that goes?" "Isn't it possible, though?" Qiao Xiaoqing pouted, looking disappointed. "I thought it might be something special." She casually tossed the stone to Kagaya, then hooked her arm around Kagaya's, smiling brightly. "Let's go eat, then watch a movie." "What's so great about movies?" Kagaya grumbled, rolling her eyes. Since crossing over into a different world, Kagaya had lost interest in movies. Her life now was far more exciting than anything a film could offer, and she was much stronger than any superhero in those films. Even the so-called heroes and vigilantes would be no match for her, she could defeat them effortlessly. "Come on, let's go." Qiao Xiaoqing clung to Kagaya's arm, rubbing her with her soft chest in a playful manner. "Can't you act a bit more ladylike?" Kagaya tried to pull her arm away but found it locked in Qiao Xiaoqing's firm grip. It was clear she wasn't going to let go anytime soon. "You've already seen everything and felt everything." "What?" "Trying to deny it now." Qiao Xiaoqing teased, tilting her head with a playful smirk, her cheeks flushed as if lightly brushed with blush. Kagaya's heart skipped a beat. Qiao Xiaoqing had always been vibrant and full of energy, but now, in this moment of playful charm, there was a subtle allure to her that caught Kagaya off guard. Beneath her youthful vigor, she possessed an undeniable beauty. "Fine, fine. I get it," Kagaya turned her head away, feeling a bit flustered. "But, we're still siblings, right? Aren't we?" Qiao Xiaoqing tilted her head, feigning innocence. "Why, dear brother, are you thinking inappropriate thoughts about your little sister?" "Of course not." Kagaya cleared her throat. "I was just confirming. After all, we're siblings." "Siblings, huh?" Qiao Xiaoqing muttered the word twice, then smiled brightly, hugging Kagaya's arm again. "Come on, let's go eat." Since bringing the stone home, nothing else had happened. It remained just an ordinary stone, lying inert without the slightest hint of the strange energy Kagaya had felt earlier. The once familiar sensation had vanished completely, as though it had never existed in the first place. But Kagaya was sure she hadn't imagined it. That odd, familiar feeling was real, there had been something special about the stone. Especially when she had first noticed it on the street, the sensation was more than just familiarity, it felt like a calling, urging her to pick it up. However, since that moment, the stone had shown no further signs of activity. Kagaya didn't plan on discarding it, though. Instead, she stashed it in her personal space, thinking that the mysterious sensation might return someday. It was at this moment that the system, which rarely made an appearance, practically never made an appearance, suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations, you have obtained an unidentified item. Rating, SSS. Attack, defense, and special abilities, unknown." "What is this?" Kagaya quickly asked, surprised to hear the usually silent system speak up. "Unidentified item. The system cannot provide further information as the item is currently sealed. If you wish to learn more, you may request a system appraisal," the mechanical voice responded in its typical emotionless tone. "Fine, I choose appraisal," Kagaya said, nodding. "Insufficient achievement points to complete the appraisal," the system coldly replied. "What? It costs achievement points to appraise something." Kagaya's mouth twitched in disbelief. She was now certain that this system was inspired by those pay-to-win games like certain Penguin-branded online games. Of course. Appraisals require a fee. Alternatively, you can investigate it on your own, though it may result in unknown consequences, the system responded. "Unknown consequences?" Kagaya asked, curious. "What kind of consequences?" "Death." Kagaya was dumbfounded by the system's response, her face darkening with frustration. "So you're basically forcing me to appraise this stone, huh?" she muttered. "How much achievement points does it cost to appraise the stone?" Kagaya asked, hoping the price would be reasonable. 10,000 achievement points, the system replied flatly. What? Kagaya's eyes widened in shock, blinking in disbelief. Are you serious? You must be joking. She couldn't help but feel she was being swindled. Appraising this ordinary-looking stone cost 10 times more than her transformation elixir, which was only 1,000 points. This was daylight robbery. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Kagaya's lips twitched. How could appraising this rock cost so much? The system does not make mistakes. The price is accurate, fair, and consistent, the system's cold voice responded, seemingly indifferent to her outrage. Fair? Are you serious? Kagaya thought, feeling utterly annoyed. This was the most absurd thing she'd ever heard. She decided to try her luck. Can't you give me a discount or something? Surprisingly, the system responded, discounts are available. Really? Kagaya asked cautiously, not daring to hope too much. How much can you discount? 50%, the system answered. Half off. Kagaya was speechless. How could the system knock the price down by half so easily? She began to question how much of a rip-off this entire situation was. No store had ever given such a steep discount so casually. As Kagaya was lost in thought, she suddenly realized someone was standing very close to her, too close. She looked up and almost bumped into Qiao Shaoqing, whose face was inches from her own. What are you doing? Kagaya yelped, startled, taking 2 steps back. I should be asking you that. Qiao Shaoqing said, blinking her large, beautiful eyes. You've been spacing out since earlier, and no matter how many times I called you, you didn't respond. What's on your mind? Oh, nothing, Kagaya smiled apologetically. I was just thinking about something. Sorry. Qiao Shaoqing didn't pry further and smiled as she linked arms with Kagaya. Let's go eat then. Sure, Kagaya agreed. By now, it was evening, and the sky had darkened. The last remnants of sunlight faded behind the horizon, leaving only traces of twilight on the clouds. The neon lights of the city flickered on, illuminating the streets with their dazzling colors, adding a vibrant contrast to the night. Meanwhile, in an unassuming room within a tall building elsewhere in the city, a group of people was deep in discussion. Are you sure it's her? A tall, muscular man in military uniform asked sternly. Positive, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, his voice calm yet cautious. But she may have already sensed something. That's impossible, the soldier dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. Our plan was carefully crafted and has only just begun. We used people who have no connection to the actual operation. There's no way she could have caught on so soon. Never underestimate your opponent, Li Guiqiang cautioned as he sat down on the nearby sofa. His tone was grave. This time, our target is no ordinary individual. She possesses powers that far exceed those of normal people. Conventional methods won't work against her. Is she really that powerful? The militaryman glanced at a dossier on the table, skimming through the information. This level of ability, it's beyond human capability. Even our enhanced soldiers from the God-making project couldn't pull off feats like these. She wiped out an entire Pacific fleet by herself, how is that even possible? She's far more terrifying than you can imagine, a man who had been sitting silently on the sofa finally spoke up. His voice carried a somber weight to it. You haven't faced her directly, so you can't understand the overwhelming power she wields, or the hopelessness that comes with it. Guo Huaiyan, this man was the same military commander who had led the assault against Kagaya during their last encounter. Chapter 393, The Silver-Haired Girl's Piano Performance. Despite the rich and flavorful food she had enjoyed in both the Naruto and Akame-ga Kill worlds, Kagaya couldn't help but feel that something was always missing, something tied to the familiar taste of her hometown. While the meals she had eaten there were more than palatable, they lacked that sense of nostalgia. Now, looking at the vast array of delicious dishes spread out before her, Kagaya couldn't help but feel her appetite soar. She hadn't eaten much in the morning, and lunch had been light, leaving her quite hungry. Due to her unique constitution, she also had a voracious appetite, often resembling that of a legendary foodie. By the end of the meal, Kagaya had devoured most of the dishes on the table. People dining in the hotel couldn't help but glance over at the silver-haired girl near the window. Her beauty was undoubtedly striking, but what was even more astonishing was her incredible capacity for food. For an hour now, she had been eating without any signs of stopping. Plates were stacked high, resembling a miniature mountain. Yet, despite her large appetite, there was nothing ungraceful about Kagaya. In fact, she still maintained an air of elegance and charm, making her eating habits seem endearing rather than repellent. A few curious onlookers quietly took out their phones, capturing this unusual yet captivating sight of the beautiful silver-haired girl enjoying her meal. Meanwhile, Qiao Shaoqing had long since finished her own food. She watched Kagaya eat with a serene smile, occasionally helping by passing her more dishes or pouring her tea. Are you not going to eat any more? Kagaya asked, glancing up. No, I'm full, Xiao Shaoqing replied, resting her chin in her hands. I don't eat as much as you. Be careful, or you'll end up like that fat woman from this afternoon. You'll be disappointed then, Kagaya said with a grin. No matter how much I eat, I never gain weight. Are you sure you don't want any? The roasted beef here is really good. She waved a fork with a piece of beef in front of Shaoqing. Xiao Shaoqing swallowed unconsciously, her large, lustrous eyes filled with temptation, but she stubbornly turned her head. I told you, I'm not eating. Your loss, Kagaya said as she popped the beef into her mouth with a look of pure delight. It's tough being on a diet, huh? Hey, don't say it like that. That's gross, Shaoqing huffed. I'm not dieting, I'm maintaining my figure, okay. Though she said this, her mouth watered as she watched Kagaya savor the food. Suddenly, Kagaya paused, her fork freezing midair, and her eyes brightened as if she had spotted something. What is it? Shaoqing asked, curious. Following Kagaya's gaze, she saw a refined piano in the distance. The piano gleamed under the dim lighting, its polished surface reflecting a soft glow. Its black and white keys stood out in sharp contrast, and its design was both elegant and intricate, clearly a valuable instrument. Do you remember when we graduated from middle school? Kagaya suddenly asked, smiling. Shaoqing nodded gently. Back then, they were nearing graduation, and Shaoqing was preparing to move away. Coincidentally, it was also around her birthday. To give her a memorable gift, Kagaya had racked her brain and finally remembered Xiaoqing's love for piano music. So, she spent several months secretly practicing on the school piano. Unfortunately, by the time Kagaya felt confident enough to surprise her, Shaoqing had already left school, and they hadn't seen each other again until much later. I never got the chance to give you the birthday gift. Let me make up for it today. Kagaya smiled at Shaoqing before walking over to the piano. She gracefully sat down, her posture refined, and rested her slender, delicate fingers on the keys. Taking a deep breath, Kagaya began to play. The soft, flowing melody poured from her fingertips like a gentle stream, each note cascading beautifully into the next. The sound was like a clear brook trickling over smooth stones, serene and peaceful. It was as if the morning light had lifted the mist from a quiet river, gently awakening the slumbering world. The melody rose and fell, enveloping the room with its warmth and tenderness. Everyone in the hotel was mesmerized, completely absorbed in the soothing music. When Kagaya's delicate fingers finally came to rest, she let out a soft sigh of relief. Her performance had far exceeded her expectations, it was her best yet. Perhaps it was due to her enhanced abilities, her heightened senses, reflexes, and even learning capacity had made once difficult sheet music and intricate techniques flow naturally under her hands, as if she had mastered them effortlessly. After a brief moment of silence, the room erupted into applause. Turning around, Kagaya saw that nearly everyone in the upscale hotel had risen to their feet, smiling and clapping with genuine admiration. Some even had their phones out, recording the entire performance, eager to share the experience with the world. Kagaya gave them a gentle smile and returned to her table. Before she could sit down, she was suddenly tackled by a flying figure, Shaoqing. If Kagaya hadn't been an exceptional fighter, she might have been knocked over. Shaoqing clung tightly to Kagaya, burying her face in her chest. Was it really that good? Kagaya chuckled. Do you want me to sign an autograph for you? But when she looked down at Shaoqing's face, Kagaya froze. Her friend's eyes were red, brimming with tears, as she gazed up at her, looking like she might cry at any moment. You're a grown-up now. Why are you crying? Kagaya teased. If you're that touched, how about repaying me with your undying love? Shaoqing suddenly looked up, grabbing Kagaya's sleeve, and blinked her large, tear-filled eyes. Do you dare to accept? Caught off guard, Kagaya cleared her throat awkwardly and scratched the back of her head. Coward. I wasn't asking you to marry me, Shaoqing huffed, releasing Kagaya's sleeve. Let's go. I think we're done here. Wait, I'm not finished eating. Kagaya protested. How are you still not done? Seriously, are you a pig? Meanwhile, completely unbeknownst to Kagaya and Shaoqing, the internet had exploded. A video titled, Silver-Haired Girl's Piano Performance, had gone viral, quickly becoming the top trending topic across various platforms. The video was shared by countless people, amassing millions of views, with tens of thousands of comments pouring in. Viewers were captivated not only by the silver-haired girl's extraordinary beauty but also by her breathtaking musical talent. Many had already begun searching for information about this mysterious girl. As for Kagaya, the star of the video, she remained completely unaware of the commotion her performance had caused online. Chapter 394, Appetites and Amusement. How can there be such a beautiful girl? She must be from some modeling agency, right? You're watching a video, though. It might not even be real. Even if she's an actress, there's no way to fake that piano performance. Yeah, the music was absolutely mesmerizing. My 10th grade piano certificate. It's torn to shreds after seeing that. Is this really humanly possible? Meh, I didn't think the piano piece was that special. I've only looped it a few hundred times. Help, I'm addicted. Someone save me. Does anyone know the name of that piano piece? It's so good. No, I've already looked it up. It seems to be an original composition. This is beyond incredible. On the largest social media and video sharing platforms, such as A Station and B Station, the internet was buzzing with activity. The video went viral, and waves of comments flooded the screen, requiring moderators to clear it again and again. Despite that, the comment section filled back up within minutes. The main page of several sites featured a blurry but captivating image, a silver-haired girl seated at a piano, gracefully playing a melody with a serene expression. Her elegance, combined with her beauty, exuded a surreal, dreamlike aura. The video not only caught the attention of major media outlets but also piqued the interest of celebrities and music producers. Some big companies were already reaching out, hoping to sign her to a contract. Achieving this level of fame in just one day was nearly impossible, even for professional influencers backed by PR companies. It was almost like the girl had risen to stardom out of thin air. Some online skeptics began questioning if this was part of an elaborate publicity stunt, criticizing the entertainment industry for using unethical methods to create viral stars. However, some sharp-eyed users noticed that the loudest critic of this so-called fake fame had watched the video several hundred times in just one day, making everyone laugh at the irony. Clearly, this person was a tsundere, denying their obsession while secretly indulging in it. Meanwhile, the person at the center of all this attention, Kagaya, was blissfully unaware of the internet storm. She lay in bed in an ungraceful position, hugging a pillow tightly as she snored lightly, still half asleep. Drool gathered at the corner of her mouth, and as she felt a chill, she instinctively curled up tighter under the covers. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands slipped under her blanket and grabbed her breasts. Startled by the icy touch, Kagaya jolted awake, shivering and fully alert. She immediately pushed the figure lying on top of her away. Looking around warily, Kagaya's tension eased when she saw Qiao Shaoqing sitting on the bed. Yawning, she said in exasperation, "Hey, don't you know that interrupting someone's sleep is unforgivable? And when did you become so unladylike? It's already so late, and you're still in bed. Are you a lazy pig? Yesterday, you promised to take me to the amusement park," Qiao Shaoqing huffed, crossing her arms. Amusement park? Only little kids like those things, Kagaya mumbled groggily, her eyes barely open as if she might drift off again at any moment. What? Are you backing out now? Qiao Shaoqing's eyes narrowed, her tone growing colder. You already promised me. Did I? Kagaya tilted her head. That was just a little lie to fool you. Did you really believe it? Qiao Shaoqing puffed her cheeks in frustration and rolled up her sleeves. She took a step forward. Hey. What are you doing? Kagaya sensed something was amiss. What do you think? Don't strip my clothes. Are you a pervert? That's right. You guessed it. I am a pervert. Let go. Stop. No. Say you'll go. No. Even if you beat me, I won't go. Oh, really? In that case, don't blame me for what comes next. Stop it. Later, on the street, a silver-haired girl and a long-haired brunette walked side by side. The two of them held hands as they strolled leisurely, drawing the attention of passers-by. Many were so captivated by their beauty that one person even walked into a tree while staring. You know, you were such a sweet girl before. How did you turn into a complete rogue? Kagaya lamented dramatically. Are you still the same Qiao Shaoqing I once knew? I'm not the same person I used to be. Got a problem with that? Qiao Shaoqing teased, leaning her head playfully toward Kagaya. A proper lady shouldn't be getting handsy with people, especially not with men. Don't you think it's inappropriate? Kagaya replied, shaking her head. Two mistakes there. Qiao Shaoqing raised two fingers, her expression smug. First, I never claimed to be a lady. Second, you're not a man. So there's no problem, right? Kagaya sighed. Fine, I give up. It's kind of disappointing, you know, Qiao Shaoqing said with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Huh? What's bothering you? Kagaya asked, curiosity piqued by her friend's uncharacteristic tone. My own brother is prettier than I am. Isn't that frustrating? Qiao Shaoqing said with a glance. You think I want this? Kagaya groaned. It's like you're calling me a pervert or something. Oh, come on. Haven't you accepted your role as a pervert yet? Qiao Shaoqing laughed, batting her eyes mischievously. Pervert, your sister. Keep calling me that, and I'm heading home. Kagaya's eye twitched with irritation. No, don't be mad. I was just joking, Xiao Shaoqing quickly apologized, her voice softening as she clasped her hands together, pleading. You wouldn't leave your poor, lonely sister to suffer in solitude at the amusement park, would you? It would break my heart. Stop acting like you're the only one there. Kagaya rolled her eyes. Come on, let's hurry before it gets too crowded. By the time they arrived at the amusement park, it was already packed. People were everywhere, moving shoulder to shoulder like sardines in a can. This is all your fault for waking up so late, Xiao Shaoqing teased, scrunching her nose. Excuse me. If it weren't for you insisting we walk here, we would have arrived ages ago, Kagaya shot back. Walking is more romantic. Xiao Shaoqing giggled, hugging Kagaya's arm tighter. Kagaya sighed, shaking her head. Kagaya and Xiao Shaoqing had already bought their tickets and entered the amusement park. Perhaps due to the holiday, the place was packed with people. The noisy crowd and chaotic atmosphere were enough to make anyone feel a bit on edge. I really don't get what's so fun about amusement parks, Kagaya mumbled, taking a bite of the Dango skewer in her hand. Her voice was muffled by the food. Only kids enjoy this kind of stuff. Perhaps the only thing she found remotely satisfying at the amusement park was discovering that they sold Dango. Although the flavor was mediocre and overpriced, it was still passable. Kagaya turned around to look at the crowded amusement park. They had already purchased their tickets and were wandering inside. Perhaps due to the holiday, the place was packed, bustling with noise and crowds that felt almost overwhelming. I really don't get what's so fun about amusement parks, Kagaya muttered between bites of her Dango. Only kids enjoy this stuff. Ever since gaining her powerful abilities, Kagaya had lost interest in things like roller coasters, giant swings, or drop towers. She used to find them thrilling when she was younger, but now that she could soar through the sky or dive from incredible heights, these rides just seemed mundane. If anything, her only interest today was the Dango she was eating, though it wasn't as delicious as she remembered, and it was expensive. Sometimes, it's good to just relax, Xiao Shaoqing twirled her finger in the air as if drawing something. You need to be careful, or else you'll start aging. Aging? Kagaya raised an eyebrow, that's called maturity. Sure, if you say so, Xiao Shaoqing chuckled. The two continued walking through the amusement park, with Kagaya absent-mindedly nibbling on her snack. They eventually found themselves at a peaceful little cafe inside the park. The interior had a calm, cozy feel, with wooden floors, soft lighting, and paintings adorning the walls. It was the perfect place to escape the noise and chaos outside. A waitress approached with a smile. What can I get for you? You go first, Kagaya said, handing the menu to Xiao Shaoqing. No, you go ahead. You're the one who's always hungry, Xiao Shaoqing teased. Fine. Kagaya took the menu and flipped through it briefly. I'll have the Australian lobster, French foie gras, escargot, and some Kobe beef. As the waitress left to place their order, Xiao Shaoqing couldn't help but smirk. You really know how to eat, don't you? Kagaya simply shrugged, unfazed. I'm hungry. The food arrived shortly, and true to her nature, Kagaya didn't waste any time. She dug into the dishes with a satisfied grin, thoroughly enjoying each bite. Despite her speed and the quantity she ate, she somehow managed to do so in a way that still seemed graceful. It was clear she relished the food. Meanwhile, Xiao Shaoqing leaned back in her chair, watching with amusement. If you keep eating like that, one day you'll end up looking like that woman from earlier, she said, referencing the unpleasant encounter they'd had. I doubt that, Kagaya replied between bites. No matter how much I eat, I never gain weight. Well, lucky you. Xiao Shaoqing smiled, though there was a hint of jealousy. She wasn't actually concerned about weight, but watching Kagaya eat with such abandon was always a sight. Want to try some? Kagaya asked, offering a piece of Kobe beef. Xiao Shaoqing hesitated for a second, clearly tempted, but turned her head away. No thanks. I'm watching my figure. Such a shame, Kagaya said, popping the piece into her mouth. People who diet are just torturing themselves. Hey, that's not true. Xiao Shaoqing pouted, but her stomach gave her away, grumbling at the sight of the food. After what felt like no time at all, most of the dishes on the table had been cleared. Kagaya, satisfied but still eyeing the menu, considered ordering more but decided against it when she saw Xiao Shaoqing giving her a pointed look. All right, I'm done, Kagaya said with a smirk. Finally. I was starting to think you'd order the entire menu, Xiao Shaoqing teased, standing up and grabbing her bag. They left the cafe and continued to explore the amusement park. Though it was busy, the cheerful atmosphere around them was infectious, and despite her earlier complaints, Kagaya found herself enjoying the day out with Xiao Shaoqing. The two wandered through the different attractions, trying out snacks here and there, and sharing laughs as they strolled through the lively park. By the end of the day, Even Kagaya had to admit that it had been a fun, light-hearted break from her usual routine. Chapter 395, Terrorist Attack. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere of the amusement park was interrupted by the sharp, loud sound of bang, 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 echoing through the air. The noise sent ripples of panic through the crowd as people began to scream in terror. Was that gunfire? Kagaya stood up swiftly, her eyes narrowing as she tried to assess the situation. She glanced outside through the window, her instincts on high alert. The amusement park had descended into chaos. The once bustling crowd scattered in every direction, people fleeing in panic, colliding with one another in a desperate attempt to escape. This only worsened the congestion near the exits, leaving many trapped. Cries and screams filled the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of gunfire and, occasionally, heart-wrenching screams that abruptly stopped, an indication that those unfortunate souls had likely met their end. To make matters worse, explosions rang out in the distance, loud enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The assailants had explosives. At first, Kagaya thought this was just a typical shooting incident, but it soon became apparent that this was far more organized and large-scale. The continuous gunfire, coupled with sporadic explosions, suggested a coordinated group, not just a lone attacker. Could they be terrorists? Before long, the distant wail of police sirens could be heard, followed by the heavy hum of helicopters circling overhead. The authorities and military were clearly alerted to the incident, and given the gravity of the situation, they had arrived in record time. The sound of gunfire and explosions grew more intense, and in the distance, plumes of fire and thick black smoke rose into the sky. Dust and debris scattered like falling snowflakes, adding to the already grim atmosphere. It was clear the military had engaged in combat with the terrorists. Inside the restaurant, chaos reigned. Plates, cups, and bowls lay shattered on the floor, tables and chairs were overturned, and panicked patrons and staff members scrambled for the exits. "Don't go outside. It's dangerous." Kagaya shouted in vain. Outside, gunfire and explosions raged. Venturing out now would be suicide. But the people, already consumed by panic, ignored her warnings and continued rushing towards the exits like headless chickens. Kagaya tried to stop them, but there were simply too many, and in their irrational state, they nearly trampled her as they surged forward. "Stop." Before she could finish, a deafening explosion rocked the building. The shockwave, laced with heat, slammed into Kagaya, throwing her across the room like a rag doll. She crashed into the wall, leaving a sizable dent. Kagaya scrambled to her feet, barely pausing to wipe the blood from her lip. The sight that greeted her froze her in place. The restaurant's entrance was a scene of horror. The people who had rushed out moments earlier were now nothing but a bloody mess. The bomb had reduced them to a pile of mangled limbs and shredded bodies, their flesh and bones strewn across the floor. Even the ground was painted a gruesome dark red from all the blood. "Damn bastards!" Kagaya cursed, eyes blazing with fury. Her fist clenched so tightly it left an imprint on the floor as she punched it. Suddenly, she remembered something. Heart racing, she dashed back toward the restaurant's interior, her mind only easing when she saw Qiao Shaoqing and Kagaya still safe by the table. "What's going on outside?" Qiao Shaoqing stood up calmly, asking with an air of authority. "What happened?" Though she was part of a special operations team and accustomed to these types of situations, the distant booms and rumbles left her with a growing sense of dread. "It's bad," Kagaya replied, her expression dark. "It looks like terrorists. They have guns, bombs, and possibly even heavier weapons." "Heavier weapons?" Qiao Shaoqing furrowed her brows. "How could they have smuggled such equipment through customs?" "These aren't ordinary people," Kagaya added. "Regular civilians wouldn't have access to this level of firepower." "You mean?" Qiao Shaoqing's eyes widened in realization. "Exactly. It's likely that internal forces have been compromised, working with foreign adversaries," Kagaya responded gravely. "This is serious." Qiao Shaoqing frowned, clearly troubled. Without her usual mission gear, she felt somewhat helpless in this dire situation. Just then, she felt a reassuring squeeze on her hand. She turned to see Kagaya smiling at her, a calm and confident expression that helped ease her nerves. Right, with Kagaya here, there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, the sounds of chaos grew louder from outside the restaurant. Soon, a large group of people came rushing in, men, women, the elderly, and children, all with terror etched on their faces, their movements frantic and uncoordinated as if they were being herded like sheep. Kagaya's face darkened. "We need to move upstairs, now. The terrorists are coming." She suspected that these terrified people were being used as hostages by the terrorists, who were likely hot on their heels. Without waiting for a response, Kagaya reached out instinctively to grab Qiao Shaoqing's hand, but she quickly withdrew, catching herself before making contact. This earned a stifled laugh from Qiao Shaoqing, who was promptly silenced by a sharp look from Kagaya. The restaurant had 3 floors. The first 2 levels were for general dining, while the 3rd floor was reserved for more luxurious events, often used for grand banquets. Given how expensive the regular menu was, it wasn't hard to imagine how much more extravagant the 3rd floor must be. But luckily, today they weren't there to dine. Their luck, however, wasn't great. Not long after they ascended to the 3rd floor, the flood of terrified hostages surged up the stairs behind them, followed closely by terrorists clad in green camouflage, their faces obscured by masks, wielding assault rifles. "Get down," one of the terrorists, a burly man, barked, kicking a middle-aged man to the ground. Before the poor victim could rise, the terrorist coldly pulled the trigger of his pistol. Bang! Blood splattered across the room. Screams erupted as the man's blood sprayed across the floor, his body crumpling lifelessly. "Shut up," the terrorist roared, waving his gun menacingly. "Anyone who makes a sound will get a bullet in the head." The hostages immediately fell silent, their trembling bodies huddled on the ground. The only sounds that remained were the stifled sobs of women and children. The terrorist surveyed the cowering hostages, seemingly satisfied with their fear. But then, something, or rather, someone, caught his eye. He grinned and began walking toward Kagaya and Xiao. Chapter 396, Clearing Out the Minions. The amusement park was in chaos. The once bustling crowd now scattered, running in all directions. Terrified people shoved each other in a desperate attempt to escape, causing even more congestion at the exits. Cries and screams filled the air, blending with the sharp sound of gunfire and, occasionally, the chilling blast of an explosion. Every now and then, agonizing screams were cut short, signaling the grim fate of those caught in the carnage. Kagaya stood calmly in the midst of the panic, watching the distant smoke rising from where explosions had torn through the park. The deafening sound of sirens echoed in the distance, and the drone of helicopters overhead grew louder by the second. It was clear that the authorities were quickly responding to the crisis. Despite the situation escalating around them, Kagaya and Xiao remained composed as they surveyed the chaos. Kagaya clenched her fist, sensing something unusual beyond the ordinary attacks. This wasn't a random shooting, there was an organized and powerful force behind it, likely equipped with serious firepower, including explosives. "What's happening out there?" Xiao asked, standing by Kagaya's side. Her expression was calm, but her sharp eyes darted around, assessing the situation. "It seems like terrorists," Kagaya replied, her voice steady. "They have guns, bombs, and possibly heavier weapons." Xiao frowned. "Heavier weapons? How could they get something like that past security?" Kagaya glanced at her. "They aren't your average criminals. There's something far more dangerous at play here." Just then, there was the unmistakable sound of boots hitting the floor, and moments later, a large group of frightened people were herded into the restaurant where they were. Men, women, and children alike looked terrified, their faces pale as they huddled together. It didn't take long to see why. Armed terrorists in military fatigues and masks were behind them, brandishing automatic weapons. "Everyone, get down," one of the terrorists barked, shoving a man aside. The men stumbled and fell, trying to get up, only to be shot point blank by the terrorist leader. A spray of blood hit the floor as the men collapsed lifelessly. "Anyone else want to try something?" the terrorist sneered, waving his gun threateningly. The crowd, terrified, quickly obeyed, crouching down as instructed. The room was filled with the sound of muffled sobs and fearful whimpers, especially from the women and children. Everyone was afraid to move. One of the terrorists scanned the room and noticed Kagaya. Despite being crouched, her flawless figure and silver hair stood out. "You. Yeah, you. Get up," the terrorist leader commanded, pointing his gun at Kagaya, his eyes greedily taking in her appearance. His lecherous grin was visible beneath his mask as he looked at her exposed skin. "Move it." Kagaya narrowed her eyes, brimming with killing intent, but slowly stood up, her graceful figure coming into full view. She had wanted to stay out of this pointless violence, intending to enjoy a peaceful vacation. But now these fools were practically begging for death. As she faced the terrorist leader, the man's eyes widened. He hadn't expected her beauty to be so striking. For a moment, he was stunned. "Boss, check out this one," one of the terrorists muttered, practically drooling. "Shut up, I can see that," the leader snapped, a disgusting smile spreading across his face. "Didn't expect to find such a high-class beauty here. We really hit the jackpot." His companion laughed as he glanced at Xiao, who stood next to Kagaya. "Her friend's not bad either." "Enough talk," the leader said, stepping forward with a swagger. Kagaya's eyes flashed coldly, and a small, dark orb of energy formed in her palm. Though imperceptible to them, the power emanating from the orb carried a deadly chill. Just as Kagaya was about to act and eliminate them all, Xiao suddenly leaped into action. With a swift step, she launched herself forward with cat-like agility and landed a powerful punch directly into the terrorist leader's chest. The man barely had time to react before Xiaoqing's fist collided with him, shattering his ribs with a sickening crunch. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body flew back, crashing into the wall. He slumped to the ground, his head lolling lifelessly. The other terrorists were stunned by the speed and precision of the attack, but they quickly raised their weapons, opening fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire roared through the room, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Bullets sprayed toward Qiao Shaoqing, but she moved like a shadow, her body weaving through the barrage with ease. She dashed forward, closing the distance with lightning speed. Bang. 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 Xiaoqing's fists flew as she took down the remaining terrorists one by one, moving with a deadly grace. Her combat skills were impeccable, each punch landing with devastating accuracy. She delivered sharp kicks and quick jabs, incapacitating each attacker with precision. Her strikes were swift and deadly, leaving no room for counterattacks. In a matter of minutes, the floor was littered with the bodies of the terrorists, their blood staining the ground red. The once elegant dining area now resembled a battlefield. Kagaya watched from the sidelines, impressed by Qiao Shaoqing's skill. It wasn't every day that she encountered someone with such heightened abilities, even in this world. Qiao Shaoqing wiped the sweat from her brow, breathing heavily as she turned to Kagaya. We need to get out of here. More of them could show up. Kagaya smiled faintly. Thanks for stepping in. No need to thank me, Qiao Shaoqing replied, a slight blush creeping up her cheeks. She looked away, rubbing the back of her neck awkwardly. Wait, you're hurt. Kagaya suddenly noticed a thin trail of blood running down Qiao Shaoqing's arm. It's nothing, Qiao Shaoqing said, quickly brushing it off. Just a scratch from earlier. Kagaya raised an eyebrow. You're trying to act tough again, aren't you? Qiao Shaoqing laughed nervously but didn't argue. Fine, fine. Just don't tell me you're going to lecture me now. As they were speaking, Qiao Shaoqing suddenly froze. A small black dot appeared in the distance, growing larger with every passing second. She could feel the overwhelming sense of danger it carried. This is bad. It's a missile. Qiao Shaoqing exclaimed, more out of surprise than fear, her eyes widening at the sight of the fiery projectile speeding toward the building. Flames trailed the missile as it thundered toward them, but Qiao Shaoqing didn't flinch. Kagaya could brush aside such threats with ease. Kagaya stepped forward, her long silver hair flowing gracefully behind her, exuding an aura of calm confidence. She stood firm, facing the missile as if it were nothing more than a breeze. Chapter 397, The Fox Spirit. The missile streaked across the sky, blazing with destructive intent, its fiery plume leaving a trail of impending doom. This wasn't just any missile, it was one of the newest weapons developed, packed with twice the explosive power of previous models. Its solid-fuel microengine gave it unprecedented speed, making it almost impossible to intercept. A direct hit could easily demolish a building several stories high. Qiao Shaoqing stood by, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched the missile barrel toward the building. How did this get through customs? She bit her lip, cursing the incompetence of the authorities who had clearly let something so dangerous slip through their fingers. There was no way she could stop this. Her mind raced as she watched the missile grow larger, speeding toward them at an alarming rate. Qiao Shaoqing turned to Kagaya, who remained calm and composed. Of course, Kagaya wasn't fazed at all. This was nothing for her. Kagaya. Qiao Shaoqing's voice wavered with concern, even though deep down, she knew how powerful Kagaya truly was. There was no need to worry. Still, the sight of her friend standing there, unmoving, as a missile approached was enough to send anyone into a panic. Kagaya, however, had already taken control of the situation. Her expression was serene as she raised her hand, a soft glow surrounding her slender fingers. With a simple grasp, the air around the missile seemed to shift. An invisible force wrapped around the missile, crumpling it like a tin can in midair. Boom. A deafening explosion followed, but it was high in the sky, far from the building. The blast lit up the night, sending shockwaves through the air, but it was harmless. The missiles remained scattered like glowing embers in the sky, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of smoke. The deadly weapon, which could have obliterated the entire area, was reduced to harmless fragments before it could even reach them. Qiao Shaoqing blinked in awe, her eyes fixed on Kagaya, who stood unfazed by the explosion. The wind whipped through Kagaya's silver hair, but she remained unbothered, her face glowing faintly in the aftermath of the blast. As expected. Qiao Shaoqing muttered, half in relief and half in admiration. She had always known Kagaya was strong, but witnessing her casually deflecting a missile was still something incredible. Inside the restaurant, chaos continued to unfold. The patrons, already terrified, were now on the verge of complete hysteria after the blast. People huddled together, crying and trembling, with some even trying to escape, but any attempt to leave was quickly halted by a barrage of gunfire. Qiao Shaoqing surveyed the situation, knowing they were far from safe. But she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Kagaya gazing out of the window, calmly observing the destruction outside. Her attention was soon drawn to a small figure running toward them. A little girl, no older than 5 or 6, broke away from the crowd and dashed up to Kagaya with wide, curious eyes. "Sister, are you a fox fairy?" the girl asked, her tiny hands clutching Kagaya's sleeve. Her voice was innocent, full of hope amidst the chaos around them. Kagaya blinked, surprised by the question. You could say that," she replied, a soft smile touching her lips. "Yay," the girl cheered, her face lighting up as if her wish had been granted. She clung to Kagaya's arm, completely oblivious to the danger that had just been averted. "I finally found the fox fairy sister." A woman, presumably the child's mother, rushed over, her face pale with fear. "I'm so sorry," she stammered, pulling the girl into her arms. "She's just a child, she didn't mean to." "I'm not lying," the girl protested, her small face puffing up indignantly. "This is the fox fairy sister." "Fox fairy?" The mother cast a puzzled glance at Kagaya, still unsure of what was happening. The little girl turned back to Kagaya, her eyes filled with a mix of awe and trust. "You're going to save us, aren't you? You'll save everyone, right?" Kagaya hesitated for a moment, glancing down at the child. She had intended to stay out of this whole mess, thinking the military would handle the situation eventually. But looking into the girl's innocent eyes, something stirred in her. "Yes," Kagaya said softly, patting the girl's head. "Do you want to come with me to stop the bad guys?" The little girl's face scrunched up in concentration, her small hands clenching into fists. "But I'm not strong enough to fight them," she said with a pout. Kagaya chuckled, her fingers brushing through the child's hair. "Then stay here and be good. I'll take care of the bad guys." "Okay." The girl's smile returned, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Be careful, fox fairy sister." The woman looked at Kagaya in astonishment. "Are you really going to?" Kagaya gave her a gentle smile. "I think you already know the answer to that." Before the woman could say anything else, Kagaya turned and began to walk away, her silver hair flowing behind her like a cascade of moonlight. "Wait." The little girl called out again, holding something in her small hands. "You forgot this." Kagaya turned around, surprised to see the girl holding up a small, white fox mask decorated with red markings. It was simple and a bit rough around the edges, but the girl held it up with pride. "This is my favorite. Take it with you, and don't forget to give it back when you're done." Kagaya smiled, taking the mask and gently placing it in her hand. "I'll be sure to return it. Wait for me." As Kagaya strode forward, Qiao Shaoqing watched with a grin. "Well, looks like it's time to clean up this mess." Chapter 398, Nuclear Bomb. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the amusement park, punctuated by the flashes of explosions and the sight of raging fires and thick, billowing smoke. What was once a place for relaxation and joy had now transformed into a scene of utter devastation, a living hell. Many innocent civilians had already become casualties in this brutal conflict. No one had expected the terrorists to be so numerous. There were over 100 of them, heavily armed, making it almost unbelievable that such a large force could infiltrate a densely populated area like this. To make matters worse, the terrorists had taken hostages from the masses of parkgoers, using them as human shields. This left the police and military forces hesitant, unable to act decisively for fear of harming the innocent. Meanwhile, the terrorists showed no such restraint, unleashing their weapons with reckless abandon, including mortars and grenades, posing a significant challenge to the security forces. "Damn it," a middle-aged officer cursed, his fist slamming down on a nearby vehicle, leaving a noticeable dent. "Those bastards are holding so many hostages, completely insane. I swear, I want to shoot them all. Where's the special forces? Why haven't they taken out that mortar nest yet?" "Sir," a soldier approached and saluted, "the special forces entered earlier. They went in." The officer's brows furrowed in anger. "Then why haven't they dealt with it? There's been no progress. What the hell is going on in there?" The soldier hesitated, his expression tense, before finally speaking. "They seem to have been ambushed, sir. We might have lost contact with them." The officer's face froze, then darkened with frustration. He slammed his fist onto the vehicle again, the metal groaning under the impact. "Damn it." "Sir," the soldier interrupted again, handing over a sheet of paper, "this is the latest intelligence report." With a wave of his hand, the officer angrily snatched the paper and read it. As his eyes scanned the document, his expression grew even graver. The Hyena Organization. The Hyena Organization was a notorious terrorist group known worldwide for its brutality. They had carried out numerous attacks across the globe, leaving thousands of innocent victims in their wake. Their most devastating attack in the Middle East had resulted in the deaths of 20,000 civilians. They were mercenaries at heart, willing to do anything for money, using extreme and violent methods to achieve their goals, often turning entire cities to rubble. What made them even more dangerous was the suspicion that their members had been injected with some form of military-grade enhancement drugs, significantly boosting their physical capabilities. The drug reportedly contained a stimulant that made the terrorists fearless, turning them into unyielding, death-defying soldiers. In addition to their enhanced bodies, they also had access to cutting-edge weapons, often more advanced than what some nations' standing armies possessed. Intelligence had long suspected a major global power backing them, though the details remained elusive. And now, they were here. Sir. Bad news. A panicked soldier ran up, breathless. The terrorists have gathered a large number of people in the main plaza. They're threatening to kill them unless their demands are met. What do they want? The officer, now calm despite the mounting chaos, asked in a low, measured voice. Is it money? The soldier shook his head. No, sir. They're demanding a person. A person. The officer's frown deepened. Who? The soldier handed him another sheet of paper, this one containing an image. The officer's eyes widened slightly as he took in the sight. The picture was of a silver-haired girl, sitting gracefully at a piano, her fingers poised over the keys as if mid-performance. Though the image was slightly blurred, her side profile radiated a mesmerizing beauty. The scene was almost ethereal in its composition. The officer blinked, surprised. Despite his military background and the chaotic situation, he found himself momentarily captivated. He wasn't someone who paid much attention to young people's trends or the arts, but even he had heard of the hauntingly beautiful piano performance that had recently swept the internet. The melody had an almost otherworldly charm, pulling listeners into a trance. He knew who this girl was. She wasn't just an ordinary performer, she possessed terrifying power, enough to make even the military tremble in fear. Engaging with her was not something anyone did lightly, and disturbing her might provoke consequences too dire to contemplate. Sir, the terrorists just sent another message, the soldier interrupted his thoughts, his voice trembling slightly. They said if she doesn't show up in 5 minutes, they'll start executing the hostages. One every minute until they're all dead. After that, what? The officer's voice was sharp, his patience wearing thin. They said they'll detonate a nuclear bomb, the soldier answered, swallowing hard, his face pale. A nuclear bomb. The officer's eyes narrowed in disbelief. How could they possibly have that? And how could they have smuggled something like that into the country? This must be a bluff. We're not sure, sir, the soldier replied, but they're carrying a large black case that appears to be heavy. Find out if it's real and report back immediately. The officer ordered, though a sinking feeling gnawed at his gut. No need to check. Another voice cut in. A middle-aged man with a stern, square face approached, his expression grim. We've already scanned it with satellites and radiation detectors. There's definitely radioactive material inside that case. Even if it's not a full nuclear bomb, it's likely a dirty bomb. Li Guizhu. The officer's frown deepened. What are you doing here? The man, Li Guizhu, was the same person who had previously encountered Kagaya at the shopping mall. I heard those bastards wanted to see her, Li Guizhu said with a tight smile, his eyes sharp. This doesn't concern you, the officer, Guohuayan, snapped, clearly displeased by the intrusion. Still scared from last time. Li Guizhu teased lightly, though his eyes remained serious. Chapter 399, Talking behind someone's back will cost you greatly. Nonsense. Guohuayan cursed in frustration, his temper flaring. Li Guizhu, unfazed, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Why not just call her? Given her personality, she wouldn't tolerate anyone making a mess of the place she lives in. Guohuayan's expression shifted, uncertainty clouding his face as he looked at the billowing smoke in the distance. Finally, he exhaled and relented, fine, but even if we wanted to find her, there isn't enough time. Besides, nobody knows where she is. That's not an issue. Li Guizhu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. What do you mean? Guohuayan asked, surprised. Do you know where she is? Actually, she's already here, Li Guizhu said, pointing toward the distant restaurant. And most likely, she's in there. Guohuayan's face darkened. How do you know that? Have you been investigating her without permission? The organization strictly forbids interfering with her personal life, no surveillance, no interference. You know that, don't you? His voice rose, laced with anger. Don't be so rigid, Li Guizhu replied with a casual laugh. The real question is, do you want to sacrifice countless soldiers and civilians, or do you want to save them? Guohuayan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. And how exactly do you plan on saving them? He asked through gritted teeth. Simple, Li Guizhu said, pointing toward the restaurant. We bomb it. You've lost your mind. Guohuayan's voice erupted with fury. Do you even know what you're saying? Are you trying to get us all killed? Li Guizhu's suggestion was clearly reckless, a dangerous provocation aimed at forcing Kagaya into action. Guohuayan couldn't believe what he was hearing. She's not acting because none of this affects her directly, Li Guizhu explained calmly. But if someone were to attack her, I doubt she'd stand idly by. Besides, who else can save these people? You. And how can you be sure she won't be angered by the attack and retaliate against us? Guo Huaiyan countered, his voice low and tense. She won't, Li Guizhu said confidently. As long as we make it seem like an accident. Plus, the ones causing this chaos aren't us, but the terrorists. I believe she despises them even more. Just then, a melodic voice interrupted from behind them. And then what? I meant no offense, Li Guizhu stammered. His earlier confidence evaporated as cold sweat dripped down his brow. Kagaya's hand gripped his shoulder firmly, her demeanor remaining eerily calm. No offense, she whispered, her tone almost playful. Well, I think it's time I show you what happens when someone crosses me. Before Li Guizhu could react, Kagaya's hand shot out, tearing through the air with terrifying precision. In a flash, she severed his left arm as if it were nothing. His scream echoed through the area as he collapsed to the ground, clutching the stump where his arm had been. Blood pooled around him, but Kagaya wasn't finished. With a swift, calculated stomp, she brought her foot down on his remaining leg, crushing it with sickening force. The bone shattered under the pressure, leaving Li Guizhu writhing in agony, unable to move. Consider this mercy, Kagaya said, her voice soft but chilling. You still have one arm and one leg. I could have taken everything. She stepped away, leaving Li Guizhu lying on the ground, broken and barely conscious. The surrounding soldiers stood frozen, too terrified to intervene, as the scent of blood filled the air. Guo Huaiyan quickly stepped forward, his body trembling. My apologies, he said, saluting her with a forced calmness. His tone was sincere as he added, we didn't mean to interfere with your affairs. We only ask for your help to save these innocent people. Sorry, but I have no interest in helping you, Kagaya replied coldly. I believe I've made it clear before, don't spy on me. Are you incapable of understanding simple words? Guo Huaiyan's heart sank, his body tense as cold sweat dripped down his back. The air felt heavy with the threat of her wrath, and he knew things would only worsen if Kagaya wasn't willing to intervene. Just then, a missile, trailing a long tail of smoke, screamed through the air towards them. The terrorists had spotted the command post and launched their attack. Kagaya's brows knitted in mild annoyance, clearly displeased by the interruption. She calmly raised her slender hand. With just a small motion, the missile was crushed midair, exploding harmlessly into a fiery bloom. The shockwave rippled out, but not a single fragment touched the ground near them. Guo Huaiyan and the remaining soldiers stood frozen, processing what had just happened. Cold sweat drenched their bodies as they realized the sheer power of the girl in front of them. Kagaya sighed, the barest hint of irritation in her voice. As much as I dislike being manipulated, she said, her eyes narrowing slightly as she gazed at the chaos in the distance, I despise anyone who disrupts my peace even more. She turned her head, casting a glance at the terrorists in the distance. I'll deal with those pests first, she added, beginning to walk toward the enemy lines. As the silver-haired girl strode gracefully toward the battlefield, Guo Huaiyan exchanged a glance with the soldiers, each one silently letting out a shaky breath of relief. Though Kagaya appeared calm and beautiful, they now fully understood she was anything but ordinary. She's terrifying. Guo Huaiyan muttered under his breath, still shaken by the scene. Chapter 400, Explosion. What is going on? The terrorists were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Their hands, which had been gripping their rifles, slackened, and their faces were frozen in disbelief. In front of the silver-haired girl floated a dense cluster of bullets and missiles, suspended in the air as if controlled by some invisible force. It was an utterly terrifying sight. Magneto. The terrorist leader muttered in disbelief as he stared at the silver-haired girl in the distance. So, Magneto really does exist in this world. Hearing the terrorists' broken Chinese, Kagaya's mouth twitched. Yeah, Magneto. With a casual wave of her snow-white arm, the bullets and missiles suspended in the air shot back toward their original path with lightning speed. Boom. Bang. The deafening explosion erupted in the distance, seemingly triggered by the terrorists' ammunition storage. Flames shot up dozens of meters into the sky, and the shockwave, accompanied by a surge of hot air, rolled out like a tsunami, with smoke and fire stretching skyward. As the dust and debris in the air gradually settled, a strong stench of scorched metal lingered. The silver-haired girl's figure became visible once again, completely unharmed. Not even her clothes had a speck of dust on them, they remained pristine and immaculate. The terrorists, however, were not so fortunate. Their bodies lay scattered across the ground in grotesque positions, with dismembered limbs and flesh strewn about, some chunks of which were still recognizable as human remains. Crimson blood had soaked the earth, turning the ground a dark red. No matter how strong these terrorists were, they were still only ordinary humans, enhanced at most, but nothing that could compare to Kagaya. For her, they weren't even worth noticing. Suddenly, from among the rubble, a bloodied and ferocious-looking terrorist climbed out, gripping a broad knife. With a roar, he charged at the silver-haired girl, swinging the blade down with all his might. Oh. Kagaya tilted her head, a little surprised. A survivor, huh? She calmly raised her pale arm, her fingers coming together. Bang. Before the terrorist could even reach her, his body exploded like a smashed watermelon, scattering across the ground as a mess of shredded flesh and gore. Disgusting. Kagaya frowned, waving her hand in front of her nose as if to clear away the stench of blood. Perhaps I should stop doing that in the future. It's a bit gross. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the remains, and with a swift motion, black flames ignited where the mess had been. Amaterasu. In no time, the black flames consumed the body completely, leaving no trace of blood or burnt remains. Even the foul stench had disappeared, replaced by the clean smell of ozone. So, this is her power. Is she even human? Guo Huaiyan stood in stunned silence, his eyes fixed on the battlefield's aftermath. He didn't even notice as some of his subordinates approached. The first time I saw it, I felt the same way, Guo Huaiyan said, patting a nearby soldier's shoulder, his voice carrying a heavy tone of familiarity. She's incredibly powerful, the soldier muttered. If only we could harness that kind of power. Harness. Guo Huaiyan chuckled softly. We don't even understand what this power is, let alone how to control it. You're right, the soldier admitted, looking down. It's beyond anything we can imagine. Suddenly, Guo Huaiyan's face changed as if something had just dawned on him. Wait, the terrorists still have a nuclear bomb. The mention of this snapped the others around him back to attention, their faces growing pale as they realized the gravity of the situation. The intense battle had ended, and silence fell over the amusement park. The sounds of gunfire and explosions had ceased, leaving only the distant hum of wind and the eerily out-of-place music still playing from the carousel, creating a haunting atmosphere. Sensing that the danger had passed, the civilians hiding in the restaurant and other areas began to cautiously peek their heads out, scanning the surroundings warily. They saw no more terrifying terrorists or gunfire raining down on them, only the scattered debris and bodies lying everywhere. Emboldened by the calm, some people stepped out and began running frantically toward the park's exit. As they reached the gates, the waiting police officers rushed forward to assist them. Seeing people making it out safely, those still hiding could no longer restrain themselves, and they all rushed out, flooding toward the exit. Some, overwhelmed by relief, broke down in tears. It was the fox spirit sister. She saved us. The little girl Inan, who had escaped earlier, shouted excitedly as she clutched her mother's hand. The mother smiled softly and nodded, her gaze drifting back to the now ruined amusement park. Previously, she had scoffed at the notion of supernatural beings, thinking that such stories were the work of tabloids trying to sell more papers. The idea of a real-life superhero seemed as fanciful as the movies her daughter loved. But now, after everything she had witnessed, she found herself questioning her old beliefs. She remembered the moment the silver-haired girl had stopped the missile, an image that had become seared into her memory. Just then, from the pile of bodies, a bloodied, bald man emerged, his face twisted in madness. He stood up, laughing maniacally. Die, die, die. Before his voice faded, he pressed the button in his hand. A sudden awareness of impending catastrophe surged through Kagaya's mind. Her eyes widened as she spun around, just in time to see the detonator in the man's hand. Without hesitation, she raised her arm, releasing a force from her palm. 9 orbs of black energy shot out like lightning, heading straight for the black box that housed the nuclear device. Boom. An ear-splitting explosion shook the area, reverberating through the amusement park.